Chapter 401, Buffet. That elder fell on his back and began to feel his disfigured face and started spitting out a lot of blood. Then he looked with a look full of hate and killing intent towards Orson, saying, "You traitor! You betrayed the sect's interests. You shall." Before he could finish his words, another old man of the same race as he approached and knelt beside him and put his hand over his mouth. It seemed as if he wanted to help him wipe the blood off his face, but then he spoke in a heavy tone in his ears, "Little brother, maybe you should shut up for a while and take care of your wounds for now, okay?" The fallen elder opened his eyes to the last of them as if he was trying to say, "Have you also betrayed the sect?" Then he turned to ask for help from the rest of the elders who haven't betrayed the sect yet, but soon he found them all looking at him with contempt. Some of them did not even look in his direction, as if they were pretending that they did not know him. Sorry about what just happened. Brother Silaf is always impulsive and talks without thinking." Orzun sighed and turned back to look at him unapologetically. "You said that His Excellency needs the energy pearls? He is the one who gave them to us in the first place. I will collect them from all sides of the world and send them to him immediately if necessary. What is the sect's economy in front of His Excellency? There is no need even for a trade, we will give what he needs for free. Just tell His Excellency that there is no need to start trading with the southern region." A big smile appeared on Amon's face. "Good, there are still people in the sect who use their brains, but the Lord will not accept energy pearls for free. Let's start trading today, and prepare for many more like it in the future." Gulp. The sound of Orzun swallowing his saliva resounded in the ears of everyone around him, and everyone immediately understood the reason. They should be preparing for a lot of commercial exchanges in the future? They don't even know what to exchange stones for. Perhaps that trade is to sell them some watermelons, but they will have to buy them with energy pearls anyway. How can they refuse? The energy pearls are a mineral that can be found anywhere in Nihari, but it isn't something that is easily disposable. Almost everything in the sect is roaming around them. They are used mainly to support the offensive divine tattoos, and in the making and using of divine weapons, and in cultivating faster, and being the official currency of the Nihari world. And they will have to throw this resource into some bullshit they don't even know, and all this in order to prevent Robin from cooperating with the Southern District. What is happening now is complete robbery. Of course. We are ready for anything that pleases His Excellency. Orzun gritted his teeth and spoke. "Then, may I ask when the goods will arrive?" "It's already here." "What do you mean by here?" Orzun's heart nearly stopped when he heard Amon's words. "Already here? What will he sell them, his clothes? Or does he mean that their mere presence will be sufficient to take the energy pearls? Even if it was daylight robbery, at least they should have put on a decent charade. Now that's just rude." "Don't worry everyone, everything is true with us here." One of the elders from the Burton family came forward and extended his right hand, extending his palm. Orzun was on the verge of a nervous breakdown when he saw this sight. He became mentally prepared that this Burton elder would tell him that they sell them high-quality air, but suddenly something happened that made his eyes widen. A small wrist shield appeared above the palm of that elder of the Burton family. It is clear that the wrist shield is made with great professionalism, and no one was able to determine the effect of the runes that were drawn on it. This means that the small shield contains an effect that is not known to them, but this is not what surprised them, but the fact that it appeared out of nowhere. "We have 200 pieces of this wrist armor alone. It's engraved with both water and fire patterns. The fire part in it can be shot as arrows to attack, and the water patterns can be used to defend against almost anything with quick emergence of a water wall, that is." The plump elder of the Burton family started excitedly pointing at the wrist armor to try to show his advantages to selling the largest amount of it with the highest price. Ryan Burton, who had no talent in energy training or military affairs, had no other way than to learn the trade. Even during the conquest of Jura, he was judged as a useless person and was thrown into the slave markets. However, it was not his end as a merchant, rather the person who bought him was transformed from a small dairy salesman to the monopoly of that trade in the Duchy of Gibson until Robin returned and the war began at least. Now that His Excellency had given him this great opportunity to prove himself and be useful to the ruling family of planet Jura, how could he back down? If His Majesty wanted 10 million dirhams of energy, he would return 20 million to him. But he couldn't let himself go and complete his wrist shield introduction. Orzun suddenly moved and grabbed the Burton elder's shoulder and started shaking him. How did that shield appear out of nowhere? Did His Excellency come up with something new in this regard? Something that can summon items from somewhere else? Chapter 402. In fact, this is not the first time that Orzun has witnessed something like this. As all the elders of the Nihari Union sect and chiefs of the Giants tribes had seen Jabba take out his warhammer earlier in the last meeting, but no one understood what happened. It crossed no one's mind that there is a way to hide things in a pocket space. It was just too far-fetched an idea. Perhaps it is a special technique that Robin devised to hide that hammer specifically for Jabba and make it appear at his will, like using the darkness heavenly major law or something. Everyone's fascination quickly faded upon thinking about this, realizing that Robin wouldn't do such a thing for them. The concealment of a personal weapon. A great but unnecessary craft. It is nice to have but is not something that they must have at least. Can't his hammer just be placed on his back as his father and ancestors did? But the wrist shield came out that changed everything. Robin certainly did not give this man a special technique to hide a wrist shield that he came to sell. And where is the rest of the 200 pieces of the wrist shield he talked about? Were they all under the concealment of the darkness heavenly major law as well? It can't be. That method allows its carrier to hide quantities of anything he wants and summons it as he wills. Ryan Burton was surprised by Orzun's reaction, but looked behind him towards the rest of the Nihari Union sect elders and found a common reaction among them, all of them opening their mouths and eyes as if they had seen a miracle. Wait, His Excellency hasn't introduced them to the space rings yet? A thought suddenly hit Ryan Burton's head. When preparing the products he came to sell, he kept in mind the designs that Robin had recently handed over to the Rune Academies because he knew that Robin's past innovations were not strange to the people of Nihari. And although Robin handed over the method of making space rings to Rune Academies and Divine Weapons workshops as well, and they are produced for the purpose of selling in Jura's world at present, he did not take them into account. That is because the first time the rings appeared was when Robin just arrived from Nihari, and this means that he invented them there. So why sell them something they know? But looking at their reaction now, a sly smile appeared on Ryan's face for a moment and then quickly disappeared. Oh, you mean His Excellency didn't tell you about the space rings? They contain a huge pocket space inside. Just to make it easier for you to imagine how vast the space is inside, today we brought with us goods worth at least 10 million energy pearls and they are all stored inside only 3 rings. But I guess this is logical. His Excellency did not give the rings except to those very close to him, and he gave them to us today in order to reduce transportation costs. As Mr. Aman told you, he needs every energy stone scrape right now, hee. This. Orson let go of Ryan's shoulder and looked down at the ground for a bit. A ring that can store and transport a huge amount of goods? What would happen if a ring like this appeared in a war? Supply chains are critical for any army in any world, at least for the armies that need food. Normally the armies need to take it step by step carefully into the enemy territory even if they started as a surprise attack, and that is to make sure they can still get into contact with their homeland. For what? Food. If they got deep into the enemy territory without carefully controlling the lands behind them and somehow were cut off from the supply chain, they are done for. This is the biggest if not the main reason that makes invading another nation very difficult even if there is a huge power difference between the two parties. But an army can move freely ignoring the supply chains and always have everything they need around their finger. One ring of this kind can change the course of a war, and this is just one usage of it. Not having one of those was indeed logical. A ring like this must be difficult and expensive to make. Perhaps His Excellency would need to make it himself. Why would he give them a ring like this after they totally offended him? How can he strengthen them when he sees them as potential enemies? They will probably never get their hands on it. Crash. Orson ignored his status and almost crushed his own fist on the spot. Once again, they were reminded of the danger they are now in. His Excellency Robin Burton, if he puts his mind to destroying the sect, who can stop him? But Ryan raised his hand and loudly declared, because His Excellency needs energy pearls in abundance and gave me the authority to collect what is needed at any price, I will make this decision and take responsibility to sell you the 3 rings we brought. What? You really would do this for us? But His Excellency. Ryan knew what they were thinking and slapped his chest. Don't worry, I will take full responsibility when I report to His Excellency. I will sell you 1 space ring for only 5 million energy pearls. Whoa, I want one. I want one too. I'll take it for 6 million. Haha, we will find a solution, let's find a good place to sit and talk. Ryan laughed out loud, then put his hand on Orson's shoulder, who was smiling from ear to ear as they started walking towards the Senate Tower together. The army around the space portal finally calmed down when they saw this. Even the rest of the Burton family expedition heaved a sigh of relief and started to follow Ryan towards the Senate Tower, with the Shadow Swords troop moving behind them. As for Aman, he kept standing in his place, watching everyone move away. But it seemed as if he had noticed something, so he grabbed the collar of the last soldier of the Shadow Swords who passed by him and asked through a transmission of thoughts, "Where is Theo?" Lord Theo is securing the surroundings. The Shadow Sword soldier bowed slightly and responded with a teleportation technique as well. What surroundings? We are surrounded by 40,000 soldiers. Thinking about it, I haven't seen him since we stepped foot in this place. Aman asked again, more sternly, what would he do even if he monitored the situation? Not that they were facing a hidden enemy, but rather that they were surrounded visually. It was better for him to stay by the space portal with them to help them escape back to planet Jura if a problem arises. Lord Theo is securing the surroundings. The Shadow Sword soldier replied while he was still in the bowing position, then straightened up and followed the rest without adding another word, fully ignoring Aman's questioning gazes. Chapter 403. 3 weeks later, the central continent, in front of the Imperial city walls. Attention. Faint tremor. The training today was as usual on how to cooperate on the battlefield. Engrave everything you have been trained on now in your memory. If a battle begins and I see one of you leaving this lineup, I will rape him and his family to death. Is this understood? Faint tremor. Good, I seem to be clear. Set in your place and prepare to leave as soon as His Majesty arrives. Rumble. Under the shade of an open tent, above the walls of the Imperial city. Whistling. Although I see this scene every day, I still get goosebumps every time. How does it feel to control this crowd, Alexander? And what is this vulgarity all about? Continental ruler Alexander approached the tent and randomly sat down on one of the chairs. Sigh, how do I feel? I guess it is not much different from yours, Elizabeth, seeing around 4 million soldiers from different continents and the weakest one among them having a knight's strength, a sight that I never expect to see in my life. Secondly, no matter how high the level of the soldiers is, they will remain soldiers. Some vulgar words will calm their nerves and make them feel that they are closer to their commanders. This is a must. Anyone who has actual experience in leading soldiers will realize this, right, Your Highness? Alexander huffed lightly and looked toward Caesar. You are right, if the army commander is not close to his soldiers, he will be detached from them instead, and this is something you don't want on the battlefield, especially after the forces of the four continents and the forces of the Burton family finally merged to such a degree. In addition to, Caesar had begun answering Alexander's question casually, when he finally noticed something, so he interrupted himself and shouted, "Hey, whom do you call your highness? I am just as his majesty's subordinate as you are. Save that title for young Richard, he will come back to us soon enough." Alexander laughed loudly when he heard this and said, "Haha, don't be so humble, all the people of the world know how his majesty treats you. I heard that there are fan clubs established around the world all centering around the young prince who accompanied the world emperor throughout his journey. Right, even I am starting to get jealous of a certain someone. I am starting to wonder if this really was a punishment, or..." Elizabeth laughed slyly and then looked at Victoria, who had been keeping silent since she arrived. "I don't care how people see me, his majesty was generous enough to save my life and give me the surname of Burton. And this grace I will repay with serving him till I die. I dare not attribute myself anymore to him, he is only my benefactor. I hope none of you here forget this again." Caesar ignored the blush on the face of continental ruler Victoria Frost next to him and declared loudly, all right, we will do as you wish, Alexander, stop bothering him." Elizabeth looked furrowed at Alexander, who in turn shrugged in resignation. She then triumphantly returned to look at Caesar with a broad smile. "I shut him up. Do you like that, your highness?" "Ah, yeah, that is what it should be, and, wooey. Ha ha ha." Spreading stories and weaving legends about Emperor Robin and the details of his journey was not devoid of veneration for the people closest to him, especially the one he spent the most time with, the adopted son of the world emperor, Caesar Burton. And because he appears a lot to the masses, unlike his father, coupled with the fact that he fought side by side with several armies and has many heroic stories, legends spread about him faster even than Emperor Robin himself. It can even be said that his position on the planet Jura began to rise at a lightning speed until it approached the status of Robin himself, definitely surpassing the status of the 5 continental rulers. The one who was most affected by Caesar's new status was undoubtedly the person who accompanied him as his current shadow, continental ruler Victoria Frost. After she was crying from the severity of the humiliation she felt by swearing to follow Caesar and take his permission before everything she did, and after she returned to her home lowering her head from the shame she brought to the history of her family, she became a source of envy because of his presence with her. Rather, the people of the water continent boasted in front of the rest of the continents that Caesar Burton himself made their presidential palace a home and that he accompanies their continental ruler everywhere. Although this did not affect much the dependency relationship that Victoria swore, it made her current situation much easier for her, so that asking permission from Caesar every day was no longer as nauseating as before. In fact, the only one who was not satisfied with this new situation was none other than Caesar himself. When he would find people talking about this matter or hear someone calling him your highness or the son of the Lord, he would get very angry and rebuke them to stop, saying that he was just a loyal follower of his excellency and that he dare not be more than this. This reaction of his quickly spread throughout the world, preventing many from saying publicly that he is the son of the world emperor, but it also earned their respect more and more. Now only a few of the higher-ups could joke with Caesar on this matter. "All right, younglings, there is no time for this. Don't you feel the pressure of what is going on? Today, planet Jura will take a huge step forward. Use the time to predict what we will find on that new planet and make countermeasures to preserve our lives there." Old Gu shook his head and nodded. He spoke while slowly rubbing his forehead, and it was evident from the dark circles around his eyes that he hadn't tasted rest in quite some time. "I don't feel the pressure. Excitement almost kills me, old man. Being distracted by idle talk is better than dying waiting for His Majesty to show up." Alexander spoke slowly while looking at his hands, which did not stop trembling. He lived his entire life increasing his strength and the strength of his army in the hope that a war would be waged against the other 3 empires. Yes, he really hoped so. Although the main goal of any war is peace, and although strength is required to maintain peace, even if there is peace in the world and you are strong enough, the day will come upon you and you will ask yourself, what do I do with this strength? Why do I have to get stronger? The state of shaky peace and the Cold War that has been dominating a planet for tens of thousands of years has sparked a state of thirst in the hearts of many. Some of them are thirsty for more property and land, and some are just thirsty for blood. Haha, and I will not allow my continental ruler to die waiting. A voice came from far away, forcing everyone to pay attention to its source. Rough. Chapter 404. Your Majesty. His Majesty. Your Excellency. Everyone inside the tent stood up without exception when they heard Robin's clear voice in their ears. But their hopes were quickly disappointed when they looked around them in all directions and did not find anyone. Rough. Look there. Alexander finally raised his finger and pointed in a certain direction. When everyone followed the path he was pointing at, they found Robin riding a Draco kilometers away. How? Victoria said it, but everyone was thinking about the same question. Robin's voice a while ago was very clear and quiet, as if he was sitting next to them, but he was talking at such a distance. The soldiers and servants around did not seem to hear him either. How could he send his words to reach only their ears? Rather, how did Robin hear Alexander's words in the first place and respond to him? Gulp. I think we should expect such things from His Majesty. Old Gu sighed and spoke. After a few minutes, "Pa, we welcome your excellency." Everyone on the wall bowed and shouted in one breath, "Daddy." Only Zara, who approached, did not bend like the rest, and quickly approached Robin and hugged him. This daddy of hers is really a difficult person to spend time with. Haha, all right. Good to see you again, everyone. Robin gently patted Zara on the head and nodded with a smile towards the rest of the group, who made way for him to the throne that was waiting for him. He did not head to his throne directly, but passed them all and continued walking towards the other side of the wall. Then he stood there motionless, looking at what was behind it. I have to admit, well done, Jabba. Extremely well done, Robin said, rubbing his chin. The giant, who had not said a word for hours, stepped forward and bowed again towards Robin. It is all thanks to your guidance, Master. Do not try to underestimate your work. All I did was to give you the patterns of an array that should be placed under the city and on its walls, but I did not imagine that you would use the city itself as an array. Robin raised both hands and said in amazement, the Imperial City. Until now, its huge gates have not been opened, and no one has seen what lies behind it except for the continental rulers and their servants, who chose the wall to be the meeting place. They did not dare to enter the city before Robin officially opened it. However, just standing on top of the wall was enough for them to know that this city is unlike any other. The city is built in a way that the world has not seen before. The buildings are compact in a striking geometric shape, and there are high towers emerging from everywhere in the city, as if they were pegs that stabilized the city from flying away. It seemed as if the city itself was a drawing and not just residential and administrative buildings like the rest of the cities in the world. Everyone thought that this beauty and design was a common thing in Nihari's world that Jabba came from, but Elizabeth quickly asked, the array? What is that? Robin smiled, but he did not say anything directly. Rather, he came back from the edge of the fence and went towards the throne in the middle of the tent and sat on it. Then he signaled to the rest to sit down, and he finally spoke when he saw everyone's eyes glowing with enthusiasm, wanting to know what this was. Even Jabba himself, the one who built the city, seemed that he wanted to hear. In the end, he just smiled and said, the array is just a big divine tattoo. Divine tattoo? What is this too? Asked Billy. Aha, right, I did not spread the divine tattoos cultivation system among you. The divine tattoos is a parallel energy system used by the people of planet Nihari. It is very similar to the talisman you are familiar with, but the difference is that the divine tattoos is drawn on the body directly, and it greatly strengthens the body. Someone with a third-degree body strengthening tattoo can fight a sage directly thanks to his physical strength alone. The users of this divine tattoos cultivation system do not need to make any effort to raise their strengths. The main difference between the divine tattoos and the talismans is that the divine tattoo remains effective forever. Some of those divine tattoos can work all day long with no problems, and they can also be developed for a higher version if you have enough resources. Robin scratched his head for a few seconds and answered, that. Why didn't you publish the divine tattoos cultivation system here? They seem so powerful and effortless. Alexander quickly asked with furrowed eyebrows. Yes, having another cultivation system can make us much more powerful, especially if it is a cultivation system that has to do with body cultivation. That is something we obviously lack. Old Gu added. Increasing strength without cultivating? This is hard to imagine. Even Jabba looked at Robin with narrow eyes. He had long wanted to ask this question. Robin spread the inner energy cultivation system in Nihari, so why not do the same here? Robin raised his shoulders. It is because of the lack of natural energy in planet Jura, of course. The body-strengthening divine tattoo that this system is revolving around swallows huge amounts of energy throughout the day and pumps it into the body of its owner. This cannot be compared to the internal energy system consumption rate. The divine tattoos cultivation system is not just a cultivation system, it is a way to go against the heavens. They are not using the energy to become stronger, but are using it to change their bodies instead. They are changing their nature by force. To make it simple, it is like we are all cats, but here on planet Jura we aspire to be strong cats, while they're on planet Nihari they do not want to be cats anymore and want to be tigers. How can that be simple? It requires an unimaginable amount of energy. If I deploy this system here, the remaining energy in planet Jura will quickly run out. This is regardless of the offensive divine tattoos that need energy pearls to implement, or they will harm your body. I did not want to increase the strength of my army a little at the expense of the planet as a whole. And all of this is on one side, and the fact that this system is not capable of development except through me is another major flaw. If I introduced you to it and something bad happened to me, I would have harmed you and the planet in vain. When you talk about our energy system like that, it makes me look at it in a completely different way. Jabba furrowed his brows and spoke. He had always felt that the divine tattoos cultivation system was excellent and so easy. Who could refuse to get stronger while sleeping? But when he hears Robin now, Robin laughed slightly and replied to Jabba. Chapter 405. Gulp. The sound of Jabba swallowing his saliva was heard throughout the tent, but no one was surprised. Robin had just destroyed everything he had grown up with. Jabba really didn't have any desire to try to hide his surprise, his brain didn't even have time to think of such a thing. Since Robin admired their divine tattoos cultivation system that day, saying that the first heavens chosen was a real genius and that he couldn't imagine a cultivation system that allows its owner to upgrade without breaking a sweat, and he feels extremely proud. How couldn't he be proud? His ancestors did something that amazed a great person coming from another world. But this simple system turned out to be a disaster behind it. Jabba raised his left hand and started rubbing his forehead, thinking about it. Robin's words didn't seem far from reality. He had trained in the two systems and knew how difficult the inner energy cultivation system was and that not anybody can cultivate it. Contrary to the divine tattoo's cultivation system that anybody can use and can even go all the way to the top easily, given that he has enough money, the inner energy cultivation system had to have enough talent to comprehend the heavenly laws, and allocate time every once in a while to collect energy and build energy pillars, and so on. While the people of Nihari have to draw divine tattoos and then forget about it, the residents of Jura had to suffer to walk on this path. But in the end, they will have the same outcome? How can all that hardships be replaced without a price? It makes sense that there would be something they had to pay to obtain this kind of power. But upon hearing Robin's analysis, the price seems too high to be tolerated. I think we deviated from the main topic a little bit, Your Excellency. With regards to that array, what is it? Old Gu asked. Robin pointed at Old Gu excitedly and spoke. Oh, you reminded me. As I said, the array is just a very big divine tattoo, and I handed 2 designs to Jabba that day. The first array is made within the walls and thus transforming it into a huge divine armament that contains the minor metal law branching from the Earth's path. Thus, the hardness of the walls would increase exponentially. Theoretically, the walls of this city can now comfortably withstand the attacks of people of Emperor level. Everyone spontaneously looked down at their feet. When they saw this gaudy wall that was 60 meters high and 20 meters wide, at first they all thought how huge and majestic it was. This is undoubtedly the highest wall on planet Jura, but after hearing Robin's words now they realized that this great wall was not just to show off. This is excellent, truly excellent. But, Old Gu opened both eyes excitedly for a moment, but soon the enthusiasm he felt disappeared. I know. Robin chuckled. Here comes the roll of the array I asked to be drawn under the city. When activated, the array will absorb the natural energy surrounding the city in large quantities to form a dome of energy covering the city's sky. Theoretically, the dome can help the city's army defend against air attacks. It just helps the defense and nothing more. But this is according to the original design to draw the array below the city. But now that Jabba has used the city buildings to draw the array, and used the raw materials needed in the array to build the whole city instead, that is a genius idea. It is a pity that the truth didn't choose you, a real pity. Even without the master path of truth I will do my best to help. I have done nothing worthy of faith, master. It is your array in the end, as long as you aren't angry with me that I changed it a little, I'm content with it. Jabba gave a shallow bow and spoke with a big smile, delighted that his work had been so appreciated. To deserve such praise from His Excellency. I always thought you were just muscles, but it turns out that you were smart too. His Excellency did not choose him to be his first and only student out of thin air. Old Gu ignored the words of Elizabeth and the rest in the tent about Jabba and asked again. Your Excellency, from your words I understand that the array has not been implemented as you wanted. Does that mean it has become stronger or weaker? Stronger. Definitely a lot stronger. But I can't tell exactly how much stronger I got because I honestly don't know. I haven't thought about building a 3D array before. The energy dome array is already out of the large divine tattoo as I was explaining earlier. Jabba's work really opened up a whole new door for me. Wonderful. Doesn't that mean that the Imperial City is currently completely fortified? Wait a moment. Victoria spoke in her usual cold voice, before suddenly stopping and quickly asking, can we transform the rest of the divine tattoos on such a large scale and create some mass destruction weapons? Everyone quickly looked at Robin, waiting for his response. Robin just shrugged. Theoretically all divine tattoos could be turned into arrays, but who would do that? You? Who else could it be, but the person who invented it? Robin shook his head. Wrong. Inflating the size of the divine tattoo and turning it into an array means a complete change in almost everything about that tattoo except for the heavenly law it is made of. How long does it take to compute and implement something of this size? For example, do you all know about the pyramid that I designed in Jura City for the special forces to swear by? This was the first large array I thought of. Do you know how much time it took me? Almost a whole year. I don't have time to upgrade all the divine tattoos to form large arrays, I always have more important things to think about. The design of my Imperial City array was to provide a secure command center for the world leaders in the future. But that doesn't mean I wouldn't create arrays again. I guess if I find a good idea worth my time, I won't refuse. Especially after the happy surprise Jabba gave me today, this array thing is much more interesting to me now. Robin then smacked his palms together and asked with a smile, changing the topic. So, how are your preparations for your first planetary war anyway? Allow me to answer this. Alexander stood up and put his right hand on his chest. Your Excellency's army currently consists of 3,700,000 soldiers, most of them are at the knighthood realm. You also have 200,000 saints and 15,000 sages. In terms of armament, most of them are armed with ordinary, high-level weapons that accumulated in the arsenals of the 4 empires since ancient times. But the divine equipment workshops that Your Excellency indicated to establish succeeded in equipping about 10% of the army with divine armaments. As for talismans, all members of the army are equipped with them. The lowest soldier has at least 1 talisman for attack and 1 talisman for defense, and all have sound rings as ordered by Your Excellency. Most of the army gathered here long ago and trained to carry out all possible military operations together. I guarantee Your Excellency that they are ready to move immediately. Good. Robin nodded a few times, then got up from his chair and headed towards the edge of the wall again, but this time on the opposite side. He looked down at his sea of soldiers. but his light smile turned into a narrowing between his eyebrows and he asked while pointing toward the soldiers. Would someone please tell me why there is no uniform for the soldiers? 3 years have passed and the soldiers of each empire still keep their old uniforms. It looks like a circus from up here. Also, is this the flag of my empire? Chapter 406. Is this the flag of the true beginning empire? Robin asked suddenly as he pointed to a huge flag erected in front of the army and exclaimed. Seeing it made him ignore even the appearance of the army, which looked like a piece of patched clothing from above. The flag had a completely black background, with a circular shape drawn on it. Most of that circular figure was blue, and there were 6 scattered brown pieces in it. The borders of that circular shape radiated in golden color, and that circular figure was pierced through by a sword and a hammer. Billy laughed proudly. Haha, yeah, this is our flag. What do you think? Great, huh? It was me who recommended it. Robin rubbed his chin for a few seconds as he contemplated the flag. This circle symbolizes the planets belonging to the true beginning empire. The sword symbolizes the destruction of the old order, and the hammer symbolizes the reform we will bring about. Good. But, it kind of reminds me of my speech at the Green Hill a little bit. Ahaha, Caesar laughed out loud. That is what we all told him when he showed the flag, but he insisted it was his idea. Small chuckles were heard along the tent. The flag did indeed get the approval of everyone as it describes Robin's vision, but Billy did not admit it until now. Shut up, I am the one who translated the speech into a flag, so it is my idea. Billy stood up and cried. And as for the uniform? Robin wasted no time and continued with his first question. You had time to design a flag, but you let the army wear 6 different colors? Look at it, it looks like an army of mercenaries and commoners. We are supposed to go to another planet like this? Even the mortals' primary schools have uniforms. Old Goo stood up and put his hand on his chest. Your Excellency, we could have standardized army uniforms of course, but these armors and weapons are the best we can offer. It is the high-quality equipment that our empires have accumulated over tens of thousands of years. If we put it aside for lesser quality uniforms, this will greatly harm the strength of your Excellency's army. Robin furrowed his brows. What happened to the divine weapons? There are many blacksmiths appearing every day, especially in your flame continent. Although the number of blacksmiths is less than I initially expected, by my estimation, there should be at least 1 million divine armaments available by today. Old Goo looked at the ground further. Your Excellency is right. Unfortunately, the profession of making divine weapons has not yet attracted enough blacksmiths. And even those who have entered it are still in the learning stage and have not yet acquired enough skill to make them finish their work quickly enough. For this, the total number of divine weapons has arrived almost at 1,200,000. We had already started distributing weapons to them, and the number of divine equipment users in the army had reached about 400,000. But we quickly came to agree that the members of the true beginning empire's army needed a full set of divine armor and weapons, as arming one veteran with a full divine kit was better than arming dozens of ordinary soldiers. After completing the calculations, we found that each elite member would need more than 16 pieces of divine equipment. That is why we stopped arming soldiers randomly and focused on creating a small army of elites first. With this mentality, we were soon able to produce an amount of divine equipment sufficient to fully arm 50,000 individuals. We used those weapons and armor to equip the special forces of the Burton family, which amounted to 35,000 saints, and this choice was because they are the only ones among us who have real experience in major battles. We also equipped most of the sages in planet Jura world as well with a total number of 15,000 sages, bringing the total number to 50,000 soldiers, a small army of pure elites. May your Excellency have a look at them, they are standing there dressed in gold. Robin followed Old Goo's motion towards the squad standing behind quietly. The design of the heroic armor that shimmered like gold in the sunshine was extremely eye-catching, but that is not all. This was the first time that Robin saw a person fully armed from his hair to his toenails with divine armaments. The golden body armors, giant shields, and long halberds at the front line were especially eye-catching. And this was also the first time that he saw a battalion where sages lined up in uniform and awaiting orders as if they were ordinary soldiers. Even without that battalion initially releasing their auras, the pressure emitting from them forced the rest of the army to stay clear of at least 200 meters away from them in all directions just to be able to breathe soundly. Old Goo then continued directly, we chose the golden one because it befits the greatness of your Majesty's empire. I hope you won't have any complaints in this regard. As for producing for the rest of the army, I am afraid that producing a divine weapon sufficient for more than 3 million huge soldiers would require a few more years, even if I forced all the people of the Flame Continent to take up this profession. 50,000, ha. Robin parted his chin for a few seconds as he looked at his small golden army, then suddenly nodded. Not bad, this battalion will be enough to scout our new destination. Send them to the space portal, we will move now. What? Only them? Caesar shouted suddenly. Your Excellency, this battalion is indeed fully armed with the divine weapon and is much stronger than the rest, but they are not the only ones who can enter the battle. We can move your entire army now. Old Goo took a step forward and shouted. Robin turned to face the rest on the wall and shook his head. No, that is not the problem. I would choose an army of similar size to go first anyway, and we would take a few thousand inscription masters and divine weaponsmiths with us as well. After arriving we would choose a good place to defend and build a space portal to connect with the space portal of the Imperial City here, maybe build a castle around it as our base there. While the rest of the army will stay here ready for the moment the space portal opens from the other side, then they can come after us and start the real invasion. Can't we all just go? Caesar scratched his head and asked. This would be very unwise. First of all, we do not know anything about the nature of the planet and its inhabitants. Taking the strongest group in the army first means ease of movement and the highest survival rate. With only 50,000 soldiers, we can occupy a small place out of sight and start erecting the space portal without being disturbed. But if we took the whole army, almost 4 million soldiers, this would be a huge draw to the eyes and a waste of resources and food. Most of them would probably die before we know where we are. Secondly, our primary purpose in conquest is resources and not blind killing. It may be that the inhabitants of that planet are peaceful and do not want to fight and choose to allow us to take whatever we want by establishing trade relations. Wouldn't this be the most appropriate possible outcome? Therefore, taking our entire army there would not only be wasting resources in vain but would also be a direct provocation to them and might waste the opportunity for peaceful communication. Robin shook his head again and replied, "Hee, I do not think you should worry about the resource issue." Billy chuckled. What do you mean?" Robin looked at him and asked. Billy continued with a smile, "Ryan Bryan is back with the rest of the family from the Nihari world. Guess how much energy he brought us?" 11 million. Robin furrowed his brows and asked. As long as Billy asked happily, then surely that group had more success than expected. Billy tilted his back forward slightly and spoke solemnly, "It is 37 million energy pearls." "Really? Does that clan want to make things right with me or something?" Robin was shocked upon hearing the number. In fact, he had decided from the beginning that he would go to the new planet with a relatively small army to protect him while asking for trade with the natives at the same time. His asking for the 10 million pearls from the sect was only to know where they are standing now and knowing their intentions considering him. He thought that taking 10 million from them would be good enough as a test, but they actually gave away 37 million. Chapter 407. Honestly, I was surprised too, according to my understanding of the Nihari world through the description I heard through you and the demons. This amount of energy pearls is sufficient to bring down the economy of the Giants tribes, so how could the Nihari Union give it away? It was them who previously let you down and refused to cooperate with you. Billy spoke calmly, then added, but the doubt and overthinking did not last long as Burton soon told me that he was able to extract all these energy pearls thanks to the sale of 3 space rings. Sold them what? Whose idea is this? Robin opened his eyes at the last of them and yelled at Billy. Billy jumped back a bit when he heard Robin shout and quickly replied, I don't have anything to do with this. He took the 3 rings in order to facilitate the transportation of all those divine talismans and weapons that are enough to sell for 10 million energy pearls. He made the decision to sell the rings of his own volition, I swear. That son of a. Robin looked like he was about to go ahead and insult Ryan's whole line of ancestors, but restricted himself at the last moment and furrowed his eyebrows for a few moments. That guy isn't bad, put him in charge of the Empire's commerce division. Billy straightened in his seat and replied in surprise. 3 rings won't make much difference to the overall strength of the sect, but it will make us not worry about the availability of energy pearls for a long time. Although he ruined my original intention of this trade trip, I can't blame him for something he doesn't know and the result is not that bad either. Just tell him to write a detailed report about their trip and especially how the elders of the clan had treated them since they arrived in Nihari world until they returned. Robin rubbed his chin and spoke with a slight smile. Then he came back and put his hand behind his back again and announced, alright, get ready, we have to move now. Wait a moment, Your Excellency. Victoria quickly stood up. Can't you tell us more about that place we are going to? You sure know something else, right? How do we declare war on a whole world when we don't know anything about it? Robin pointed at her and laughed loudly. Good remark. And just like you say, I don't know anything important about it. Everyone began to look at each other with obvious concern. They thought that Robin was waiting for the day to announce the details of the operation and the plan to invade that alien planet, their main targets, and so on. At this moment, Jabba took 2 steps forward and spoke, Master, can't we just go back to Nihari? Robin shook his head with a disappointed smile upon hearing this, and do what in Nihari? Resubdue your sect under your role. Rescue your only son. Take control of new lands, and most importantly, prepare for the incoming invasion. Jabba took a few more steps and spoke with excitement and apparent anxiety. Ever since he heard from Robin that he wants to go to a new planet and anxiety is eating him up, has Robin lost hope in Nihari? So what will happen to his homeland? What can those muddle-headed bastards do without Robin's help? If his master really gave up on Nihari, then its destruction is a done deal. Will he and those demons who came to Jura really be the only survivors of Nihari? I can't resubdue the sect without starting a direct war against the eastern region, and I don't want to do such a thing without a strong reason. I can't invade the northern region to rescue my son either because until this moment I haven't thought of a way to deal with those at the Emperor realm. Finally, what do I gain from invading the rest of the regions? Let's say I spend the 20-something incoming years attacking, planning, and gaining control over new lands in Nihari, and in the end, I will have to face the same dilemma, an invasion from a stronger planet and a potential danger from the eastern and the northern regions. To say it bluntly, even if I took control over the other regions before the incoming invasion it will be useless to me. So you tell me again, what do I do in Nihari? Robin also did not mention that he actually thought of attacking and controlling the rest of the regions in Nihari in order to deplete the resources of those areas and destroy them before the invasion came, but he was met with several problems. The first of which is that the inhabitants of those areas will not stand by and watch, they will fight for their resources to the very end, so he will have to carry out a genocide in which tens of billions of intelligent life forms will be killed. And even if he has the heart to do it, this is practically not possible in the first place. How much manpower will he need to have in order to kill these wild numbers of intelligent life forms? And how many years will he need to do it? How much manpower will he need to have to control 3 regions in Nihari and defend its borders? Those 3 regions are tens of times bigger than planet Jura. Even after killing them and controlling the lands, then what? How can he destroy such a massive area that no resource survives to benefit the invaders? Secondly, the sect in the northern region will not stand to watch on the side either. For sure a war will start against them in the first few months of executing this crazy plan of destruction when they notice what he wants to do. Third and most important, even if he somehow carried out his plan, the eastern and northern regions would still be full of resources and he could not leave them to the invaders, or else it would be a breach of his oath with the all-seeing God. In any case, getting involved in Nihari now would be a completely useless move. Then Robin quickly continued before anyone could reply, "But don't worry, Jabba, I know what you were thinking. I just requested new planets from the all-seeing God to strengthen my army before the invasion began. We will have another talk about that when the time comes, all right?" Jabba understands. The giant nodded and stood back to the side. Although Robin's words were enough to calm his anxiety, sadness was still apparent in his eyes. "The all-seeing God? Who is this?" Elizabeth tilted her head slightly at Billy and asked in a low voice. "Shush, that's a big deal for you, newbie." Billy responded with a sense of superiority, then told her to look at Robin again. To tell the truth, I am not completely ignorant of everything about the new planet. It is just that the information is not very useful. For example, I know that its name is Greenland, I know that it is about twice the size of planet Jura, and that the age of martial arts there is about 300,000 years. I know the information I have is a bit too shallow, but that is all I could get from him. But what is important for us is that the all-seeing God said that the planet is not hostile to human life and that it is full of resources that will help me strengthen the army greatly, and this is all we need to know. Any other questions? No, Your Excellency. Everyone replied in one breath. Good, all of you are coming with me, except for Billy, who will stay here to supervise the true beginning empire as a whole and to supervise the rest of the army. Do any of you have a problem? No, Your Excellency. Everyone replied in one breath. Bailey then added in a low voice, "Tisk, I expected this. Since he is the weakest of all the continental leaders, predicting who would stay behind wasn't too difficult." Good. Since everyone is standing still, bring out that golden battalion and move towards the space portal. We are moving immediately. Chapter 408. Voo. The sound of the war horn suddenly echoed in front of the army, which is estimated to number approximately 4 million soldiers, igniting enthusiasm in their hearts. They will finally do something that none of their predecessors have done before. They are the ones who spent their lives thinking of defending their lands against wars with neighboring kingdoms or empires. Some of them even had relatives who were killed in internal wars between some local nobles. But today, they are standing shoulder to shoulder, going to conquer another world? This sounds like a fairy tale, but it is happening before their very eyes, and they are steps away from getting what they want. But Gold Battalion, Divine Blacksmith's Division, and Rune Master's Division advance towards the gate. Move your butts. Move, move. Bam bam bam. The Golden Battalion began to turn and move along the wall. Then they were followed by a few thousand men in armor that looked bigger than them, but they all walked with the same steady steps and confident smiles barely visible from under their helmets. But those smiles of theirs had broken the hearts of millions of other soldiers. The intense enthusiasm and aspiration for what is coming suddenly collapsed in the army. The rest of the 4 million soldiers began to look around them sadly and wondered with furrowed eyebrows and apparent fear, will they leave us behind? Why were we gathered here then, or will we not see that new planet? And many other questions were repeated in a low voice. That low voice was not very low when 4 million people spoke it at the same time. Shut up. Alexander used the major heavenly law of the wind path to raise a voice and deliver it to the ears of all the soldiers. His Majesty, His Excellency Robin Burton has decided to send the Golden Battalion, the Divine Blacksmith's Division, and the Rune Master's Division onto the new planet first in order to create a space portal. This will create a stable space channel between us and the new planet that will be safer for you and less expensive to transport you. Continue your training and wait for your summoning time. Who? All the soldiers shouted at once and slammed their weapons on their shields hard enough to make a thunder-like noise, excited that their hope of seeing the new world had not been completely extinguished. As for Robin, he ignored what was happening under the wall and watched the Golden Battalion as it moved further away from the city gate. Then he asked in a voice heard by everyone, "I thought the gate was inside the Imperial City." "Master, after what happened in the City of Hope, I thought that you did not want to keep the space portal within the city limits, so I set it up a few kilometers away from here. I paved roads between it and the city and leveled the ground around the space portal, turning it into huge spaces suitable for markets and barracks too. Did I make a mistake about this?" Jabba responded quickly. Haha, no, you did a good job as always, Jabba, very good job. Let us go towards the space portal with them then, we should move as soon as possible." Robin laughed and started to float. How could he not understand Jabba's train of thought? Making a direct channel between two space portals is very useful and reduces the time used for transportation costs, and the degree of stability of the space tunnel, but this works in both directions. If enemies captured a space gate in another place and the coordinates of the space gate located inside the Imperial City were to be known, a catastrophe would occur. Even if the possibility of such a thing happening was very low, the elders within the Imperial City would always be nervous about the fact that such a huge space portal was inside the city. So why would he make it inside the city in the first place? But Robin's flight away from the wall was interrupted after he heard a shout in Billy's voice, "Hooey, won't Amon and the rest of the Demon Kings come?" I mean, I was skeptical about why the demon army hasn't shown up yet, but it makes sense when thinking that you want to train your human troop further and makes more sense now that you want a few to scout first. At least Amon, Soccer, and the rest of the Demon Kings should come with us, right? They would be a huge help to us in such an unfamiliar land. Robin hung in the air for about 2 seconds before completing his flight. He said, "No, the demons won't help this time, they have their own business to deal with, let's go." Swoosh, swoosh swoosh, Billy stood in the back watching Robin and the rest move away in stupefaction. 10 kilometers north of the Imperial City. Buzz. Robin raised his hand from the space portal control panel and looked behind him, then yelled at everyone using the major heavenly law of the wind. "I have entered the coordinates and activated the space portal, everything is ready for us to take the next step, but let me give you a little warning. I know most of you have used one of the space portals at least once during the last 3 years. All of you are used to the secure space tunnels and instant transportation, but entering this space portal is unlike anything you have experienced before. Here is what will happen. After you enter the space portal, your entire body will freeze, which means all the vital processes in your body will stop for days or even weeks until you reach the final destination. Only your mind will remain active, but do not worry, you will reach the other side alive and in the same condition and position in which you entered the space portal. That is why I want all of you to take a defensive position before entering the space portal, and if some of you arrive before the rest, stay in the defensive position no matter what and wait until everyone arrives, understand?" "Who?" Everyone chanted at once, still excited, but the dread of entering the space portal increased manifold after Robin's words. Robin nodded once and then yelled again, "Good, Alexander, you lead the formation." "Yes." Alexander replied quickly. Before heading towards the army to lead it, it seemed as if he remembered something, so he turned back and took a few steps towards Robin, then took out a box from his space ring and passed it to Robin. "I apologize to your excellency, seeing you after 3 years and our talk about the invasion, energy training techniques, and other important topics made me forget to give you this box earlier." What is this?" Robin accepted the box and asked. "A complete armor set." In terms of strength, this complete armor set was made of better materials than the armor of the Golden Army, and in terms of appearance, although it is also golden in color, it is not like the rest. The most famous designers of planet Jura participated in designing its shape to manifest your greatness. It is also lined with soft materials to make it comfortable to wear as if it were regular clothes. "We are sure that your excellency will like it." Alexander paused for a moment when he saw Robin inspecting the box, then added hurriedly, "We know your excellency is not accustomed to wearing armor, especially a full set, but we kindly ask you to make a small exception just this time and wear it to ensure your safety, and after we are sure the new planet is safe you can take it off again if you like." "Oh, how thoughtful, it seems that you lot did not forget about me, heh." Robin let out a short laugh and then said, "Okay, let us move on." Alexander nodded and then flew to stand right in front of the gate and shouted, "First company, follow me." Bam bam bam. Alexander advanced first and entered the space portal, raising his shield as Robin recommended. Then 1,000 golden soldiers entered behind him. Then Elizabeth, Victoria, and Caesar entered, followed by 10,000 golden soldiers. Then finally Pion, Zara, Jabba, and the rest of the generals entered, followed by the rest of the soldiers, and finally the Divine Blacksmiths and Rune Masters division also advanced. Deep inhale. Robin stood alone after everyone left, his heart pounding like a hammer as he looked at the space portal's ethereal effect. His eyes were not filled with dread of the unknown or excitement resulting from the thought of what he might face like the rest of his generals and soldiers. His eyes were filled with guilt and fright. He stood there for a few minutes helplessly, then clenched his hands and teeth until he started to bleed. Then he took the armor set out of the box and put it on quickly, not caring about its appearance or the materials in it. But from his nervousness, he put on a few pieces out of their places and had to rewear them while shouting in a panicked voice, "Fuck, fuck, fuck. Ha, hoo, cheer up, it is something you have to do, something you have to do." After a few more minutes, he finally took an extra step and disappeared into the ethereal space. Chapter 409. Somewhere in the vast space. This feeling again, the whole body freezes during the transportation process. I feel like my soul is trapped inside my body, losing the ability to do anything, even my thoughts are slower than normal. I hate it so much. At least I am now stronger and better than last time. The speed of my thinking now can be compared to a person at the knighthood realm. Last time my thinking was so slow that I felt that I was mentally retarded. I wonder how the rest of them will cope with the situation. This is their first long-term spaceflight. They must be confused now, but they will be fine. What should I do now? Who knows how long it will take to arrive at our destination? The last time I space traveled in this way I used the Eye of Truth to research space's major heavenly law and managed to completely figure out the patterns of the first stage of the major heavenly law of space and a large part of a second stage of the major heavenly law of space. Using them as a foundation, I managed to complete a technique to use the first and second grades in planet Nihari. Shall I do it again? The use of the Eyes of Truth exhausted all my energy and brought me to planet Nihari helpless like a newborn. It was my good luck that no one wanted to deal with me at that point or I would have been long gone, but this time I will not go to this Greenland planet alone and my enemies will not be just a beast passing by chance or a giant who wants to gain some benefits from me. This is the real deal. Maybe I shouldn't, who knows what will happen when we appear there for the first time. We might face a huge battle the moment we stop foot on that planet. Nah, the possibility of the happening is extremely slim, but still. Would it be a good idea to get an entire army to another world when I'm in such a weak state? Glow. Alexander, Caesar, and the rest will be in their best condition. They can lead the army if something bad happens. Well, I'm not used to missing opportunities. I will take a look at the third stage of the major heavenly law of space. There is no better place to see the space patterns clearly as in here. I can't let this chance slip away. It was completed. I memorized the patterns of the third stage of the major heavenly law of space by heart. I could easily make a technique to practice later on. This would undoubtedly be among the most powerful weapons in the arsenal of the true beginning empire. This is amazing. Just by seeing those patterns, I can feel how powerful the third stage of the major heavenly law of space really is. Until now, I used the first two stages to speed up attacks or create divine equipment such as the space rings, my black spear, or Alexander's grey bow. But with the third stage with me now, I feel that I can double these properties. All I need is some time and effort, and I will make many wonderful applications using it. But not now. How long have I spent until I discovered the third stage of the major heavenly law of space? I feel like it's been moments and years at the same time. I wonder if we're any closer to our destination yet. What should I do now? Should I try researching the fourth stage of the major heavenly law of space? There are only a few laws around me, some as clear as space and light, and some I don't know what it is yet. Even their first stages are very vague. I see them but I don't understand them and I can't memorize them. Forget it, searching the fourth stage for anything, it would be a waste of time and effort before I reach the third stage of the master law of the truth, and being preoccupied with those incomprehensible laws would do me no good either. Should I research the major heavenly law of light then? I didn't get a chance to catch a glimpse of it last time. I was busy with space law because I thought it would serve me better. This is a good opportunity to learn about the law of light. I'm starting to feel hungry. Researching the third stage of the heavenly major law of space wiped out a large portion of the energy in my body. If I start studying the law of light now, I won't be able to finish the first stage of it before I'm completely exhausted. It is better to have some energy to lead my troops in that Greenland planet. Enough researching for this trip, and I'll shut down my senses for the rest of it. Turn off the room. His Excellency has landed. His Excellency has landed. He is right here next to me. He finally arrived. Protect him. Robin stood quietly, still not fully regained consciousness yet. All he saw were people dressed in gold with pinched features on their faces, quickly approaching him, and soon they turned around with their backs towards him and the shields outward, and some of them began to fly and raise the shields above him, forming a small dome around him like a turtle's house. Everything happened quickly. Robin didn't know what to say, he didn't even know what was going on, and he didn't even have time to recognize how hungry and weak he feels. He shook his head hard to regain his balance faster, and finally asked, "What's going on here?" Hazala. Boom. Boom 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 boom. Pa, 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 pa. As Robin regained his sense of hearing, he began to absorb new sounds entering his ear, sounds that at the beginning sound like an explosion, but when if one paid close attention, they seem closer to the sound of bones shattering. What the hell is going on outside? Why are you surrounding me like that? Someone tell me. Robin started pushing the soldiers around him, trying to catch a glimpse of what was going on outside, but he found great resistance. Your Excellency, please stay put until one of the generals comes to clarify things for you. We don't know what would happen if we opened up a window for you. Please stay within the circle and allow us to protect you. One of the sages around him shouted with panicked, yet determined. The rest of the sages around Robin nodded. They were ready to defend this little dome with their lives. Motherfucker, you dare refuse a direct order from me? Get lost and let me see. Robin used his strength divine tattoo and kicked the person standing in front of him with enough force to drive him away without hurting him. Finally, a scene that appeared to be coming out directly from a nightmare unfolded in front of him. He saw the sky raining bodies. Chapter 410. Pa 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 pa. Boom. Robin stood with his eyes wide open as he saw a scene that seemed as if he had come out directly from the dream world. The place where Robin and his army landed was a low ground surrounded by heights on three sides and open on one side only. It appeared like a U shape, with mounds surrounding them from the three sides. There are people who come running from the three high sides and jump over Robin's army without an iota of hesitation, some with spears, some with bricks, and some of them have nothing but their fangs to show. The height is simply too high. This is not just a jump in order to take advantage of the height of the surrounding ground to gain more momentum, but this is just suicide. Most of them fall freely on top of the soldiers of the Golden Battalion, hoping to kill a few soldiers from their fall. The Golden Battalion is made up of elites who all are saints or sages, and they are armored from their hair to the soles of their nails with divine armaments. Indeed, the fall of those individuals of this height gives them enough momentum to kill whoever they land on their head, but unfortunately for them, this did not happen. They all fall, causing a big explosion, and their body parts are scattered everywhere. But there is no harm done to the Golden Battalion except that their shields began to turn green instead of golden. Every moment that passes, Robin's eyes open more, as if his eyeballs want to jump out of his face. What is going on here? They have just arrived but they are being treated like eternal enemies that must be eliminated at all costs. Robin focused more on the rain that didn't stop for a moment. These individuals have a human-like physique, almost similar to the humans on planet Jura, but there are very visible differences that can be identified even during their free fall. Their skin color is white, completely white as the color of milk, and from the repeated body explosions that were happening in front of his eyes he could tell that their blood and flesh were as green as leaves. They wore clothes of tree leaves, but each one of them wears them in a completely different way. These clothes did not seem to cover the private parts and genitals as humans and other intelligent beings do, but rather just a way to look different from the rest of their species. What is worse, they don't seem to have genitals at all. Can they hide them inside their bodies like reptiles? As for their face and bodily features, they look identical. Swoosh! Your Excellency, you have finally arrived. Alexander came flying in to make sure that the shouting of the soldiers just before was correct and that Robin had arrived. Then he looked behind him and shouted at the top of his voice, His Excellency is really here, all of you, retreat 200 steps quickly, His Excellency must be right in our midst. Ha! The Golden Battalion soldiers shouted and started to take steps back hurriedly, but they didn't forget to deal with the rain of corpses. With one hand holding the divine shield held upwards and the other holding a sword or spear beheading whoever came down alive, the 50,000 soldiers retreated within a few seconds in an orderly fashion, placing Robin right in their midst. Alexander, what is going on? How did you get to this situation? Have you been here for weeks or something? What did you do during my absence, you bastards? Didn't we agree to try a peaceful solution first? Robin exclaimed suddenly. That was the only explanation he could come up with. What would make these creatures attack them in this suicidal way? If Alexander had told him now that they had slaughtered their children and fed them to dogs before their very eyes, he would have said that he was a liar. Even that could not have made those locals so angry. Your Excellency, I swear we didn't do anything. Your Excellency is only an hour late. I can bring you Caesar to assure you of this. Alexander responded quickly. An hour? In 1 hour you guys succeeded in pissing off these locals to the point of committing suicide in order to kill us. Are you fucking kidding me right now? Robin shouted again. I swear this is exactly what happened. I will tell everything from the start. After I and the first group arrived here, we stood our places waiting for you and the rest of the army as your Excellency ordered. We didn't take a step from our original places. 10 minutes after our first group arrived, these creatures started jumping over us without warning. We did not even exchange 2 words with them. At first, it was 1 of them, then 10 of them jumped together, then 20, and with each passing minute their numbers increased until they reached what your Excellency sees now, and we did not want to move from our place before your Excellency arrived safely first and protected you. Please give us your orders. Shall we retreat? Shall we try to communicate? Should we attack them? Should we fly away? What should we do? We cannot stay like this forever. Alexander spoke quickly. The soldiers' energy is not unlimited, and those suicidal attacks are not weak. They may not harm directly now, but with every second that passes the Golden Battalion members get more and more tired from using their energy and divine weapons to defend themselves. If in a normal, face-to-face war, the soldiers would rotate among themselves and reservists pushed in to give the other soldiers a chance to rest and replenish their energies, but now they are surrounded by high mounds and all of them are under attack. Where and when will they rest? And the most important thing is that those creatures that jump over them do not appear to be soldiers, rather they do not seem to be strong at all. Some of them do not even emit any energy, they are mostly just peasants. He could of course take measures to defend against them and kill off these creatures, but killing this level of enemies wouldn't do them any good. On the contrary, it would only drain them over time. For how long could his protective measures withstand this waterfall of bodies? They are just peasants indeed, but if this planet is compared to planet Jura, and thinking about the speed with which they gathered here and started their attacks, then surely there are billions of them on the planet, and maybe not that far away either. Will they remain in his place until they all come and jump over them as well? Damn it. Robin kicked a local's thigh under his foot. This is the second time he's done it to me. First he sends me to a planet that has monstrous gravitational attraction without a warning, and now he sends me to a planet where all the locals are crazy? Now I feel he is just messing with me. Your Excellency. Alexander yelled again, reminding Robin of the situation. They have been facing this situation for over an hour now, and they already thought of everything that crossed Robin's mind. They felt helpless when thinking about it, especially the 4 continental rulers. For the first time they felt that it is a good thing that the tough decisions aren't for them to take. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Robin continued to crazily kick the white locals shreds around for a few seconds, sending panic into the hearts of Alexander and the rest of the sage-level soldiers who surrounded him to protect him. Then he looked up at Alexander, panting, you say retreat or try to communicate? Should we retreat to where and communicate with whom? We don't have a base to go back to and we can't return to planet Jura for obvious reasons. As for communications, these creatures clearly don't know what the reason is. There is only one route ahead of us, we will attack. If they are going to treat us with madness, I will show them the real madness. Push forward. Chapter 4:11. Alexander, take a few sages who cultivate the major heavenly law of wind and scout the area around us. You should find a vast open land or a high defensible position near here. I need to hear good news from you very soon. Robin pointed towards Alexander and issued his orders. Yes. Alexander heard the matter and immediately responded. He started calling out the names of certain people to accompany him. Victoria, you and those who cultivate the major heavenly law of water, move towards the battalion edge on the 4 sides, then change the formation from the square to an ellipse. I will count on your ice walls to keep them away. Victoria, if one of those things manages to break through the formation, you will be held responsible in front of me. Robin shouted toward Victoria, who was already busy organizing the defense. Before turning his face and turning in another direction, Old Goo, move the troops who can use the flames to line up second after the water forces. You will be responsible for defending the sky of the army. If any son of a bitch jumps over the first line somehow, you should be there to turn him into ashes. Peon, take command of all those who cultivate the major heavenly law of wind. You don't have to stick to a specific position in the formation. You will be the longitudinal arm of the army, attack at long range, and don't care for defense, but don't step out of the formation while doing so. And all of you, the protection of the Divine Blacksmiths Division and the Rune Masters Division is your highest priority. Die to protect them if you must. None of them is allowed to have a tiny scratch, understood? Old Goo, Victoria, and Peon looked at Robin and nodded. They didn't understand why they had to change formations like this after the formation successfully held back the enemies for more than an hour, but they started to follow orders anyway. Elizabeth, the only exit in front of us is completely blocked by huge trees. Use the major heavenly law of the planets with half of your troops and move those trees aside, while concentrating the other half of your troops to protect the ground below us, understood? Protecting the ground? Can't we just fly from here? Elizabeth looked at Robin and asked. Do what I say. Robin shouted at her with furrowed eyebrows. Elizabeth sighed, then nodded without adding another word. She began to move the major heavenly law of the planet's users to their new positions. In the few minutes that followed Robin's instructions, the army did not move one step from its place as a whole, but internally it seemed to be in devastating chaos. Each one of them wanted to go to his new location, but the final result showed that the external appearance did not reflect what was really happening. Within just 5 minutes, every one of the 50,000 soldiers took their new position with extreme precision. When Robin saw that everything was done as he wished, he used the Master Wind Law to quietly transmit his voice to everyone, shouting, "Come forward, pa, pa, pa." The Golden Army moved forward towards the exit at a steady pace, each division doing its job perfectly. In just a few seconds they got to the 200 steps point that the army had retreated in order to protect Robin, and started advancing further towards the only lawland exit. Triage. Elizabeth and the rest of the major heavenly law of the planet's users also started doing their work. The huge trees and tangled vines that were blocking the exit started to move to the side as if to make way for the army to cross, but a strange sight appeared in their place. Tens of thousands of those milky white humanoid creatures were exposed before them, and their numbers were only increasing with every tree that moves from its place. Thump! Everyone in the Golden Battalion was focusing on the scene before their eyes with an ugly expression. In fact, the only one who didn't seem affected was Robin. Why was the attack on the army in this suicidal form and from above only? Why didn't these creatures come down from the mountain and just attack them? Rather, why did they not use the low entrance after they attacked for about an hour and lost thousands of their own, knowing that this method would not gain them anything? Rather, why are most of them all mortals? Just a few of them were as strong as an energy foundation expert, some were even as strong as a low-level knight, but that is it. Robin could easily determine this from the few creatures he managed to gaze upon for a moment with his eye of truth before they explode, and from the fact that none of them can fly. Is it possible that such a huge army had come to attack them for an hour, and there was not a single strong warrior among them? Many questions hit Robin's head like a hammer as he kicked the body parts of those creatures a while ago, trying to figure out what the hell these things are trying to do. In the end, only one answer was roaring in his mind. If these creatures are not completely mentally retarded that want to die, then the one and only answer is that a trap of some kind is being prepared around them and they use this method to keep them occupied. And now seeing those numbers of the angry milky white humanoid creatures waiting patiently behind the trees assured him of his previous assumptions. Those creatures are definitely not mentally retarded. Elizabeth, don't just focus on pushing the trees away, have those trees attack them before you move them. You must reduce their numbers as much as possible before colliding with them, Robin suddenly shouted. All right. Elizabeth understood his meaning without another word and began to give orders. Hagara! Without warning, the white humanoid creatures charged toward the Golden Battalion at full speed with their white eyes punctuated by green veins, and a face that appeared to be itching for a fight to the death. Dread began to enter the hearts of the Golden Army. Chapter 412. Grey A. Kishrak Su. The reactions of the members of the Golden Battalion varied between fear, stupefaction, and even a hint of anger when they saw hordes of the humanoid white creatures coming at them like a river that was finally unblocked. Just moments ago they were thinking about how stupid these white humanoid creatures are to die such a pointless death. But seeing this, their expression turned extremely ugly, not because of how strong the enemy is, but because they started thinking that maybe the stupid side during the last hour wasn't their enemy after all. With just a few giant trees that the users of the major heavenly law of plants managed to uproot, tens of thousands of enemies were visible, and even as they hurried at them they couldn't see an end to their numbers. There are much more of them still hiding. But even knowing this, the Golden Battalion members continued to advance at the same pace without stopping, and soon, the two sides collided. Boom! Pa pa pa! The walls and thorns of ice met the incoming humanoid white creatures' hordes and were able to instantly stop their advance and even managed to push them back a little. Those who were unfortunate enough to be at the first few rows were either crushed by the stampede from behind or pierced by the ice thorns in front of them. While those in the back weren't in a much better situation, whoever tried to jump over the moving ice walls and thorns was met with flame arrows that turned them into ashes before they reached the ground again. Even those who were far away from the Golden Battalion weren't let off. Hurricanes and wind blades floated randomly, killing unknown numbers of them in no time. The Golden Army, slowly but surely, began to move away from its previous position between the three mounds, and the suicidal attacks that came upon them from above gradually decreased until they finally stopped. But their back was not protected either. When the humanoid white creatures on the mounds found their presence above was of no use anymore, they began to climb down to participate in the battle. Their overwhelming numbers covered the mountain from top to bottom, turning it completely into a milky white color. In the blink of an eye, the Golden Battalion found themselves surrounded from the front and the rear. Only the heavenly plant law users adjusted the scales a bit after they joined the battle. As Robin commanded, the major heavenly law of plant users split into two halves, the first dedicated to protecting the ground under the Golden Battalion, and the second half was pushing the trees aside to make way for the army and at the same time were using those trees and their roots as a long-range attack to block the incoming enemy hordes. Only with the cooperation of the wind attacks from above and the giant tree roots from below did the pressure on the Golden Battalion decrease somewhat. About half an hour passed since Robin gave the order to advance, but it seemed like a whole day. So far not a single soldier has been killed, although it is a great morale boost for them. Not a single one among them has rested for a moment. Even the divine blacksmiths and inscription masters got themselves busy throwing out attacks. The Golden Army has broken out of the siege of the three mounds successfully, but it fell into another kind of siege. Now they were attacked from all sides without a chance to breathe. Every time a soldier of the Golden Battalion attacked or even defended, he would kill dozens of the humanoid white creatures, but their numbers didn't decrease at all, but increased instead. Yes, increased. With every passing second, thousands of humanoid white creatures would come running from the forest. It is almost like when one of them dies, two would appear. They attacked without a specific plan and any fear of death, as if they didn't know what death even means. If it weren't for the Golden Battalion entirely made up of saints and sages who have a high ability to control their emotions, some of them might have already collapsed under this enormous pressure. Quite simply, a bird's eye view from above would see what is going on as a piece of gold swimming in a sea of milk. But with fire and ice flying attacks, tree roots sprouting everywhere, wind blades, and tornadoes appearing and disappearing momentarily, it was epic, to say the least. The room. At this moment, a huge tornado rapidly approached the Golden Battalion, storming hundreds of humanoid white creatures on its way, until it reached the Golden Battalion. Alexander quickly emerged from the tornado, and shouted in a loud voice, "Your Excellency, we have found a hill 10 kilometers to the northwest. If we successfully climb it, it will be a suitable headquarters for the army. I will lead the way there." Robin nodded and then raised his voice, "You heard him, follow that tornado." Pom pom pom. After hearing the orders, Victoria moved the forces she controls to get in behind the huge tornado that Alexander and the rest of the sages had created, but the epic scene itself didn't change much. Everyone was focused on their role, and every man and woman in the Golden Battalion focused on getting to the hill to save their lives. Except for Robin. He looked completely absent-minded and looked up at the sky with furrowed eyebrows. "Dad, what is wrong? Where are you looking? We need you to stand tall and set an example to the rest. You are worrying everyone. Can I help with something?" Zara spoke in a worried voice as she pulled up Robin's cloak. Anyone can worry or feel fear or stress, but not Robin. He is a divine figure in everyone's hearts. If they find him standing lost and distracted in this kind of situation, what will happen to their morale? Robin lowered his head with a smile and patted Zara's head. "Do not worry, honey, just stay ready and wait by my side until I need help, okay?" Zara nodded, her eyebrows still a little knotted as she watched her father turn back to look at the sky again. Robin undoubtedly looked very worried, and he was. The all-seeing God told him that this planet should have experts in the sagehood realm. Where are they? Where are even the saints? The strongest of all who attacked until now had strength equal to level 20, which means he is only a knight. It is impossible that there is this huge number of energy foundations and knighthood realm cultivators, and there is not a single saint between them. Secondly, who moves them and gives them orders? The fall of those humanoid white creatures from the top of the mounds in this suicidal manner was undoubtedly to move Robin's army from their place and push them to another, more dangerous spot. This was clear as day, and Robin knew they were most likely walking into a trap, but it was inevitable. If he remained in his place and received those suicidal attacks non-stop, his forces would have been exhausted sooner or later, no matter what he does. But what was that more dangerous place that these creatures were trying to push them into? Did they want to attack them in open ground, as is happening now, or did they want them to fly and attack them mid-flight somehow? Those humanoid white creatures that were hiding behind the trees, was that the trap he was anticipating? Well, if Robin's army had entered the forest and were attacked in such a manner, they would have suffered huge losses. But where are the saints and sages? Is there still another trap? Come to think of it, the proper action against those suicide attacks was for the battalion to fly up to engage them head-on, and not to advance on the ground like he ordered. Is this the real trap? Was it during the flight? Could it be that they cannot fly at all and I am overthinking? No, it is not like Nihari. The conditions here are suitable for flight. Alexander and the rest are flying with no problems. If they have sages they should be able to fly too. If he gave orders to the Golden Battalion to fly now, would those experts appear? What trick will they use against them? Do they have some hidden weapon to use against them in midair? Will he have the power to fend them off by then? He wasn't afraid about Alexander and the other 9 sages flying with him. If they do have a trap to use midair, they wouldn't activate it on a few targets and make it useless by alerting the rest. Questions were accelerating in Robin's head nonstop, but in the end, he decided to stay on the ground and continue crawling towards that hill as he was. Thinking about this, Robin's face began to twist with rage. What the hell is wrong with this planet? Chapter 413. Boom, boom, boom. Slock. An hour has passed since Alexander returned to the army and changed their course towards the hill. The hill was only 10 kilometers away, and an army of this level is supposed to reach it in a few minutes even on foot, but they had yet to climb over. Along the way, the Golden Battalion had to stop more than once due to the huge number of humanoid white creatures. Even with the intense massacre still taking place, the humanoid white creatures were still popping up from everywhere like ants. Even as Major Heavenly Law of Plant users opened the way around the army continuously by removing the giant trees to clear the view around them to have a clearer grasp of the situation, they still hadn't seen the last of these humanoid white creatures yet. The place was covered in white instead of green instead. As far as the eye can see, nothing can be seen except for the heads of these humanoid white creatures, and their bright white eyes filled with green veins. Even their eyes look angry at them. It happened more than once that these white human creatures jumped on top of each other and made walls of their bodies to stop Robin's army from moving forward, and they succeeded in that. In those short minutes in which they had to stop the army, walls of bodies and corpses were created around them and surrounded them completely. If they had remained standing in their place more, the losses would have been too heavy. The way those humanoid white creatures used to attack did not seem like they wanted to arrest the Golden Battalion or prevent them from doing something, they came for annihilation. Facing this situation, Robin had nothing to do but order Alexander, Elizabeth, and the rest of the continental rulers to use the divine decree incarnation technique to forcibly open a path through this river of bodies and corpses in front of them. He knew how much this technique presses on their bodies and drains their life energy, as he has not modified it for them yet to prevent all its issues, but he and the 4 continental rulers knew that there was no other solution. But in order to prevent more walls of corpses and bodies from forming, Robin appointed Jabba and Caesar to head 2 squads of sages and ordered them to get out of the elliptical formation to act as the arms of the army. They both immediately understood the significance of this, and neither of them argued that this was too dangerous. They took their men and jumped out of the lineup, and moved immediately, using everything they had to make a way for the army, or at least kill as many of them as they could before reaching the main body of the army, preventing their numbers to get high enough to make those walls again. The death flame erupted like an epidemic, spreading everywhere as Caesar waved his golden halberd like a crazy man, and heads and lands exploded under the major heavenly law of gravity. Caesar and Jabba moved behind them, dozens of sages, as if they were 2 worms gnawing at a piece of white cheese. The minutes passed like hours. Thanks to the efforts of Jabba and Caesar and their soldiers, the army approached faster to the hill and did not stop again, but set their feet on the beginning of the slope that leads to the top. The hill really deserves to be the choice of someone like Alexander and deserves to be described as a strategic place. There was one way to the top, and on the other side, there was a steep cliff that could not be climbed, although the road up was a little wide and still allowed the humanoid white creatures to besiege them from all directions. At least as long as they climbed to the highest point of the hill, their backs would be secure and their defense would be relaxed by much. But the highest point of the hill seemed to be farther than the gates of hell. No one remembers how many have been killed so far, and hundreds of thousands are no longer a number that can describe the number of the dead humanoid white creatures. The Golden Battalion is now literally walking over corpses and no longer touches the ground of the planet. Even one of the soldiers in the Golden Battalion said jokingly as he stabbed one of the humanoid white creatures, "We don't have to get to the hill. If we stand still for a few minutes, we'll find ourselves on top of a hill." Ha ha ha. Robin did not know whether to laugh or cry after hearing this sentence. The meaning behind the soldier's words was clear. The bodies of those humanoid white creatures are sufficient to form a hill, and he really did not lie about this. Zara took a few steps forward and was about to rebuke that saint soldier, so how could he belittle a life and death battle and tell jokes? The battle was going in their favor, for now, but they were walking on thin ice. Facing this kind of fearless enemy meant they can't be intimidated to flee or surrender. If they were exhausted or let their guard down for even a moment, the one who does the killing won't be them anymore. But Robin stopped her, shaking his head. Telling black jokes in crises is better than freaking out and waiting for death. And they were really not far from death, and the forces of the Golden Battalion were clearly fading and getting weaker with every passing minute. Their enemies were not strong, but they were many, and they had a bizarre desire to die. All the front rows of those humanoid white creatures were running towards the spears of the Golden Battalion as if they wanted to fill the spear with corpses to make it heavy and fall from the hand of the soldier. Who would think this way? If it weren't for all of them armed with 16 pieces of divine armaments, they wouldn't have held their ground until now, even though they were all saints and sages. What goddamn plan are those white beings following? Rather, who convinced them to implement it, and what did he say to motivate them to this level? Do these creatures lack the survival instinct that is the basis of all living things? It is clear that these humanoid white creatures attack for the purpose of death. Either the general who leads them wants to reduce the numbers of his army, and this is unlikely, or he sacrifices them in exchange for weakening the Golden Battalion. There is no other explanation for what is happening. Well, they are already visibly weakened. The attacks they used to kill 100 humanoid white creatures would now kill 50 or so, and they already crossed about 25% of the way up the hill. If they got up there, then they would be able to take their breath again. If the enemy general really wants to weaken them, then the next step would be, "Your Excellency, quickly look towards the hill." Robin lifted his head up and immediately saw what he was afraid of. Oh no. Boom. Chapter 4:14. Ah, damn, where did this attack come from? Big brother, please hold on, don't you dare die. An extremely powerful attack wave came out of nowhere, striking the right area of the Golden Battalion, devastating it completely. Tens of golden armored corpses were scattered everywhere, and hundreds of injured soldiers were thrown away by the shock wave. With one quick attack that took a few parts of an instant, the Golden Battalion has shed blood for the first time. The oval formation that had maintained its solidity for more than 10,000 meters, killing hundreds of thousands of the humanoid white creatures on its way, disintegrated for the first time. The hordes of the humanoid white creatures on the ground began to penetrate the formation from that side. As for Robin, he focused his shaky eyes upward, but this time he did not find the blue sky, but rather it turned white and green after more than 20,000 of these humanoid white creatures appeared, all floating in the air. He saw everything, from the moment they appeared until they shot their attacks, he saw it. But what attracted his attention the most is that some of them are slightly pinkish in color, and those were using the different fire path minor laws to attack. Some are slightly blue in color and were using ice and water related attacks. Others are slightly grayish in color and were using wind path attacks, and many others white color variants. Each of them attacked by one of the elements found in nature. This is the trap? This question exploded in Robin's head after his initial shock. The possibility itself that the trap existed wasn't out of Robin's expectations, but what is happening now was something he never imagined. It is clear that the white creatures took advantage of the fact that Robin and his army were going toward the hill and hid behind its shard cliff. When they got close to a distance that allowed them to attack by surprise, they did not miss the opportunity. But how? It is clear that this trap was not present from the beginning. Alexander and the rest lost about an hour trapped between the three mountains and then about another half hour advancing blindly without a clear destination. Even when Alexander came with the good news about the existence of an easily defendable hill near them and they headed towards it, those humanoid white creatures didn't know where they were going until they got too close to the hill. Were the suicide attacks from the three mounds to test the waters and see the limits of the Golden Army's strength? Was the attack all the way to wear us out? Since when are there 20,000 saints and sages roaming around us? Did they wait until they were close to the hill and then hide behind it? Why weren't they spotted when they obviously moved a lot around them? Who is leading this army? What kind of vision and high efficiency does their leader have? I feel that someone is watching the battle from above as if he is playing chess. Drops of cold sweat started pouring down Robin's forehead. For the first time since entering this world, he started to feel really anxious. Robin is not the kind who regrets spilled milk, but rather learns from his mistake if he made one and considers the mistake a lesson for his future. But today, he felt deep regret. He regretted not because he came to this planet, not because he felt weaker than the enemy's leader, but because he did not bring his entire damn army with him. Boom boom boom. Another round of attacks rained down on the Golden Battalion from above, but this time they randomly attacked all over the formation. Once again, dozens of Golden Battalion soldiers were killed and many were blown away from their spot. Although this number did not seem much, it was enough to create many holes in the formation and distract the rest of the Golden Battalion soldiers to look up, ignoring the danger from the sides. Quickly fill in the holes in the formation, you bastards. Do you want to die here? Fuck off, you white piece of shit. Caesar shouted at the soldiers who no longer knew whether to push their shields up or down, and at the same time he was killing a few white humanoid creatures that had arrived next to him. They arrived at where he was standing and attacked him. He was standing near the center of the formation. This is how far they got in. After two successive attacks from above, the formation was in tatters with too many holes in it. The defense in front of the land hordes of the humanoid white creatures was greatly reduced, which made them infiltrate deep into the formation with no one taking them seriously, as all eyes were up. Arg! Your Excellency, they are trying to pierce the ground below us using tree roots. If they manage to do it, then the entire formation will be destroyed. We will have no ground to stand on. Elizabeth quickly shouted. Only now did she understand why Robin asked to focus half of the major heavenly law of plant users on protecting the ground below them. Your Excellency, this cannot continue. What should we do? Please give me your permission to attack them. Alexander shouted at Robin. He had already stopped Madare within his tornado after the Golden Battalion stopped his track, wanting to do something about it but needing the general's permission first, in this case, Robin's. Robin furrowed his eyebrows slightly while still looking up. Alexander's question was clear. Even with the advantage of numbers still on their side, with 50,000 saints and sages on Robin's side while only 20,000 or so on theirs, they cannot attack such an enemy directly while they are on the ground. The range is on the side of the enemies because gravity is with them. Fighting them like this will not lead to anything good even if their numbers are larger, and everyone knows that. So, Alexander was asking permission to fly the army and engage the enemy head-on in an aerial battle. This is logical. The trap that Robin feared has already appeared. If Robin's army had flown previously, they would have been surrounded in the air and they would have been attacked from every side without a means of defense or a place to protect their backs. But now that the hidden enemy has appeared, they can finally abandon the ground and attack directly, and they wouldn't worry anymore about defending the ground against the roots' attacks or about destroying the formation. 50,000 saints and sages armed with divine weapons and talismans, against 20,000 enemies who were nothing but tree leaves. What could possibly go wrong? His army can all fly, and this is one of their biggest advantages. They can just annihilate their strong enemies in an aerial battle and then shower the ground with attacks to annihilate the rest. But his bad feeling about flying has not left him yet. Chapter 4:15. Zara, how many major heavenly law of life users are in our ranks? Robin quickly looked beside him and asked. Zara was stunned by the question that came out of nowhere, but she quickly replied anyway. We have 1,000 or so saints and sages who built their pillars using the major heavenly law of life. If we added my former Life Legion soldiers with the Sacred Tree Empire army forces who learned the major heavenly law of life and could only use the first stage of it, there are currently about 2,000 Life Master Law users. Boom boom. A third wave of attacks started from above, claiming the lives of a few dozen Golden Battalion soldiers in the process again, while killing even more of the humanoid white creatures ground troops who penetrated deep into the Golden Battalion formation. 2,000? Very good. Old Goo, I want you to cooperate with Zara, and assign enough Heavenly Major Law of Fire users to help 1,000 Heavenly Major Law of Life users create a protective white fire dome around us. Don't bother with individual attack or defense right now, focus on strengthening the dome with all your might. Everyone else, protect them, Robin shouted at Old Goo, completely ignoring the impact of the chain of attacks from above. Yes. Old Goo never expected this order. Doesn't this mean that Robin intends to stay on the ground? They will hold their ground in the midst of these circumstances. Even Elizabeth, Victoria, and the rest of the high-level figures in the army furrowed their brows upon hearing Robin's orders to Old Goo, but they didn't say anything. Life forces and fire forces started charging towards the Golden Battalion formation boundary. Some of them started to randomly produce huge amounts of white flames, and some of them started to produce green mystical energy that slowly began to merge with the white flames. Meanwhile, the battle around them reached its climax as the wind forces and water forces of the Golden Battalion engaged with the humanoid white creatures in the ground to protect the life forces and fire forces complete the white flame dome, while at the same time keeping an eye for the intense energy attack coming from above. The elliptical formation was completely ruined, chaos quickly ensued everywhere and the fight became one-on-one. The faces of the wind and water users quickly turned a dark blue color, suggestive of suffocation due to their bodies lacking oxygen. The intensity of the battle didn't even leave them time to breathe. The Divine Blacksmiths and Inscription Masters divisions gathered together near Robin, forming what looked like a golden ball, with no one protecting them other than the divine armors and shields covering them. But this messy situation didn't last long either. With such huge numbers of life forces and fire forces working together, the lower walls of the White Flame Dome didn't take long until they started forming. V-Room. After 2 more rounds of intense attacks coming from above, the 1,000-life Heavenly Major Law users managed to create the Flame Dome with the help of 4,000 fire Heavenly Major Law users. Alexander, bring your men and enter the dome quickly. Robin yelled when the dome was finally completed and gestured to Zara to open a breach for Alexander and the rest of his men to enter. Then, he took out his black spear from the space ring and started shooting an energy spear toward Alexander and his companions. Alexander had a major role in mitigating the attack on the army below. When he heard Robin's order, he gritted his teeth and activated the Divine Decree Incarnation technique again and attacked the flying humanoid white creatures, trying to distract them, and he even succeeded with the rest of the sages beside him in killing a few enemies. But in the end, there were only a few sages against 20,000 saints and sages. Alexander quickly accumulated numerous injuries and almost died several times. 6 sages of his followers were killed, and soon Alexander and those who were still alive of his followers found themselves surrounded from all sides. Death was almost certain now. Until they saw a small gap in the siege made by dozens of energy spears coming from below, Alexander didn't think twice. He quickly put all his effort and fought his way towards the White Dome with the rest of his followers, not looking back. His descent did not bear the majesty and prestige of someone of his stature, rather he quickly descended to the ground and embraced it like a meteor. After the heated battle above, he didn't even have enough strength to fly properly. Although he was happy to finally see the ground and return to take shelter with the group, he was not in a good mood at all. Poof, 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 I don't understand at all. We are 50,000 armed elites with divine weapons from head to toe while they are only 20,000 and they don't carry any real weapons on them. Why can't we just fly and kill them all? Why do we have to hide here? Give me the army and I guarantee to annihilate everyone around us for you. Just give me 3 hours and it will be done. No, 2 hours are enough. Boom boom. Ah. Kalash. Alexander's shout was covered by the sound of explosions coming down on the dome from outside, and the sound of death cries from the humanoid white creatures who were trapped inside the dome and are now being slaughtered. However, everyone inside the dome heard him, and they all glanced at Robin. Even Caesar, Peon, and Zara looked at him, all waiting for a convincing reply. They're coming to this hostile planet where the fact that the rest of the entire army didn't come with them could be said to be beyond Robin's control since he knew nothing about the hostile nature of the place. But staying on land in such an exposed place when they can just engage the enemy and get it over with? With no way to get back to planet Jura while the surroundings are getting crazier with every passing minute, they are now like fish on a cutting board, silently waiting for death. Some of them are already beginning to resign themselves to the fait accompli. But if they had to fall, at least they should fall fighting with all their might. Given the strength of the Golden Battalion, they all know that they can take most of those bastards with them to the grave before exhaustion completely possesses them, and who knows, they may scare the rest of the enemies and leave them alone after that. But staying inside a dome and covering up like a turtle in face of such an enemy. After killing the groups of enemies inside, many members of the Golden Corps will be able to rest. But what about the Flame, Life, and Plant troops? Especially the Plant Major Heavenly Law users who were put in charge of protecting the Earth and preventing attacks from below. Blue veins could be seen almost jumping out of their necks from the pressure they are facing. How long could they endure? What is happening now is illogical by all standards, whether it is about this damn planet or in terms of Robin's cowardly decisions. Watching and hearing everyone, Robin took a few steps towards Alexander, extended his hand, and grabbed the top of his golden shield, then shouted at his face, "Alexander Levon, since you are so smart and you think you can do a better job, then tell me, who are we?" Chapter 416. Alexander Levon, you seem to think you are so smart, huh? Do you think you can lead my army better than me? Then tell me, who are we? Robin's loud voice caught everyone's attention, and his strange question made everyone furrow their eyebrows. Who are we? What kind of question is this? Even Alexander frowned, not because Robin held his armor in this humiliating way or the way he yelled at his face as if he was just a follower. He knew very well that he really became just a follower after the Great Green Hill Declaration, and everyone here knew this. Robin didn't even have to yell at him or give him any reasons for his actions, as he swore to carry out all his commands to the letter. His questions and angry shouts just now were not to rebel against Robin. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't, but rather it was just a way to vent the helplessness he felt. But now he looked at Robin with great stupefaction, then looked around at the rest of the Golden Army. Who are we? Alexander didn't know what Robin meant, but since Robin asked him, he had to answer whether he liked it or not. So he answered superficially with the first thing that crossed his mind: we are the elite army from planet Jura, and we came here to conquer this planet. That is absolutely right. Contrary to what Alexander was expecting, Robin complimented him on his response, and then continued, this is an elite army. Most of them are at the peak of the sainthood realm or in the sagehood realm, fully equipped with divine armor and divine weapons, and possessing the best heavenly law techniques they can get. Each soldier of them can command an army or rule a kingdom on his own. It is an army of 50,000 soldiers gathered over the years from all over planet Jura after I unified the planet and built the space portals. If the planet had not unified, how would we have gathered an army like this? If it weren't for the space portals, how would we gather and train them? Had it not been for their training for 3 years and their preparation for this war, how would they have dealt with this fucked up situation with such professionalism? Robin's words stirred Alexander's emotions more. Isn't that what he was shouting about just now? How can those humanoid white creatures covered in tree leaves stand in front of the Golden Army? Alexander took the opportunity and spoke again. Your Excellency is absolutely right. Please give us orders and we will show you what this army can do. Your elite army will destroy all enemies. Idiot. This time Robin did not praise him, but rather scolded him and pointed upwards. Who are they? Alexander followed Robin's signal and looked at the 20,000 saints and sages who were showering attacks on the white flame dome. Again, Alexander did not understand what Robin's question meant, but his face turned into clear disdain. He replied anyway, sneered, and said, they are the army of this planet, playing tricks and taking advantage of the homeland to the fullest. But it is nothing in front of our absolute might. They only take advantage of the fact that your Excellency is kind and does not want to exterminate them yet. But with our strength and our bravery, what can they do if your Excellency ordered an all-out war? They. Humph, looks like you finally understood. Robin let go of Alexander's armor with a slight pushback, leaving him to look up in utter stupefaction. The look of disdain on his face turned to awe, then horror. Not only he, but everyone who heard Alexander's words furrowed their brows and started to think about it. Some of them also reached the main point quickly and started to break into a sweat as they looked up in fear, while some of them were still trying to understand what was going on. But who were they? The uniform they were wearing may deceive those who don't know them. They are sages who have lived for hundreds of years, experienced the vicissitudes of life, and have vast experiences like the sea. As for the rest, although they are still young, they are the heroes of the Burton family who have fought a war against the Flame Empire for more than a decade. Everyone who survived that internecine war gained great wisdom and immense war experience. Who were Galen Bradley, Raymond Alton, and the rest of the heaven-defying figures that Robin met and feared during his time at planet Jura? They were dukes that ruled over hundreds of millions of souls. They could move armies and decide the fate of whole kingdoms, killing millions of mortals and experts if they willed with no consequences. Weren't they peak-level saints as well? This Golden Army has 35,000 such figures. In less than 10 minutes, everyone understood what Robin was aiming for. The key in Alexander's words was the army on this planet. As Robin said, they are the representatives of planet Jura, the most powerful battle group that can be gathered. After the unification of the planet, they were gathered, equipped, and trained over 3 years. Who are their enemies now? Were they also the representatives of planet Greenland? The answer is simply no. According to Robin's words about his experience in moving to planet Nihari for the first time, no one felt him landing on the planet, so theoretically, none of the inhabitants of planet Greenland should know that they will land there. When did they gather this army? Did they know they were going to land here? But how did they know they were coming in the first place? As long as the space portal is not activated and the coordinates are not placed in it, it is just a metal structure like any other. Even assuming that a person on this planet felt that there was a space channel linked to his planet when they started their journey here, and thus prepared an army to receive them, this is also absurd. All those present here had a clear mind during the trip, and they could feel that it took them about 5 days to reach this planet. Was that person who discovered their journey able to gather all the experts on the planet in this place, coordinate between them, and prepare counterplans within only 5 days? Impossible. Even for Robin, Emperor of planet Jura, the only person under the sky whose request cannot be refused, it is impossible for him to gather the entire army of planet Jura, train them to work together, and prepare plans for them to face an invasion from another planet in only 5 days. And certainly, it is even more impossible for him to motivate his soldiers to the point of throwing themselves into their death without hesitation versus an enemy they don't even know, as is happening now. Of course, all of this is assuming that someone felt the space channel, and this is a very weak possibility. It is most likely that their location was not known until after they reached the planet. So how did they get surrounded in this way? How did the army of planet Greenland gather on such short notice? Is it possible that until this moment, they were fighting the locals of this forest? Chapter 417. Arg. Chi Caslow. Boom 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 boom. The attacks from above did not subside for a moment, and the massacre taking place within the borders of the dome did not stop for a second either. The only thing that calmed down was Alexander's shouts and the little whispers between the soldiers. Even the saints of the Burton family who were assigned to kill the humanoid white creatures that entered the midst of their formation put half their focus on killing and the other half on trying to think about what was happening. Robin stood there looking up with shaking eyes, his mind running at full capacity as he looked at the faces of those humanoid white saints and sages showering them with attacks. How was this number of experts gathered here in 2 hours? Does this planet have space portals as well? No, the patterns on the space portals are of an extremely high level, even I am drawing them without comprehending anything of them. The patterns in the space portals are definitely around the 5th stage of the space law or higher. If this planet had someone who could discover the 5th stage of the space law or higher, he would have come just personally to kill us all with a wave of his hand. Why would he need all these tricks? When the space gate is activated, it is connected to the coordinate point and an invisible space channel is created between them. Perhaps someone sensed the passage and used the 5 days to prepare this army? In 5 days, they could not gather all the experts of the planet without space portals or something similar, but they could gather a formidable army from a large area. Is that what happened? But sensing the space passage is too difficult, even I can't pull that off. If I considered this, then I have to get back to the first point. Who has such an ability regarding space law and why didn't he just kill us all? No, there is a link missing. Alexander said that he was not attacked immediately after he landed and that those humanoid white creatures started jumping off the mounds with low numbers first and then the rate began to accelerate. At the same time, the numbers of humanoid white creatures were increasing in the forest in front of them, and so far their numbers are still increasing with more and more coming from all directions. It is clear that this is not an organized and well-prepared army. It was also a far better option for the humanoid white creatures, sages and saints, to attack Alexander as soon as he arrived, and they had to kill everyone who came down from the beginning before all the forces arrived. Why did they wait until now? The only answer is that they were still gathering in secret. If they knew of our arrival, why didn't they fully gather beforehand and lay a real siege on the landing area? Why didn't they set real traps that would kill us as soon as we arrived? Arg, nothing. I can't get to think of anything. All indications say that these are local forces that gathered randomly within 2 hours at most, but this is too irrational. It is the most terrifying answer of them all. Robin grabbed his head with both hands as if he wanted to squeeze it. A military zone, this explains everything. If by chance one of the passing soldiers had glimpsed Alexander and informed his superiors, everything that happened after that was very logical. An attempt to keep our formation destabilized by the suicide attack, an attempt to hastily gather the ground forces and surround us, and finding a suitable place for their strong powerhouses to attack us after they gather. Everything makes sense now. Of course, there are many missing details. For example, the reason behind them attacking us immediately without trying to communicate. It is like they saw a mortal enemy and there was no need to say a word. There is also the reason for the excessive suicidal desire in these creatures. What did we do to them to make them hate us so much? And also the reason for the presence of such a huge number of white human creatures who aren't even at Energy Foundation realm inside a military area. But this is still a completely new world. I can't understand everything based on my past experiences and human logic. This is bad. The forces of a planet will definitely not be stationed in one place. As long as a battle of this magnitude takes place, all the forces on the planet will hear what is happening here sooner or later. Even if this planet isn't united and there are internal wars going on between them, it is natural for them to unite their forces against the invaders. As the ancients say, I would fight against my brother, but I and my brother will fight against the stranger. It won't be long before reinforcements arrive one by one to finish us off. Damn it. All my plans failed before they even started. It's impossible for me to build the space portal in peace now. It is impossible for me to understand the language of the planet and start a conversation of peace and trade with them. Everything has collapsed. What should I do? These creatures do not leave any opportunity for discussion, even if an opportunity arises. How do I show my goodwill now that we have already killed a few 100,000 of them so far? Of course, we cannot return to planet Jura now. Even with the help of the rune masters and divine blacksmiths, it will take at least 2 months to complete a space portal. Would this white flame dome last for 2 straight months? Of course not. We are in enemy territory now. With every passing minute, the number of enemies would only increase and the pressure on the fire forces, life forces, and plant forces will increase. By this rate, the dome will collapse sooner than later. Ah, why didn't you try to find out the reason for our presence first before attacking, you white fucks? Robin raised his head again and shouted loudly, Your Excellency, what shall we do? Alexander approached again and muttered, this time standing silently waiting for orders. We can't negotiate with them and we can't go back to planet Jura. What can we do? Of course, we will fight. Robin looked at Alexander with eyes filled with anger and latent madness and then started laughing out loud. Before I came, I was afraid of crossing my limits again. I was afraid of losing my humanity, afraid of what I could do against people who had nothing to do with my struggles in planet Nihari. I hoped that I wouldn't need to kill a single soul here, but this doesn't seem to be applicable anymore. Fill up this valley with the blood of those bastards. If I had to die here, I would take this whole planet with me to hell. Chapter 4:18. Alexander, take with you half of the sages who use the paths of fire, water, and wind and get out of the dome. Kill as you wish, but not madly. Attack and defend wisely so as to reduce the number of casualties on our side to the least possible number. This is the most important task you should focus on, Robin commanded firmly as he pointed at Alexander. Then he added as he looked around him, listen carefully everyone, none of us wanted this all-out war to erupt like this, but there is no way around it now. We will battle. We will not be throwing away our lives, however. We will fight to win. Yes, to win. So what if we have to take down the whole planet? We will do it while standing right here. But to do so, we will have to make this a war of attrition, and we will fight to be the last party standing. And as we don't know how long we will have to stay in this area, we must preserve our forces to the best we can. Your lives are much more precious than those damn creatures. You are not allowed to die, understood? Then he looked back at Alexander, take half of the sages as I pointed and leave the dome, but don't go too far. Stay close and just try to repel them back while taking down a few of them if you had the chance. Don't let them pull you away from here. If one of the sages with you outside got injured, the life forces will open a passage in the dome for him and allow him to enter to receive treatment. After only 4 hours, whether you made progress or not, you have to return with the rest of your forces inside the dome. Victoria will accompany the remaining half of the sages and they will come out to replace you. Yes. Alexander furrowed his eyebrows and yelled. This time he didn't try to reply to Robin, he simply looked around and started yelling, 4th, 5th, 6th squadrons, 14th, 15th, and 17th squadrons, 25, 27, and 29 squadrons, and 44th, 45th, and 49th squadrons, all of you, follow me. Who? The 12 squadron members whose names I mentioned shouted and rose from the ground, then started to fly behind Alexander. 6,000 sages quickly approached the boundaries of the White Flame Dome. The Golden Army was divided into 100 small squadrons to facilitate its administration, and each squadron had 500 soldiers. Some squadrons contain only sages and a few contain only fire saints or life forces, and so on. This way he could easily move them around without having to memorize the names and jobs of everyone in the army. At that moment a very small passage that opened in the White Flame Dome in front of Alexander could barely allow an adult man to pass vertically. This was to prevent those saints and sages from the humanoid white creatures from entering the dome. But as expected, Alexander and his men were severely attacked and resisted as they exited. Almost every sage that came out of the aperture received at least 1 or 2 attacks. This was normal since they were coming out one by one, which made it easier for the saints and sages outside to target them, but this was unavoidable. If the passage was open a little more, those creatures would have entered inside the dome and started attacking from above again. This would have caused a huge number of casualties. But even though all 12 squadrons members received strong attacks as they exited, this did not affect the fighting spirit of the sages who had not yet exited, as the rest continued to rush out. One of the reasons behind this was that they were sure that they would be fine. A full divine armor gave them complete confidence in their own safety. Even if the shockwaves damaged them a bit, it wouldn't affect their combat capabilities by too much. Indeed, after the first 100 sages had left the dome, they began to earn a place for themselves outside and guard the rest of the soldiers who had yet to come out. After 1,000 sages came out, the Golden Army outside gained enough momentum and began to counterattack. After the 6,000 sages left, there were no more attacks descending on the flame dome from above. Boom, boom, ah, humph. Robin blew out some cold air as he watched what was happening above. In a blink of an eye, everything changed up there. This was a direct battle between 6,000 sages on one side and 20,000 sages and saints on the other. This should have been a one-sided battle where the 6,000 sages get bullied to death. But those 6,000 sages were wearing golden armor, some of them holding golden bows and some waving around fiery golden halberds, facing off against a little more than 20,000 sages and saints that were almost naked. The advantage of divine armaments was starting to be put on full display right now. Not only were the 6,000 sages not met with a bad situation, they even immediately turned the tables around, pushing back the enemy saints and sages and killing more than 50 in a matter of a few minutes, and they were not satisfied with attacking the saints and sages only. In fact, Alexander assigned 2 out of every 5 attacks by the 6,000 sages to be directed towards the ground hordes surrounding the White Flame Dome. Robin smiled slightly when he saw this. It looks like Alexander finally understood my vision for this war. Although this strategy caused the Golden Army forces outside to be somewhat distracted, and their effectiveness in killing enemy saints and sages decreased, this was not the intention behind their mission in the first place. Their mission was to relieve the pressure on the White Flame Dome and provide an opportunity to rest for those inside it, for as Robin said, who knows how long they will stay here. This was the real start of an attrition war. And indeed, the results began to appear for everyone inside the White Flame Dome. The life and flame forces in charge of setting up the Flame Dome finally began to catch their breath. Although this White Flame Dome was hundreds of times more powerful than the one that had appeared on the central continent in the war against the Flame Empire's forces, as to the number of saints and sages participating in building it was tens of times larger, the pressure was also much greater than before. Although the White Flame Dome had maintained its strength and hadn't had any holes in it from the beginning until now, the psychological pressure and energy drain on the soldiers participating in it was extremely intense. But contrary to everyone's expectations, the ones who looked the most exhausted were none other than the users of the heavenly major law of plants. When they realized the pressure lessened by a great margin, half of them fell to the ground panting, and some of them have already fainted. Chapter 419. When Robin saw that the situation outside no longer needed his attention, he looked at Elizabeth and spoke. You and your forces have done a good job. If not for you protecting the ground under our feet, the formation would have already been destroyed. You can rest now and let the other half of the plant forces take care of the ground protection. Alexander and the rest of the sages will keep them busy and the pressure on your plant forces is now relieved by a lot. This will give you a chance to recover. This will be the task of all the squadrons that use plant heavenly major law now. You don't have to move trees to clear the vision or attack the land hordes from underground anymore. You may completely ignore what is happening outside and focus only on defending. Elizabeth nodded without saying a word. She was very tired to even make a sound. It was mainly the drops of cold sweat running down her face that told Robin about what she and her forces are facing. In fact, the fiercest attack the Golden Army faced so far was not the land siege or the air attacks, but from underground. It was like at least half of all the saints and sages out there were using the plant path and earth path related laws to attack them. Not just attacks with the roots of trees, but attacks by shaking the ground, turning it into quicksand, or creating rock thorns under their feet, and other such ground attacks. Because the law of plants specializes in what lies within the ground and what it contains, Robin made sure to give the sacred tree continent a lot of minor heavenly laws that are related to the path of the earth, including the laws of soil, minerals, rocks, and underground sensing, etc. They were really happy seeing these laws back then, and most of their sages and saints cultivated them extensively as supplementary laws. And looking at what is happening now, without those minor laws, the army would never have been able to gain a foothold. Robin let out a cold breath as he thought of this, clearly averting a disaster without realizing it. Zara, old goo, I want you to expand the White Flame Dome, advance 5,000 steps in all directions. Robin wasted no time before giving the next command. Your Excellency, do you realize the consequences of this order? Old Goo shouted immediately, and even Zara furrowed her eyebrows a little. Robin's words were easy to say but very hard to accomplish. This wasn't as simple as taking 5,000 steps forward, it was about pushing back all those humanoid white creatures for 5,000 steps. Those humanoid white creatures outside acted like they were completely insane, even the animals had a greater sense of danger than them. Even though they had repeatedly seen that everyone who touched the white flame dome would be immediately burned and turned to ashes, they would still rush madly towards the white flame dome without any sense of danger or fear. Rather, it seems that the space around the white flame dome was not enough for them, so they decided to jump over each other to reach it faster. That distance that Robin spoke about contains hundreds of thousands of these creatures crumbling on top of each other. How can they all be pushed back? Not only that, but the expansion of the white flame dome also meant that it would expand to cover an area much wider than the current one, but it would contain the same energy as the current one, meaning that it would be greatly stretched thin and weakened. So far, only half of the life forces and flame forces support the array. Assign all the remaining life forces and flame forces inside the dome to help you until we remove all obstacles in front of us and whiten the dome. Whoever stands in front of you shall be reduced to ashes. After you reach the required area, we can return to the process of taking turns again, and I will also send a message to Alexander to increase his attacks around the dome to kill more of them and relieve pressure on you. Old Goo, Zara, do it at all costs. Yes. The two gritted their teeth and returned to carry out orders. V-Room, Guy AA. The flame forces and life forces began to take steady steps forward as the shrieks around the dome became louder and louder. The dome was somewhat transparent and could be seen through it. During the advance of the forces of flame and life, they could see the faces of white human beings as they looked at them ferociously, and in the next moment, they cried out a death cry and turned to ashes. The ground under the forces of flame and life forces did not contain weeds, blood, or even corpses anymore, but was covered with thick ashes and charred bones. Robin didn't feel anything while seeing this bloody scene. He just kept an eye on them for a few seconds, then turned to watch the situation inside the white flame dome. There was no one left inside without manual work but himself and the few sages standing around who refused to leave and stayed behind to protect him. There were also the saints who specialized in the laws of Wind Path, the Inscription Masters Division, and Divine Blacksmiths Division, but even they were still fighting the humanoid white creatures that had invaded the formation before the construction of the white flame dome. About 10,000 of them had entered. Even after all this time had passed, not all of them died, which forced the 6,000 sages who were waiting inside the dome to replace Alexander and company to attack them, as well with the wind sages to try to kill them faster, but this only reduced their numbers faster and did not eliminate them. This was because all the humanoid white creatures that entered were at the strength of a knight at most and did not pose a great threat, so it was decided that the army shouldn't deal with him recklessly. But the main reason behind this is that they do not want to attack with all their might and injure their own colleagues, because the area they standing on was extremely narrow and it is not possible to move in it freely. The dome, after all, was only made in haste around the formation of the army. But now, with the continuous expansion of the dome given more spaces and better opportunities to hunt them down, the remaining number of wind user saints alone was about to wipe out the last of them. Hoy, catch a handful of them alive for me, don't kill them all. Robin called out loudly at one of the wind saint squadron leaders. Yes. That saint stood up and saluted, then began with his squadron to surround the last of the humanoid white creatures instead of killing them. In just another 5 minutes, all the movements inside the dome completely calmed down. Most of the humanoid white creatures were killed and 17 of them were captured. Although they continued to use their teeth to try to bite the officers of the Golden Army after they were handcuffed, this did not result in anything. Some of them just break their teeth. Robin looked around and found the battle outside became stable, the walls of the white flame dome expanding steadily. All the humanoid white creatures inside were either killed or captured, and tens of thousands of saints and sages standing inside were free and ready to support in case something unexpected should happen. Ha! Robin sighed as he finally reassured himself of the status quo. Then he grabbed his stomach, which had been gurgling since he arrived on this planet, and immediately sat in his place and took out a large meal from his ring and pounced on it immediately with his right hand, and in his left hand, he held an energy pearl. Using his Eye of Truth to discover the third level of the major heavenly space law while traveling earlier exhausted him completely, but the situation didn't even leave him a chance to breathe properly. Just now did Robin remember how tired and weak he felt. Chapter 420. Screesh. Boom boom boom. Take 2 steps forward on my mark, now. 1, 2. Guy AA. Robin looked around him as he slowly chewed his food. He was still trying to analyze the situation and give small orders here and there to relieve pressure on his soldiers or to fill possible gaps. Among his orders was to instruct the life forces and fire forces to advance expectantly and then rest for a few seconds before continuing at the same pace. This was because he had noticed that the dome was starting to take on an irregular shape, and some of the saints involved in maintaining it were starting to get completely exhausted due to the white flame dome being used to burn huge numbers of human white creatures, making things even more troublesome. Although his body had reached a bad stage of fatigue even before his arrival to planet Greenland, and although the psychological pressure that he had fallen into since his arrival to planet Greenland had finished what was left of his physical and mental energy, he did not fully surrender to exhaustion even after he got the opportunity to rest. Although a distance of 5,000 steps was nothing for a sage or even a knight, it still took them more than an hour to reach their destination successfully. Robin nodded, satisfied, when he saw the new space inside the dome, then yelled with his mouth still full of food, "Peon." Swoosh. Give me your orders, father. Peon came quickly and bowed slightly. Although he had already become a level 32 sage, he had not gone out alongside Alexander and the 6,000 sages. He had waited below to lead the annihilation attack on the humanoid white creatures inside the white flame dome, and then would come out to lead the wind user squadrons when the switch happened after about 3 hours. Gulp. Robin hastily swallowed the food in his mouth and pointed towards the new area that was filled with the ashes of the humanoid white creatures. Clean up this mess and build some tents in its place, and have the specialists start arranging kitchens, field hospitals, bathrooms, and other important areas. Ha! Peon raised his eyebrows and a voice involuntarily escaped from his mouth. Move! Robin shouted. Yes. Robin looked at Peon's back with unfocused eyes. Even after Peon took another direction and started coordinating action with the rest of the army, Robin kept his eye in the same direction, doing nothing but taking a bite of his food every now and then, completely absent-minded. Even after sitting in his place for more than an hour and trying to think of a plan to use to get him and his army out of this situation, he did not come to anything. Of course, he can go in the fuck it all mode and take his entire army and just fly in any direction, but who guarantees he wouldn't find himself in a much worse situation? After all, he does not know anything about this planet. Secondly, now, for sure, the news of the arrival of his army is spreading in this world like wildfire. Be it this planet is united or not, the appearance of the army of an alien species will most certainly be the hottest topic everywhere, and a battle of this size can't be kept secret. There is a high probability that more support forces are coming from everywhere now. The ambush they were exposed to a short while ago claimed the lives of dozens of the Golden Army forces. If they had come without their full divine armor, then that surprise attack would have been enough to eliminate at least half of the army. But now that the strength of the golden armor was known, the person who was moving this humanoid white creature's army would definitely bear this in mind next time. What would happen if they were ambushed by another, more powerful attack while they were in mid-air? Thirdly and most importantly, where could he and his 50,000 soldiers hide even if they flew away now? He can definitely break the siege out of here, but to hide? He has an entire army. They who are unable to hide inside a valley surrounded by 3 high mounds will be able to hide now that everyone knows they exist. Even if they escape from the current siege, their place will remain exposed to the whole world for sure, and this is extremely dangerous. So even if he managed to escape and find another place, he would also do the same protection dome and take the same measures that he is doing now to ensure his safety and the safety of the army. Whatever Robin thinks, staying in his place and taking a long-term defensive position is the most appropriate choice. And what is above all that, he really didn't feel good about flying right now. The bad feeling he is having is almost paralyzing. Every time he thinks about flying away, he feels his body go cold and automatically starts to think about logical reasons not to do it. Otherwise, what would he tell someone if they asked why he wasn't flying? Would he say he was feeling cold? Well, maybe when enough of those creatures are killed they will realize it is useless and flee away, or maybe their leader will come and try to finally communicate. Who knows what will happen tomorrow? The important thing is that he stays alive until he sees tomorrow. Then his gaze fell on a few thousand people sitting in the middle of the dome. None of them moved a step no matter how much the world turned around them, for they were the Divine Blacksmiths Division and the Rune Masters Division. Then he shouted towards them, "Where are your leaders? Come to me." After only 2 seconds, 2 of them flew out and landed in front of Robin. They gave a deep bow and spoke in one breath, "Please command us, Your Excellency." Robin looked at the 2 individuals in front of him. Even from under the golden shields and the language of the people of Jura, Robin could easily determine that they were not from planet Jura, but rather from Nihari. When Robin wanted to build ships to invade the Flame Empire, he summoned from Nihari about 4,000 individuals, divided between divine blacksmiths and rune masters. Even after completing their tasks, they remained with him, and they were also the main reason behind the spread of the profession of divine blacksmithing and rune drawing easily and quickly on planet Jura after Robin ordered them to establish academies and train youth. And now, even after the profession of divine blacksmithing and rune drawing had spread far and wide on planet Jura, they were still the pillar of these 2 professions in the Robin army. After all, they were the most senior and most experienced. Almost all of the experts from Nihari came with Robin to planet Greenland, and with them were 6,000 locals from planet Jura, bringing the total of the Divine Blacksmiths Division and the Rune Masters Division to 10,000. Robin looked with slightly furrowed eyebrows at the 2 men in front of him, then asked, "Do you still remember the arrays that were used to establish the Imperial City?" Chapter 421. Of course, Your Excellency, the hard metal array for the city walls and the energy protection dome array for the sky above the city. Everyone here participated in the construction of the Imperial City in one way or another. Even if one of us forgets something, the rest will definitely remember, one of the 2 replied. He was about half Robin's height and was quite plump, his huge mustache clearly visible even from behind his golden helmet, and this was the leader of the Divine Blacksmiths Division, a member of the Nihari Dwarves race. Listen very carefully then, because whether or not we survive will depend on you. Before the appearance of the elite forces of the humanoid white creatures, we were on our way to the top of the hill, but due to obvious circumstances, we are now stopped at about a quarter of the way. Robin spoke and then pointed toward the top of the hill. This hill that Alexander chose is characterized by a somewhat narrow path to the top and a steep cliff at its end. It is indeed an excellent location for ground battles, and although we were not able to ascend completely, we now hold the neck of the hill after the White Flames dome has been widened. To be precise, no ground enemies will come from that side anymore. The 2 of them nodded repeatedly like chickens eating grain. Just before, the battalion was surrounded on all sides even as they were on their way up, but after Robin ordered the expansion of the White Flames dome, this caused all the humanoid white creatures on both sides of the narrow road to be turned to ashes. After those at the sides died and the road up was closed, now the White Flames dome was facing ground assaults from only 2 sides. Those who were still coming from what looked like endless body streams from down the hill, and those who were trapped up the hill. And although there were still many humanoid white creatures attacking crazily up the hill, tens of thousands of them, whoever dies leaves his place empty. If one died, then there is one less. Alexander and the rest of the sages engaging the enemy forces up there also noticed this and intensified the attacks on them. Before a few more minutes would pass, all the humanoid white creatures who were locked up on the top of the hill would also be exterminated, and this means. Reuben pointed toward the direction of the white flame dome of greatest pressure, toward the bottom of the hill, and spoke. Now it is safe to say that we will only be facing the ground attack from that side. I think you understand what I'm getting at now. The leader of the Divine Blacksmith's Corps furrowed his brows furiously upon hearing this. Of course he understood, but isn't it easier said than done? A while ago Robin had asked them about the Imperial City's arrays, and now he was telling them about the direction the ground attacks would come from. If he didn't mean that he wanted to build a wall similar to that in the Imperial City, what else could he mean? The Energy Protection Dome array focuses heavily on dealing with scattered flying targets, blocking their attacks and possibly striking back if it was strong enough, but it does not have the power to prevent ground hordes from passing through it. Only the wall can stop them. But how can they build a huge wall in such circumstances? Robin added. I know you have come prepared. Your space rings are full of various kinds of minerals and divine equipment. You have all the requirements with which you can build a miniature replica of the Imperial City wall, and you can also ask any squadron in the Golden Faction for help when needed. The wall is a must and it will be over in less than a week, is it clear? Oh, you will have to help the Rune Master Division make the foundations for the Energy Protection Dome's array as well. Yes, Your Excellency, count on us. The dwarf slapped his hand on his chest and quickly turned back toward the Divine Blacksmith's division. Robin nodded when he saw this and turned back to look at the other person. He was tall and thin, his fingers were also very long, and his eyes were completely black like a moonless night, but once in a while there would be a few small dots shining in them, and Robin immediately realized that he was a member of the astral race of a planet Nihari. For you, I want you to make a miniature version of the Energy Protection Dome array, not the updated one that Jabba created, but the basic array drawn on the ground with the help of a few metal foundations. Can you make it? Yes, Your Excellency, I still remember the blueprints. The astral nodded. If we start now, we can finish making an array the size of the White Flame Dome in only 2 days. Good, 2 days is fine. Robin nodded slowly. When you have finished securing this spot, I want you to move up the hill under the protection of a few sages and expand the array little by little until it covers the whole hill from this point upwards. Can you do this for me? The star human made a full bow and spoke. You don't need to say more, Your Excellency, the Rune Master's battalion will definitely not let you down. Robin let out a long exhale as he saw the man moving towards the Inscription Master's battalion. Everything will depend on them now. The White Flame Dome is perfect for defense against both ground and air forces, but it cannot be activated all the time. It is okay if it needs a lot of energy, it would be fine as they have a lot of energy pearls, but the White Flame Dome does not need raw energy, it depends on the fire forces and life forces to be nurtured and maintained all the time. This cannot continue. Exchanging life forces and flame forces to maintain the White Flame Dome might be good for the short term, but it would be disaster if they stayed like this for a few days. Even with energy pearls that could replace the energy they lost, nothing would make up for the extreme fatigue caused by using their bodies in such an intense way. They will collapse sooner or later. Robin made a choice to start an attrition war that might take weeks or even months to reach a conclusion. That is in the best case scenario, so how can he allow his forces to get exhausted in only a few days? What would happen if the White Flame Dome fell? Building a mini city here before the White Flame Dome fell, that was the next step. And it was actually obvious to almost everyone now after his orders to peon in 2 divisions. There were small talks here and there questioning this reasoning, but Robin turned a deaf ear. If there is any chance of survival on this planet, it will be by creating a secure headquarters, at least temporarily. Chapter 422. After 2 hours of giving the tasks to the Divine Blacksmith's Division and the Rune Master's Division, Robin finally opened his eyes, and with a light wave of his hand, the energy pearl disappeared from his hand as he stood firmly in his place again. Only now did he regain all of his energy and vitality that had been lost during the space travel. Deep inhale. Robin let out a long exhale to calm himself and put his mind in a clear state again. Then he started to look around him, trying to calmly analyze the situation for the first time since he set foot in this world. The scene around him had completely changed from its state 2 hours ago. The area inside the White Flame Dome, which had just regained some stability after Robin's defensive arrangements, turned into chaos again. The 10,000 divine blacksmiths and rune masters spread throughout the dome like enthusiastic ants. Some of them stacked stones to make the wall, others hammered pegs for the foundations of the Energy Protection Dome, and some others sprayed inks all over the place, and so on. 10,000 people, not one of them stood idly without doing something. It was clear how seriously they took this mission. Other than that, the White Flame Dome had changed. After the siege was over and the ground attack came from one direction, most of the dome's power was concentrated in that area. The intensity of the white flame there had become so dense that it could no longer be seen behind it clearly. Even the intensity of the flame in the rest of the dome became very transparent. The scene surprised Robin for a moment because even if the ground attack was severe, the air battle was still raging at the top. Of course, the dome's life feature will cause it to send the largest amount of energy to the direction that needs it most. Even if the dome is attacked from above or anywhere else, it would still send enough energy to that spot to defend itself momentarily. But this scene still says a lot about the intensity of the ground attack. The survival instinct of the dome paid the ground attacks more attention than those saints and sages above. But it is not ununderstandable. Stopping some spread-out attacks from above is not the same as stopping bodies. The dome indeed doesn't need to deal with any precise heavenly law attacks from the ground hordes, but it still has to burn their bodies to ashes when they dare to touch it. The energy consumption in this case isn't the least bit inferior to facing direct attack for saints and sages. Of course, in normal times this wouldn't be an issue, as the enemy army would normally attack the dome from afar when they knew its capabilities. No sane army would send its troops to be turned to ashes like this, and this isn't even using them as cannon fodder anymore. Looking at the rate at which these humanoid white creatures die in the mountains of ashes everywhere, Robin could tell that a couple of millions had died already. But it is not an impractical move either. If not for the fact that they have the energy pearls replenishing them with all the energy they need, the dome would have fallen long ago. Thinking about it, Robin looked up to see the results of the air battle. Around 20,000 saints and sages of humanoid white creatures stood against 6,000 sages of the Golden Battalion. Although the balance seemed to be tipped in favor of the enemies greatly, the divine weapons, perfect heavenly law techniques, and energy pearls with the sages of the Golden Battalion greatly evened the balance and even tipped it around for their own good. According to Robin's initial estimation, when he sent the members of the Golden Battalion, they would be able to hold back the enemies for the first 2 hours. After that, they would advance slowly by killing a few thousand of them, and they might even beat them into running away. But soon his eyebrows furrowed tightly. A few hours ago, about 20,000 sages and saints attacked them. Now, after an intense battle against the sages of the Golden Battalion for just a little less than 4 hours, the number of enemies has become 22,000. Did they receive reinforcements estimated at 2,000 saints and sages? Impossible. They have suffered heavy losses since they engaged with the members of the Golden Battalion, and even at this moment, one corpse after another is still falling under Robin's eyes. If Robin calculates the current killing rate, then during the past few hours, about 5,000 enemies have been killed at least. This means that the reinforcements were at least 7,000. This means that up to now 27,000 saints and sages have attacked them since the moment they arrived on the planet, and the numbers are still increasing. Badam. Robin's heart clenched as his upper lip twitched. The 2 hours he had spent controlling himself and calming his nerves wasted away in an instant. He let out a long exhale again and shook his head vigorously. Now is not the time for this. The situation inside has been greatly regulated, but outside it has become very bad. When the 6,000 sages went out with Alexander, they were very angry at those humanoid white creatures because they killed a few dozen of their companions in a sudden attack. They attacked fiercely and pushed them back greatly so that some of them could even afford to stop for a minute and kill part of the ground forces as a form of entertainment. But this was no longer possible. All the golden troops that came out gathered on top of the dome like a group of frightened chickens, barely protecting each other's backs in front of the enemy's ferocious and suicidal attacks. Whistling. Robin put 2 fingers in his mouth and gave a loud whistle, then yelled as he looked up. Alexander, get your men in and catch your breath. Victoria and the rest will take your places. This shout seemed to be directed at Alexander, but big moves started happening below. The fire forces began to increase the supply of the white flame dome to withstand the pressure until the replacement happened. The life forces participating in the dome began to make holes in the dome from the top so that Alexander and his soldiers could enter. Victoria and the 6,000 sages under her command also stood up and began to put on their helmets and quickly set their weapons, ready to go out. Caesar and Jabba also approached Victoria, telling her that they wanted to go out with her. Although during the past hours, they came out of the dome more than once and wreaked havoc on the ground forces to relieve the pressure on the dome, this did not satisfy them. Only by killing a few sages could they say that they participated. Alexander let out a long sigh when he heard this, relieved, and quickly shouted several orders to his soldiers. They started to slowly descend towards the openings in the dome. All the soldiers of the Golden faction displayed great strength again and started to push back the saints and sages of the enemy with their most powerful long-range attacks without caring about wasting their energy. In a few seconds, they would finally take a break from this nightmare. But at that moment, Ka-cha! Alexander and his 6,000 soldiers began to fall down with lifeless eyes, like dolls whose ropes had been cut. Chapter 423. Rumble. Ka-cha! Panday, N0ve1.com. Bam 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 bam. The sounds of bodies colliding with the ground resounded throughout the dome. Each sound would be entering their ears but shaking their hearts. Life seemed to have come to a complete halt inside the white flame dome. Victoria and her soldiers, who were preparing to take off and replace Alexander, remained in place. Whoever was running to stand in his position stopped in his place with his foot hanging in the air. Whoever was putting on his helmet froze in position, placing his hands on his head. Even the life forces and flame forces forgot for a moment their mission and stopped pumping life energy and white flames into the dome. They focused their popping eyes on the terrifying sight before them. Everyone's eyes were already focused on the top when Alexander and the other 6,000 sages were trying to retreat with difficulty towards the openings that the forces of life had made for them. Some thought of supporting them if something sudden happens, while others thought of taking their place when they come down, or increasing the number of openings to help these men enter with ease while preventing the saints and sages of the humanoid white creatures from entering. But everything changed in an instant. The sky suddenly turned black. Extremely dark clouds appeared out of nowhere that covered the sky as far as the eye could see. They obscured with it any source of light other than the faint light of the white flame dome, but the absolute darkness did not last long. The clouds began to rain white bluish thunderbolts suddenly, striking down Alexander and the 6,000 sages. Everything happened in an instant. If Robin wasn't looking up too when it happened, he would have accused whoever reported this of lying. But he saw everything. 6,000 thunderbolts fell at the same moment vertically as if they were a pillar supporting the sky. Each one was as thick as an ancient tree, and each one struck a sage without room for error. Step, 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 step. Robin was the first to wake up from the shock. It took him tremendous willpower to be able to move his foot for the first few steps, after which he started running towards the golden body's reign. Alexander! Alexander! Ah, my big brother was up with them. No-oh! Robin's move finally brought balance to the rest of the golden battalion. Some of them started to shout and some of them fell to the ground on the spot out of sheer horror, but without exception, sooner or later they all started running toward the falling bodies. Boom! At that moment, a large ground explosion is heard and Jabba's voice reverberates throughout the dome as he points his hammer at the forces of fire and the forces of life. What the hell are you doing? Do you all want to kill the rest of us as well? Re-inject your energy into the dome right now, you bastards. The White Flame Dome is alive and does not need permanent control or permanent injection of energy. It can defend itself as soon as it is formed and work with no regard to how little energy it has. But in the end, its power is limited and it can't support itself. There is no source of its nourishment except for continuous support with flame energy and life energy. The forces of humanoid white creatures, both on the ground and in the air, took advantage of what had just happened and began raining down attacks on the dome with great zeal. For the first time since its formation, the dome began to be riddled with many holes. A few saints and sages of white human creatures tried to exploit the holes and enter, but the dome manipulated the places of the holes and prevented them from entering. Nevertheless, the holes still appeared very rapidly and grew larger, and within a few more seconds the dome would be completely torn apart. Only after hearing Jabba's shout did the life forces and fire forces return to inject energy into the dome again, in an amount less than half the previous rate however. They grit their teeth and look at the ground as the dome began to slowly heal. Jabba's facial features turned and he saw what was happening. He was fully aware that they were all now thinking the same thing. What is the point of all this? Jabba wanted to give some encouraging talk, but what could he possibly say to lift their spirits? Even he needs someone to cheer him up. In the blink of an eye, 6,000 sages were killed. Was it that who killed them could not kill the rest? Why would they bother with feeding the White Flame Dome anymore? There is no war of attrition, and there is no way out of here. But at that moment everyone heard two words that gave them back some hope. He is alive. My brother, you are breathing. Open your eyes, my friend, open your eyes. The smiles on their faces returned when they heard these words, but in the midst of the shouts a sobbing was heard, as someone said, he is dead. Edgar Frost's heart has stopped beating. This brother is dead too. Step. Step. Robin did not go towards a specific person like the rest, but as soon as he reached the spot where Alexander and the rest of the sages fell, he slowed down and started walking among them, looking to his right and left with knotted eyebrows, and eyes shining with bright golden glimmer. So far, he had passed by over 300 sages who had fallen to the ground. 40 of them were dead and the rest were between life and death. If this raid were to be generalized to all the sages who had been struck by the lightning, then the Golden Army would have lost a few hundred sages in that instant, and over 5,000 sages had lost the ability to fight in the near future, that is if they escaped death right now. The only good thing about it was that those sages had already begun to enter the dome when the thunderbolts descended, so all 6,000 sages had fallen within the boundaries of the dome, not a single one had descended outside of it. If this had happened, it would have been very difficult to bring them back with such spirits that had fallen to the ground. The sages who were still alive started to receive intensive treatment, but life had not returned to their eyes yet, and it was not yet known if they could be saved. It was not even known what harmed them in the first place. The heavenly lightning law was not a strange thing for Robin, as it is the major heavenly law used by Jabba's tribe, and it was one of the laws that Robin made a cultivation technique for all the way to the third stage back on planet Nihari. But those lightning bolts that had just landed just now were unlike anything he had seen before. These thick lightning bolts, even though they appeared to be extremely pure without any pollutants from other laws, weren't something of the major heavenly law of thunder either. Chapter 424. With a few more steps, Robin reached Alexander's location. That was the most crowded point currently inside the White Flame Dome. Old Gu, Elizabeth, and Victoria had all arrived before him, along with many sages from the Levon family, all of them gathered around Alexander to see what was happening to him and try to help. In fact, Alexander was the least affected by the attack. He was presently lying semi-naked on a bed of green plants that Elizabeth had prepared for him. He apparently has been stripped of his armor to evaluate his injuries more properly. His breathing was inconsistent and his heartbeat was very slow. Most of the skin on his body had turned coal black and some of it had already fallen off, showing the charred flesh underneath. Blood was pouring from all the orifices of his face, and it could easily be sensed that he had received severe internal injuries. And despite all this damage, he was the only one among the 6,000 sages who was still conscious, but those around him wished he had passed out too. Alexander's eyes were unsteady. It seemed as if he wanted to scream from the severity of the pain, but he could not get a sound out of his charred throat. It seemed as if he wanted to cry, but a tear did not come down from his dry eyes. Ha! Robin gave a long sigh and took another step, then extended his hand and placed it on Alexander's forehead. Gentle spiritual energy started to seep from his hand and permeate Alexander's head, soothing him, and after a few seconds he finally closed his eyes, sleeping. Zara, let only 500 saints from your troop take care of providing life energy for the dome. As for you personally and the rest of your troop would come here to heal the most affected, and temporarily use vitality talismans on the better off ones. Robin sighed again and gave orders. Yes. Zara nodded and headed back toward the dome, starting to reduce the number of those in charge of it and leading the rest of her forces toward the injured. Boom boom boom. Your Excellency. Elizabeth called in a low, unsure voice. The life forces are no more than 2,000 saints and sages, divided into two teams. The first is made up of 1,000 soldiers, and those are based on providing life energy for the White Flame Dome, and the second team is waiting to receive its turn and do the same job when the first team gets tired. The first team had spent about 4 hours maintaining the White Flame Dome and were already exhausted. They were about to switch with the second team after Alexander and his soldiers entered the dome. But Robin's orders now reduced the number of the first team in half and kept them in their positions, and withdrew the other 1,500 soldiers to work on healing these severe injuries, which are no less energy and mentally consuming than supporting the dome. But at the same time, there are currently more than 5,000 sages on the verge of death. If Robin does not make this decision, they will all die without a doubt. Those are 5,000 sages, the pillar of his army. They can't be allowed to die. Whether it is the fighting power or the morale of the army, it will collapse instantly if he didn't support these 5,000 sages. The war would be lost, and the rest of his army would soon follow those 5,000 sages to their graves. If he could pull the other 500 life force soldiers, he will pull them without hesitation. The thing is, those 500 life law users would have undoubtedly been able to withstand the confrontation against the ground forces. But now that the first line of air defense that was represented by Alexander and the 6,000 sages had disappeared, the attacks of more than 25,000 saints and sages of the forces, the humanoid white creatures, came back to rain the dome with direct attacks again. How long can these 500 life law users hold out? Robin didn't answer Elizabeth's plea. How could he not know what she wanted to say? But what can he do in a situation like this? Swoosh swoosh. Zara and the rest of her 1,500 life forces started running like crazy among the injured, throwing vitality talismans on this one and injecting life energy into that one. They yelled at each other to speed up and shouted at the spectators to move back and make way for them. Your Excellency. Old Gu was the one who shouted this time, requiring new orders from Robin to deal with the situation. But Robin didn't reply again, just put his index finger to his mouth, asking those around him to quiet. Then he kept his eyes, still shining golden glimmer, on Alexander's body. The longer he looked, the deeper the knot in his eyebrows became. The moment Alexander was struck by the lightning, he had his full body armor on, and even his shield was held up high to protect him from the enemy attack until he entered the dome. Robin saw everything clearly. That thunderbolt went through his shield and his body armor first, so how can he receive such damage? It seemed as if the thunderbolt ignored the divine armor covering Alexander and directly struck his body somehow. The body armors contain layer upon layer of safety for its user. If such damage reached the user's body, it means that the body armor was destroyed. That is especially so for the body armor of Alexander and the rest of the generals. They were made of extremely solid metals and had bigger runes that are better effective than the rest, and destroying them and delivering damage to the body of its owner is very difficult. But there comes another mystery. Alexander's body armors lay beside him, as good as new, without a single scratch. There was no damage that had been done to the runes on them either. They had simply not received any damage from the thunderbolt. As if they are not there, they had been ignored. It is not like lightning can run through metals or something like that. Robin has full knowledge of these natural elements and their effects, especially the lightning that he researched up to the 3rd level before. Of course, there were countermeasures for these effects on the divine armor. And even ignoring these countermeasures for the natural effect, a sage's body can handle that with ease. The most important part in defense against these law attacks is against the energy contained in it. The energy the user put into his attack is the main ingredient behind the attack. It doesn't matter how high the stage of law you study if you don't have enough energy to use it. And this energy specifically was supposed to be stopped and absorbed by the divine armor the moment they met, only getting through if the divine armor was wrecked. So ignoring the natural effect of the lightning law, how can this much energy pass through the divine armor? Is it that the attacker had countermeasures to his countermeasures or something, stopping the body armor and shield from doing their work? Or was it the natural law effect that struck Alexander? Robin shook his head when thinking about this. The laws are everywhere in nature, with all stages from 1 to who knows how high. The law doesn't just decide to take sides and strike people dead on its own. There has to be someone who uses them, and there has to be the energy behind the attack for that to happen. And that energy was what needed to be stopped by the divine armor. Robin started to rub his forehead for a second, then looked at Alexander again. There was another aspect that needs to be taken into consideration. The damage inflicted on Alexander was simply enormous. Someone like Old Gu could not deal such damage against Alexander with a single direct strike, even if he used the Divine Decree incarnation technique in his attack. Robin roamed around in Old Gu's memories back then and knew very well the strength limits of people at the half-step level of the Emperor's realm and knew how tough their bodies were as well. A thunderbolt that could deal such damage to Alexander was undoubtedly far beyond the limits of a sage. Chapter 425. The power of the lightning attack exceeded the limits of the sagehood realm. It exceeded the limits of the sagehood realm. Crack K. The sound of cracking bones was suddenly heard from Robin's fists, and everyone could see his features contorted as his train of thought reached this point. What is more powerful than sagehood realm? Emperor realm. The difference between the 3rd degree and the 4th degree of any law is extremely wide, and therefore the power gap between an emperor and the power of a sage is also very wide. It is nowhere near the same as the difference between a saint and a sage. 5 or 6 strong saints can group up to attack a sage and defeat him or even kill him in some extreme cases. According to the gap that Reuben felt between the 3rd and 4th stages of heavenly laws, even hundreds of sages wouldn't be able to fight a single emperor. They wouldn't even be able to keep him busy. It's not like an emperor has a strength equal to hundreds of sages combined if they are put on a scale. That is not the case. It is that an emperor's strength and speed give him enough momentum to roam as he wants wherever he wants and kill whoever he wants. Even hundreds of sages will not be able to stop him, let alone defeat him. The appearance of an emperor on a battlefield is very similar to the scene of a battle between chickens and ducks, and suddenly an ostrich appeared. This has been Robin's main concern since he decided to take revenge on the northern region of Nihari. How does he do it? The idea of great war battles, plans, traps, and other tactics that gave him everything he had today seemed like nothing before an emperor. Until this day, he had not been able to find anything that could defeat an emperor or even stop him. Only an emperor could fight an emperor. Was the previous attack from an emperor realm expert? If there were emperor level experts here, what were they doing on this damn planet? I asked the all-seeing god for planets to collect resources, train the army, strengthen the foundations of the true beginning empire, and finally to see new environments that might help me make progress towards the third stage of the master law of truth. How did that bastard understand that I wanted to engage in a life and death battle on a planet that contains emperor-level experts? Robin's bottom lip trembled with rage as he thought about it. But the all-seeing god said that there are no emperor realm experts in this world. Was he lying? Is this his punishment for yelling at him that day and increasing his demands to complete the task? If this was true, I swear I would. Arg. What exactly is this situation? He ran away from dealing with the situation in Nihari and came here to gather ideas on how to confront an emperor, maybe gather some useful weapons, or even better, reach the third stage of the master law of truth and make his own emperors. But in the end, he came back to face the emperors here too. Wouldn't it have been better if the all-seeing god refused his request outright and told him to strive in a Nihari? If he had to face the emperors anyway, why would he mess with emperors of another world that he had no problem with? Robin sighed, stopping himself when he reached this point. What is the point of thinking about this now? Rather, what can be done to the all-seeing god, even if he gave him false information? Reuben shook his head and looked up with furrowed eyebrows. From behind the more than 22,000 saints and sages still raining attacks on the dome, the dark clouds that clouded the sky for a moment just started to dissipate as if nothing had happened. Something is not right. If someone this strong is leading this war against us, why didn't he strike from the beginning? And why did he retreat again now after showing himself? Why doesn't he finish what he started? He then looked down at Alexander, and then towards the rest of the corpses and the rest of the injured sages lying on the ground. An emperor's power far exceeded that of the sages. The attack killed all the low-level sages and severely wounded all middle-level sages or higher. A direct attack from an emperor theoretically could actually do this to an individual sage or even a small group. But for one attack to take down 6,000 sages? Is this normal for emperors? Robin had never seen an emperor before and certainly didn't see an all-out attack from him. But an emperor attack definitely wouldn't do such damage. In the end, an emperor is just someone who uses the fourth level of laws, and no matter how strong an emperor or even a peak emperor realm is, he still has a limited amount of energy within his body. A person who has a mortal body cannot produce this amount of energy at once. This is beyond the capacity a normal mortal body. Robin doesn't know what lies beyond the emperor's realm, but he knows one thing very well: even 10 emperors wouldn't be able to produce that attack. While Robin was thinking, it seemed as if he had forgotten that he was still moving his eyes over the corpses and the bodies of the injured. It seemed as if he could not see them in the first place because of his busy mind, which was working at full speed, until his eyes reached a few individuals lying next to each other. Although their features were badly burned, he could identify them easily. They had been inside the dome the whole time. They had participated in killing the humanoid white creatures that had entered the middle of the formation. They had gathered around Victoria to take the place of Alexander and the rest after they got in, but they were something else very important. They were the first to start flying upwards to meet up with Alexander and his troops. Their appearance now means that they were struck by lightning while flying inside the dome. Wait. Robin suddenly raised his eyebrows and muttered. Lightning can enter the dome? So why did the attack only hit those who were flying? Old Gu, Elizabeth, and the rest looked at each other from the corners of their eyes, some with questioning looks and some shrugged their shoulders as if they didn't know the answer. Many of them only thought about this point just now. Everything happened very quickly, and all those lightning bolts appeared at once in this pitch-black darkness that blinded them temporarily. Thinking about it, this is really something really strange. But in the end, they stopped thinking about it and let out a long exhale when they heard Robin. At least they now know that he is thinking about the situation and trying to find solutions, and he did not suffer a nervous breakdown as they thought. If the attacker was a person who had the freedom to act and choose the targets, it would have been natural to attack the army joints and kill them first, for example attacking the commander, me, the generals, and all high-level sages, or even he had to kill the life forces and fire forces who activate the white flame dome, destroying our shelter with it. Why did he just hit all the flying ones? The leader of those humanoid white creatures has proven his intelligence more than once. How could he not understand such a simple logic? Robin put his hand under his chin and furrowed his eyebrows. What if the leader of those humanoid white creatures didn't control the lightning attack? Then what was it? Something that only targets flying people at that moment. What is it? A weapon? An array? Some kind of a spell? How often can this attack be activated? What is its maximum range? Why did the commander of the forces wait until now to activate it? Robin's eyebrows sank more and more as he thought about the matter, the number of unanswered questions increasing frighteningly. But something finally cleared up. The bad feeling that had kept him from giving the order to fly ever since landing on this planet had vanished. Chapter 426. Boom. Boom 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 boom. Step. Step. Your Excellency. Old Gu looked around like a madman and called out to Robin at the top of his voice. Although he realizes that Robin is deeply thinking about what is happening around them, the situation will not wait for him to think deeply. Something must be done immediately. The attacks on the White Flame Dome took an extremely dangerous turn. Over 22,000 sages and saints outside are raining down attacks on the dome from all directions at the same time, causing enormous pressure on the dome, which was already filled with holes. And although the dome can move the amount of energy available to counter any attack instantly, this puts huge pressure on the life forces. The number of life forces had decreased by half. And from below, millions of humanoid white creatures charged toward the White Flame Dome with wrath and a vengeful spirit. Although these creatures are very weak and their attacks pose no threat compared to the attacks descending from above, they use their own bodies as a means of consuming the white flames by throwing themselves at the dome. They also force the dome to use a large amount of energy to block them and prevent them from entering from below. Under all this enormous pressure, the life forces and the fire forces began to take steps back. Yes, the steps that they took forward previously to expand the command center and cut off the road in front of the enemy ground hordes, now they are forced to take those steps back again. As the smaller the size of the dome, the easier it will be to control it and defend it, and it will also require less effort and energy. Although no order was issued to the life forces and the fire forces to take those steps back, they had no choice. The White Flame Dome was about to collapse. However, this was not without risks. As they took those steps back, a road began to open up from the sides towards the top of the hill, and with that, the dome slowly began to be placed under land siege again. Although the plant forces had no say in the retreat process, they were definitely put under pressure no less than the life forces and flame forces. The more the enemy saints and sages were left unchecked, the more they tried to attack from underground again, putting them under intense pressure. Even the plant force members who had previously fainted from fatigue earlier weren't let off. They were kicked awake and forced to take part in the defense. Old Gu was not hoping to achieve anything with his shout this time. He knew that someone like Robin would not wait for a shout from him to make a decision. Rather, it was his way to relieve the sensation of panic he felt. In the end, even a seasoned commander who led an empire for about 2,000 years and then oversaw his son's era had no idea what was going on right now, and he definitely wouldn't want to be the one giving the orders in a situation like this. But to his surprise, Robin finally took his eyes off Alexander's body and spoke as he pointed towards the top of the hill. "Why are you still here? Don't you realize what just happened? Whoever is not participating in the Flame Dome or healing, or not participating in defending the headquarters ground or participating in making arrays, get the hell out of the dome immediately and fight." "What? This?" Robin's sudden order took everyone by surprise. The blood that was boiling in their veins a moment ago subsided, the shouts asking Robin to think of a solution disappeared, and the looks that almost penetrated Robin's body were neutralized. Everyone stood still with uncertain looks. With a quick glance at the faces around him, Robin realized what was happening. They thought he had decided to fight to their death. But even the intent to fight to the death was no longer present. They were terrified after those thunderbolts landed, and the option of direct confrontation did not occur to them for a moment. Earlier they were army against army. Even if those humanoid white things had tens of times their numbers, they would still dare to fight, but now? Those thunderbolts are out of their league. They are not something they can confront. If a mortal encountered a lion and had nowhere to run to, he would surely try to put up a fight, convincing himself that he might scare the lion away after he loses a limb or two. With this thought in his head, he would fight bravely to the end because he would have hope until he draws his last breath. What happens when a mortal meets the 200 feet long blood earth python? He would just stand there with tears in his eyes and piss in his pants. Fight? It wouldn't cross his mind. Robin understood this, and if he were in their shoes and had no idea of what was going on, he would also be frightened. Who would wish to face such a force? What is the point of even making a confrontation at this point? Perhaps they were all waiting for Robin to think of a plan to escape or surrender. The courage and enthusiasm of conquering a new planet disappeared irreversibly with those thunderbolts, and their survival instinct kicked in. But the thing is, even if Robin wanted to surrender, would those creatures allow him to do so? They look like they want to eat them alive. Secondly, Robin did not ask them to go out and fight to their death as they think. The 6,000 thunderbolts contained patterns Robin hadn't seen before. They had a ridiculously wide range, ignoring the presence of divine armors and the presence of the White Flame Dome, only striking down the flying individuals. Everything about those lightning bolts hinted at something in the dark. This wasn't just a strong enemy's all-out attack. Even ignoring all that, the most important hint is the moment that the attack is activated. The moment of switching between the exhausted and the new forces, or rather, the moment of the landing of 6,000 sages. Those 6,000 sages were the largest number that had flown out of Robin's army at one point, and they had been flying above for close to 4 hours, yet they had been hit the moment they were landing. Why? There are many reasons that might lead to such a decision, but the most logical explanation is that the person controlling the attack was waiting for more members of Robin's army, or perhaps all of them to fly up, before activating the attack. But his patience ran out when he felt that those 6,000 were approaching the ground, so he decided to finally strike. What does this say? Firstly, the person controlling the lightning attack was not watching the battle himself. If he was watching what was happening inside the dome, he would have known that there were 6,000 more sages who were preparing to come out. If he had waited another minute, he would have struck and killed the 6,000 new sages. If he waited and struck down Victoria and her sages, then it would have been game over for sure. Half of his sages would be completely exhausted and the other half would be half dead, and this way Robin's main forces would have truly been crippled. Secondly, that attack cannot be used continuously. Otherwise, he would have used it from the beginning, and whoever activated it would not have had to wait this long before using it. It is not like he can relax and watch the amusing fight. He absolutely couldn't use it before, and could not wait any longer now. Why? That is simple. For every minute the leader of these humanoid white creatures delayed using these thunderbolts, a saint or sage of his followers was slaughtered, and thousands of his ground forces were killed. If he could use it from the start, he would have saved more than 7,000 sages and saints from his army. This means that this terrifying attack will probably not be used again for a long time. But how can he convince his forces to go out and fight with their current morale? Chapter 427. Robin moved his eyes between Elizabeth, Victoria, Old Goo, and the other top-level sages standing around him. Then he asked out of nowhere, "You all know now that those lightning bolts can pierce the dome, right?" Everyone nodded. This was one of the things that mostly crushed their confidence. If only those attacks were outside, they simply wouldn't come out. They could probably stay inside the dome and strengthen it until they find a solution. In the end, as long as they had a safe haven, they would be able to negotiate with those creatures even if it took months or years. But reality had a different opinion. Some of you may have noticed that all of those killed by the lightning bolts were low-ranking sages, and all of those who were attacked were all flying, right? Robin asked again. Some of them asked and looked around, while others nodded. Everything happened very quickly. Since the lightning strike and until this moment, only 5 minutes have passed, and a few of them have not yet reached such observations. Robin nodded a few times slowly. Then he started to lift off the ground. "Your Excellency!" Old Goo and the rest shouted in one breath. Panic was evident on their faces. Robin from the beginning has been standing at the heart of the army, issuing all decisions and moving the army as he wants. Even the stupidest person among those humanoid white creatures will know that he is their leader. That person who sent the thunderbolts will definitely attack him now that he has left the ground. On top of that, Robin is still just a saint, and any one of those lightning bolts would be enough to turn him into ashes. They have to protect Robin, as it is their hope to get home. They have to bring him back to Earth immediately. But none of them dared to fly after him. Fear gripped their hearts and feet. Robin continued to climb upwards. Then he slowly increased his speed until he reached the boundary of the white flame dome and stopped in front of it. Boom, boom, boom. The white flame dome had already reached a critical stage. The number of holes in it had become very dangerous, and the dome was currently not even 40% complete. At this point in front of Robin, the dome was opening and closing in fractions of a second. The distance between him and the nearest saint of humanoid white creatures did not exceed 2 feet, and perhaps if one of them extended his hand he would touch the other. Ha! Robin let out a sneering laugh at that humanoid saint, then looked down at his followers. That thunder attack won't happen again anytime soon. Head towards the top of the hill and fight with all your might, but for your safety, most of you stay on the ground, shoot them from below. Even if you don't hit them, at least disperse them and keep them away from the dome. At the same time, I want only 500 sages in flight mode. They will be the real offensive arm of our forces. Those sages must be at the level of the middle sagehood realm or higher, and when one of them gets tired, he has to land and another sage takes his place. 500 sages. All the sages started to look at each other with sidelong glances. Now they know why Robin is flying in front of them. He wants to prove to them that that attack will not be repeated, but he is still one person. What if that person is waiting for large numbers again? What would happen if 500 of them went up and got hit? They knew Robin asked that all of the 500 sages be above level 34 to withstand the thunderbolts if it came down again and not get directly killed like the low-level sages, but how useful is that? Those middle, high, and top-level sages who were struck by the thunderbolts are all on the ground now between life and death, and their survival isn't even 50% granted. Tisk, move your ass motherfuckers, you think I'm asking your permission? This is a direct order. Robin suddenly shouted in annoyance when he saw their hesitation. All the sages present had sworn to obey Robin, so he really didn't need to say much. Whoever refused to move now would risk breaking the oath and die. But he softened his yelling again when he saw that moving them by force would only result in an increase in the death toll, as he added, "Don't worry, this is a bet in your eyes, but I am 100% sure of my calculations. I will lead the first 500 sages myself." "Father!" Caesar shouted and quickly flew to Robin's side. "You said it is a bet. Even if there is a 1% chance that you are wrong, I won't let you get out of here. If you want someone to lead the first group, it will be me and no one else. Even if no one came with me, I will fight alone." "Wurrah!" The Burton family saints loudly shouted their readiness to march. "I am ready too." Jabba slammed on his chest from below and shouted, "Wind forces, gather, we will head out." Peon didn't bother saying anymore and was already gathering his followers. Crash! At this moment, a loud bone-clacking sound emitted from Old Goo, before everyone could hear him saying with a sigh, "Ha! It seems that the life we spent in prosperity has made us forget what war is. I, a soldier, have been reluctant to carry out an order from my superior. What a shame." Then he bowed towards Robin. "Your Excellency, you are too important to be put in danger. You are our only hope now. If you do not wish to apply martial law against me now and cut off my head, please allow me to lead the charge." Robin looked long at Old Goo, then nodded. "Thank you, Your Excellency." Old Goo let out a long sigh and immediately started preparing the army and preparing the first wave of sages. Robin stood there and continued to watch. It was clear that Old Goo and all the sages he had chosen for the first wave were still afraid, but they stood in their ranks, received their orders, and acted upon them. Quite unlike them, the Burton family saints showed no such fear. They were moving with enthusiasm and with facial expressions topped by cruelty and thirst for blood. Robin sighed when he saw this. No matter how powerful the soldiers are and how much they train, practical warfare has a different character, and only situations like this can make real soldiers. The long period of peace in the four empires on planet Jura made it prosper faster and take hurried steps towards higher energy levels compared to the rest of the planets of the same martial age, which is only 60,000 years, but it also made their men weak inside. On the other hand, the ancestral land was far behind in terms of cultivation technique, how to make the best use of cultivation resources, and so on. They had one thing that gave them an edge over the four empires, which was the constant state of wars. That edge can be written off if a direct conflict happened between the four empires and the ancestral continent because of the sheer gap in power. But when both parties are at the same level now, the edge of the ancestral continent residents would start to show effect. This was one of the reasons I brought them here anyway, Robin thought as he watched them move. Chapter 428. Robin steadied himself, hovering near the upper border of the dome, as he watched tens of thousands of his soldiers emerge from the dome one after another, raising their shields with one hand and launching attacks with the other. After the last soldier exited, the wall of the white flame dome behind him immediately closed. Seconds later, all the other holes in the dome were closed as well. The exit of those forces attracted the attention of the saints and sages of the humanoid white creatures, and a fierce battle immediately started up the hill. All the attacks that had been descending on the white flame dome previously now started descending upon the soldiers of the Golden Battalion instead, relieving most of the pressure on the dome once again. But even though the enemies numbered a little more than 22,000 while the number of soldiers of the Golden Battalion that emerged from the dome reached 40,000, the battle was not one-sided at all. This was in addition to the quality of the law techniques and divine weapons all in the favor of the Golden Battalion as well. As expected, the high ground always has the advantage. The superiority of the soldiers of the Golden Battalion in numbers and equipment did not contribute to anything except that they were able to preserve their lives and balance the equation against their flying enemies. Perhaps if it were not for Old Gu leading 500 of the strongest sages in the Golden Battalion now and moving them like an arrow penetrating the ranks of the enemies, the scales would have tilted in favor of humanoid white creatures already. But this balance did not last long. After only a quarter of an hour, the balance began to tilt clearly in favor of the Golden Battalion. After a quarter of an hour had passed without those lightning clouds appearing again, the members of the Golden Battalion began to gain confidence to fight with all their might again. Old Gu and the sages above started to press harder, and the rest of the army below gradually moved to heavy attack instead of passive defense. Especially the wind forces who combined a minor heavenly law of the space path with the major heavenly law of wind, their ability to hunt down enemies from below with their arrows was the Golden Battalion's greatest weapon. They single-handedly caused over 80% of the total kills so far. The number of deaths among saints and sages among the enemies began to increase rapidly. They were dying even faster than in their battle against Alexander and the 6,000 sages. Robin let out a long sigh when he saw this. He didn't know whether to be happy or sad. He was now seeing with his own eyes the difference between performing the task by force and performing it with conviction. The transformation that the Golden Battalion was witnessing now told him one thing: they absolutely did not trust his judgment a while ago and were afraid to get out. Now that they had experienced for themselves that there was a hope of annihilating a large number of those saints and sages before a new attack wave arrived, they began to put much more effort. Even the Burton family saints who had come out with killing intent were starting to show higher martial abilities now. Apparently even they were a bit worried when they were coming out. There is no doubt that soldiers need practical experience to deal with these difficult situations, but the most important thing is that they need to trust their commander blindly. They currently do not have the first, and they do not know Robin well to have the second either. Gaining experience is a bit easy, all he has to do is throw them into battle after battle and whoever survives will surely become an expert. But the second is more difficult, as he personally has to win every battle he throws them in order to gain their absolute trust. Only then will they carry out Robin's orders without a single bit of hesitation, because they are sure his order is the right one, not because they have to do it. Robin thought it was an inevitable process, then looked down at the walls of the White Flame Dome. 1, 2, arg. After greatly reducing the pressure on them, the fire forces and the life forces returned to advance again and compensate for the steps they forcibly retreated a short while ago. In those short few minutes they retreated in, there were already tens of thousands of humanoid white creatures passing through both sides of the dome and surrounding it once again. But now that they have regained their breath, it is time to rectify this mistake. The path up the hill was quickly blocked again, and a large number of hordes of humanoid white creatures were incinerated. As for those who actually managed to reach the top of the hill, they would have to face 40,000 soldiers of the Golden Battalion, so they could be considered dead already. The pressure also eased a lot on the plant forces. Some of them even left their places and went to help the life forces treat the fallen sages. Seeing that everything had settled down again, Robin's gaze fell toward the middle of the dome, on 17 milky white individuals kneeling on the ground with their hands tied behind their backs. They were the prisoners who were caught by the wind forces after activating the dome. Swoosh! With a quick movement, Robin appeared in front of them, with his majestic golden armor and golden eyes exuding clear killing intent. His presence forced the few wind force soldiers guarding the prisoners to bow without thinking. Robin moved his eyes slowly at those prisoners, trying to understand something from their reactions to his arrival with this intent to kill in front of them, but he did not find anything of fear, awe, or even some panic. The only thing he found was a more intense killing intent. Robin furrowed his brows. The most dangerous thing he had witnessed since arriving in this world was not the numbers of those creatures, nor their schemes, nor even the lightning attack, but rather their intention to die for victory. He, the ruler of planet Jura, saw for himself what happens when he gives orders that the soldiers think may lead to death, so he knows very well what it means to have such soldiers under the command of any commander. In fact, he is beginning to feel some envy towards the person who moves them. Thud. Robin took another 2 steps toward the strongest prisoner among them, with a strength roughly equal to a knight at level 14. Then he got down on one knee in front of him, raised his hands and tightly gripped his head, and muttered in a bone-chilling voice, "You have had your mystery long enough, now, show me everything you know." Robin's expression turned completely serious. He had intended to do soul research since the moment he arrived on this planet, but he basically didn't have enough energy to carry out something high-level like soul research, so he had to wait for him to recover with food and energy gems. But the moment he recovered, thunderbolts descended, and the soul quest plan was postponed again. Now the moment had finally arrived. Now he finally gets to know what really goes on behind the scenes. Tisk. I probably won't be able to get the full truth from this low-ranking knight, but capturing a saint and sage outside is not a practical idea either. Capturing or killing someone with the strength of a saint or higher is like the difference between heaven and earth. First, his comrades wouldn't let him get caught. Secondly, he could simply blow up himself if he was caught, and Robin thought while activating the soul search technique, but his train of thought was suddenly cut off. What the? AAHH. Suddenly Robin's cry resounded throughout the dome. Your Excellency. Ah, what do we do? Arg. Let me go, you son of a bitch. Robin cried out loudly as his features turned to the worst. AAHH. If you don't give me a path, then I will take you down with me. Boom. Your Excellency. Immediately after Robin's last shout, a powerful wave of formless energy shook every soul inside and outside the dome. Before anyone realized what was happening, Robin was lying 50 meters away from his original place, passed out, as if his pupils were pushed back into his skull. Ah, His Excellency has fallen. The Wind Saints ran towards Robin. Zara and a few sages from the life forces let go of what they had in their hands, and ran towards him like madmen. The pillar supporting their sky had fallen. Everything seemed to move in slow motion for a moment. Only the people who could not leave their positions held their ground, but they felt their hearts being ripped out of their chests. His Excellency, muttered one of the fire forces responsible for feeding the dome of white flames, looking down toward his feet with eyes filled with tears. Then, he looked up at the faces of the humanoid white creatures with eyes filled with killing intent and shouted, "I swear that if something happened to His Excellency, I would not forgive you." Before that soldier could complete his threat, he stopped and opened his eyes to the last of them. The humanoid white creatures outside were standing in their places looking at each other in stupefaction. When they heard the flame soldier's cry, a look of fear appeared on them and they started to retreat. Not only them, but all the saints and sages above also stopped and started to look around in shock. Then each one shot off in a different direction, not looking back again. The battle has stopped. Chapter 429. Sigh. That was a powerful soul attack. If I hadn't placed a great deal of importance on raising my soul strength, it might have been destroyed by mere contact with that thing. In the end, I couldn't avenge Mila, nor save Richard, Emperor of the planet Jura, Heaven's Chosen. It turned out that I was just a petty character in the end, and I led myself to death in a place that had nothing to do with me. I wonder if the owner of that soul died too. I bet that would greatly ease the burden on my guys, and they might be able to return to Jura now if they built the space portal. But, I am the only link that unites them. Alexander and Old Goo, Victoria and Elizabeth, and the Burton family saints won't listen to each other, and Caesar doesn't have enough strength to unite them fully under his command yet. After my death, the army will undoubtedly disintegrate. If my fall causes the Golden Battalion to disintegrate and leads them to their death, only then will I feel that I died in vain. I am dead. Why can I think? Slowly opens his eyes. Tisk tisk. Even the dim candlelight can hurt me now? Looks like my soul got severely injured in that soul battle, and I can see candlelight. I am alive. Buzz. Robin tried to raise his head gradually with half-closed eyes and blurred vision. His ears could hear nothing but a lot of buzzing, as if thousands of bees were flying in circles around his head. Even after about 2 seconds of looking around, he could only see that he was in a closed space. There were a few golden objects scattered around him. His Excellency has woken up. Thank the heavens. I will go tell General Caesar. I'm going to check his pulse. When the individuals in the room noticed Robin's movement, it looked as if scorpions had stung them. They went from sitting dejectedly to running around in a panic. Although Robin did not hear anything from them clearly, the feelings of fear and happiness were evident in their voices. So he was reassured and rested his head in its place again with a light smile. It seems that I am still alive somehow, and in a safe zone at that. I actually managed to keep my life after facing that horrifying being. I always thought of soul power as a way to help me formulate various techniques faster. Who would have thought that it would save my life today? Then he closed his eyes again, and with it the rest of his senses. This feeling. What does His Excellency do? One of the Life Force's soldiers furrowed his eyebrows after Robin rested his head again. The person who was feeling Robin's pulse also furrowed his brows for a few seconds before letting out a relieved sigh. Don't worry, he is using the soul replenishing technique. Soul replenishing technique. The rest in the tent raised their eyebrows slightly, but they soon understood. During those days, they tried more than once to treat him with the various laws of the life path, but to no avail. After many tries, they affirmed that the damage Robin suffered was not physical. Everyone here was not trying to heal Robin, as they knew they could not. Their main job was to take turns checking Robin's condition every few minutes and providing him with easy-to-swallow food and enough drink to keep his body strong and healthy. Even though Robin is at level 30, he can stay for about 10 days without food, and this period would be longer if he was unconscious. The point was not to preserve his life, but rather to keep him strong all the time, as this would increase his chances of survival. The soul replenishing technique. This is one of the basic techniques of the soul path that His Excellency personally devised when he was still living in the afflicted Jura city, and it is one of the basic techniques that were distributed to all of us before we came here. We were told that it is very important to revitalize and renew the soul. I remember it well because I had wondered what we might use it for during the conquest of another planet. Considering now that His Excellency uses it to treat himself, only now did I know its value. Only now did they become certain that the damage that Robin had suffered and that made him unconscious during this time had something to do with the soul. I can't believe that His Excellency distributed this invaluable technique to us for free. He is really a great man, a great man. One of the Life Force's girls said while looking at Robin with eyes full of awe. Father, I heard that my father woke up. How is he? At this moment, the tent curtain opened and Caesar came in shouting. When he saw that Robin was still lying in his place, he grabbed the shield of the nearest sage of the Life Forces and shouted in his face. What is going on here? Is this some kind of prank? Do you think fighting those damn creatures is so easy now that they are back and it's time for your little jokes? Maybe I should throw you guys in the front row. I would like to hear you laugh then. We dare not. That sage who was unfortunate enough to get into Caesar's hands shouted in panic. His Excellency did indeed wake up and raised his head, but he activated the soul replenishing technique and fell back to sleep again. It seems that there are injuries in his soul that prevented him from moving. When Caesar heard this, he raised his eyebrows and let go of the sage's armor. He took a few steps towards Robin, then furrowed his eyebrows again. Robin only distributed two techniques related to the soul. The first is the soul strengthening technique and the second is the soul replenishing technique. Other than the soul replenishing technique, they had no way to treat anything related to the soul, and this technique a person could only use on himself. No, even if they could help him using the soul replenishing technique, would it really help? This technique was made to restore clarity of mind and speed up the process of healing the soul after its exhaustion. Can it do anything to treat Robin from his injuries? Although I do not know what really happened, Father's cry and fall that day, and then his fainting for a few days, says that he certainly did not receive any minor damage. Caesar thought as he kept examining Robin. But this is the current situation. None of them can do anything but stand on the side idly by and watch as Robin tries to do something to heal himself. Robin's achievements in the soul path can be said to be revolutionary in relation to their previous knowledge. Well, there was no previous knowledge of the planet Jura in the first place, as they just knew it exists. But his colossal achievements now seem to be completely insufficient. After a few seconds, Caesar turned and moved toward the exit, saying, "Keep up your good work." The Life Force saints and sages followed him until he came out and closed the curtain of the tent behind him. Only then did they let out a long exhale. The adopted son of the Emperor of the world. Sometimes he acts spontaneously and gets close to his followers, which makes him popular among the members of the army. Sometimes the pressure he puts on as the one and only sage of death exceeds even Robin somehow. With a few glances among themselves, the sages of the Life Force decided to summon Peon next time instead of Caesar. Caesar, what is the news? How is His Excellency? The moment Caesar came out of the cloud, there were a few people waiting. They were Victoria and Elizabeth and some other sages at the top of the sage realm, and even Alexander came leaning on crutches with his body wrapped in bandages like a mummy. All of them furrowed their eyebrows and expressed fear as they waited for Caesar's reply. After all, his absence did not last long inside, and he went out alone without Robin. Caesar let out a long sigh and announced as he clenched his hands tightly. Father did indeed wake up, but he shut down his senses and activated the soul replenishing technique. I checked it myself. Who? As if a stone had finally been lifted from their chests, they all let out a long exhale and their expressions relaxed. Robin's fall that day shook their world. Only now did their legs find solid ground to stand on again. But soon their features changed again. Chapter 430. The Soul Replenishing Technique. He seems to have received a soul attack as we expected. Elizabeth sighed and spoke. Old Guzmud turned to the worst again after his first relief. He said, His Excellency didn't distribute soul techniques for attacking or defending or even for healing soul wounds. We had sworn to work under his command and he was so generous with us, how could he hide such techniques? It's most likely that he doesn't know them either. You mean? Victoria furrowed her eyebrows. In planet Jura, we had no knowledge of anything related to the reality of the soul before His Excellency appeared. He had no ground to lean on in his research. However, he came up with many techniques for it in a short period. So most of the research focused on strengthening the spirit and restoring its activity to help it in his research. He also made some applications like the thoughts conveying technique and the oath tablets. They were a bit narrow in scope and little in number, but they still alone are enough to say a lot about his capabilities. But from all that, this also tells us that this is probably the first time he is subjected to a soul attack. He does not know how to defend against an attack of this kind, and he must have been severely wounded because he resisted it bluntly. And now comes the bigger problem, he doesn't know how to heal himself from his soul injuries. His use of the soul replenishing technique is proof enough of this. Caesar only looked at the ground and clenched his fists even more. Since he was certain that his father was using the soul replenishing technique, he knew that the situation was bad, as he himself had used this technique more than once previously and knew its limits. The important thing now is that His Excellency is alive and has enough awareness to try to find a solution to his own problem. Because of his heroic sacrifice, he was able to end that death siege upon us and we regained the initiative. What more do you expect from him? We are here to conquer a new world for him and expand his empire for him. We are the ones who have to bear the war, not him. Please don't expect any more help from His Excellency, just pray that he will rise up for us again unharmed. It's our turn to prove to him that we are not useless. Caesar spoke with a clear heaviness in his voice while clenching both hands tightly, and it was clear that every word that came out of him was coming out with great difficulty. How is it that the soldiers could not do anything in front of those hordes of enemies, but Robin alone managed to save everyone and gave them a new chance? Their incompetence led his father to his current, between life and death, situation. But he quickly calmed himself and looked around with clear defiance, then began to rise from the ground. I will go to convey the report to the second commander-in-chief and receive his instructions. Now go back to your spots and wait for his orders. Old Gu, Victoria, Elizabeth, and the rest of the peak sage level nodded at the same time and flew away. There was no one left in front of the tent except Alexander, who found himself a relatively large rock near the tent and sat on it, looking with unfocused eyes at its door, as was the case for the past few days. Second Commander-in-Chief. Caesar landed on top of the hill and saluted, placing his right hand on his chest. Jabba looked behind him and shook his head with a self-ridiculing laugh. You know you don't have to do that. Caesar took a few more steps and stood beside Jabba looking up at the sky, and spoke. Until my adoptive father rises again you will be the leader, stop trying to evade your responsibility. Boom boom boom. You came alone, how is Master doing? Jabba was silent for a while and then suddenly asked. Alive. The situation isn't far from what you have predicted. Caesar replied sternly, then proceeded to explain what had just happened in the tent. Good, good. That is actually much better than I expected. Jabba let out a long sigh, then gave a big smile and continued, his life is in his hands now, very good. What is very good exactly? Caesar furrowed his brows deeply and looked at Jabba. He had just told him about Robin's seemingly untreatable condition, but he smiled. Jabba looked to his side, still smiling. It makes me feel sometimes that you don't yet know who your adoptive father is. As long as his consciousness is still present enough to activate a technique, then what is there to fear? Now we only have to wait patiently for his return. Caesar's eyebrows relaxed a lot and he let out a small sigh, as he looked up at Jabba's face with focused eyes. Absolute confidence. Is this the one you chose to be your only disciple, father? But he suddenly suppressed his thoughts and took a few steps to the side away from Jabba, and turned to look towards the sky again. Caesar is quite a tall man, with exactly 195 centimeters in height. He could be said to be one of the tallest in the Golden Battalion. But even with that, his head didn't even reach Jabba's chest. Him standing beside him and looking up at him like this, he looked like a little child asking his father to pick him up. The situation was very strange, so he had to run away quickly. Then he raised his voice again awkwardly. Cough cough. What is the current situation? See for yourself. Jabba laughed it off and pointed in front of him, towards an aerial battle taking place in front of the cliff. It was not close to the battle that took place before Robin's incident. In fact, there were only 20 individuals involved. The battle was between 10 saints of the Burton family wearing nothing but short pants that hide their private parts, against 10 saints of the humanoid white creatures. The battle seemed random as all individuals could target each other. But by focusing a little, it was possible to see the cooperation between the members of each team and the teamwork to deliver the greatest possible damage to the second party. Although there were tens of thousands of saints and sages of the humanoid white creatures floating around the aerial arena, and a similar number of Golden Battalion troops fully armed with their divine gear standing on top of the hill behind Jabba, no big battle broke off as all sides quietly stood their places watching the ongoing mini-battle. The two teams fought without tricks, without advantages, even their cultivation levels were identical, only military tactics, courage, and the quality of their techniques were of use. Everything about this mini-battle looked like a friendly tournament. If Robin woke up now and saw this scene, he would undoubtedly think he was still dreaming. Chapter 431. 10 days ago. Right after Robin collapsed, devastating chaos occurred. Panic struck everyone inside and outside the dome. Everyone inside rushed towards Robin, and everyone outside ran wherever their feet took them. No one understood what happened with Robin. They didn't know how to react or how to help him. They just ran to him out of pure instinct. That wasn't even the most confusing thing at that moment. They were met with something stranger. The army that had been besieging them for hours, and seemed like they had sworn to die with them today, no longer existed. The whole army that had millions of soldiers was nowhere to be found. They scattered in panic and never looked back. No one issued an order to pursue them as they would in any other case. It was not the time. The most important thing at that time was to know what happened to Robin. Everyone stood in their places, looking in the direction of where he fell, hoping for the best. Only after Caesar announced that Robin's heart was still beating did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. They sat down as if their legs, which could carry mountains, could no longer carry their bodies. Only the life and flame forces remained standing next to the dome. They supplied energy to it until all the holes were blocked, after which they sat down as well. As long as the dome is filled with flame energy and life energy, it can theoretically function and protect itself until that energy is completely exhausted. Now, for the first time since its creation, the life forces and flame forces no longer have to supply energy. They can finally catch their breath and rest their bodies, which acted as a corridor for the energy between energy pearls and the white flame dome for long hours. However, they sat next to the dome to provide it with energy if those creatures came back again. The extreme exhaustion and shock of what was happening around them at least did not make them forget this task. After being assured that Robin was still alive and taking him to his assigned tent to make the necessary examinations on him, all the army generals decided to meet to decide what would happen next. And just as Robin had expected, no two agreed. Victoria said that they should seize the opportunity of the humanoid white creature's retreat and come down from the hill. Then they should march in any direction and destroy any enemy fortification they found in their path. but everyone else said that leaving their defenses and moving the army again to an unknown place might get them into deeper trouble. They didn't know anything about this world and didn't know if there were even any fortresses. Old Goo, however, demanded to stop everything and stay in their places until Robin woke up and decided what to do. He backed his words with the fact that it was clear from Robin's shout earlier that he knew something they did not know. He had at least harmed the leader who controlled those creatures, otherwise they would not have retreated so quickly. Therefore, it was wise to wait and listen to what he had to say before making any move. The rest said that they did not know when Robin would wake up, or even if he would ever wake up again. How could everything be stopped and wait for something so unknown? Since the leader of these creatures was indeed harmed by Robin, wouldn't it be better to turn to an attack rather than staying without a purpose? As for Elizabeth, she demanded that they remain in their places and continue with the war of attrition plan. She stated that the opportunity of this peace should be seized so the division of divine blacksmiths and rune masters could complete their work in strengthening the defenses. But the rest objected, saying that this would be equivalent to turning their precious resources into waste. Those humanoid white creatures fled in panic and didn't even look back. Would they even come back? What if they established the defenses only to find out they wouldn't be attacked again? What was the use of a fortress if it was not attacked? Establishing the protection energy dome array and the metal wall was not cheap. As for Caesar, he demanded that the army be divided into 5 divisions and deployed in random directions. This would draw a map of the area in which they were located, expand their area of control, and make a small kingdom for themselves. But everyone refused, saying that they were under pressure to this degree while they were together. So what would happen if they dispersed and got attacked again? This meeting lasted for about 2 hours after Robin's fall. Other than Old Goo, Elizabeth, Victoria, and Caesar, there were still about 10 other top-level sages who had a very high status in their respective empires. Each of them held on to their views and refused to take a step back. Some of them even threatened to take their troops and start implementing their own visions. This was not because they wanted to split up on purpose, or wanted to rebel against the true beginning empire, or because they wanted to defy the oath they swore to Robin. It was because they deeply believed with all their senses that their vision and reasons were the absolute truth. They were certain that if they followed their plans, they would bring victory to the Golden Battalion and show their worth to Robin. Everyone in this room had the ability to rule empires, and some of them had already ruled empires for hundreds or even thousands of years. If one of them thought something was right, why should he compromise and accept someone else's opinion? If only talking could reach a conclusion that simply, planet Jura wouldn't have been divided until Robin came along. There was no glimmer of hope that the meeting would result in anything. Until suddenly, Caesar changed the subject completely and demanded the appointment of a temporary second commander-in-chief until his father woke up. Everyone calmed down for the first time in the meeting. Then they sighed and nodded in agreement with Caesar's words. If the discussion continued in this direction, the army would disintegrate, and each of them would take his men and do what he saw fit. This was not something that any of them wanted to see, and certainly not something Robin would tolerate when he wakes up. One person had to make the decisions until Robin woke up, and that person had to be the only one responsible for the results, whether positive or negative. Caesar was delighted when he saw this, but he soon gently furrowed his eyebrows again, ready for another long round of struggle until they chose the new leader. But to his surprise, the selection of the new leader did not last more than 10 minutes. Everyone, without exception, chose Jabba. Even Jabba, who had been sitting quietly in one corner of the tent without saying a word from the beginning, opened his eyes at the last of them in obvious shock. Everyone justified their decision by saying that Jabba had strength equivalent to a peak Sage Realm expert and thus had the qualifications. Some said they chose him because he was His Excellency's only disciple and the one who understood him the most, and others gave different reasons. But deep inside, everyone knew the real reason, which was that Jabba had no military power behind him. Victoria, for example, had water forces. Old Goo had fire forces. Even Caesar had control over the entire Burton family's forces. If one of them controlled power, the position of that group would rise above the shoulders of others and disturb the balance. The second problem was that if one of them took the lead and made a bad judgment, they couldn't remove him from authority anymore because he would have his men protect his newfound power. Third and last, they knew each other, and no one wanted his old rival to be his superior. Only Jabba, who had nothing but himself, could take this role. And although Jabba also understood this quickly and realized they chose him for his political weakness rather than his strength or status, he sighed in the end and agreed. There was nothing more important than helping the army pass through this critical point. Just like that, Jabba, who was just sitting on the sidelines awaiting orders, suddenly had command of an army powerful enough to conquer worlds. Chapter 432. Immediately after it was agreed that Jabba would temporarily take command of the army, everyone looked at him, waiting for his decisions. However, their attempt to influence him could be seen in all of their eyes, each of them still wanting Jabba to choose his point of view. Jabba sighed seeing this while thinking, "What a troubled situation you left me in, master." He knew that even after being chosen as a leader, the journey would not be without obstacles. The idea of choosing him mainly was because he had no power backing him, so in their heads, they were already ready to disobey him if their ideas on how to command the army conflicted greatly. So, after much thought, he started shooting order after order. First, he ordered them to continue working on the metal wall and the energy protection dome array, and even gave the rune masters and the divine blacksmiths full support from all available members of the Golden Battalion. Not only that, he ordered that the rune master need to work on the energy protection dome array so that it would cover the entire hill as Robin commanded, and not cover the area they control at this moment. He justified this by saying that even if they are not attacked again, it is necessary to establish a permanent headquarters on this planet. What would be a better headquarters than the place they knew and fought over already? Also, the hill is large and can accommodate several million people that can live on top of it full time. Of course, not to the extent of establishing a city, but establishing a huge camp on top of the hill that will support the entire army of Planet Jura will not be a problem at all. Second, taking advantage of the time granted by Robin's sacrifice, they started to explore their surroundings by sending teams from the wind forces in different directions. Each squad had only 10 soldiers to limit losses. Third, after finishing the metal wall, the Divine Blacksmith Division shall immediately start working on a space portal. Jabba's decisions were well received and satisfied everyone's suggestions in one way or another. He did not take an attacking position and at the same time did not sit idle, so it can be said that it was perfect. The only one who didn't like the decisions was Victoria, who wanted to move the entire army to make the best use of the situation and attack planet Greenland randomly. However, she didn't say anything. Everyone else agreed with Jabba's decisions. If she tried to make a fuss alone now, then she would be considered a rebel. Even leaving that aside, if she could not convince Caesar to do the same, then she could not do anything even if she had the power. It can be said the Burton forces and the water forces are tied in the same boat and would do anything together. And with this, the implementation of the second commander-in-chief's decisions began immediately. The divisions of divine blacksmiths and rune masters returned to work, and a large number of members of the Golden Battalion joined them to help build the metal wall or make the metal bases of the energy protection dome array. Peon began organizing the Wind Saints from the Burton family for several small squads to go out and explore and map the area around them. As for the rest of those who did not have work, they contented themselves with completing the construction of the camp, taking care of the injured, and relieving themselves from that harsh battle. 3 days passed after that in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, the wind squads made a survey of the area surrounding the hill at a depth of 10 kilometers in all directions. They drew an accurate map of potential water and food sources, strategic zones, and so on. The strange thing about the reports is that several wind teams stated they saw some of those humanoid white creatures doing seemingly normal things like plowing lands, planting trees, and irrigating them. They even watched them talking to each other peacefully as normal human beings, which was very strange for them after they saw with their own eyes the suicidal desire and illogical behavior of those creatures previously. But what really shocked Jabba and the rest of the generals was that every time one of the wind squads witnessed something like this, or they spotted any group of humanoid white creatures in the vicinity, those creatures would pounce on them immediately after a few seconds. It was not as if someone saw these wind squads, told his comrades, and then attacked them. Without warning, they all started running or flying towards wind squads which were perfectly hidden, and soon that team found several other groups of the humanoid white creatures coming towards them from all directions to surround them. This was one of the reasons why the wind teams were not able to fully explore the area around the hill. Although the army of humanoid white creatures seemed to have disintegrated or disappeared after Robin fell that day, after the 10-kilometer mark, further incursion was considered impossible due to the density of these creatures. It was guaranteed that you would be spotted and attacked if you passed by them after the 10-kilometer mark. During this period came the first good news that the Golden Battalion had heard in days. The metal wall was completed. Initially, it was estimated that the Divine Blacksmith Division would take about a week to finish, but this was considering the harsh conditions at the time. But now, with this period of peace and with the help of the entire detachment of the Divine Blacksmith's Legion, a 40-meter-high wall stood blocking the road at the neck of the hill in just 2.5 days. At the same moment they finished it, the nearly 5,000 Divine Blacksmiths went to work on the metal structure of the space portal. As for the Rune Masters Division, they had also finished the first and second parts of the Energy Dome's array. Now an area twice as large as the area that was under the protection of the White Flame Dome was under the protection of the Energy Protection Dome's array, and they started to complete more parts of the array towards the top of the hill, following the plan to cover the sky of the entire hill. But this period of peace did not last long. On the 4th day, soldiers from the wind forces came running towards the hill from all directions in panic, some of them suffering from severe injuries. Whenever one of them reached the dome, he shouted that the enemies were coming. Quickly after, the army of white humanoids approached again. The ground forces were about double the number of those who fled, reaching about 5 million. Their huge numbers and their spread covered the ground as far as the eye could see. However, even this majestic scene did not attract everyone's attention for more than a few seconds, as the scene in the sky was much worse. The flying white humanoids increased in number from 25,000 during the last time they saw them to 60,000 now. Chapter 433. The sound of swallowing saliva echoed over the hill and became more common than the sounds of birds that were screaming in terror everywhere. Everyone began to look around in panic as they watched the approaching hostile army. They narrowly escaped death from the first battle after His Excellency intervened in a way that caused the dispersal of those humanoid white creatures. But after only 4 days, they returned with double their previous numbers while His Excellency was still lying half dead. But at that moment Jabba's brows, which were deeply knotted, relaxed a bit, then began to raise them until a look of astonishment formed on his face instead of troubled fear. Then he spoke loudly, "Look at their faces." Everyone stopped looking around in panic and started to focus on the faces of the humanoid white creatures more. Soon their fearful features changed like what happened with Jabba. The eyes of these creatures are no longer empty and full of angry angling veins as before. They now contain beautiful green pupils. And they no longer saw that desire to fight to the death either, but for the first time, they saw various emotions evident in the eyes of those humanoid white creatures. Some of them seemed excited about the battle, some of them seemed curious, and some of them seemed afraid of not coming back alive. Now, for the first time, this fearsome enemy is beginning to look like an ordinary army. But not all of them are like that. Jabba and the rest of the generals quickly managed to spot around 500 individuals scattered among the army of humanoid white creatures with those blank eyes and fierce features. Those blank-eyed individuals were clearly placed in command positions. It seems that whatever Master did at that time is still in effect. When Jabba saw the scene in front of him, his features finally turned into a smile. The rest understood him too. What they are seeing now is definitely related to Robin's shout that day. They do not know what this means or what happened exactly, but it is clear that Robin did something that harmed the enemy and changed his strategy. And that is enough. No, it was more than enough, because thanks to Robin's intervention, the fearless blank-eyed individuals were reduced from a few million to a few hundred of them. If they still can't take them head-on, what face do they have to come here thinking about invading another planet? Soon the generals spread this news among the Golden Army to boost their morale. Then they began spreading them out and making defense plans. Today he is destined not to take the same course as the first battle. First, because the number of enemies has multiplied, whether it is the land forces or the aerial forces, they were both at least double the previous army. But this is understandable, they got hammered the previous time just as they landed, and it only makes sense that the leader of those creatures managed to rally more troops after 4 days. Secondly, it seems that they have returned to being more human-like in some way. The blank and fearless attitude doesn't seem to exist anymore, which is a huge factor. Thirdly, and most importantly, the defenses established by the divine blacksmiths and rune masters have not yet been tested. Sibar Hey. One of the blank-eyed white humanoid leaders raised a sword made entirely of wood and signaled to begin the attack. Everyone atop the hill furrowed their brows and raised their weapons, ready for another grinding battle. The Burton family saints all gathered on top of the wall on Jabba's orders to kill anyone who tried to climb it. The earth-shattering attack of more than 5 million soldiers came quickly. With tremendous momentum, it moved the pebbles from under the feet of the soldiers of the Golden Battalion and made fear infiltrate their hearts. But everything went calm again when they reached the wall. The first batch of white humanoids came to a complete halt when they reached the 40-meter-tall wall, just looking up with wide open mouths. Some of them tried to throw some weapons at the wall a few times. They seemed somehow assured that their weapons would be strong enough to do something to the wall. But when the weapons fell to the ground without making a scratch in the wall, it seemed that they gave up and started exchanging puzzled looks among themselves. The blank-eyed commanders tried to force the army to rush towards the wall more than once and stand on their comrades' bodies to get through it. But the rest of the white humanoids took a step back instead. The features of their faces seemed as if they were saying, "Stand on our comrades' bodies? Are you crazy? What will happen to the brothers below? Won't they be squashed to death?" This strange and unexpected situation tied the tongues of the Burton family saints, who just looked at each other and lowered their arms, not knowing what to do. As for the situation in the sky, it was completely different. It was a real battle, just as was expected. The 60,000 saints and sages immediately launched an attack when they approached a certain distance from the hill at the orders of a few blank-eyed individuals. Although most of the attacks were not half as powerful as before, the combined attack of the 60,000 saints and sages seemed as if it was ready to harvest all the lives over the hill. The few dozen blank-eyed saints and sages looked excited for the first time. Besides their ferocity, they would finally achieve some results. This attack would be enough to deal huge damage to the Golden Battalion, especially since they noticed that the annoying white flame dome that suppressed them earlier was no longer there. Vroom. All 60,000 attacks vanished before landing on the hill. It was not destroyed or dissipated. Rather, it looked like a small rock that fell into a lake. It just disappeared after making a few vibrations in space. The blank-eyed individuals were not convinced by what they saw and ordered another round of attacks, which ended in the same way. However, this time their attacks did not disappear completely, but some of them bounced back at them again and severely injured 6 saints. Not only that, but hundreds of high-speed black arrows started shooting at them from below, dropping many dead and wounded. This was the effect of the Energy Protection Dome's array. It has patterns of several major laws that enable it to absorb damage up to a certain extent, and with them the law of life that enables it to redirect the energy it absorbs as it sees fit, and most importantly, it prevents any attack coming from above from bypassing it, but it does not prevent attacks coming from below, meaning, they can't reach the hilltop land no matter how hard they try. But the sages of the Golden Army can hunt them down as they please from within the array. The new and incomprehensible situation for the saints and sages of the white humanoids forced them to quickly retreat, ignoring the blank-eyed individuals' cries that told them to continue pressing. Whether it is on land or in the sky, the battle that seemed about to destroy everything stopped a few minutes after it started. Chapter 434. 7 days after Robin's fall. The few days after the second wave of attacks by the army of white humanoids did not witness any peace, nor did it witness any large-scale battles either. The ground horde standing still in front of the wall nor the rapid retreat of the saints and sages lasted long. Under their blank-eyed superiors, the white humanoid army advanced again, but with greater caution this time. It was clear that the blank-eyed white humanoid creatures tried a lot to motivate the ground hordes to get over the wall. Indeed, some of them did it under pressure and began to climb, but all of them fell to the ground again without full bodies, adding to the terror within the ground hordes as they looked at the Golden Battalion members at the top of the wall in awe. Therefore, the first few rows of the ground hordes began searching in the wall for any loophole that they could exploit to pass it, or for a weak point that they could attack and make a hole using it. A blank-eyed white humanoid even began to gather those at the top of the knighthood domain and make them attack certain areas in the wall to weaken it, but to no avail. These desperate attempts became a kind of entertainment for the Burton family saints who were busy betting on what would happen next and which spot they would attack, or whether some new fool would try to climb the wall. But the officials among them furrowed their eyebrows. The movements of white humanoids currently have become completely normal, and it can even be said that they are experienced in wars and how to bring down defenses. They weren't bad at this. The wall designed by His Excellency Ruben was just a very harsh test for them, as the original wall was designed to receive an Emperor-level attack with ease. Even if this one is the weaker version, it is still not something a top-level sage can take down easily, much less a few knights. How could such an experienced army be afraid? It was very clear from their eyes that they were remembering the events of the previous battle that lasted for hours, the battle in which a handful of the Golden Battalion personnel died after taking down millions of them. From fearless idiots to terrified veterans. The change is too fast and too big. The second strange thing is that when one of the saints targeted one of the blank-eyed white humanoids below and thoughtfully killed him, another random individual from among the white human creatures turned fierce, his pupils disappeared, and he took a leading spot in the front rows as if nothing happened. This process was repeated and thousands of blank-eyed humanoids were hunted, but they always reappeared. It was found that there are always 327 blank-eyed humanoids lurking among the ground hordes. No matter how many of them were killed, they will always reappear. The strangest thing is that the rest of the white humanoid creatures would obey the new blank-eyed humanoid as if nothing happened. A minute ago your comrade is next to you just trying to survive, and a second later he is your boss who will tell you to advance and kill yourself in battle. This scene amused the Burton saints a lot actually, and they started placing bets on where the next blank-eyed humanoid would appear before they killed him again. But of course, the entertainment did not stop them from reporting all these important events and observations immediately to the generals and to the second commander-in-chief, Jabba. As for the saints and sages of the white human creatures, they were even more careful, as some of them would advance once in a while to hurl some precision attacks at separate areas of the energy protection dome array to test it out and then flee back quickly before the dome sent back the attacks or before the sages of the wind force fired black arrows at them. The powerful new defenses that protected the hill, along with the awe of the white humanoid creatures and the restoration of their natural fear of death as living creatures, made life much easier for Jabba and the Golden Battalion. Even with more than double their previous number, the threat was halved. The battle this time was not a quarter of the intensity of the first, although it continued for several days. Rather, it can be said that this was not a battle in the first place. Although the siege around the hill was so tight that even an ant could not get out or enter the hill, life on top of the hill was actually very relaxed. With so much food in their space rings and so many seeds that life forces could turn into fruit trees, no one feared starving to death. The battle was taking place and the siege was intensifying, but on top of the hill, the youths were busy treating the 6,000 sages, preparing food, and playing betting games. Of course, not everyone was so lucky, as Elizabeth and the plant forces were still suffering badly because there is no array to protect them from underground attacks. It can be said that the plant forces are the only ones at war right now, but even the pressure on them was not that severe. After all, no saint or sage of the enemies dared to get too close to the dome to enter the appropriate range of attack. 10 days after Robin's fall, half of the ground hordes of the humanoid white creatures retreated and hurried in a northwest direction. When Jabba heard the report, he was about to order an investigation of the situation, but then an even stranger report came to him. On that same day, the 60,000 saints and sages of the humanoid white creatures appeared together and stood at a safe distance from the hill, then sent 10 saints near the energy protection dome array. Those 10 saints started shouting and making a few gestures with their hands. Sign language could be said to be universal, and everyone up the hill quickly understood that these 10 people were asking for a challenge. This is obviously a trap. We can't send our men out of the energy protection dome array, Old Goo spoke with knotted eyebrows. Most likely they just want to kill a few saints from our side to boost their confidence. Kill a few saints from our side to boost their confidence? I don't think so. They already killed more than 1,000 from our side, but I agree with Old Goo, we should ignore them. Victoria nodded and said coldly, maybe they want to keep us busy to forget about their ground troops' withdrawal? Maybe they don't want us to attack them as they retreat, Elizabeth added. Hearing this, Jabba remained silent for a long time as he looked up, and then finally said, gesturing at Caesar, let us follow along with them for now. Caesar nodded and immediately selected 10 of the Burton family's saints and sent them to accept the challenge. But he had no time to stand up and watch what was going on. At this moment, someone came to tell him that His Excellency Robin had woken up. Chapter 435. Meanwhile, after Caesar returned from Robin's tent and was assured that he had activated the soul replenishing technique, his eyebrows furrowed as he watched the battle taking place between the 20 saints. The white human saints were not blank-eyed. They showed the excitement of a good fight and fear when facing a strong attack. They communicated with each other a lot by shouting in their language. It was apparent that the fact that they were not blank-eyed did not weaken them at all. On the contrary, they showed great creativity in their attacks and high-level cooperation between them. Even after the fight began for about a quarter of an hour, there was no clear winner. For Jabba and the rest of the high-level generals in the Golden Battalion, the most interesting factor to look at in battle was the wooden weapons they carried. The 10 saints of the Burton family gave up the full-body golden armor of their own free will before exiting the dome to have a fair fight. But they also took their golden divine weapons with them, so it can be said that their attack power is still close to its peak. However, their golden divine weapons weren't able to take the initiative against those wooden weapons, and they even seemed to be somewhat equivalent. This not only surprised the members of the Golden Battalion, it even surprised the spectating white human creatures. The long battle that took place between Alexander and the 6,000 sages against more than 20,000 saints and sages of the humanoid white creatures was somewhat dependent on survival. There was no time to compare weapons and techniques. Even if one of them sensed something abnormal, there was no way to make sure of it. Only now were the suspicions of both sides confirmed. It was clear on their features that each side wondered how the other side could possess weapons equal in strength to their own. The second thing that everyone began to pay attention to was how pure and powerful the other side's law techniques were. So far, several major laws had emerged from both sides, but the Burton Saints side had always been the winner in the test of strength and purity of laws, except for one major law, the plant law. It is the only law that has reached the perfect stage and is almost identical to the perfect major plant law that Robin handed over to Elizabeth that day. In second place were the minor laws related to the earth path and wind path. Their purity levels were extremely high, at least higher than that of the four empires before the appearance of Robin. Other than that, the rest of the laws were full of serious impurities, especially the laws related to the fire path and thunder path. They all looked like the laws the Baron families of the Black Sun Kingdom were using back then, or even worse. The fact that these laws have reached a sufficient level to make the user a saint or a sage is in itself a great achievement. It is even important news that must be conveyed to His Excellency Robin that such trash techniques can make someone a sage. It can't be that this is just an ordinary challenge really, huh? Caesar asked after a few minutes, unable to detect anything abnormal. How is it possible that those creatures who were seeking to exterminate them suddenly have enough brains to start challenges and open ways of communication? This doesn't seem logical at all. Is it possible that their leader gave up and decided to find out more about the aliens that appeared on his land? At this moment Jabba smiled and replied, "Your vision is too short." Ha! Caesar looked towards Jabba, opening his mouth. Sometimes not everything will meet the eyes, you have to look for them on your own. Ignore the battle, buddy, spread your spirit sense as far as possible and focus on what is happening in the background, Jabba advised. Caesar looked back at him and did as Jabba said, and quickly his eyebrows sank down again. There were many saints and sages of the humanoid white creatures slowly withdrawing and hiding behind the backs of their fellows that covered the sky with their large numbers. They then slowly descended down to the forest under the cliff and ran in the other direction quickly under the cover of the thick trees, all running towards the northwest. What is happening exactly? Caesar asked with apparent anger. There was something behind their backs, and it couldn't be good. It seems to be a plan to withdraw a large part of their main forces without our noticing. The withdrawal of the ground forces can be ignored since they are almost useless after we built the wall. We can just brush it off and say that they simply returned to their day-to-day work to reduce the burden of feeding and sheltering such a massive army. But withdrawing part of the main forces, which are the saints and sages, is something else entirely. It will definitely arouse our suspicions and tempt us to make a move against them if we saw them retreating. So they are trying to divert our attention to other things while secretly withdrawing. During the past quarter of an hour, a few dozen saints have left already. As for the reason, I do not know, Jabba shrugged and replied in a low, calm voice. Then he continued, actually, this plan isn't bad at all. They approach us in full force, showing off their true numbers, then slowly withdraw as we focus on the mini-battle. If it weren't for the powerful souls that were given to us by Master's soul strengthening technique, we wouldn't be able to detect what was going on in the background, nor would we be able to observe the detailed numbers of their forces. We would just go with the flow and watch their techniques and weapons as we try to further communicate with them. Unfortunately for them, we have Master on our side and they don't. Caesar returned to look at Jabba, not knowing what to say. He spoke as if discovering them through the spiritual sense was something self-evident, but he had watched the situation just like Jabba for a few minutes and it did not occur to him to spare his senses that much to focus on the people in the background. Who would do this? Probably of all those present, only Jabba thought about this point. This is not the first time that Jabba has shocked him with one of the decisions or procedures in which he sees his adoptive father's shadow. What is the difference between me and Jabba? Experience, intelligence, thinking outside the box? If my adoptive father had not found me as an infant and had to choose between me and Jabba to be his first disciple of choice, who would he have chosen? Caesar sighed resignedly at the thought of this, and asked again in a low voice, such a large withdrawal plan means that they are up to something, and most likely a very large number of them will slowly take off. Then what to do now, Second Commander? Nothing. For now at least, Jabba gave a big smile and said, Chapter 436. The mini-battle was extremely fierce, but that did not last for long. After another 10 minutes, the first saint to fall in the battle was a humanoid creature, then another, and then another. The wide experience of the Burton family soldiers, which they gained from the 10-year war against the Flame Empire, made them get used to the techniques of their opponents much faster and make the suitable arrangements. And while the golden divine weapons and wooden weapons seemed very close in durability and power, the attacking and defensive measures in the golden divine weapons made the difference. The great gap between the quality of the heavenly law techniques between them and the humanoid white creatures drove the final nail in their coffin. It can even be said that the fight, which stayed in balance for about half an hour, was due to the fear of the unknown as each side played it carefully fearing what the other side had in its arsenal. The other reason is that the saints of humanoid white creatures focused on defense and avoidance most of the time. But after the killing of 7 saints of them, their defense and avoidance plan no longer worked. The remaining 3 saints withdrew quickly, ignoring the shouts of blank-eyed superiors, which clearly indicated that they were not satisfied with their return. Some blank-eyed individuals even chased those 3 and beat them until they were on the brink of death. The region fell silent again. It was clear from the charged atmosphere and the expressions on the faces of the saints and sages of the humanoid creatures that they did not plan for the fight to end in their loss, or at least with such a humiliating result in great speed. When Jabba saw this, he smiled and gestured for the other 10 Burton saints to take off their armor and step outside the energy protection dome array. It was he who gave the challenge this time, and as if cold water was poured on them, Jabba could feel clearly that all the humanoid creatures relaxed quite a bit, especially the blank-eyed individuals, whose features took a good curve for the first time. All of them had foolish smiles on their faces as if they were achieving a great victory. Caesar noticed this and asked in astonishment, "Ahem, second commander, do you mind if I ask what the hell are you doing exactly?" He did not know why those humanoid creatures were running away in the background, but it was logical that the enemy had to be stopped if he was planning to do something. But Jabba's arrangement now seemed as if he was satisfying the blank-eyed plan and helping them. Jabba smiled as he watched the Burton soldiers prepare to start the second fight, then said, "We are already besieged by millions of enemies. What worse could happen to us if those saints and sages retreated? Even if they just stand up and retreat now, how and why might we stop them? Do you want us to step out and fight them to stop them from leaving? What is the use of the energy protection dome array then? Wouldn't that be exactly what they want? With the advantages of greater numbers and the ability to fly in their favor, we will not have a chance in a direct fight. The most we can do would be to force them to retreat, but they are already retreating now without a fight. Honestly, I still don't know why they are retreating, but they are reducing the number of troops surrounding us and giving us a better chance of survival. Why would we stop them? We should help them. There is something you must always remember, little brother, if you see the enemy make a mistake, it is foolish to stop him." Caesar raised his eyebrows when he heard this, then nodded several times and returned to watch the second fight, which very soon became the third fight, then the fourth, then the 14th. After the 21st fight, verbal tension took place between the sages of humanoid creatures. It was clear from their signs towards the corpses and the wounded that the verbal fight was due to the successive losses that they had to bear. This verbal fight quickly developed into a huge conflict, which quickly ended as over 20,000 saints and sages broke away from the main army in anger, and then just dispersed, each person going in a different direction. If Jabba and the rest of the generals of the Golden Army had not been aware of what was happening in the background, they might have believed what had just happened. But they knew with certainty that what had just happened was a game to increase the speed of the army's retreat, as it seemed that their leader thought retreating secretly in the background was no longer worth the huge cost his army had to bear. But Jabba ignored this as well and accepted the request for the match again from one of the empty-eyed individuals who seemed angry. It was clear that he wanted to compensate for the successive losses they had suffered and restore the dignity of their race, or at least this is what he was trying to show. And Jabba agreed. The fights continued again without problems, and the retreating process actually still continued in the background all the way until the 43rd fight. After that fight, the total number of saints and sages of the white humanoid creatures besieging the hill settled at 20,000. After reaching that specific number, the frequency of requesting and approving fights decreased. The saints and sages of the white humanoid creatures tried to hide in the woods at the bottom of the steep cliff so that their real numbers would not be spotted by their enemy eyes. Gradually they returned to laying the siege as if nothing had happened. When Jabba saw this, he smiled and returned to camp, then gave an order to all the members of the Golden Battalion to sleep well for the rest of the night and meet tomorrow morning again in the same place. The next day, Jabba came out of his tent, yawning and groaning as if he had had the best night's sleep in months. Then smilingly he strode up the hill with his big hands behind his back, nodding continually all the way in greeting. The Golden Battalion had rested and had already assembled at the top of the hill as they were ordered. All of them held their helmets with one hand and looked at the second commander, Jabba, making his way between them. Finally, when he reached the most distant point under the protection of the energy protection dome array, he took a few more steps and continued forward until his fingertips were already out of the steep cliff. Then he finally turned around to face his army of nearly 50,000 saints and sages, spreading his arms at the sides, and smilingly shouted, "It must have been hard for you guys to stay in one place all these days. Today I decided to take you all for a walk towards the northwest." Chapter 437. Watch out, a new attack wave is coming from above. Boom, boom, boom. Ugh. A group of 200 white humanoids has split off from the main block and is heading to the left. Prepare to engage. Yes. Boom. Damn it, Jabba, I pray you have a good explanation for this decision of yours. You would be held accountable in front of His Excellency when he wakes up. Old Goose shouted in a fit of anger. 3 hours ago, Jabba announced that he would take the army and head in a northwest direction. Before anyone could figure out the reason behind his sudden decision, or anyone else could object, Jabba threw himself from the top of the cliff and engaged directly with the enemy saints and sages camped below the steep cliff. The rest of the gathered army could not stand and watch their second commander being surrounded and killed, so they jumped after him. A great battle began down the cliff. The enemy saints and sages camped at the bottom of the cliff were surprised by the sweeping attack descending on them from above. This was the first time that the Golden Battalion moved into the attack instead of crouching down and defending desperately. It was a scene similar to the jumping of white humanoids on the Golden Battalion when they first arrived on planet Greenland. The difference this time was that the jumpers were not ready to commit suicide, but rather descended to kill. This is in addition to the fact that, for the first time since the invasion of planet Greenland began, the numerical balance was in favor of the Golden Battalion. With a number approaching 40,000 saints and sages, compared to only 20,000 or so on the other side, in addition to the advantages of complete divine body armors and better law techniques, the battle below the cliff quickly turned into a one-sided massacre. The saints and sages of the white humanoids wasted more than a whole day implementing a plan for a silent retreat, and more than 400 of them were killed during the individual battles to implement that plan. But with that, everything went in vain. It turned out that the enemy understood what was going on and took advantage of their numerical advantage to launch an all-out attack. What kind of luck was this? The 20,000 white humanoid saints and sages could do nothing but fly away from that massacre. They didn't get away, though, and all flew into the air, raining down upon the Golden Battalion with attacks from above. They took advantage of the fact that the Golden Battalion would not dare to fly, and indeed none of them flew behind them. But that was not their intention from the beginning anyway. After fighting for about half an hour and forcing all the saints and sages of the white humanoids to fly back, Jabba advanced with all his speed toward a northwest direction, with the rest of the Golden Battalion behind him. This was not because they wanted to, but because the cliff they jumped over was so high and steep. It was almost a 90-degree angle, and they could no longer fly up to their place on the hill, nor could they climb the cliff with their hands and feet because they would be easy prey for the attacks of the flying enemies. Old Gu and a few other people at the top of the sage level decided that they would accompany Jabba for a few kilometers just to make sure he was safe on his mission, whatever it was. Then they would come back up the hill from the normal route as they had climbed it the first time, cutting through the 2,500,000 white humanoid ground army on their way. But at least it was less dangerous than following Jabba and going northwest where the saints and sages of the white humanoids gathered. Who knows what they would find there? What if they found hundreds of thousands of those sages and saints gathering to kill them? What if they found the one who sent these thunderbolts, or maybe everything was a trap and they were moving to their deaths? Every alarm in their heads told them that they absolutely should not go in this direction, but they quickly changed their minds and followed Jabba further and further, until 2.5 hours had passed, and they were still with him running through the trees in a northwest direction. The reason? The madness of the white humanoid creatures. They had thought that those creatures would breathe a sigh of relief after they moved away for a few kilometers and go bombard the half-empty headquarters above the cliff. But the truth was that the 20,000 white humanoid saints and sages followed them all the way, raining down attacks on them with panic evident on their faces. If you see something that hurts your enemy, do it. This is one of the laws of war, and as long as the enemy did not want them to go in this direction, then they must go. This was an understanding that all the members of the Golden Battalion reached as they moved forward. Not one of them asked why they didn't turn back yet. They fell silent and just continued forward behind Jabba. But the air attack was very strong. Although their numbers were much less and their strength was weaker, they had the advantage of flight. Every now and then, Jabba and his men had to stop to send some attacks and break up the ranks of the enemies, but the enemies quickly regrouped and completed their aerial attacks again. The only one who was still enjoying what was going on, attacking the flying white humanoid creatures with full force and rushing forward with fervor, was none other than Victoria. What was happening now was exactly like her suggestion after Robin went unconscious. As for the rest, although they were still moving forward without complaint, some fear began to unavoidably creep into their hearts. They now saw that moving in this direction angered the white humanoids, so they did it, and that was understandable. But what if they didn't reach their goal before their energy was completely exhausted? Or what if they found themselves in the middle of nowhere with no power to fight back or shelter to protect them? This is why, although Old Gu began to understand the reason for Jabba's advance in this direction and tacitly agreed with him until this moment, he did not stop himself from placing all responsibility on him again. Of course, I will take responsibility in front of my master, don't worry, just keep moving forward, I have a feeling that we will strike it big this time. Jabba smiled and replied while still lunging forward. Another hour passed. The panic of the saints and sages of the white humanoids became too apparent, especially the blank-eyed people who began to carry out suicide attacks. They descended from above and blew themselves up in the midst of the Golden Battalion formation, causing heavy injuries. These ruthless tactics left several deaths among the Burton family saints, but aside from taking a second to collect their corpses, no one stopped. I see the light, we are about to get out of the woods, get ready to stop and execute the defense formation number 3 right after that. Jabba shouted loudly. He had entered one of the forests on purpose a while ago to reduce the attacks from above as much as possible, and this indeed worked. But after leaving it, the suicide and coordination attacks would return even fiercer, while most of the Golden Battalion members were already exhausted, so the best way would be to take a defensive formation for a short time and then continue the march after that. Here we go, set up the defensive formation after 3, 2, and 1, ha! Jabba raised his hands and almost gave the order to execute the formation, but immediately after coming out of the thick woods, he saw something strange that made him lose his voice. Not too far away, he saw a huge battle. A battle between millions of white human creatures against humans. Chapter 438. Boom, 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 buzz. Jabba seemed to have no control over his lower jaw, which dropped after seeing the sight in front of him. He was not alone, as Old Gu, Victoria, and the rest of the top-level sages in the front rows also stood with open mouths, staring at the bizarre sight in front of them. The milky white humanoids who have drained them out since they set foot on this planet are now embroiled in a colossal battle, and one that seems to have been going on for several hours as well. Their enemies are not monsters or human-like beings like them, but rather humans. They do not have a specific uniform, but they wear clothes woven from wool threads and traditional metal armor. Whether facial features, bodies, or auras, almost everything about them is almost identical to the people of planet Jura. The battle includes an army of 3 million foot soldiers and about 40,000 saints and sages on the white humanoid side, compared to 2 million foot soldiers and around 50,000 saints and sages on the human side. The human army was following a tactic similar to what Robin decided after he saw the thunderbolts, as not all of their sages and saints were flying, but rather half of them. This means that there are currently 40,000 white humanoids against 25,000 humans in an air battle, while the rest of the human sages and saints are on the ground helping the ground forces and sometimes supporting their air forces with upward attacks. Another thing worth noting is the other creatures on the battlefield. For example, the aerial battle was not exclusive to the sages and saints on every side, but there are swarms of millions of insects that look like bees attacking the white humanoid's side. Those insects were not very strong individually, but with the size of an adult man's fist, coupled with their huge numbers and their concentration in attacking only the saints of the white humanoids, they made a constant and serious threat. Although each attack from a saint of the white humanoids could bring down hundreds or even thousands of them, their presence and constant disturbance tipped the scales in the aerial battle towards the humans by a fine margin. There were also other ground beasts resembling rhinoceros used by humans as mounts, and other giant beasts loaded with equipment and supplies and carrying nests for the insects. There were even other beasts the size of dogs that are very fast and make a difference on the battlefield, along with many more. Although the numerical balance was clearly tilted towards the white humanoids, the battle was almost even. And most important of all this is that the numbers of the blank-eyed individuals were very few. If all those white humanoids were empty-eyed and attacked them the same way they attacked the Golden Battalion, then all these tactics the humans were employing would not have been of any use. That battle would have ended immediately after it began with the destruction of the two armies, but the white humanoids now are fighting and retreating like any normal army, which brings the battle to the balance it is in now. A balance that seems somewhat frightening. If the battle continues at the same pace, it may take days to end, and it may even end with the loss of one army, but the other army will have to withdraw because of the damage it received. It was easy to predict what would have happened if more than half of the army of white humanoids had not been busy surrounding the Golden Battalion all along. "What is going on here?" one of the Wind Force sages muttered, his eyes wide open. This did not look like a battle for land or authority. The huge scale and thick killing intent spoke volumes about how important this battle was for both sides, as they seemed to be treating it as a species annihilation war of some sort. Jabba did not know how to respond. Rather, he did not expect this in his wildest dreams. Ever since he knew the plan of the sages and saints of the white humanoids to retreat, he immediately decided to follow them. He thought, what is that important that enforces the leader of those creatures to withdraw more than half his army when they are fighting to the death against alien invaders? Either there was a problem facing the leader of the white humanoids and he had to make use of it, or that person was concocting a plan and he had to go see it and destroy it before it starts. Regardless of either case, he had to follow them. However, he deliberately waited all night and gave them enough time to leave a great distance between them. Why? Because the saints and sages who had not left would definitely chase after them when they came down the hill, and he did not want the saints and sages who had withdrawn earlier to come back when they heard that they were being chased. If this happened, it would have put them in an awkward situation where they would be attacked from the front and the back, and not even a new white flame dome would protect them from the combined attacks of 60,000 saints and sages then. Although he had taken precautions before issuing the order to pursue, he was fully prepared for something unexpected to happen that might destroy the entire Golden Battalion. Nevertheless, he took the risk and ordered action, but not in his wildest dreams did he expect to see what he was seeing now. Boom, boom, boom. Since Jabba came out, the front ranks of the forest hadn't even had 2 seconds yet. In those short 2 seconds, they received thousands of attacks from above. The white humanoids chasing after them seemed furious and felt like failures because they couldn't stop Jabba and the rest along the way, so they ignored their exhaustion and increased the pace of the attack. Had it not been for the fact that the back ranks of the Golden Battalion had not yet left the forest completely and were still defending desperately and sending counterattacks, those attacks would have caused enormous damage. Those fierce attacks awakened Jabba and the rest of the generals from their trance, and they were about to enter the defensive formation to deal with the attacks coming from above. At that moment, a voice came from the direction of the battlefield. CMD lock. Jabba sensed an excited tone in that shout and even some joy. He couldn't suppress his curiosity and looked towards the battlefield again, trying to find the source of the sound. It was one of the human sages, looking in turn at Jabba and the rest with eyes full of shock and delight. Most importantly, it seemed from his look as if he understood something. CMD lock. CMD lock. After that human sage's shout, the rest of the human saints and sages began to look in the direction of the Golden Battalion with the same gaze and repeated the same shout. Then the human ground forces followed suit. Quickly, the humans began a strong wave of attacks with their high morale, pushing back the white humanoids and gaining the upper hand. Chapter 439. So that is how it is. That is how it is. Jabba muttered with his eyes wide open. Those humans look a lot like you guys of planet Jura. If you give them the golden armor, there won't be any difference between you. That is why those white humanoids didn't hesitate to attack us when they first saw us, because they thought you were their local enemies. This. Old Gu, Victoria, and the rest exchanged glances upon hearing Jabba's words. This was very possible, and it could even be said that there was no other explanation. When an army from another planet comes to you, the first thing you will try to do is try to communicate to know who they are and what they want, and whether there is any hope of resolving the matter peacefully. What fool would try to attack the newcomers directly? Even if he managed to kill them somehow, wouldn't that have earned him eternal enmity with the other planet without even knowing why? This was one of the most inconsequential things that occupied the minds of all the members of the Golden Battalion. But Jabba's words now finally put their minds at ease. No wonder they did not try to make peace, and no wonder they attacked directly without words. That was because there was no need to speak. When you see an army battalion of your sworn enemies inside your land, do you think they have come in peace? If putting it into this perspective, their reaction was very natural. Bad luck. Of all the planets in existence, and of all the places where we can land safely, we landed in a place where the locals thought we were their old enemies. What kind of luck is this? One of the sages of the Burton family spoke while shaking his head with a half smile. Fate was playing with them. Who knows if they are locals or not? Old Goo shook his head. I can't help but think that one of the two races we see now is an alien race, like us, and most likely they are those humanoids. This. Boom, boom, boom. Is this a problem though? Jabba suddenly spoke with an excited facial expression, ignoring the successive attacks that were still raining down on them. Old Goo and the rest furrowed their brows when they heard Jabba's words, but they just looked at him, waiting for him to finish. Those white humanoids, and most importantly, their leader, they most certainly think we are their historical enemies, meaning we are Greenlandic humans in their eyes. Now look over there, what do you see? Jabba pointed towards the huge human army in front of them. Look at their features, it is clear that they are excited to see us. Not one of them is looking at us in surprise or shock, but it looks like we are their lost brothers from years ago. They don't look stupid to me, but for some reason, they also don't seem to think that we are strangers from this planet. You mean? Caesar muttered in astonishment. Jabba gave a big smile and spoke. The misunderstanding that occurred made everyone think that we are locals. No one treats us as invaders from another planet. You all know what this means to us. Everyone opened their eyes wide at that. How could they not know? They came with a small army to protect Robin as he would be trying to establish diplomatic and commercial relations with the leaders of this planet. According to Robin's declaration, all he wants is to benefit from the planet's accumulated experiences and unique resources in strengthening his army. He did not come to kill blindly, but that is easier said than done. Who would feel secure when dealing with an alien army? At least there will be a few battles before the locals are convinced they have to bow their heads, and even then the two parties will never feel at ease. As for directly invading the world and subjugating it under the true beginning empire, this is even more difficult. It will be a devastating war that will last for years and perhaps decades and exhaust the resources of both sides. This is not something that Robin, who was striving to strengthen his own army before the invasion of Nihari, would want. That is why everyone was frustrated when they thought that their identity had been revealed before Robin achieved a foothold on planet Greenland. That meant they would have to take the path of direct warfare to subdue the planet. But if everyone thinks of them as locals, then, when Old Goo thought of the huge possibilities that could be exploited with their new status, he looked towards Jabba respectfully, then sighed and asked, what is next, Second Commander? Jabba didn't respond directly. He just kept watching the battle in front of him for a few moments before calmly replying, starting a large-scale battle like this right after our appearance is definitely not a coincidence. I am certain that the humanoids didn't issue it, and even if they are brain dead, they wouldn't start a war while they already have one inside their lands. It seems the humans somehow knew that there was a battle going on within the territory of their enemies, and that is why they decided to seize the opportunity and penetrate into their lands. And now they appeared in front of them, coming from within the humanoids' territory, while those white humanoids are raining attacks on us on top of that. All of that gave them the answer they were looking for. They now know that we are the ones who gave them this opportunity, and they know that we are the enemies of their enemies. The enemies of their enemies. Victoria muttered in a low voice. When Jabba heard it, he giggled loudly. Yes, the enemy of the enemy is a friend. How can we let our friends face the enemy alone? Then, with a wave of his hand, a huge golden warhammer appeared. He pointed towards the enormous battlefield in front of him, and said one word, attack. Chapter 440. Inside the Imperial tent, on the steep hill. Have you heard the latest news? One of the girls inside the tent broke the silence and spoke. Although her gentle features barely gave the impression that she was in her early 20s, the symbol on her golden shield clearly said that she was a saint of the Life Legion. You talk about Jabba's actions? Yeah, who hasn't heard about it yet? He is too reckless. Another Life Legion saint replied as he poured himself a pink liquid into a cup. But another mature-looking woman next to him moved her hand and gently slapped the back of that male saint's head. You are a soldier, don't talk about the second commander like that in his absence. Arg, and Lindsay, why did you do this? It is not as if someone is going to hear us here. That saint scratched the back of his head and spoke, annoyed. Secondly, how do you see his actions? He took most of the army and left without giving reasons. They have been away for 3 days now, and who knows what happened to them. Why didn't he wait and defend the hill until His Excellency woke up and made his own decisions? It is him we are following, not that 3-meter-tall alien. He is only a disciple of His Excellency, but he acted as if he was our true leader. And, I also support Brother Peterson in this. The second commander took 40,000 soldiers from the Golden Battalion and left in haste. There was no one left to defend His Excellency if something happened. Currently, there are only the 5,000 wounded sages on the hill, and only less than 4,000 soldiers that can be relied upon, but even these are mostly life forces and plant forces. And of course, the bodies of the 1,500 deceased who have been killed in battle since we arrived on the planet. How can we defend His Excellency with this number of forces if a new raid comes? The girl with delicate features spoke in a low voice. The woman called Lindsay was silent for a moment and looked at the ground, not knowing how to respond. It is true that the situation on top of the hill has remained secure since Jabba and the 40,000 Golden Battalion members left. That is because all the hostile white humanoids' ground forces around the hill withdrew and headed northwest after them. Currently, the hill has no enemies surrounding it. This, however, does not guarantee that other troops may not come to attack them again at any moment. The energy protection dome array and the metallic wall presence are the only factors that assure them a little, but can those two defensive lines protect everyone on the hill forever? No. Especially the metallic wall, which is a shadow of the original design. If the enemy sages concentrate their attacks on it, they will surely destroy it. The 5,000 sages who had been affected by the lightning strike had been extensively treated under the supervision of the life law from Lady Zara personally, except that they were still not in the best condition. And even though there were approximately 10,000 other individuals on top of the hill, namely the Divine Blacksmiths Division and the Rune Masters Division, their combat capabilities are very limited. Secondly, even regardless of this and that, what is happening with those 40,000 soldiers? All the saints and sages of the white humanoids immediately followed them, and all the ground forces quickly followed as well. Did they have to battle all these things head on? What if they were trapped there without the energy protection dome array and the metallic wall to take cover behind? The 40,000 soldiers can die, we ourselves can die, we can easily be replaced, and new Burton family members will step forward and continue to spread the family glory with His Excellency for eternity. But the problem is, who will protect His Excellency if we die here? His Excellency Robin Burton must not die here no matter what. But Lindsay finally replied in a low voice, "Don't worry about these things." His Highness Caesar Burton also went out with the immediate commander. If he feels there is a threat to His Excellency Robin's life, he will certainly lead the rest of our kin back. Every Burton family member knows his priorities. Our family members not coming back until now means that they see that it is better for them to stay there. The other girl and young man looked at each other and then towards the ground and did not respond. Indeed, Caesar Burton, the adopted son of their family icon, is the only person they can trust at the moment, but they cannot even contact him to find out what is going on. Although all the forces of the Golden Battalion have sound rings, they cannot communicate with the rest of their relatives from the Burton family to find out what is going on. It was forbidden to use sound rings randomly so that the other side does not get distracted during a battle, for example, and to stop the secret information from spreading among the soldiers, as even if they were all elites and mostly family members, some secrets must stay secrets in a war zone. So they were informed that the use of these rings is limited to sending an extremely urgent report to the generals or receiving orders from their superiors. Although they cannot communicate with their relatives, they are not completely oblivious though. General Elizabeth Trent did not jump after Jabba that day and stayed behind willingly to lead the defense of the hill. She said more than once that she is in constant contact with the rest of the generals who left and that the situation is good and that they do not have to worry. But the problem is that she did not say anything else, for example, why this number of members of the Golden Battalion left, or what is happening abroad, or when they will return. Everything that happens abroad remains something shrouded in mystery. No need to worry, they are all capable people. As long as the situation is stable here, they are certainly in a good position wherever they are. Otherwise, we would have been hammered already. A weak voice suddenly broke the silence. You are right. If they broke our guys out there, then they would definitely try to eliminate us by now, but that doesn't mean they will stay okay, right? We saw the white humanoid creatures' forces and know what they are capable of. They are not something that 40,000 of our troops can handle alone. Lindsay gently nodded and started muttering as she looked at the floor, then raised her head with raised eyebrows and looked around. Wait, who said that? The girl and the young man also looked puzzled and shook their heads, as they also did not know who spoke just now. Ha! None of you looked towards me. Have you all lost hope that I will wake up one day or what? The sound came out again, accompanied by movement this time. Robin, who was lying on his bed for almost 2 weeks, had sat up. Your Excellency. Chapter 441. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Your Excellency, are you okay? Dad, I was worried sick about you. Ah, His Excellency has truly awakened. The news of Robin waking from his deep sleep took everyone on top of the hill by storm. In the blink of an eye, the imperial tent was filled with sages using the major life law and specialized doctors. Even top generals like Elizabeth and Zara were among them. Whoever could not enter the tent because of his low status, or because he saw that it would not benefit His Excellency anything if he entered now and would only contribute to the overcrowding of the tent, remained standing outside. They waited to see His Excellency when he came out, or at least until they heard some good news from those who entered. General Alexander was one of those. Robin's reaction to the entry of this number of people into his tent was a bit too nice. He just smiled and nodded, left whoever wanted to examine his body with his soul sense or perform a bodily check to do it at his convenience, and contented himself with embracing Zara and patting her on the back of her head to reassure her. But that is all. He didn't even say a word from start to finish. When Elizabeth noticed this, her brows furrowed, and then she clapped in a hurry. All right, everyone, you have seen His Excellency and made sure he is okay. He must be exhausted now. Let us go out now and let him rest. Everyone inside the tent appeared dejected and disappointed upon hearing this, but they did not waste any more time. They all began to bow one after the other and exit the tent quietly. Elizabeth, you may wait. For the first time since the crowd arrived, Robin called out as Elizabeth was about to leave. Yes. Elizabeth took one step before leaving the tent and looked back at Robin with more uneasiness. Robin's voice was simply too weak. Shall I go out, Dad? Zara raised her head from his lap and asked. Robin smiled and just shook his head gently, telling her to stay without saying another unnecessary word. May I ask about what happened that day? And how are you now? We know that you woke up a few days ago before returning to sleep again. Does waking up now mean you are completely healed, or? Elizabeth remained silent for a few seconds, after which she could not hold herself any longer and asked. Robin's gentle facial expressions, his half-open eyes, and even his slow movements in patting Zara's back and her hair were all not normal things. That is not Robin's nature, something has to be up with him. Even Zara noticed this and took her presence in Robin's lap as an excuse to examine his condition as accurately as possible, but she did not find anything abnormal. Robin raised his head and looked at Elizabeth with that gentle smile, and spoke with apparent difficulty. Maybe I should start from the beginning so as not to jump around the same topic, but first excuse my speaking speed while I do so. I will try my best. That day, I was trying to search the soul of that humanoid creature to find out what was going on around us through its memories. But after going a little deeper into its soul, I found a very strong resistance. Resistance of a level that even a half-step emperor level person like you shouldn't have, never mind the level 14 humanoid that I was trying to search. After pausing for a second, he continued. After that, I felt that my surroundings suddenly changed, and my soul moved to a very wide place. I found myself standing in front of a huge formless and bright mass, and I felt hostility from it. I quickly discovered that it was a soul, the strongest soul I had ever seen before. So I tried to pull my soul quickly back to my body so as not to directly collide with it. But the problem is that I was no longer wandering in the soul of that white humanoid as intended. Rather, as I said, my soul was transferred to another zone, and I did not know a way back to my body. And what happened after that? Elizabeth asked again when she saw Robin pause for a few seconds. While trying to find a way to escape, that powerful soul turned to attack. Hundreds of tree branch-like whips attacked my soul, and soon they wrapped themselves around my soul, capturing it with ease and preventing any attempt to withdraw my soul to my body even if I found a way back. After fixing my soul in place without any means to move, that large soul mass slowly advanced toward me, and I saw in the formless mass a mouth-like gap begin to open in my direction. To tell the truth, I felt a fierce killing intent from that thing that almost broke me. That huge soul's intent was clear, it wanted to devour my soul right then and there. Ah! Zara retreated from her father's lap and placed her hand over her wide-open mouth. Devouring a soul? Just the term alone was enough to send strong chills all over her body. Robin paused for a few more seconds and then continued. I didn't know what to do in front of that open mouth. It is not like I was an ant-like existence in front of it or something like that. In fact, the gap between my soul strength and his was not that huge. It is just that my soul was a raw mass of energy, and I didn't know how to manipulate it to send attacks or to defend against it. I was like a whale trapped on land while facing a land beast, not knowing what to do. In summary, I didn't have any way to retreat, neither did I have any means to fight back. So when I found the situation hopeless, I decided to blow up my soul and die along with that abnormal soul. Blow up your soul. You are now. Elizabeth's body trembled when she heard this, and she took a few steps toward Robin in apparent concern. What does soul detonation mean? A person is nothing but a body and a soul. If the body dies, the soul will turn into a ghost that roams around for a while before it dissipates, and in the worst case, the soul may fade away immediately after the death of the body. And if the soul is damaged, the body will turn into what looks like a vegetable, just a living thing without an identity or a thought of its own. In the worst cases, the vital processes will stop, and the body will start to rot. This is not something that needs calculations or research from Robin to know its consequences, but rather general knowledge that everyone has known since time immemorial. If Robin had blown his soul out at that moment, then the one sitting in front of her right now would be. Chapter 442. Robin smiled for a moment as he saw the concern in Elizabeth and Zara's eyes, before continuing in his low voice again. I know how it appears, if detonating a soul can be compared to detonating a body, then I should be dead now, right? But after all, a soul is not a material body. Then he added, Robin Burton, do not think that good luck was on my side once in my lifetime, as I had to struggle for everything I have. And I think I lost far more than I gained. I did taste good luck once, and that was before I was born. I was born with a strong soul, which was one of the reasons for my achievements today. And my originally strong soul did not stop at what it was, so I took good care of it and would use the soul strengthening technique on it in my spare time every day. Although my soul could still be considered a raw, formless mass of energy that I cannot manipulate at will, all I can do with it is the things I made techniques for, like soul searching a target or soul sensing the surroundings with raw soul power. But the thing is, even if I cannot use my soul properly, it is still not that much weaker than the hostile soul that attacked me. After all, the strength of my soul has also taken a step behind the limits of the realm of Saghood. So when I started to self-detonate, a huge energy released from my soul destroyed all those branches that were surrounding me and caused huge damage to that hostile soul. When the owner of that hostile soul realized what I was thinking and saw that the explosion was enough to destroy it alongside me, it opened a gap in that isolated place that I was imprisoned in and it kicked me out. And then it personally pushed me to my body to die alone. When I felt myself returning to my body, I tried hard to nullify the explosion, but I could not stop it completely since it had already started. So I caught that hostile soul inside my body before it escaped completely. Because it had entered my body this time, I had some control over what was going on. Then I separated a large part of my soul that was already exploding and I directed it toward that hostile soul and encapsulated it inside. And at that moment, the explosion happened. All of this happened at that moment. Elizabeth could not help but say those words. That day when Robin screamed for the first time and even his body flew backward like a kite in a tornado, it only took a second or so. Dad, how are you now? You are saying that soul detonation happened inside your body? Is that good or bad, and what are your losses from this incident exactly? Zara quickly asked. Robin sighed and paused for a few seconds, then continued. 60% of my soul was destroyed in that explosion. Only the rest of the 40% of my soul and with them all my memories and consciousness survived. I originally intended to die alongside that thing, so for me to stay alive after that incident is the best outcome I can hope for, and I am completely satisfied. 40% of your soul has been spared? That is great. Father, your soul power is immense, and the 40% is still considered more powerful than a low-level or even a mid-level sage. Zara clapped quickly and happily, realizing the situation was not as bad as she expected. But Elizabeth's brows did not rest, and she asked, that 40%, can they still be considered an intact soul now? Robin chuckled softly when he heard this, saying, good note Ellie, I was about to. Robin was about to finish his sentence, but his laughter was suddenly cut short, and he grabbed his head with both hands for a few seconds. Dad! Zara exclaimed with apparent concern. Tisk tisk, I am fine. Robin put his hands down from his head and patted Zara's head, then looked at Elizabeth with half-open eyes and spoke. How do I explain? I guess you can imagine the state of my soul now as a shirt that is full of patches, holes, and cuts. Although that shirt still covers from the neck to the waist as it was before, it has become torn and has lost 60% of its materials. Do I understand from this that your original soul size is still the same, but full of injuries? Elizabeth quickly asked. Robin nodded twice without adding a word. Talking to smart people is always comfortable. What does this mean for you, Dad? Zara asked again. I mean, I am going to live, I guess. Robin smiled and continued slowly. But I am having a really bad headache right now, and even thinking about what to say hurts. I tried the soul replenishing technique to see if it would be of any use. The technique had already filled a few small voids in my soul and provided me with enough power to rise again, but that was the best it could do. Theoretically, the soul replenishing technique could fill in all the voids in my soul. After all, my soul still maintained its original size, as it is just torn from the inside and can be replenished. But unfortunately, it is too slow, and if I rely on it, I will have to hibernate for dozens of years until I am fully healed, and it might even be hundreds of years, which I cannot allow. Dad! Zara's eyes filled with tears. Through her adoptive father's explanation, she could feel how bad his condition is, as losing more than half of the soul is not an ordinary matter. If this happened to the body and it lost 60% of its size, what would be left of it? Hee, why are you worrying about me? You should have seen the damage of that hostile soul, and your dad is not the loser here. Robin laughed with much hardship, and it was clear he was trying to comfort her. Elizabeth gave a forced smile to match Robin in comforting Zara. Right, after your excellency passed out, those white creatures immediately dispersed, and the attack ended. Robin furrowed his brows slightly when he heard this. Oh, the owner of that soul was controlling all those creatures? This is unexpected. I thought he had sent his soul especially to prevent me from reading those creatures' memories and to take advantage of the opportunity to kill me, but it seems I am the one who entered his field without knowledge. He then returned to a slight smile and shrugged his shoulders. Well, I do not think that was all bad. Although it was not my main plan, destroying that mighty creature's soul was not a bad outcome either, and it will give you an easier time on this planet. Do you know how much damage you dealt to the owner of that hostile soul? Is he in the same condition as you are now? Elizabeth asked. But she did not expect a good answer, because as Robin spoke with difficulty right now, that creature was still controlling hundreds of blank-eyed generals. So, who is the losing side in this confirmation? Chapter 443. Is he in the same condition as me? Robin moved his hands to massage his forehead for a moment, and then spoke. To answer your question, I first have to introduce you to what a soul is and how it is used. The soul of living beings appears at birth in its primal state, and without energy training or soul training, that soul remains unchanged until it leaves the body in the end, until death. But with continuous cultivating and upbringing, that primal soul begins to grow little by little until it becomes many times its original size. But the new size of the soul is pure soul energy that surrounds the original soul. Focus with me please, the new pure soul energy surrounds it only. Therefore, the primal soul which makes a person alive is unchanged, but cloaked with coats of soul energy. I guess it can be seen as a further extension of it. Robin paused for a second, then continued. When I send my soul out of my body, whether for soul research, sensing my surroundings, or any other purpose, I don't send out my primal soul, but only the newly acquired soul energy. The primal soul must remain inside the body continuously, and that is beyond the control of the owner. The primal soul acts as an anchor that connects the power of the soul to the body, and the primal soul can never be removed from the body, as far as I know at least. The primal soul that always remains in the body carries all the memories, feelings, and consciousness that make a person a person. That is why my body involuntarily managed to shout during my soul battle even though most of my soul energy was outside my body at that time. He then took a deep breath as if he was trying to explain as simply as he could, then continued. As for the largest part of the soul, we can call it the extension of the soul for now, which can go out to perform various operations. It is pure formless energy accumulated by training. Even if I lose all of it, I will be severely injured and I may turn into a vegetable, but I will most likely still be alive. That is because my primal soul is still intact. I wonder if that makes sense. Now let's move on to the important thing. The owner of that hostile soul had imprisoned my soul extension in a very wide place that I had never seen before. I think it was most likely the mind of that creature. I was trying to inject my soul extension into the mind of that white humanoid, but instead, I found myself in the mind of the owner of that giant soul in a way. And when I started trying to blow myself up, that hostile soul opened a direct communication channel with my mind in order to push the extension of my soul into my body again. That creature wanted to distance itself from the danger of death due to the explosion of my soul extension inside his mind directly. And during that process, about 90% of that creature's soul mass was inside my mind for a moment. And this 90% of his soul extension was completely destroyed in the explosion inside my mind. In summary, he wanted to trap my soul extension to devour it. On the other hand, I trapped his soul extension and blew it out, hee. Elizabeth opened her eyes in shock. You dealt damage equal to 60% of your soul while he was dealt roughly 90% damage. So in this exchange, you came out the winner. Then why did you barely wake up today when he still controls over 500 of those humanoid creatures without a problem? Firstly, because his soul is stronger than mine, not by much, but it is undoubtedly stronger. Secondly, his demeanor confirms the damages he has received. Robin chuckled happily, but in a low voice, then continued. It is like this, Elizabeth. Let us say your arm has been stabbed several times, so you still have your whole arm, but every time you use it, you will feel pain. The more you put pressure on it, the more pain will increase until your arm is completely turned into tatters and fell off your shoulder. But if your arm was cut off directly from the elbow, at least you will be able to use your upper arm with full force. This is exactly what happened between us. My soul is complete but full of injuries, especially my primal soul, which took quite a hit because the explosion happened inside my mind. While the owner of the hostile soul took a devastating blow, what remains of it is whole and cohesive. Which of you is better off then? Zara looked between Robin and Elizabeth for a moment and then asked in stupefaction. The one who escaped with less damage seems to be unable to fully open his eyes, but the one whose soul was almost fully destroyed is now holding on and can fight. Haha, I think both of them have their losses. In the short run at least, he has the advantage because he has a lot of experience using his soul, but in the long run, we will see. Robin laughed in a low voice and stroked Zara's head. Elizabeth shook her head and sighed. Long run, you mean to wait hundreds of years for your soul to heal? I think we should be grateful that you escaped with your life, Your Excellency. But the battles against the white humanoids are still going on and that leader of theirs is still running them, while we lost our main pillar, you. I am afraid our losses this time are simply too high, but please don't worry, Your Excellency, we will get you your revenge. The owner of that soul might have lost control of millions of white humanoids, but his leadership of those 500 was enough to gather the army again. Even if their danger was several times less, they were still a formidable army. On the other hand, Robin can barely support his head after every long sentence, and his broken eyes say a lot about the headache he feels. How can his current person analyze the situation and give orders? Rather, it can be said that Robin is already out of the game for a very long time. From this, it is possible to see who is the winner and who is the loser from that confrontation. No need to worry. As long as I operate the soul replenishing technique continuously, I will have enough clarity of mind to analyze the situation and make a few decisions. Or even take the soul replenishing technique as a basis and make a dedicated soul healing technique. All I need is some time. Robin had been smiling lightly up until that point, but at this point, his grin grew from ear to ear until his fangs were visible and he said confidently, secondly, who said I didn't gain anything from that confrontation? In fact, my gains this time might make this entire expedition worth it. Elizabeth and Zara had already begun to smile with joy upon hearing the first part of Robin's words, but the second part made them look at each other with furrowed eyebrows for a moment. Then Zara asked with apparent curiosity, what do you mean? Hey, if you are hiding something you better tell us. I said everything that needed to be said. Think for yourselves what the benefit might be. As for me, I will announce it later if it works out. It would be too embarrassing if I announced it now and then failed, won't it? Robin laughed and waved his hand slowly. Then with a light movement he got off his bed, stood up easily, and continued while moving towards the door of the tent. I heard by chance that Jabba took most of the army with him and left 3 days ago? He must have sent you a few reports. Tell me all about this. At your command, but where are you going? Elizabeth quickly moved behind Robin and asked in amazement. Robin moved his hand, sliding the curtain door of the tent, and spoke with a smile. I still have unfinished business with those prisoners. Chapter 444. Your Excellency. Your Excellency, you really did wake up. Haha, thank the heavens, this is great. The moment Robin stepped out of the tent, he found hundreds of people surrounding him. Some of them were laughing with apparent joy and some girls even crying, and it seemed that their numbers were still increasing. Another minute would not pass before everyone on the hill reached this spot. Going to another planet without knowing if they will survive tomorrow was worrying enough. After the terrible fall of Robin that day, in which everyone thought he was seriously injured or even dead, many of them lost faith in surviving the next day. But today, without warning, Emperor Robin Burton has finally come back from the dead. Okay, it's all right now. I will not die that easy. You can go back to what you were doing. Robin raised both his hands and waved to everyone with a big smile and energetic eyes. All the fatigue and headache that was evident on him inside the tent seemed to vanish without a trace. Seeing him in this form made Elizabeth and Zara exchange worried looks involuntarily. It was clear that he was pushing himself to appear strong in front of the soldiers. Thud. A strong thud sound suddenly caught everyone's attention, and even Robin couldn't restrain himself from looking at the source. When he saw the source, his wide smile turned into furrowed eyebrows and he quickly spoke. Hey, what are you doing? He had seen what the entire planet Jura thought would never happen. The last emperor of the Wind Empire, Alexander Levon, was kneeling on the ground. Alexander, who was still wrapped from the top of his head to the toenails in bandages, seemed as if he had not heard Robin. He did not hear all the shocked cries of the thousands of soldiers around him, but still completed his kneeling by placing both his hands on the ground, speaking in a voice that sounded like it came from a burning throat. I want to. PFF. General Alexander, what are you doing? You are opening your internal wounds again. Zara advanced quickly and started injecting life energy into the bottom of Alexander's head. She looked at her father and said, "Father, give him the order to stand up and stop talking, because what he is doing now will increase the damage accumulated on his body." That lightning bolt did not leave a single cell in his body without harming it, and even with me personally using the life energy on him continuously, he still needs at least another 2 months to fully recover. Robin listened to Zara until she finished, but he didn't give orders to Alexander as she asked. He turned back to look at the bandaged man in front of him and spoke in a low voice. When a man wants to do something, he must do it. If he has the will to kneel in his condition, how can I insult him by underestimating what he is doing? Let him do whatever he wants, just focus on healing him for now, please. Dad, you. Sigh. Men are weird creatures. Zara didn't know what to say, so she did as Robin requested and focused on injecting life energy into Alexander's throat. Just like Robin, thousands of soldiers, rune masters, and divine blacksmiths stood watching Alexander with eyes wide open, trying, like Robin, to anticipate what Alexander wanted to say in this situation. Alexander was one of the 6,000 saints who received a direct hit from the lightning. 1,000 of them were killed directly while the rest were charred with massive injuries, and even Alexander, who was considered the strongest of them, could barely speak. And all of this happened as a result of direct orders from Robin, as he was the one who harmed them. So logically, Alexander is now about to speak. Thank you. Alexander raised his head and looked at Robin with one eye that had turned completely blood red, then said what no one expected. Robin furrowed his eyebrows slightly, as he too was expecting harsh criticism or blame. But before he could say anything, Alexander continued with a heart-rending voice, though he was better off after Zara started injecting life energy into his neck. Since we came to the planet, you refused to fly the army, even though I tried to pressure you so much to do it. If you had listened to my words at that time, we would all have died without exception. Your Excellency's limitless wisdom has saved us all. It has saved me from my arrogant self. I, Alexander Levon, confess my rudeness and foolishness when I questioned your Excellency's wisdom, and I ask for punishment. Hustle. Every two people next to each other started whispering in awe and excitement, because what they were witnessing now was history. Who is Alexander? He is a genius who has ruled an empire for hundreds of years. How often can one see such a person submit to another person of his own free will? It was worth mentioning that even when the details of the Great Green Hill Declaration were leaked, everyone knew that Alexander didn't kneel, nor did he submit entirely as he did now. He only did what he had to do for his people to survive. But this was unexpected. Sigh. Robin only sighed when he heard this, as Alexander's request at that time was actually very reasonable. The wisdom that prevented him from agreeing to Alexander's request was none other than the skill he had acquired from learning the Truth Master Law. It was something that he didn't even know how to use, and he didn't even know why he didn't want to fly. Putting someone like Alexander into full submission through a trick like this seemed like cheating. But since it wasn't a bad thing for anyone, Robin swallowed what he wanted to say, moved forward a few steps, and gently patted Alexander on the shoulder. Don't blame yourself, just learn from your experiences and move on. Go back to take care of your wounds. Then he continued his way forward again in a solemn way. Chapter 445. Dad, Zara muttered in a low voice, biting her lips, then walked 2 steps behind her father. Only after Robin moved a few hundred steps away from that large crowd, and after Elizabeth ordered them to return to their duties and not to disturb His Excellency, Robin's features turned from smiling and comforting to someone with severe headaches again. Then he raised his left hand and began massaging his forehead. Acting in front of all of them that he was completely fine was not easy. During that short period that he stood in front of Alexander, he activated many minor heavenly laws besides the major heavenly law of life in order to be able to put on that mask. Although this increased the pressure on him more and increased his headache more and more, however, the army's morale cannot be allowed to fall because of him. I am fine. Robin slowly shook his head and started to advance again in a certain direction, then suddenly asked, how are Jabba and the rest? Why did they leave and what exactly is going on there? Elizabeth took 2 more steps forward to be closer to Robin, then began to reply. Second Commander-in-Chief, Jabba, decided to take the army and head in a northwest direction because he realized that the enemy forces were withdrawing to that side in secret. Then, Elizabeth continued without stop until you get to the part where Jabba decides to enter the battle between some local humans and white humanoids. There are people here who are identical to the people of planet Jura. That really explains a lot and fills in a lot of blanks. Robin nodded with a slight smile. Jabba's decision was flawless. If we had a local ally on this planet, everything would be easier. Then what happened? According to reports, the battle between the local humans and the white humanoids was already in a state of equilibrium at the time, with no indications that it would lean toward one of them anytime soon. After our forces intervened in favor of the local human army, everything collapsed. Even though there were around 20,000 white humanoid saints and sages chasing after our men, and they too joined the battle, they were unable to equalize the great danger shown by the men of the Golden Battalion, and within only 3 hours, that battle was resolved in favor of the humans. Then she continued with some concern on her face, the problem is that after the defeated white human forces retreated, the generals of the human army came to greet Jabba and the rest cheered, but the big problem that arose was the language barrier. Jabba and the rest initially thought it would be an ordinary problem that they just have to show that they don't know the language of those locals, then they can communicate by sign, or ask someone to teach them the language, but the problem was bigger than they thought. Those humans looked very apprehensive when they learned that our men couldn't speak their language, and they left a distance between them, and in the blink of an eye all attempts to communicate were cut off. Robin's steps stopped and his eyebrows furrowed slightly. Their behavior has one explanation, which is that there is some unified language for the planet and that it is not normal for them to find someone who does not know it. They must have started to doubt the origin of the members of the Golden Battalion at that point. That is why they put their distance. I am afraid Jabba's plan to try to blend in with the locals hit a metal wall before it even started. It is true, Jabba also came to this conclusion in his report. The situation really didn't go as he wanted, but it is not too bad either. Elizabeth nodded and then continued. After that battle, that local human army disintegrated into several small armies and they began to infiltrate in all directions. Jabba said in his report that they are trying to kill all the white humanoids in that area and control the largest plots of land possible, and they have also begun to build some simple defensive fortifications. Robin looked at Elizabeth with surprise. And what is not bad about that? If those humans are our allies, then we can congratulate them, but as long as they start to suspect us and isolate our army, they are potential enemies, and they could be worse of an enemy than those white humanoids too. Elizabeth shook her head lightly. It is not like that. Even though they are suspicious of us, they show clear respect for us and consider us at least as the enemy of their enemy. For example, during the 3 days that followed that battle, the white humanoids organized 5 more armies to attack the local humans. The scale of those battles wasn't remotely as big as the first one, but they still weren't something the local humans can handle with ease after they split up, so they were asking for help every time from Jabba, and they fought side by side more than once. The second proof of their respect is that they sent parts of their armies to control the lands on their right and left and behind them, but they did not advance towards us until this moment. They came to a full stop at the point where they met Jabba. Robin looked in front of him again for a few seconds, before moving again towards the captive's tent, which was now close by, and asked, "How far is it between us and Jabba right now?" "A little more than 1,000 kilometers, Elizabeth responded quickly. Robin nodded. "Good, when Jabba sends the next report, tell him to pull back exactly 500 kilometers and start making some fortifications at that point." "Is this really necessary? Wouldn't this show weakness on our part?" Elizabeth did not understand. "Their behavior says that they move to take advantage of the chaos we created and control more lands, but we are currently standing in their way, preventing them from doing so. They may respect the fact that we have helped them achieve those results now, but if we continue to stand in their way, sooner or later a conflict will happen. I didn't come to this planet for a piece of land. I've had enough of this in planet Jura. Earning an entire race's enmity over a piece of land is quite irrational. So it would be better if we withdrew 500 kilometers on our own and showed goodwill, and at the same time start making fortifications at that point to tell them they can't approach more. It's a simple message and I know they will understand it." Robin analyzed and then removed the curtain from the prisoner's tent and entered the tent. Then he waved to the guards inside to withdraw. Only after they left did Robin continue. "Tell Jabba that until I go to him myself, even if he cannot win their trust, our relationship with these local humans must remain neutral." "You will go to the front yourself? When?" Zara asked excitedly and worried at the same time. Robin took a few more steps and sat down in front of one of the captured white humanoid creatures. Like last time, that creature was tied hand and foot from behind, but this time the creature was not trying to bite Robin's head off, rather it was looking at him with its green eyes with great fear. Robin slowly extended both hands and placed them on either side of that humanoid creature's head, and started the soul search process again. "We suffer from an acute lack of information, like a blind person feeling the road. All we know now is the result of accumulated experience by falling into a hole after a hole. We cannot go on like this. Tell Jabba that I will go to him when I know what I want to know." Is that soul search? Again, Dad, what are you doing? You can barely speak but want to perform a soul technique of this level? Please stop." Zara took a few steps and spoke anxiously. "It is okay, there is no rush this time." Robin gave a cruel smile and started his work. Starting from that day and for weeks, the tragic cries did not stop for a moment from that tent. Chapter 446. 3 months after the start of the Planet Greenland invasion plan. The sun shone, announcing the start of another usual day over the steep hill. It brought the usual cold wind, the usual birds chirping, and a usual infernal scream coming from the prisoner's tent. The sounds of heartbreaking screams were a heavy burden for everyone when Robin first started his interrogation, but it became the norm after several days had passed. It is still bothersome, but you can force yourself to think of something else. You can ignore it as if it isn't there, like the sound of a field cricket, for example. These were not the cries of 1, 2, or even 100 prisoners. They were countless white humanoid creatures who entered that tent as prisoners of war after Elizabeth ordered for them to be hunted down. But they did not leave that tent as respected prisoners of war, but rather as body parts carried in garbage bags. No one knew what was happening in that tent, and no one cared either, as long as what was happening would benefit their cause. This is how war is. Shah. Ha, ha, ha. The only unusual thing that happened today is that Robin himself rushed through the tent's canvas door for the first time since he entered it, and he gasped loudly. Swoosh. Elizabeth came quickly when she heard the news of Robin's exit from the prisoner's tent and asked, "Your Excellency, it is not normal for you to go out by yourself. Do you want anything? Shall I bring you another batch of prisoners?" No, there is no need to capture more of them." Robin let out a long snort and then crossed his arms as if trying to move his stiff body. Then he continued with a big bright smile on his face, "How is Zara? I want to see her, why didn't she come with you?" Elizabeth smiled and replied excitedly, "Her Highness is passing by the victims of the lightning strike. There are still injuries embedded within their bones from that brutal attack. But the good news is that most of their wounds have already healed and they are once again in a position where they are allowed to fight and even display more than 80% of their original strength. Her Highness says that the life energy will be enough to treat the rest of the injuries as well, but in the long term." "Ha, Her Highness Zara? She must love that title." Robin laughed out loud. What else is there about the hill? Is everything okay?" "Of course, since Jabba advanced with most of the army that day, no one bothers us here anymore. So we took advantage of this opportunity to extend the energy dome array to cover the entire hill. Then the rune masters turned to help the divine weapon makers make the space portal, and it is almost 95% complete. It will be ready to connect to one of the portals of planet Jura during this week." "Oh, very well. After the space portal is set up we will have a back door to leave in case things go wrong again. This will give us more choices while we are here." Robin nodded with apparent happiness as he watched the huge arch being constructed in the middle of the hilltop. "Your Excellency, are you?" Elizabeth hesitated a bit and then asked, "Are you done with what you were doing inside the tent?" She believed, like everyone else, that Robin's seclusion in the prisoner's tent would end within a day or two after he finished interrogating the 16 prisoners inside the tent. But he left after more than 2 months. She tried more than once to enter with the batches of new prisoners to tell him that the situation with Jabba was not good and that he should go out to give orders. But he continued to answer in the same way, "Send me more prisoners and tell Jabba to do what he sees fit." But seeing him finally out, and even asking about the situation, "I am." Robin nodded with a smile. "It took longer than I expected due to my soul injury, but I guess I have a pretty good idea of what is happening on this planet now." "Excellent." Elizabeth rejoiced when she heard this and shouted loudly. But her features quickly sank again as she spoke seriously. "Jabba and the rest were about to make a big move. You should hold the reins again before they start." Big move?" Robin's big smile waned and he asked, "What is going on over there?" "It's going to be a long explanation here. You had better go and see for yourself." Elizabeth shook her head. "They are stationed near here. If you move now you will reach them in a few minutes." "A few minutes? Understood." Robin furrowed his brows tightly upon hearing this. Before entering this tent, Robin gave orders for Jabba to withdraw for a distance of 500 kilometers from the hill. This is a distance he would need a few hours to cover if he went running on his feet at his full speed, especially in such a thick forest. How is it possible that he would go in a few minutes? This means one thing: they have retreated so much that they are close to the hill. A few minutes. What Elizabeth said sounded like a little sentence, but it said a lot. 25 minutes later, 75 kilometers down the hill, inside a large golden tent. The atmosphere inside the tent was highly charged. If an insect entered by chance, it would most likely be stunned and die immediately from the vibrations of the compressed energy in the place. Jabba, Caesar and Victoria, Old Gu, and dozens of old experienced sages and those at the peak sage level were all looking towards a large map in the middle of the tent. They had sunken brows and sweat rolling down their forehead. It seemed as if each and every one of them was about to make a life or death decision. "What do we do now?" One of the elder sages spoke in a heavy voice. "And what should we do? Let's continue what we started and draw back again." Caesar struck him hard on the thigh and yelled, "We can't go back any further. If we go back any further we'll come back up the hill. We can't endanger His Excellency again. Why do we have to go back? Dealing with those rabbles with goodwill doesn't do us any good. Let us kill them all." Victoria spoke with a strong killing intent. Old Gu shook his head. "Do I need to remind you that those things managed to surround us and would have nearly destroyed us had it not been for His Excellency's wise leadership? And the local humans have forces equal to the humanoid creatures. Would killing them all really be that simple?" No one is listening to me. Keep listening to Jabba then and let's see where he's going to withdraw us to this time." When Victoria said those words, everyone turned to look at the blue giant who would not stop massaging his forehead. The decision he will take now will be fatal for the campaign on the planet Greenland, and may even be the difference between life and death for all members of the expedition. "Shah, Second Commander, I have important news." "What is it? Did the local humans start attacking?" Jabba quickly asked when a high-level sage suddenly walked in on them. Enthusiastically, the sage continued, "No, but it's more important than that. His Excellency Robin was seen approaching us quickly." Chapter 447. We salute Your Excellency. We salute Your Excellency. We salute Your Excellency. We salute Your Excellency. Jabba gave a full bow when he saw Robin landing in front of him, then the rest of the generals and thousands of soldiers that were close to the gate bowed behind him in succession. What was new was that this time their faces not only showed the usual signs of respect and awe but there was also pure happiness. Even Jabba himself, Caesar, and Peon, who have a high degree of confidence in Robin's abilities, and keep up to date with his news by communicating with Elizabeth, seemed as if they were a step away from speeding up and hugging Robin. Caesar actually almost did it when he saw him coming, but he clenched his hand and fixed his foot on the ground. To hug the master of planet Jura like a child hugging his father in front of all those soldiers would diminish his and Robin's prestige in their eyes, so he kept watching Robin coming toward him with eyes filled with tears of joy and silence. As for the rest, happiness and shock almost cancelled all their thoughts. After Robin fell that day and after his shout, "I will drag you with me," everyone thought that he was already dead. His waking up and taking the reins again in less than 3 months only is a miracle only His Excellency Robin can achieve. And there was another reason to be happy today. Robin did not come alone, Alexander also, and about 1,000 sages of those who got hit by the thunderbolts came with him too, and they all seem energetic. Rest. Robin raised both hands and smiled, then looked back at Jabba. Elizabeth told me a thing or two about what's going on here, but I still need a quick summary from you, Mr. Second Commander. Ahem, yes. First, let me tell you on behalf of everyone that we welcome your safe return. Jabba nodded and said excitedly, then continued in a low voice, as for the situation, perhaps we should discuss it in a quieter place. That's reasonable. Robin nodded with a smile and focused eyes, then began to penetrate the camp with steady steps. The 1,000 or so sages were left behind to mangle with the rest of the army. As for Alexander and the rest of the generals walked half a step behind Robin in silence. Only Jabba began to give him directions to reach the command tent. No, there is no time to enter the tents today. Let's go directly to the frontier. Yes. Jabba was amazed at Robin's request, as he wanted to discuss with him the current situation and how to get out of it with minimal damage. Such a long dialogue could take hours if not days. After 5 minutes, we salute your excellency. We salute his. Ha! Step. Robin advanced between the ranks of the guards with the generals behind him as he is, then he advanced further until he left the defensive line. Then he found a large rock and jumped on it. Then with narrow eyes, he began to observe the situation in front of him. Only 2 kilometers away, there is a huge camp that can accommodate hundreds of thousands of soldiers, and stables full of beasts that he has never seen in his life before. Some of them look like rhinos, some of them look like lions, and some of them are huge reptiles. What attracted his attention the most was a battalion of about 10,000 soldiers standing ready in front of that camp, all of them wearing shields and holding metal swords like those that were widespread on the planet Jura in the past. In fact, Robin could tell that these humans do indeed look a lot like the people of planet Jura, perhaps the only noticeable difference being that their skin tends to be darker in color. Does anyone intend to enlighten me and tell me why that battalion looks as if they are ready to engage us? And why is our army only 75 kilometers away from the hill and not 500 kilometers away as I commanded? Has a war started between us and those people already? Robin furrowed his eyebrows slightly and replied. Everyone looked at Jabba at that moment, and Victoria even gestured him to speak with gloating features. Jabba sighed when he saw this and took another step forward. I alone take responsibility for the retreat. Robin furrowed his eyebrows slightly. What exactly happened? About 2.5 months ago, when we helped those local humans against the white humanoid creatures and exterminated huge numbers of them, things were relatively good between us and gradually improved with each wave of attacks we repelled together. But since they learned that we cannot speak to them in their language at all and they treat us coldly, not bad, just cold. Jabba waited a moment at this point and then continued, after we defeated all the armies of white humanoid creatures at that point and they sent small battalions to wipe them out completely even if there was one left, I started problems appear between us, as they visibly begin to gather in front of us as if they are ready for war against us. Like this here. Robin pointed towards the local human camp behind him. Exactly. They kept amassing for a few days. They could have attacked at any time, but they waited. They advanced very slowly as if they were urging us to leave, or else you will declare war. Jabba spoke and then pointed to the rest of the generals around him, especially Victoria. The gentleman here wanted me to give the order to hold our positions and prove the strength of our army so that they would not think that we were weak, and I was saying that we should retreat until we find an opportunity to repair relations later, and the argument continued between us until the local human army approached us to a dangerous distance. At that moment we received your majesty's orders to retreat to the 500 kilometers mark. Victoria didn't seem to like it, so she humped and spoke. Don't try to deflect the responsibility onto His Excellency. He told you to keep 500 kilometers and consider it our territory and defend it. But what did you do? They kept on advancing towards us after they killed off all the white humanoid things in their area, and you kept backing away until we got to this point. They must think we're a bunch of clowns now. I agree with Victoria this time. Our forces can stop that army or even wipe it out completely if we have to. Why did we have to retreat? The true beginning empire should not retreat in front of anyone. We came here to invade. Caesar also spoke annoyed. Robin glanced at all the generals and senior leaders around him, all of whom were clearly annoyed and angry at Jabba's decisions in the continuous retreat. Even Alexander stood with his eyebrows furrowed. When Robin saw this, he turned back to look at Jabba, smiling. It looks like it's been a difficult time for you. Jabba shook his head with a sigh. Master, you said in your orders to General Elizabeth that I should do what I see fit until you are back to us, and I did just that. I am sorry if my decisions made your army look weak, Master, but I wanted to maintain good relations with those local humans until you come back to us and decide what we should do. If you want to attack them now, then I will kill the most of them for you. If you see me wrong, then please teach me my fault. No, you did not make a mistake. We all know we didn't come here to make friends, but we didn't come here to invade or plunder either. I think you are the only one who gets me, Jabba. Robin spoke with a clear voice, then he looked at the sky with a smile. Actually, you gave me a chance to try what I intend to do. You are? Jabba closed his eyes a little and was about to ask something. But at this moment Robin turned around to look towards the local human camp again and used the major wind law to raise his voice, then shouted out loudly, Sushwa Kali, Bami Vit Rasul. Chapter 448. So Shoa Kali, Bami Vet Rasul. Bami Vet Rasul. Rasul. Robin's voice, reinforced by the major heavenly law of the wind, resounded everywhere and entered every ear within a 10-kilometer radius. The local humans' camp immediately started to visibly shake, and everyone in the tents came out looking towards Robin's direction in shock. This language, you learned the language of the people of this planet. Even Jabba and the rest of the generals were in shock when they heard Robin's words, a shock filled with happiness. The sentence that Robin said was indeed very similar to the language that humans were trying to communicate with them in, and what is worse is that he spoke it eloquently and in the dialect of the locals. It was not just throwing a few words. What do you all think I have been doing for the past 2 months? Robin smiled as he continued with what was going on in the camp before him and spoke. I have researched the souls of hundreds of white humanoid creatures. Although there are many things that remained mysterious to me, I still knew a lot about this planet, and the local language was one of my newfound knowledge. In here indeed they speak the same local language from ancient times. You searched the souls of hundreds of these beings? Tell us quickly, what are these things? Are they invaders like us? Are they local residents? What is the secret of the hostility between them and the local humans, and what is the real reason behind their attack on us that day? Victoria took 2 steps forward and spoke hastily. Robin didn't look back before speaking softly. Those white humanoid creatures are neither invaders nor locals. It can even be said that they are not alive in a sense. They are not alive. Caesar furrowed his brows. Father, didn't you say you read their souls? The rest of the generals also had the same look along with their heart rates rising. The creatures who had exhausted them for 3 months and killed so many of them weren't even alive. But they saw them talking among themselves and they saw them eating and drinking and even playing. Rather, how could they not be alive and Robin could read their souls? Isn't the presence of the soul in the body a sign of life? I know it's strange. It took me the whole first month to solve the mystery of creating those creatures. They themselves don't know it, and I'm pretty sure the local humans don't know it either. Robin gently scratched his head and replied, I think we are about to meet the local humans soon, but I'll try to sum up the origin of those white humanoids quickly. Who doesn't understand should ask someone else to explain, okay? Yes, of course, we will not ask for an explanation more than once, please go ahead. Old Goo quickly replied. Robin nodded a few times as if preparing the order in which he was going to speak. These creatures are alive and not alive. They need food and drink, but they are usually lethargic and do not have a mind of their own or a soul of their own. You can say that they are somewhat like fruits and vegetables. Fruits and vegetables. A look of extreme shock appeared on Alexander's face as he added, but how would they move if that was the case? How could they not have a soul and your excellency searched their soul? The souls they have are not normal, they are clone souls. Robin furrowed his eyebrows here a bit and then continued unconcerned with the reactions behind him. After I did a few soul searches I found out that their old memories are almost identical. In a cortical form, it all revolved around worshipping that huge tree calling itself the Tree Father and how he created them from his body. But after several attempts, I was able to penetrate deeper into their souls and saw the memories of a normal human man named Amisoi, just a farmer with a family and children and his own problems, a man who was caught by the branches of that huge tree long ago. Clone souls, fruits and vegetables, a huge tree. You mean all those white humanoid things carry within them a clone of that farmer's soul as their foundation? Robin nodded. Yeah, that man's soul was refined for a very long time and his memories were suppressed deep inside the soul essence that all creatures needed to move, think and dream. It is what makes a person a person. Then the Tree Father managed to make copies of that soul essence and implanted it in the fruit that comes out from his branches, which he designed to have the same appearance as that man he captured as well to make a perfect match for the soul. During the month I was also preoccupied with dissecting the bodies of white humanoids who died from the soul search. My knowledge of anatomy is not the best, but I still know the structure of the human body. I wanted to see how successful the Tree Father was in reconstructing the human body, but what I found confirmed my previous understanding even more. They are really just plants, and all the internal organs are just an imitation parallel to the human body, an imitation that is fixed forever and is unable to gain more power, and that green blood that was splashing on us from killing them is just herbal sap. But we got to give him that. In the end, the Tree Father got what he sought, his unique army. The people of this world don't know about soul essence duplication, but they do know that these beings are just things that look like vegetables, so the locals call them the buds. Then Robin continued before another person spoke. The Tree Father did not stop at that, but rather developed his army over time, so that those buds can be born with the strength of a person in the energy foundation realm and then developed to produce buds with the strength of knighthood and then higher and higher. But the production of high-level buds requires a longer period for their preparation. If a tree can produce 20 normal buds a day, it can produce 1 saint bud a year. And not only that, the Tree Father then captured more local humans with knowledge of the heavenly laws and copied their memories of them and copied their martial experiences and merged them with the soul essence he created to produce high-level martial buds who have knowledge of advanced degrees of heavenly laws since the day they were first born. Oh, do you remember that the saints and sages of those beings had slightly different colors? Some of them are pink and use flame and some are pale blue and use water. These are the actions of the Tree Father who makes a strong bud that matches the nature of those heavenly laws before to put into it the memories of using those laws, and thus have an excellent final product both in terms of body and mind. Then he continued after raising his shoulders slightly. The only drawback is that so far the Tree Father has not been able to make a bud that can be trained to increase his strength, or even that can breed among themselves. They are still just a strong and intelligent vegetable. When one of them is born with a certain level of strength, it will remain at this level until it is killed. And they are still completely dependent on the Tree Father in the matter of reproduction. Tree Father. Everyone muttered in a low voice as they clenched their hands. This information is very dangerous. So far, they have killed about 4 million of these white humanoid creatures, but in the end, it turns out that they are just tree buds. They were fighting fruit the whole time. Wait a minute, we have seen with our own eyes more than 70,000 saint strength buds or more. And you said that it takes about a year to produce 1 saint level bud? Doesn't that mean that tree is Jabba's eyes slowly widened as he uttered those words until those around him let go of their thoughts and started to sweat. Chapter 449. Clop, clop, clop. Rare. Robin did not care much about the expected reactions behind him, as he had gone through all this during the past months. Even a person at the peak sage level could live for about 4,000 years or so. Having a living entity that was over 70,000 years old was simply something out of nightmares. The problem is, that is not even the most impressive thing about that entity. Was that tree father the one controlling the Bud army? Was that tree father the one who made the soul attack on you that day and put you into that state? Wait, is it the one who sent that lightning attack? How can a living being copy a real soul? Isn't the soul one of the secrets of the universe and something that can only be given to a living being at birth? The tree father is one being and all those buds are just an extension of him. This is like a one-man war, right? Why did the enmity between him and the local humans of this planet reach this stage of ferocity? Robin let out a long sigh when he heard that rain of questions. All of these questions were expected after they heard his explanation. Rather, if they sat for a while and analyzed everything Robin said, they would find more questions and mysterious gaps. Don't forget that I used to look at the history of the planet from the point of view of the man named Amisoi, and from the memories of the buds on whom I conducted the soul search, and neither this nor the other knew anything meaningful about the tree father other than the few things I told you. Robin shook his head. What I'm sure of is that the tree father was indeed the one who was in control of the buds army and that he was the one whose soul attacked me, and that is because I personally tested his soul strength. Other than that, I don't know anything useful about the tree father himself. He then paused for a few seconds and smiled before continuing. I have a feeling we might know more about them in a little while though. Then he stopped talking completely and just watched the exit of several people from the camp of the local humans. They are all coming towards them on the backs of beasts that look like lions but are larger than horses. The momentum of their advance can make anyone feel awe, but whoever carefully investigates their faces will find a serious look and even some tension. They swallowed the bait. When Robin saw this, he smiled slightly and then took out a palm-sized metal plate from his ring and quickly passed it to Jabba. This is a thoughts-conveying tablet that contains details of the Kovana language, the language of the people of this planet. Use the tablet and transmit the information to your head quickly. Even if you don't master the whole language quickly, at least you'll understand a few words of what's going to be said, and then pass the board to the one closest to you. Just 2 minutes later, a small procession of about 20 people arrived riding their giant lions, headed by a girl in her 20s who was brown in color and had some tattoos on her face and exposed body. Her sharp and fierce features and golden eyes gave her a special stamp of her own striking beauty. Step, step. The girl jumped off her mount and took a few cautious steps until she stopped 20 meters away from Robin, then spoke in the Kavanoic language. You, say something again. What do you want me to say? Robin smiled and replied in clear Kavanoic language again. In my shout a while ago I expressed my wish to meet your chief. Are you the chief here? A smile flickered on the girl's face, but she quickly suppressed it. She then asked the people behind Robin with a heart beating loudly, the sir here said he wants to meet our chief as your leader. Does he really represent you all? Jabba and a few others nodded. Then Jabba even took another step and said, cow, meaning yes. At this point, Jabba and more than 7 others had passed their souls into the tablet and had already obtained the information that lay therein. Although they still needed time to digest that information and practice practically on it to be able to speak it, they would be able to understand it easily and even say a few short words if it was not too complicated. Deep inhale. The girl and all her attendants showed great smiles filling their faces and let out a big sigh. Then the girl came back and mounted her lion again before speaking. I am the Beast Corps commander and the daughter of the Northern Fury tribe leader, Ellis Rexes. With the authority entrusted to me I allow you to follow me to meet my father. You shall be accompanied by no more than 3 other escorts. Who is going to meet who? Caesar furrowed his eyebrows tightly and muttered, then addressed Robin in the language of planet Jura. Father, you don't have to humble yourself in front of anyone, you are a world emperor and he is just a local tribal chief at best. That person should come and seek your favor. I will go bring him in front of you right now if you want. The girl named Ellis furrowed her eyebrows tightly when she heard Caesar come back to speak in his strange language again, but she didn't say anything and kept her eyes on Robin to see his reaction. He just smiled and rose from the ground as he mumbled with a smile, if we come to someone's house, it is only right to pay respect to them. Did you forget how I raised you, brat? You, Jabba, and Alexander come with me, and the rest of you, stay alert. Chapter 450. Clop clop clop. Roar. Shota Lee Catter? Sin fa me. Oh, te me mas. After the short meeting with the girl Ellis and her companions, Robin flew with Caesar, Jabba, and Alexander behind them towards the local human camp in front of them. Flying behind a group of people riding huge lions-like beasts in the form of lions was awkward enough, but now that they have reached the borders of the camp and everyone has slowed down because of the crowds, and the army surrounded them on every side pointing and whispering, the situation became even more uncomfortable. Especially Caesar, who still looked angry because those local humans were the ones who had to come and pay respect and not the other way around. No one could underestimate the strength of the local human army, with more than 50,000 saints, sages, and millions of infantrymen, along with many kinds of war beasts and insects. The local human army standing before them had the strength to completely destroy the Jura world within a few hours. This is before Robin united it, of course. But now, forget about the destruction of planet Jura, only the Golden Battalion has enough power to sweep away the local human army if they are given the green signal. They will lose a few thousand soldiers of course, but victory is certain for them if it is a life or death battle. Then why would they have to compromise and show weakness by coming here? Caesar just could not understand. Jabba and Alexander flew after Robin with expressionless faces as if they were statues, but the looks of contempt never left Caesar's eyes since he saw the girl called Ellis. But strangely, even he was forced to change the look in his eyes after he roamed inside the camp for a while. The looks on the local humans' faces were not as provocative as he expected, and they were not saying that they forced them to come because they were weak. On the contrary, their looks were once again full of curiosity. From looks of curiosity and joy at the first meeting, to looks of anger and disappointment to fight after they discovered that they could not communicate in the same language, the situation had now returned to looks of curiosity again. What is wrong with those locals exactly? A question exploded in Caesar's head as he watched the locals around him, but he did not have enough time to figure it out. At the next moment, the procession stopped in front of a huge black tent, and everyone descended from the backs of the lions, forming two longitudinal rows on both sides of the tent door. Pa! Step! Step! Robin landed between the rows of soldiers, followed by Alexander, Jabba, and then Caesar, and the four of them began to advance on their feet towards the door of the tent until they passed by Ellis and finally entered it. The smell of thick incense attacked their noses as soon as they entered the tent, a strong fragrant smell that overshadowed the smells of blood and the dung of monsters spread outside, making those who entered the tent feel separated from the world outside. Welcome to my humble tent, strangers. A strong and quiet voice in the language of the people of Greenland came from behind the burning pile of firewood in the middle of the tent, drawing everyone's attention towards a dark-skinned person who appears to be in his 50s, with scars filling half of his face as if he came out of a fight to the death with a handful of lions, and a snow-white beard adorning the lower half of his face. Caesar and the rest furrowed their brows when they saw him, and his menacing aura and his word strangers were enough to make them feel threatened even though he was sitting quietly with his eyes closed. All of them involuntarily raised their level of awareness as they thought the same thing, strong. Haha, there are no strangers here, sir, just lost relatives. Robin laughed and replied loudly, then took a few steps and sat with strange relief in front of the dark-skinned old man as if he were his old friend, then added, "We have a common history and a common enemy, brother. We shouldn't be careful of each other while we are one family. By the way, what is your name?" "Humph, kin, and a common history? It is strange. Why do not our relatives speak our language? And why do not those who share our common history know our origin and purpose?" A small smile appeared on the dark-skinned old man's face, and even his daughter Ellis stood beside him looking at Robin and the rest with complicated looks. Sigh, after the War of Annihilation took place against the Tree Fathers, our species scattered around the world against our will, and before parting, we pledged to build our strength and meet again one day. Is this how you receive your cousins, brother? I am disappointed, very disappointed. Robin sighed and shook his head in obvious sadness. Even Caesar and the rest behind him furrowed their eyebrows for a moment involuntarily when they heard what he said, but they returned to their natural features in the blink of an eye. Kinship, annihilation, war, and separation? What is this? He did not mention any of this in his previous summary. The dark-skinned old man opened his eyes a little and started examining Robin, then turned around to observe the reactions of Caesar and the rest for a few seconds before he spoke. It seems that even your followers do not know what you are talking about, brother. You are right, and unfortunately it is indeed shameful to say the rest, but it is normal. It's the first time they have heard of something like this. Robin raised both hands helplessly. You know how difficult it is to run a large tribe, brother. Everyone has their own way of controlling their followers, but the ancestors of our tribe decided not to pass on the tales of the horrors that happened to our race to the new generation until they grow up properly and not blind them with anger and hate. So the history was falsified and even the language was changed and everything referring to the painful past was erased. Only the chief of the tribe of each generation has knowledge of these things. Our history and our language were erased? This is preposterous. The brown old man slapped his hand on his thigh hard and shouted angrily, finally opening his eyes to the last of them. I agree with you completely. How can we live without our brothers and our ancestors? As the saying goes, he who has no past has no future. So when I took over the leadership of the tribe, I decided to reconnect with our lost relatives from the time of the ancient war. So I brought the strongest warriors of the tribe and destroyed our way here hoping to meet other humans, and finally, we met you. Robin opened his hands wide and spoke excitedly, then stroked her and continued in a low voice, Brother, you do not intend to punish us for the decisions made by our ancestors, right? The old brown man kept his eyes on Robin for about a full minute, then slowly closed them again and replied, Fujon Rexes, that is my name. Chapter 451. Fujon Rexes, what a powerful name. It is my pleasure to meet you. Robin nodded with a satisfied smile and continued, I am Robin Burton, and these are Caesar Burton, Alexander Levon, and Jabba. Phobin looked at Robin for a moment and then passed his eyes to the three people sitting behind him. They in turn nodded at him when their respective names were mentioned. Fujon looked back at Robin and spoke, Your friends here seem to understand what we say, especially that handsome giant over there. Why didn't they try to contact us earlier? This would have saved a lot of unnecessary pressure for both of us, but they kept on signaling and talking with that foreign language between themselves. This unfortunately can't be helped. As I told you, Brother Fujon, the chief of every generation is the only one who studies the ancient language and the real history. Technically it should have only been me who knew the language, but only recently I started spreading our ancient language among the youth of the tribe and started teaching some of the senior leaders myself. They already know a few words, but their knowledge is still superficial and without actual training in it. They were afraid that they would speak to you in that language, afraid to say something they did not mean and earn your enmity. So they waited until I rose from my coma and came to talk to you myself. Robin spoke while nodding with a furrowed brow as if asking for forgiveness for not being a good teacher. But when he finished speaking at that point and found Fujon giving a small nod to indicate that he understood, Robin's countenance changed and he gestured behind him. As for the handsome giant part, Jabba's eyes shivered when he saw Robin pointing toward him. He came to the planet Greenland with Robin as a kind of help for his master and to open his own horizons, but he already realized that he had become Robin's weakness in this campaign. How can they be lost relatives when there is a 3-meter-tall blue giant walking among them? Ever since Robin opened his mouth and started telling those lies, Jabba knew it would be his biggest obstacle. And not only him, there are thousands of dwarfs and starlings and a bunch of individuals from other species from planet Nihari working in the Rune Masters and the Divine Blacksmiths divisions. What would these local humans say when they see them on the steep hill? It is the whole circus out there. This man here is called Jabba. He is my personal disciple and the commander of the army in my absence, and he is undoubtedly one of the most capable sons of our tribe. Robin spoke with slightly furrowed brows and a firm tone. He is a very intelligent and strong man. I hope you don't treat him any differently just because he looks a little different. A little different. Ellis muttered and looked at Jabba again. Even though she was standing behind her father and Jabba was sitting, he was still taller than her, not to mention his color. Little miss, we have been separated for hundreds of thousands of years. Please don't apply your personal experiences to us. The tree father in our area used various poisonous plants to attack us over the years, and unfortunately, generation after generation of inhaling those poisonous gases affected our offspring. So you may find tall people like Jabba, or shorter people working in the Divine Blacksmith, and people with different eyes and long limbs working in runes drawing. We even have people who are crimson in color and have horns. Robin shook his head until his eyes welled up with tears, then looked at Fujon's face with determination. Brother Fujon, we are a large, diverse tribe. If you are not ready to accept us as a family because of what that filthy tree father did to us, then there is nothing to talk about further. We will quietly leave and look for other relatives that are more open-minded. Calm down, Brother Robin, who said anything about not accepting you. We were just wondering. For the first time since the council started, Foban's tone changed and he quickly gestured with both hands to Robin to calm down with an awkward smile. Brother Fujon, a few things are not to be taken lightly. Jabba is a good person and worked very hard to help the tribe to battle our way here and meet up with the rest of our kin. Do you know how hard it is? But you treat him like a monster. Do you think this is acceptable? How would you feel if you were in his shoes? Robin spoke with obvious annoyance. Oh, you are right about that. Fujon stopped waving and then gave Jabba a serious look. I apologize if I offended you, young man. I didn't know you were a victim of a tree father's dirty games. I owe you one. Jabba gave a small nod with a sad face to keep up. Fujon nodded, smiling at Jabba again, and then turned back to speak to Robin. Would you calm down now? It was an unintentional mistake. Robin gave a big, satisfied smile in response to Fujon. This time it wasn't feigned. What just happened meant that the chief of the local human tribe believed everything said so far. This pushed the conversation to a whole new scale. Then, after smiling, he sighed and said, life is hard, Brother Fujon. The tree fathers want to annihilate us completely, so we should unite and start counterattacking. Why should we just defend? Fujon nodded a few times throughout Robin's words, and then asked, You are right, what do you think we should do, Brother Robin? I dealt a heavy blow to the tree father in this region and destroyed a large part of its soul, so my suggestion is, Brother Fujon. Chapter 452. The atmosphere got completely frozen inside the tent. The girl Ellis opened her eyes at the end of them. Even her father, who used to keep his eyes closed most of the time, opened them as if he saw the god of death approaching. Robin even started waving and making crackling sounds with both hands to make the two return to reality again, even though he was a little surprised at their reaction. He undoubtedly knows how strong the soul of that creature is. He mentioned the subject now with the intention of astonishing this couple and forcing them to respect him. As for Jabba, Caesar, and Alexander, they had a completely different reaction. The three exchanged looks and smiles among themselves. The way that this Fujon treated them for the past 2 months was provocative enough, and he also treated Robin coldly by getting him all the way to his tent and not even meeting with him outside. Seeing him like that now is so heartwarming. You destroyed what? Fujon finally opened his mouth and muttered. Honestly, it was unintentional. He was the one who asked for it. There was a direct clash between my soul and the tree father who was in this area, and I destroyed a large part of his soul. It lost almost 90% of its full size. What is wrong with that? Robin raised his shoulders with a big smile. This is exactly what happened. While we were crossing this area, the tree father sent a huge number of his troops with empty eyes to attack us. My golden army confronted them and killed millions of them. In a desperate attempt, he decided to attack my soul to eliminate the head of the army. But he didn't take into account that the leader of an army of such strength wouldn't be an easy target either. Ha ha ha. Excuse me if I don't fully believe it yet. Fujon spoke, his eyes still wide open but clearly trying to restrain himself. We of this generation have never seen the tree father with our own eyes and don't know how powerful it really is. We inherited information of that creature's soul power generation after generation and know exactly how powerful it can be. Even if we did not inherit the information about the power of his soul, the tree father Hoffenheim has been living for countless years. It is obvious that he possesses a soul like no other, and you say that you destroyed his soul. How many of the blank-eyed have you seen in battle? Haven't you wondered why? Jabba spoke in the language of the people of Greenland. His accent was not entirely clear, but he communicated what he wanted to communicate. Blank-eyed. Fujon furrowed his eyebrows slightly and then turned back to look at Robin in shock. Wait, your destruction of the Tree Father's soul was the reason behind their strange behavior. The Tree Father was controlling the buds with his soul. This is new information even to me. No wonder they started acting like normal humans during the battle. No wonder. Robin smiled and nodded. It wasn't shocking that they didn't know about Father Tree controlling the buds, as he controls them during wars from the day they were born, and the local humans thought this was just their war behavior. Robin wanted to follow up with something else, but suddenly the smile left his face. Then he grabbed his head with both hands and yelled in pain, "Arg! Master! Your Excellency! Father!" The three sitting behind Robin almost got up to see what was happening to him, and perhaps to secure him against a possible attack from the local humans. This was the first time for the three of them to see him like this. Ha, ha, ha. But Robin moved one hand and gestured them to sit down again. Sigh, you said just now that you were in a coma, as I remember. Apparently, destroying a Tree Father's soul wasn't without consequences. Fujon spoke while slowly shaking his head, and now the matter made relatively more sense to him. Of course, it wasn't, that thing was quite stubborn, but I'm in a better situation than him. Robin spoke while rubbing his head with one hand. During the time he spent in the prison tent, he actually found a way to treat his soul faster. It is now working at its full capacity. The constant headaches that prevented him from speaking properly no longer existed. Severe headaches would still hit him from time to time. Excuse me, Sir Robin, if I still find it hard to believe that you battled the Tree Father soul-wise and won. After all, Tree Father Hoffenheim has besieged our tribe for over 200,000 years, and none of us could even locate him anymore, let alone get close to him or harm him. You just appeared out of nowhere and claimed that you did what we couldn't do in all of our history. That is a bit too much, don't you think? The girl Ellis kept chattering at Robin's face for a few seconds before speaking. Although she spoke of his disbelief, her tone was much more respectful than before. Ellis, be polite to Brother Robin. The one who replied to her this time was none other than Fujon. Even if we don't believe our ears, we have eyes and brains. Why do you think the behavior of the buds changed in the war? And why haven't the wizards appeared yet even though we took all those lands and started digging the trenches? Even if Brother Robin didn't really destroy the Tree Father's soul as he claimed, he and his men still did something. Ellis turned to look at the ground again. Her serious look and sweaty forehead said a lot about what she was going through now. 200,000 years? Either Robin or the three behind him were shocked by the number Ellis just said. The all-seeing god told Robin that the history of martial arts on this planet began nearly 200,000 years ago. Doesn't that mean the Tree Father has been alive since then? Have the people here been fighting since the day they started energy cultivating, or maybe even before that? As I told you, Brother Fujon, history, language, and other things were passed down orally among the chiefs of our tribe from generation to generation. That is why a lot of important information has been lost to us. It can even be said that the origin of the World War and its early years have been completely lost to us. Can you tell us a few things? What is the origin of those trees, for example, and what is their purpose? Exactly how many are there and where are they located? What are their strengths and trump cards? What treasures or valuables do they have? What are those wizards you spoke of? I mean things like that. The more information you give us the better. And also, what do you know about a large-scale lightning attack? Chapter 453. You have lost all ancient history. It is indeed not very practical to rely on one person to pass everything on to the next generation. Listen up then. Fujon nodded a few times and then looked seriously at Robin. We basically don't know the origin of life in this world. Our history books only span to around 500,000 years ago, but it is enough to give us everything we need about what is going on around us. So let me start without any further deletions. 500,000 years ago there was no energy cultivation yet. There were only several intelligent races that sometimes fought and sometimes cooperated like any in race tribes, and there weren't any major issues. As for those races, most of them were branches of the tree ant species. They are plants that have mutated and gained intelligence. Hearing those words, Alexander and the rest left their eyebrows sink. Even Robin himself furrowed his brows slightly. Intelligent plants? They have nothing of the description to this point other than the Tree Father himself maybe. Did he mean the buds? Was his reading of the memories of the buds inaccurate as they turned out to be a real independent race? Fujon noticed the change and smiled slightly. You all don't need to think too much. I know you didn't see any tree ant before. History says that tree ants are completely different from the buds we see every day. Tree ants could be real trees that can move or flowers that jump and play with each other. They are real plants that have gained its consciousness from nature. At that time, it was not strange to find a few men fighting with a tree while it jumped and kicked them with one of its roots, or to find a guy picking a flower to smell its fragrance while it curses him. Those creatures were extremely widespread. At that time if we humans trampled a field of corn you might find half of it turned into tree ant creatures. This is because the laws of this world support plant life more than others. It can even be said that it was tailor-made for the tree ants. This troubled other creatures like us humans and made us somewhat powerless in front of them, but it didn't threaten our existence. The good thing is that the tree ants are lazy creatures who often like to just dig their roots to the ground and relax under the sun, and they do not tend to live in groups either, so there have been no major wars ranging between our races. But at the same time, we humans did not have any land of our own, nor a place to call it home. Then he continued, we didn't dare to live in the same spot as we might get annihilated in our sleep, so our ancestors were living in scattered small villages, and even though they weren't left alone, our ancestors would wake up to find their fields destroyed by a tree ant who wanted to save his unconscious relatives, for example, or perhaps a huge tree ant passing through the middle of a human village and simply destroying it under its roots, killing half of its citizens. Those creatures knew exactly how strong they are compared to us humans and acted accordingly, with no care whatsoever. There is such a thing? Robin furrowed his brows slightly, whether the mortal human memories or the bud memories didn't contain such a distant history. Fujo nodded slowly and then continued, you may be wondering why you haven't seen a tree ant in your lifetime. Well, that is because they were all exterminated. Except for 7. 7? You mean? Fujo nodded again, yeah, I mean the current 7 tree father. Wait, I don't understand anything here. The 7 tree fathers are the only remaining tree ants in the world? Robin waved his hand several times. Does that mean that in the World War, the humans won, and they won so overwhelmingly that they almost annihilated all the tree ants? But how are the 7 tree fathers running the world now? Fujon shook his head slowly. Let me explain to you. About 220,000 years ago, one of our human ancestors invented a technique by which he could accumulate natural energy within his body to power himself. That ancestor spread the technique to the entire human race so that we could protect ourselves from the harassment of the tree ant race and their illogical behavior, and this is what happened, and a little more if I may say. Then Fujon continued, the first 1,000 years after the invention of the inner energy gathering technique, we humans managed to gather ourselves together after we were scattered and found a piece of land to establish our own kingdom and erected walls around it and placed a heavy guard of cultivators, even the new tree ant creatures that were appearing within our walls, we would throw them out or subject them to our service. At last, and for the first time in this world history, we could live in a large community and in peace, away from the tree ants' headaches, for a while at least. But it seems that the world had another opinion. After the first millennium, very powerful tree ant creatures began to appear one after the other. It was clear that they also follow some kind of energy cultivation system, and the problem is that if both a tree ant and a human were at the same energy level, the tree ant would be much stronger thanks to its already stronger body, that and their numbers were already many times ours and were constantly increasing to the point of threatening the survival of our small kingdom. The enormous amount of natural energy at that time pushed this process even faster. We have preserved our cultivation technique within our borders and are sure that no leaks have occurred. How did the tree ant creatures manage to strengthen themselves to this degree and threatened our 1,000 years of accumulated progress? Our ancestors did not know at that time, and to this day we do not know what happened either. Fujon shook his head. But Robin raised his eyebrows a little. He had just remembered what the all-seeing God had said when they first met about the planet interfering and influencing newborns to grow up and invent techniques to harness natural energy. Perhaps there really was no leakage, perhaps the planet helped the tree ants indirectly to restore the balance of power. Fujon said that the laws on the planet seem to be tailor-made for the tree ants. I would not be surprised if the planet wants them to dominate and have more power over the rest of the other insignificant races here like humans. Robin thought as he wiped on his chin. But suddenly he stopped and opened his eyes to the last of them and then asked, wait, you say the laws of the planet are tailor-made for the tree ants? Why don't I feel this? The laws seem too normal here, except that the law of life is perhaps a little more apparent compared to the rest of the laws, and why haven't more tree ant creatures been created from that day? You said they even grow in the cornfields, right? Also, what do you mean by massive natural energy? Natural energy is very scarce here. Are we talking about the same world? Chapter 454. After Robin's questions, Jabba and the rest's features changed as well. All of them raised an eyebrow or two in surprise, listening to Robin now, as all his observations were accurate and they themselves had thought about it earlier. Before they came to this planet, they were ready to face extreme weather conditions of battle and natural disasters. This was one of the main benefits of the golden full body armor around their bodies. Robin didn't want to repeat what happened to him when he first arrived in Nihari. Out of the 16 armor pieces with everyone, at least a third of them were dedicated to protecting their users from sudden changes in the laws around them and providing air, gravity, heat, and other vital laws at levels equal to planet Jura. But since they arrived on the planet, those precautions were rendered useless. They have not felt any difference from when they were on planet Jura. They experienced the same air, the same water, and even the same percentage of laws, while only the life forces felt a slight boost in their strength since they arrived on this planet. Other than that, everything was almost identical to planet Jura. Even the amount of energy here was very close to that on planet Jura. Although most of the members of the Golden Battalion were a bit disappointed after they found out about the situation, they felt that they had discovered a new continent on planet Jura, not that they had gone to a new planet. But in the end, the purpose of coming to Greenland was not to obtain a larger amount of natural energy or to test new laws, and of course not for sightseeing, so they ignored the matter after their first disappointment. But now the chief of the local humans is talking about perfect laws for creatures called tree ants, and about a huge amount of natural energy. Is he talking about the same world they see, or maybe they didn't appreciate planet Jura as much as it should be? Fujon chuckled helplessly and shook his head after hearing Robin's question. All of your questions make sense for someone who does not know his history, whether it is the current scarce energy, the changed state of the heavenly laws, or not seeing any more tree ant creatures appearing naturally. All those questions have one answer, which are the 7 tree fathers, as they are the culprits behind all of this. What the? Robin slightly furrowed his eyebrows. At the very beginning when the tree ant creatures began to use energy cultivation like us, we were somewhat safe. As I said, these creatures are lazy and prefer to relax most of the time. Meeting one of those strong tree ants and making trouble with him was not something that would happen every day. But after a few hundred years and after the appearance of a large number of energy-cultivating Treants, the matter wasn't as scarce anymore, as it was normal to find a part of the wall of the kingdom broken every day. The conflict increased over time until one day, one of the stronger Treants got angry because he saw a human girl collecting peaches outside the kingdom wall from a young tree Treant. So he collected his friends and attacked the kingdom, destroying almost a third of it before falling. The human kingdom became unable to provide the protection it had promised to its residents. So after that incident, the humans dispersed into small tribes again. A third of their kingdom was destroyed while they were united, so they decided to disperse? What is this logic? Caesar spoke with a bit of anger, asking if it would not have been better for them to raise their defenses and start a counterattack. Counterattack against whom? Before Fujon could reply, Robin shook his head and spoke, noting that according to what they heard, the Treants were far more numerous than humans and far more powerful at that time. One creature gathered a few of his friends and destroyed a third of the kingdom of the human race, so what would you have them do in that case? Would they declare war on the entire Treant race? If those creatures were really lazy and did not like to take action frequently according to the description, then the best option was to reduce large gatherings as much as possible in order to bring contact with them to a minimum. This must continue until the humans got stronger than them at the very least, and he could not think of any other solution. Old Fujon nodded, satisfied with Robin's analysis, and then added that this was what they were thinking at that time. They had put their heads down and lived in the wild without houses or large buildings in order to avoid trouble. This plan really succeeded during the second millennium after the discovery of energy cultivating methods. They inhabited caves and relied on eating the meat of beasts only and wearing their fur. All the small tribes maintained communication with the rest, but it was a very weak type of communication as they only conveyed news of each other and discoveries of energy cultivation research. If one of the tribes had a feud with a Treant, they would leave them to their fate. Our goal as humans at that time was to survive, and this is what happened. Their numbers increased during that period, and the number of deaths due to the feuds with the Treants fell dramatically. The number of human tribes at that time reached more than 207 tribes spread around the world, and the human seniors at that time were achieving great progress and steadily stepping towards higher levels of energy cultivation. Everything was going perfectly until that day came. That day? Robin furrowed his eyebrows slightly and looked at Fujon with more focus, knowing the answer to his questions was about to appear. In the third millennium of the energy cultivation era, an ancient Treant called Hoffenheim claimed to have discovered the truth of the soul and commanded the rest of the Treants to obey him to take over the world. Of course, because they are solitary and lazy creatures, they did not listen to the calls of that ancient creature, but they did not know that there would be consequences. On that day, the first batch of buds appeared. Fujon spoke very seriously, noting that the army of the buds wasn't that big at that time, but they were very strong and fearless. That creature quickly used its buds to take control of a large patch of land, and every creature in that piece of land either fled or was killed. That was it, with no third option. That land got empty very soon, whether it was the weaker races like humans or the stronger Treants themselves, as no one could be seen in that piece of land at the end of the same day. Robin furrowed his brows slightly. Hoffenheim was the name of the tree father who destroyed a part of his soul, so that creature had lived since the beginning of the energy cultivation era? And it was considered an ancient creature at that time too? The human tribes that were located in the area the ancient Treant Hoffenheim claimed quickly retreated after receiving great damage, but they did not find a place to shelter them. As they communicated with the rest of the tribes, they found that there were a few other ancient Treant creatures who began to follow a similar approach, as they were also killing and expelling all the creatures in a certain zone around them. Fujon shook his head as he spoke lamentably. Those other ancient Treant creatures did not use the bud system as the tree father Hoffenheim did, but each of them had a weapon that couldn't be stopped. For example, one of them used plants that had not yet gained consciousness to amass an army, and one created for himself very long roots that he used to attack personally inside his wide zone. Another one used some kind of catalysts to incite wild beasts against every other living being. And now I heard from you that one of them uses poisons? This is new information for us, but it is not unlikely. Yeah, who can know everything? Haha. Robin laughed awkwardly and then gestured at Fujon, asking him to please continue on what happened after the ancient Treants took over their own territories. Occasionally missing content, please report errors in time. Chapter 455. True Horror. This is what happened after the ancient Treants took over the lands around them. Fujon's pupils widened slightly as if he could see everything before him. Our world has never known this idea of borders. Anyone could go anywhere as long as they didn't provoke the powerful Treant creatures in that area. Even when we humans tried to make a kingdom or a walled city, in a more precise sense, we were attacked in every way because the Treants do not like the idea of privacy and borders, but that is exactly what the ancient Treants did. Then he added, that period witnessed an incomprehensible race between those ancient Treants over who controls the largest patch of land. After the world was completely open for everyone, it became scattered circles, and in the middle of each circle lies an ancient Treant creature trying in every way to kill all the creatures in that circle. We called them domination circles. In just a few years, the number of those domination circles reached more than 40, and every day the circles expanded to include more and more pieces of land. He paused for a second and then continued, can you imagine what this did to the rest of the world's creatures at that time? We, humans, have been weak and scattered because of the head-lowering policy, and the rest of the Treants were in deep fear of their ancestors, plus they are not the type to coordinate and have major battles type of race. So with no escape and without anyone to stand up to the ancient Treants, everyone started running in random directions nonstop, and this escape frenzy did not last for a day or two, but it became a normal daily activity for our ancestors. It was not strange to see a group of tens to thousands of people and Traians moving together. The mass migration that did not stop for a single moment exhausted everyone to the core, and whoever stopped for a moment or entered another domination circle unintentionally, then they were among the doomed. Robin furrowed his eyebrows slightly after hearing this. For one of the ancient Traians to gain extra strength after a period of closed cultivation is quite explainable, but 40 ancient Traians started to show strength at the same time and took the initiative to try to take over territory at the same time as well. Maybe those ancient Traians were cooperating with each other to eventually take over the whole world together. This is understandable, the world is huge and has a lot of creatures to kill, and this way they would finish their task much faster. This is the only logical answer anyway. Robin thought to himself, but Fujone's next words destroyed his belief. Only 100 years after the era of the domination circles began, the circles widened so terribly and so suffocatingly multiplied that we humans and the rest of the common Traian creatures had nowhere else to go, with a domination circle front and back, right and left. It became so tight that the different domination circles began to touch, and everyone who stood between them was slaughtered. The blood at that period, whether green or red, flooded the world. At that moment, Fujone's tone changed to show a bit of pride. When all the creatures of the world at that time believed that death was inevitable, someone stepped forward. The human geniuses of the Night Eagles tribe have a technique that enables humans to cultivate the second stage of the Blue Flame Minor Law, and with the help of that technique, our species advanced to a completely different level of strength in a short time. Robin opened his mouth in a small curl in astonishment. According to the timeline that Fujone had drawn so far, hadn't it been 2,500 years since the history of energy cultivation began, but someone had invented a saint-level law technique already? This kind of speed is breathtaking. It is something he hasn't heard of in either planet Nihari or planet Jura. The Night Eagles tribe were able, thanks to their new strength, to establish their positions and stop the progress of the domination circles towards them, and they also sent messengers with the details of the new technique to all the human tribes whose locations were known. Then those tribes sent messengers to the tribes they knew, and so on. Within 1 year, the second stage technique of the minor heavenly law of blue flame spread in almost the entire world. We humans were able to fix our positions and make our own domination circles. Fujone spoke with apparent pride. The domination circles of us humans were the safe haven of all intelligent creatures. Even all the fleeing Traians came to us seeking refuge and protection in return for serving as our servants. Even Alexander and Caesar raised their eyebrows slightly and felt some pride and excitement at Fujone's words, even though they had nothing to do with this world in the first place. Then what? That didn't answer any of my questions yet. Robin shook his head slightly. If this is just the history of the planet, there are a lot of missing links. Calm down, who said I am finished? But this is strange, I haven't reached the points you know yet. It seems to me that the history you received is too incomplete, isn't it? Even if some of it were lost, you should still at least know something, right? Fujone raised his eyebrows slightly and asked doubtfully. Please continue. Robin didn't even try to come up with any excuses and spoke up. Sigh, alright then. The strongholds established by us humans were entirely based on defense because their strength was roughly equivalent to that of the ancient Traian creatures at the time. It was just about enough to stop the continuous advance of the domination circles while paying a huge bill for it, so the advance towards the human stronghold stopped for quite a few years, but it didn't stop the war in the world. When those ancient Traians found out that human strongholds became like a metal wall and it was no use advancing in these areas anymore, they started fighting each other, and trying to seize parts of the domination circles from each other. During the third millennium of the beginning of the energy cultivation era, those ancient Traians destroyed each other until there was less than half of them left. But we did not benefit much from this, as the surviving half of them took control of the lands of the losers. We, humans, were left out of that major war, but at least we survived it. Robin widened his eyes. They just started killing each other? This denies that there was any cooperation between them. Rather, we can also explain the race to control more lands was to improve their conditions when that great war between each other begins later. But you said that the Traians just want to relax under the sun. Why do they need to control such large patches of land? If it was to create a good environment for their bloodline, for example, this may be understandable, but they killed everyone in their domination circles. First, they killed the young of their own kind, and then they killed each other. This is strange, very strange. Fujone nodded. This indeed was a mystery that preoccupied humans and the rest of the Traian races for a very long time. Being in a species massacre war and not even knowing why was quite a sad thing, until finally, parts of the answer began to appear and it shocked everyone alive to the core. One day in the third millennium there was a great battle between two ancient Traians and they seriously injured each other, so the human tribe Winter Snakes decided to attack the nearest domination circle and took some new territory for themselves. This was their first real counterattack in a very long time, the first time we humans took the initiative to enter deep into a domination circle. Then he looked deep into Robin's eyes and continued. But after they penetrated deep into that domination circle, they started to feel changes all around them. The natural energy was noticeably lighter there and the heavenly laws were completely different. It seemed as if they had entered another world. Chapter 456. The energy density and the percentage of the laws were different within the domination circle? Robin furrowed his eyebrows tightly. Regardless of the fact that it is illogical to differ in the density of energy in the atmosphere, because even if something happens to disturb the energy balance, the lesser density area always draws energy from the higher density areas so that the balance is automatically restored. The more significant question is how can laws differ within the same planet? Fujone nodded. The Winter Snakes tribe were very shocked by what they found, but they were trained warriors in the end. They didn't let these bizarre phenomena stop them. They continued their mission and indeed managed to conquer a large piece of land from that ancient treant's domination circle. But they were not spared after their victory, as the ancient treant creature was raining attacks on them daily and their numbers shrank rapidly. Their happiness with the short victory vanished until they almost fled back to where they came from, feeling that it was impossible to take a piece of land from a domination circle. Then he added, "But gladly that didn't happen." In the last desperate attempt, the chief of the Winter Snake's tribe ordered to dig trenches hundreds of meters deep and cut out all the roots of the ancient treant creature from that area. Something strange happened. The energy intensity began to return to its former nature, and the attacks of the ancient treant creature that were striking from all sides stopped. The place finally regained its calm. The only sad thing is the percentage of the new heavenly laws in that region remained the same even after thousands of years had passed. Robin opened his eyes wide and started tapping his thigh with his index finger without saying anything. After the Winter Snake's tribe spread the news about what happened to the rest of the human tribes, we all began to anticipate the occurrence of a great battle between two ancient treant creatures. Then we planned to raid the nearest piece of land and dig deep trenches in it, and from here the counterattack of humanity began. This process was repeated in the 4th and 5th millennia after the beginning of the energy cultivation era. In this way, we were able to regain control of a large part of the world, and the scattered tribes began to merge again when they accidentally met during the cleansing operations. Fujon was proud as he recounted this part. At the end of the 6th millennium of the energy cultivation era, we humans managed to re-establish control over nearly a third of our world. Although there were still many scattered human tribes that could never meet due to the existence of the domination circle between us, we were still communicating with each other in one way or another and coordinating with each other. And with this, we succeeded in killing several ancient treant creatures until there were only 7 of them left. Only 7 ancient treant creatures, and they ruled 2/3 of the planet at that time? Those must be. Robin stopped tapping his finger and asked. Yeah, they are the tree fathers, you know. Fujon nodded several times. They themselves? You said a while ago that there were more than 40 domination circles. During the first 6,000 years, most of them died, whether from killing each other or being killed by humans. That is more than 33 ancient treants killed in just 6,000 years, but those 7 are still alive today after around 200,000 years? Robin asked hurriedly. Yes, one of the reasons for that is because those were the strongest 7 among all the ancient treant creatures. But the main reason was that they realized at that time that the increasing power of humans would affect even them. So they communicated among themselves and decided to stop fighting between each other until they completely annihilated all the humans, and they called themselves the Tree Fathers. They even shared their unique techniques among themselves. For example, Tree Father Hoffenheim is the creator of the buds, but the rest of the Tree Fathers can now use it and produce buds as well. Of course, they are not as powerful or as numerous as Tree Father Hoffenheim, but it is still an extra weapon in their hands. Fujon spoke with apparent desperation. They also support each other when one of them is about to die. In the 10th millennium of the energy cultivation era, several human tribes allied to attack one of the Tree Fathers and eliminate him to reduce the enemies to only 6. And indeed, they succeeded in eating up his domination circle until they approached the Tree Father's main body and were about to kill him, as they were so close. Except that 2 Tree Fathers sent reinforcements at the last minute and killed the human warriors, then wiped out the remnants of their tribe and took their land. It must have been a big blow. Has the war stopped since then? Jabba asked with difficulty. Yes and no. Listen carefully, Brother Robin, because the following will answer one of your questions. That battle was a strong warning to both sides, so it stopped for a full 20,000 years. None of us harassed the other, we are not moving forward, and the Tree Fathers also stopped advancing. That was until Tree Father Donis attacked a human tribe and annihilated them. At that point, 10 human tribes combined to launch a deterrent attack against that Tree Father. Millions of our youth entered the domination circle of Tree Father Donis expecting a fierce war, but suddenly the air disappeared from the domination circle of Tree Father Donis for a full 5 minutes. Tack, tack, tack. The speed of Robin tapping his thigh increased much more. The air disappeared? The air itself? Alexander exclaimed in shock. He who practices the perfect major heavenly law cultivation technique of the wind cannot think of any case where air disappeared. How is that even possible? It is one of the most fundamental laws for survival. Fujon nodded. The air itself has disappeared, or to be more precise, the ability to breathe no longer exists. Our young men fell from suffocation one by one, some died where they stood and some fainted. Even those who remained awake were unable to move for the lack of air in their lungs. Then Tree Father Donis sent his buds and his own branches to wipe out the human army, and not one person was left alive that day. Since then, we have completely stopped attacking and focused on defense no matter what. Unfortunately, this did not prevent the Tree Fathers from continuing their attack. Since that day, several battles took place on the border between us and the 7 Tree Fathers. Whenever we entered the control circle of one of them in large numbers, even if for a short distance to push the Tree Father's army back, a strange natural phenomenon occurs and annihilates most or all of the army. Tree Father Kalza made the ground open and swallowed up most of our men, and Tree Father Hoffenheim sent lightning bolts to strike all flying creatures in the air, and things like that. So we completely stopped at our borders and contented ourselves with deterring attacks, not advancing a single step to the other side of the trenches, even after we were able to use some third-grade minor and major laws. And what happened after that? Does the human race still hold a third of the world's land? Robin asked. Fujon shook his head disappointedly. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Chapter 457. I had previously said that the number of human tribes had exceeded 200 near the beginning of the energy cultivation era, after which the number dropped to about 60 after the discovery of the blue flame secondary law due to our acquisition of more grounds and the merger between the tribes. But after the alliance of the 7 tree fathers, the number of human tribes that we know of is 15 tribes, and those tribes control 5% of the world's landmass. Fujon nodded several times in a bad mood. We 15 tribes have not seen each other for tens of thousands of years and maybe more. For example, we of the Northern Fury tribe can communicate with 2 other tribes using war bees, and they can communicate with us using a similar one, and those 2 tribes can communicate with a 4th tribe, and so on. This is how we know that we are currently 15 tribes. As for the 16th tribe, it was destroyed just a few years ago. 15 scattered tribes and each one surrounded on all sides by the domination circles of the Tree Fathers. The fact that you guys still maintain 5% of the planet's surface is an achievement in itself. Robin tapped his thigh as he spoke slowly. Well, we are not 15 tribes anymore, we are back to 16 again, you are with us now. Fujon laughed out loud. Then he stopped and looked at Robin with a little wonder and asked, by the way, where exactly have you guys been all those years? Why haven't we heard about you? And what is the name of that tree father who used poison on you? We should know them all. Is it a new tree father or is he one of the known 7 tree fathers and it discovered a new way of attacking? The tree fathers can change the laws in their domination circle. The energy level in that area is much lower than normal, and they have special abilities that are as powerful as nature's wrath itself. Why and how do they have such abilities? Why would they seek control in the first place? They don't have offspring or relatives to inherit that land. What is their last quest? Robin tapped his thigh and muttered in a low voice, as he chose to ignore Fujon's questions. Then, he quickly asked, what about the level of energy and structure of laws within the lands controlled by the human tribes now? Are they different from outside? Fujon nodded his eyebrows for a second, but he chose not to press Robin for it for now, and answered, yes and no. In the days when the ancient Traians fought among themselves, there was still a huge gap in the laws between each domination circle. And the lands of the humans were still cohesive, retaining their natural energy and the normal percentage of the heavenly laws, so that there were many living Traians among us in our lands. Whether they were fleeing refugees or young Traians born within our lands, we had a lot of them. Fujon's countenance turned serious again. But after the 7 tree fathers allied themselves and took control of approximately 95% of the planet, the effect of what they were doing began to spread to our lands. And even our energy level decreased. It is still better off than the atmosphere in an actual domination circle. But it is clear that the laws in our lands have changed to an extent that no new Traians are born within our borders as well, and those who lived with us previously died one after the other. The laws of the world simply no longer support their existence as before. That is reasonable. In the beginning, every ancient Traian creature was trying to change the laws from their point of view within their domination circle, and this led to clashes between all those domination circles. But after the alliance of the 7 tree fathers, they might have started to change certain laws systematically, and changing it in 95% of the world will definitely affect the rest. Changing the laws didn't hurt the local humans in any way, right? Robin waited a few seconds and then asked. Ellis shook her head and replied, no, users of some laws felt a little weak, but users of other laws became stronger, so it can be said that nothing has changed overall. Ha! Then the only ones affected by the changed percentage of the laws are the Traians who went extinct. Why would they want to exterminate the rest of their own kind? Before the energy cultivation era, there was no obvious enmity between the Traians. Why would they suddenly want to exterminate each other? Robin murmured again in a low voice. You said that after the first ancient Trent appeared and began to expand, so many other ancient Traians began to do the same. It is impossible for them to tell each other whatever information they had as they were trying to kill each other. Perhaps that piece of information is something that comes easy to the race of Traians after they reach a certain level of strength? Is that why they want to eliminate the rest of their kind? So that the information remains exclusive to the least possible number among them? Whatever this information is, it is definitely related to a way to change the heavenly laws of the planet. Then, after a few taps on his thigh, he added, if this is the reason behind the changed percentage of the heavenly laws, then the reason why the energy level is lower is even easier. Changing the laws of a planet and maintaining them for hundreds of thousands of years is definitely not an easy thing, and expending a huge amount of energy for this is understandable. This is regardless of the amount of energy that each tree father swallows in making his army, like the tree father Hoffenheim who collects energy and pumps it into his army of buds. If we adopt these 2 interpretations, there is nothing left but to explain the source of those special abilities like thunderbolts that strike every flying thing or the lack of air for a few minutes. These are natural phenomena that a person even at the level of an emperor cannot implement. Does this have to do with changing the laws as well? What do these creatures want from changing the planet to such a degree? And most importantly, who taught them how to tamper with the laws of the world? Is this a Traian thing, or can we humans do it too if we know how? Fujon and Ellis looked at each other out of the corner of their eye without saying a word, but some drops of sweat started to seep from their heads visibly. Then they turned back to look at Robin with a look of shock, even some fear. The existential questions that have baffled all human tribes for hundreds of thousands of years were now being answered before their eyes. And who is answering them? Someone whom they have never seen before, someone who didn't even know what a Traiant is a few minutes ago. Chapter 458. These are good questions. Fujon put on a fake smile and said, he really didn't know what else to say. Over the course of about 200,000 years, many wise men put forward multiple theories about what was going on. Some of them were somehow close to what Robin just said, but those wise men tested the strength and capabilities of the Tree Fathers themselves and read their long history in detail before arriving at their theories. Robin was able to break down everything to such a degree and made his own theories after the few words he heard Fujon say. This is simply too much. Secondly, the terms Robin spoke. Did that affect the local humans? Why does he speak as if he wasn't one of them? Or the laws of this planet? What planet? What does this word basically mean? And what is an emperor? Fujon glanced sideways again at Ellis out of curiosity to see how she would handle everything Robin had said and found her still sweating profusely and her eyebrows knotted like a thread. Fujon knew at that moment that she is most likely thinking about the same things. Also, like him, she didn't come to any answers. A lot of strange things can be extracted from Robin's words, but they are also floating words that are not evidence of anything. Then he returned to look at Robin with a completely different look this time, trying to impose control by closing his eyes and speaking at a slow pace no longer had any effect. He couldn't even master the front anymore. Now, he has nothing but a serious look in anticipation for every word that would come out of the mouth of this stranger. As for Robin, he held his head with both hands for a few seconds, evidently in great pain, then lowered it and gently shook his head and spoke. You said you didn't come out from behind the trenches to attack the Tree Fathers' domination circles for a very long time, more than 100,000 years, maybe? And yet here we are, sitting and talking in Tree Father Hoffenheim's domination circle. Did you see the lightning attack and knew the Tree Father was in trouble and decided to fish in troubled waters? Your words have some truth. When the lightning attack is activated, it strikes down everything that flies in the air, even insects and birds. It is an attack so powerful that even the Tree Father himself cannot activate it just for the sake of fooling around. Although we don't know how many times he can activate it, he definitely cannot repeat it again in the short term. So when we saw it, we knew that Tree Father Hoffenheim was under attack, and we decided to intervene to see what was happening. Fujon nodded earnestly. We were sure that the rest of the tribes didn't send armies, or else they would tell us. So we were sure that there had been a quarrel between the Tree Fathers and that this was an internal war between them. We didn't think for a while that we would meet you, our lost relatives. So you knew with certainty that your presence in the lands of Tree Father Hoffenheim was due to us. It was also us who helped you crush his armies of buds and secure you a new piece of land. Yet you decided to push my army back hundreds of kilometers? That is just fantastic. You have a unique way of showing your gratitude. Robin chuckled as he looked into Fujon's eyes. I hope you will excuse us for this, Brother Robin. We wanted to make trenches and secure as ground as possible quickly before Tree Father Hoffenheim sends more reinforcements or other Tree Fathers intervene. You must understand, right? Secondly, some of the blame falls on you as well. Without trying to communicate with us properly and prove that you are a lost human tribe, how do we know that you are not a new kind of bud that the Tree Father wants to fool us with? In fact, until now this possibility has not been completely ruled out. Oh, haha. I apologize for my bluntness, Brother Fujon. You saw a hint of my Golden Battalion's power when you teamed up against the Bud armies. Do you honestly think that? Robin laughed out loud at first, but his gaze turned serious at this point. We need to get closer to you and fool you in this way? I think you underestimate us too much, Mr. Robin. Fujon furrowed his eyebrows and spoke. Oh, really? I am not the one who insulted your army and pushed it back in your absence, although my boys were clearly showing good intentions. This is the same army that marched and toured Tree Father Hoffenheim's domination circle. The same domination circle that you and your ancestors were afraid to set foot in. Do you think we are afraid of you? What a fool. If my disciple Jabba acted as he should and repaid a portion of the aggression you showed him, you would all be dead by now. Robin raised his head and spoke from the top of his nose. The disdain was very clear in his words and eyes. Features of anger began to appear on Fujon's face clearly. He wanted to open his mouth several times to respond, but he couldn't find anything to say. The atmosphere inside the tent was frighteningly heavy. No one said a word after that. They just looked at each other and made their own calculations. Even Ellis, who was standing behind her father, tightened her hand on her weapon. Your Excellency, you can forget the past. Jabba intervened tactically. My army has been insulted in my absence. That means I have been insulted, my dear disciple. I created an army that could destroy this entire world with a wave of my finger. How could I allow my great army to be insulted? And at the hands of whom? These ungrateful things? Robin's words of power sent chills down Fujon's back. Destroy the world? Fuck. Does that person even realize what he is saying? Before Fujon could say a word, Jabba spoke again. What if they apologize? Robin was silent for a few seconds and then gave a small nod. Tisk. We came to look for our kin anyway. It would be bad luck if we destroyed the first tribe we see. Well, an apology is fine, but it better be a damn good one. Crack. Who are you destroying? Come try. Do you think we are afraid of you? Ellis hit her spear on the ground and shouted. Do I think you are afraid of yourself, huh? Well, yeah, you should be afraid. Robin looked at her with the side of his eyes and spoke with apparent disdain. When Ellis heard that, it was like a vine popped out of her forehead. She was about to take a few steps forward and actually attack Robin. Fujon's fist, which was about to shatter from the intensity of the pressure on it, prevented her from doing so. He gestured at her to return to her place. However, his eyes did not leave Robin for a moment. With that confident little smile and that upside-down look and crossed hands, Robin seemed to have complete confidence in what he was saying. He really believed that he could wipe them out if he wanted. Most importantly, Fujon didn't sense any killing intent from him at the same time. His daughter might not see it, but he understood. What Robin is doing now is not out of his anger or his feeling of being insulted as he claimed. This is nothing but a game of control, as he himself played it and pushed back the Golden Battalion repeatedly by intimidating them, by forcing Robin to come to his tent and not meet him in the middle of the road, the way he spoke and sat since he saw him. These all were just mind games to impose control. Fujon indirectly wanted to show the newcomers who were the boss here. He never thought that Robin, someone who had neither land nor numbers advantage, would want to play the same game, and with such a blunt way at that. Chapter 459. After about a full minute passed, Fujon loosened his fist slightly and spoke in a serious tone. I ordered what I saw fit. I saw an unfamiliar army and dealt with it as such, so excuse me, I see no reason to apologize to anyone. You may be right. Robin nodded his head a few times and then started to chuckle suddenly, but I still want a decent apology. Or what? Fujon furrowed his eyebrows tightly. Robin leaned his back forward slightly and winked his left eye at Fujon. Let's leave this as a surprise. Crush. Father, what are you doing? A while ago you were trying to convince them that we are family. What happened all of a sudden? Don't we need their help to take over the planet? Or did you just want information? Caesar ignored the bone-crunching sounds of Fujon's fist and quickly sent a message to Robin through his thoughts-conveying technique. Hee, and do we need help? You said it yourself, the Golden Battalion alone can destroy this local human army, and I also saw the spacegate before I came here. Work on it will be finished in 7 days at most. After the main body of the army arrives we won't have to worry about anyone in this world. Also, I don't need their information. I could have just captured some of them and done a soul search on them. Robin replies with telepathy too, but this time he sent for Alexander and Jabba too because he knows he's troubled too. Can any of you guess what's going on right now? Do you want to tell them who the boss is, so they can follow you later without asking questions? This way we will have strong allies on this planet, Jabba replied in an unsure manner. No, allies? Why would I need them to follow me this way? They would only hate me and wait for a chance to regain their proclaimed freedom even if they were living like shit before us. We simply do not need them, so why would I try to get close to them and strengthen them and consider them allies? I am tired of giving face to trash. I am tired of empowering and enriching people only to have them stab me in the back on the first chance. I've been foolish enough to elevate people and make them equal to me when they are actually worthless, but that is enough. Whoever wants to be my ally must be my equal first. Robin's message reached the minds of Jabba, Caesar, and Alexander at the same time. They began to look at each other with weird looks and sunken eyebrows. Robin's words were full of pride and power and at the same time full of great sadness and pain. Ahem, how about you, Alexander? Do you have an explanation for my actions? Robin continued when he found that his small lecture had suddenly stopped. Alexander raised his eyebrows slightly upon hearing Robin's question specially addressed to him, then looked at Fujon and his daughter who was still silent but clearly raging. Just a wrong word from Fujon now could cause a big fight to break out in an instant. His Excellency is taking advantage of such a time to teach us the arts of leadership? Alexander focused for a few seconds and then sent through the thoughts-conveying technique. You just want them to recognize us as a new human tribe. Haha, right. Your years ruling the Wind Empire were not wasted, Alexander. Robin's smile was clear as he said this. Alexander shook his head with a half-smile. To be praised in such a way by someone who was not even a quarter of his age gave off a very strange impression. But I don't understand, if you do not need their power or their information, what can their recognition benefit you with, father? Caesar asked quickly. You'll know soon. Robin spoke confidently. Caesar or the rest didn't add another word, they just raised their eyes to watch Fujon's movements again, ready to move at any moment if he tried to attack. But this time their gazes turned from confusion to absolute confidence. Robin knew what he was doing and that was enough for them. 3 full minutes later. What kind of apology do you mean? Fujon finally closed his eyes and asked in a low voice. Father. Ellis exclaimed in shock and took 2 steps forward, but she quickly gripped her spear firmly and returned to her place. It isn't like she doesn't understand her father. They have seen how strong the Golden Battalion really is with their own eyes, and their leader is now talking about destroying the Tree Father's soul Hoffenheim himself? And that's just what they saw and heard. The strength of this new tribe is still unknown, and it's also clear that they don't care about kinship and these absurdities that their leader Robin said in the beginning. These guys weren't searching for their kin as Robin claimed. They found themselves strong enough to impose their rule wherever they were tough, and they started doing it. But even knowing this, how can one risk gaining a new powerful enemy when the Tree Father Hoffenheim himself is still on their borders, wanting to destroy their day and night? The best possible outcome that can be drawn from this conversation is that the demands of the leader of the new tribe are not too exaggerated and that he leaves them be and submit them entirely to his rule. Until this morning they were pushing back the new tribe's army with great zeal and doing as they pleased, but now they are being threatened in their very own home. Ellis suddenly felt suffocated. Would this have happened if they had treated Robin's army well from the start and hadn't preferred taking more territory than being hostile to them? Or would this Robin going to try to subdue them anyway? This would never be known now. Robin nodded with a smile and said, Good, it seems your isolation from the rest of the human tribes hasn't completely lost your common sense. No need to worry, I am not asking for anything big. I just want a public apology from you in front of your tribe that you have wronged us and that we are an ally tribe that you have never heard of. And give my soldiers a few gifts as compensation for the psychological damage you caused them. Maybe a few different weapons, gems, and herbs, or even rocks, anything will do. It doesn't have to be all very precious. The only condition you need to mind in picking those items is that I do not want more than 10 copies of the same item. This means that I will be waiting for at least 4,000 different kinds of gifts. It is easy, what do you think? Deep inhale. Alright, we can arrange that. Fujon spoke heavily, but something within him automatically relaxed. Good. Robin slapped his thigh. Now that we are done with this, I have a little request. What is it? Fujon asked in a heavy tone. No need to take it seriously. It's a simple thing and you probably already figured it out. Robin waved his right hand and then continued. It's just that you'll stop at this point. You can dig all the trenches you want here and swallow all those lands you already took due to my army's effort. But that's it for you. From this point on it will be the territory of my tribe. What? What? You want to swallow Tree Father Hoffenheim's domination circle all by yourself? Ellis shouted. Robin looked at Ellis and spoke with a smile, eyes wide open. And what's the problem with that, little miss? Are you delusional enough to think that helped us with anything in this conquest? It was we who ravaged Father Tree Hoffenheim domination circle, killed millions of his buds, endured the power of the lightning attack, and destroyed a large part of the Tree Father's soul itself. And on top of all this we have built a headquarters for us near here. Even the battles you got your nose in, my army helped you win. All the land you captured is mine, but I will give it to you as a gift for a new neighbor, and I will take nothing from you for it, but be careful. Every new inch you take from my land will have a heavy price. Chapter 460. Mr. Robin, we have already seen the strength of your army and realize that it is equivalent to our current forces. You deserve to talk to me as equals and partners, but that is all. Do not forget that our armies with all the strength we have been hiding behind trenches for hundreds of thousands of years. Do you really think that these forces of yours will be enough to bring you victory against Tree Father Hoffenheim? Do you even realize how big his armies are? Rather, what will you do when the witches appear? You are delusional. You think the Golden Battalion is equivalent to your army? Hee. Never mind, let me share your delusion with you and say my Golden Battalion is equivalent to your army. Then the more important question comes. Who told you that this is my entire army in the first place? Robin raised his eyebrows and laughed. You. Both Fujon and Ellis didn't know what to say after hearing Robin. They knew for sure that the Golden Army outside was stronger than their entire current army combined, but they still wouldn't fall easily in front of it. But it turns out that it's not all they have. But that makes sense. What army consists of only the users of the second and third grades of the heavenly laws? Those are only the elites, not the main body. Unconcerned by Fujon's reaction, Robin then continued. As for the Tree Father Hoffenheim army, yeah, I have some ideas. I will assume that all the buds are semi-immortals and are all alive without any natural death. As far as I know, Tree Father Hoffenheim produces approximately 20 standard buds per day, one bud that can use the first stage of a law every month, one bud that can use the second stage of a law every year, and one bud that can use the third stage of a law every 3 years. Then he added, if we take this into account and then deduct the buds we've killed over the past few months, and the buds that have been killed over the course of 200,000 years, then Hoffenheim still has around 500 million buds, most of whom can't use the heavenly laws, but his real army who can use first to third stages of any law will never exceed 2 million, especially those with second and third stage of the laws will never exceed 100,000. Where did you get the information on creating the buds from? Fujon furrowed his eyebrows and asked. Although he was trying to maintain his composure, his shock at the numbers was still evident. Robin shook his head with a smile. It's true that we have a lack of information in history, but at present, I'm afraid our information far exceeds yours. Not only am I sure about the estimated numbers of buds, but I also know how to find their breeding grounds. You know where the buds' breeding grounds are? This. Ahem. However, 500 million buds and 2 million law users, you say those numbers as if they were nothing. Our ancestors made an alliance between all the 15 tribes and cooperated for hundreds of thousands of years just to survive behind the trenches. You think you can handle Hoffenheim head-on? From where did you get your confidence? If you are seeking the domination circle of Hoffenheim, then you are seeking a war of annihilation against a Tree Father, and perhaps against a few Tree Fathers if reinforcement comes to his aid. Are you saying that you can win if a war of annihilation takes place between your tribe on one side and multiple Tree Fathers on the other? Fujon spoke very slowly, the sound of his heartbeat is heard from outside the tent. Yes, Robin shouted without a moment's hesitation. Before Fujon or his daughter could say anything, Robin stood up, and Jabba, Caesar, and Alexander stood after him, and then he looked into Fujon's eyes and spoke. I think this meeting went well. I'll eagerly await the gifts of the soldiers. Alright, I'll start invading Tree Father Hoffenheim's domination circle exactly 1 week from today. Until the time comes I will leave you with only 2 options. 2 options? Ha! What are they? The first option is to do as I said earlier, to stay at this border and consider all the lands you took as a neighbor's gift from me, start farming them or do whatever you have to do, and you can even start celebrating that your new neighbors will be humans like you and not that damn tree, haha, that would be a good course for celebration if you asked me. Robin laughed out loud. And the second option? Fujon held back his anger and asked again. He began to wonder if having them as neighbors instead of Tree Father Hoffenheim is a good thing. Robin stopped his laughter and spoke seriously. The second is that you fight alongside me and then I will give you more lands. But you must remember this carefully, we are not equal. You will fight on my terms and under my command, the lands and treasures that you will take upon victory, it will be I who shall give them to you according to how helpful you were. To be blunt, you will be followers or mercenaries at best. If you choose this option, then come to the steep hill 75 kilometers from here 7 days from now with your whole army. Fujon's mind was about to collapse at this point and was about to curse at Robin angrily, but Robin waved his hand and quickly stopped him and spoke before him. A wise man once told me to choose my words carefully because a wrong word could be the difference between heaven and hell. I advise you should watch your mouth with me. I gave you 2 options, and both are beneficial to you, whether you stay where you are and enjoy your new lands in peace, or you come with me as a vassal and take more lands, treasures, and glory. You will win either way, so why be angry? Then he added in a serious manner. You can take a third option, of course. For example, you can wait until we start the war and try to seize the opportunity again and steal new lands from me as you did before. But then I swear by everything under this sky that I will go back to annihilate your tribe first. Is that clear? I said what I need to say, you do as you see fit. Let's go. Shoo. Robin opened the curtain of the tent and came out with a big smile on his face. Then Caesar, Jabba, and Alexander came out behind him as if nothing had happened. The strangest thing is that Fujon heard Robin laughing and greeting the soldiers outside as if he had not threatened to destroy them a moment ago. Piffed. Alice wiped a wisp of blood from the side of her mouth as she looked at the door of the tent with extreme anger. That hateful bastard. As for Fujon, he was more composed. More than a minute after Robin walked out, he let out a long sigh and muttered, "So these are our new neighbors, huh?" Sigh. Chapter 461. In front of the Golden Battalion camp. We salute your excellency. We salute your excellency. Amidst the bows of the soldiers of the Golden Battalion standing at the border, Robin advanced with Caesar, Jabba, and Alexander behind him. None of the 4 bothered to respond to any of the greetings sent towards them. Finally, Alexander asked what was on his mind. Your Excellency, what if the local humans decide to come up to the hill after a week? Won't they run into this line of defense then? Shall I leave instructions to let them pass? If they will let them pass, then why would we leave them in the first place? We had better pull the men out of here completely and go back to the steep hill. It's useless to be here anyway. Robin replied in a low voice. It was evident that he too was distracted. Go back to the headquarters? But what if that Fujon takes the opportunity and takes more lands, or worse, advances towards the steep hill but with the intention of launching a sneak attack on us? That is okay too. I have drawn my boundaries and said what I had to say. If they want to act foolish, let them do it. Why stop them? Boy, when will you grow up? Do you think I care about these fake borders? The whole planet has become a playground for us. Why would I get angry over them passing an imaginary line? Robin raised his shoulders slightly as he was still moving. But if they violate the border, won't we start a war with them? Shouldn't we avoid this clash with the natives and take them as our subjects instead? Isn't that the purpose of all that happened today? Caesar asked in surprise. Robin shook his head. No, the purpose of this visit is to give them a temporary illusion that we are inhabitants of this world just like them, and this was to establish the rules with them, just as I did at the end of the discussion with them. Instead of us being alien invaders and they are on the defensive, now we are their peaceful neighbors who help them gain more lands and they are the ungrateful ones who will attack us. This will be confirmed by all the local humans when Fujon apologizes and sends us those gifts. You have heard yourselves, they can communicate with the rest of the tribes on the planet, and for sure all of them will get the news of what is happening here even if Fujon wants to hide it. It is impossible to hide the fact that Tree Father Hoffenheim used the Thunderbolt attack, or that the Northern Fury tribe captured thousands of square kilometers of Hoffenheim's domination circle. If Northern Fury tribe attack us, then it will not be a problem, it will be a human tribe against a human tribe, and they will also be the aggressors so the morale of their soldiers will be much lower. And the rest of the human tribes would ignore it and just try to communicate with the winning tribe afterward. After all, there is a huge difference between the presence of aliens who came to destroy and steal and a human tribe that replaced another one due to internal conflict. In summary, if Fujon had gone mad and did attack us, then we will crush them and make an example of them for all the remaining human tribes and Tree Fathers to see. This will prove our prestige and make the rest of the human tribes grow bold and try to communicate with us to hang on our legs, especially after we eliminate Hoffenheim. But if they had a shred of intelligence, they will join us and work under my command, and they will be my first indirectly subjugated tribe in this world. And they will also be the key to communicating with the rest of the tribes and bringing them under our banner as well. It is a win for us in all cases. Both Alexander and Caesar involuntarily looked at each other with raised eyebrows and wide eyes as if they had just realized something. Robin then continued, changing the subject. I have asked Fujon for a gift for each soldier in the Golden Battalion and that the gift is not to be repeated more than 10 times. This means that during the next few days, he will send at least 4,000 different kinds of resources from this planet. This will give us an idea of the resources this planet has and it will save us a lot of time that we would have wasted collecting those resources. I want you to hand all of these resources over to the Rune Masters Division and the Divine Blacksmiths Division as soon as they arrive. Yes. Master, don't you think you forgot something? Jabba asked suddenly. What is it? Robin asked nonchalantly. The wizards. Didn't North Fury Tribe's chief Fujon talk about the weapon of wizards of Tree Father Hoffenheim? We didn't get any details about it. What would happen if we encountered them when the real war started a week later? Bam! Robin stopped and slapped his forehead abruptly. Ugh, I was too focused on the end goal that I forgot to push for an answer for that one. It doesn't matter, we will know them when we see them. I will go ahead of you up the steep hill and continue the recovery process. I don't want any disturbance until the day the rest of the army comes, understood? Yes. The three repeated together and bowed slightly as they watched Robin advance quickly towards the steep hill, then the three of them went towards the leadership tent to tell old Goo and Victoria what happened. A few minutes later, inside Ruben's tent up the steep hill. After Robin's arrival on the hill, Elizabeth, Zara, and a few people at the top of a sage realm went out to receive him and ask about what happened. He told them to ask Jabba for a detailed report, then he left them and entered his tent immediately without delay. Who? After entering the tent, he immediately sat down in a squatting position, closed his eyes, and began to control his breathing rate, pulse rate, and the rest of the vital indicators in his body. Who? And then, quiet. Everything around Robin seemed to freeze, the sound of his breath became extremely faint, as if he had stopped breathing completely. Even his heartbeat and the sound of blood flowing in his veins, everything seemed to stop. In this one instant, Robin's body turned into a corpse. Robin opened his eyes again, but this time he didn't see the tent in front of him, everything around him changed. There was no longer the light of day caressing the tent from outside nor the sounds of birds and insects, the place around it now was white without any sound or light. There was only one thing, a very dense silver cloud of enormous size, full of lightning bolts that appear and disappear frequently. If this cloud appeared outside, it might have enveloped the entire planet. Chapter 462. Who? Robin's mouth gave an O shape as if he was giving a long exhale, but no air came out. He then laughed out loud, but no sound came out. His body itself seemed like it was made out of smoke. Although that strange smoke body was full of holes, the features of Robin's face could be seen if one looked closely at it. Robin's loud laugh turned into a big smile that appeared on his face as he looked at that huge thundercloud for a few more seconds. Then his smile disappeared, and his smoke body closed its eyes for a few seconds. Plume. Right afterward, the huge thundercloud started sending tentacles to hold onto Robin's image. 6 tentacles emerged from the thundercloud and touched 6 gaps in Robin's smoke body. Then they began pumping something into those gaps. And although the pace was slow to be seen by the naked eye, those gaps were undoubtedly shrinking. Roughly 3 months ago, in the period that Robin spent in the prisoner's tent, and with the increase of his knowledge of the affairs of the soul, he finally penetrated several layers of protection in the souls of the artificial buds until he reached their primal soul over and over again. He learned that the soul is not just an invisible extension of the body, or that it inhabits the whole body as he believed. Rather, the primal soul, the origin of life, has its own residence. This residence of the primal soul is its own unique world, and that specific place is inside the brain. Robin called it the soul domain. He knew now that the zone the Tree Father had pulled him into and locked him inside was undoubtedly its own soul domain. When the Tree Father pushed him out to prevent the explosion from happening in the Tree Father's soul domain, he pushed Robin for the first time ever into his own soul domain. On that day and at that hour, it was the first time Robin's consciousness entered his own soul domain. He felt that he could move his own soul and move with it separately from his body. Everything happened in an instant, but it was undoubtedly an unforgettable experience for Robin. Soul power is not just an energy system parallel to the internal energy system? Isn't it just a way to sense around, or make invisible attacks? Is there even a real soul that can be controlled separately as a parallel body, and has its own parallel domain? Dozens of questions exploded in Robin's head after he discovered what he called the soul domain. So the first thing he tried to search in the prisoner's tent was the soul domain and how to enter it again. He wanted to get that feeling back. Even leaving aside the unique feeling that he had a body of another kind he could use separately, and a small world within his own body that he can enter, if Robin could see his soul and examine his injury, it would be much better than just feeling it. It would give him a better chance to understand those injuries and speed up the process of creating a technique to heal them. With that goal in mind, Robin set to work. First, he searched the bud souls in front of him to see if any of them had seen anything in their lives about that matter. But after several failed attempts, he decided to use the soul search in a more violent way to destroy the bud souls to see what would happen. After destroying several souls, Robin noticed the point from which the destruction spark begins every time. So he decided to go to that point directly with the next few buds, touch that point, and make a hole in it to see what would happen. At that moment, he was finally able to find the first glimpse of Amaisuai's primal spirit. But Robin was not satisfied with this. By searching the souls of hundreds of buds non-stop, Robin understood a lot about that point in the brain and about the reality of the primal soul lying inside it. The primal soul is the basis of all living beings around which everything else is built. As long as that living being is still weak, it will not feel that it has a soul. It just knows in its instinct that there is something moving it, and that thing disappears when it dies. Some intelligent creatures even argue that there is no such thing as a soul, saying they are alive by chance or because blood is feeding their heads so they can think. They claim that the soul is just some old superstition. Only after the living being becomes stronger does the primal soul expand to include soul energy that the being can communicate with and use to sense or attack. But the primal soul itself will remain hidden within its shell soul domain, motionless no matter what. And if that shell was destroyed, the primordial soul would have no choice but to vanish as well. This was what happened every time Robin destroyed a bud's soul domain or even tried to punch a hole in it. All his research was centered around that point, to the point that he learned the language of the people of the planet Greenland. All the information he knew came to him as side effects of his soul search, and they were never his target. Only after confirming the location of the primal soul residing in which part of the brain did he decide to try communicating with his own. Trying to enter that small world was never easy for Robin, as it is a place where nothing is supposed to be inside except for the primal soul. It took Robin 13 days of continuous searching. He finally managed to find a way to enter that point without destroying it completely. It was by completely isolating his consciousness from his body and pushing it toward that specific point, in an attempt to surrender his consciousness completely to his primordial soul. And he succeeded. Even if that wasn't done normally, Robin wouldn't have been able to push his consciousness there in the first place had he not found a severely damaged spot in his soul domain due to his explosion with the Tree Fathers. From there, he did everything he could to pass his consciousness through that damaged spot. With Robin's consciousness completely sequestered within his primal soul, the reality around him changed as he found himself in a rather vast space with nothing physical. There were just vast expanses of pure white light. "That's it, I'm in," Robin shouted to himself. Though he didn't move a step, and though it was just a discovery inside his own body, he felt like he had found a completely different world. After his first surprise and delight, the first thing Robin tried to examine was his own figure. He found it to be just a smoke, inconspicuous embodiment of himself, but it was full of holes. He nodded contentedly when he saw it. The primal soul of a Mysoi resembles a small smoke worm. The primal soul of Tree Father Hoffenheim is a large ball with a huge mouth. Although he does not yet know what these variables mean, taking on an embodiment that resembles his real body is definitely not too bad. But at that moment, sudden enlightenment came to him. It finally dawned on him that when Tree Father Hoffenheim forced him into his own soul domain somehow, he was completely cutting off his consciousness from his body at that moment. That was the main reason why he had passed out for about 2 weeks. It was not because of the severity of his injury, but because his consciousness struggled to break out of his soul realm and regain control of his body once again. In the end, it was done naturally. Robin's consciousness evaded his prison and returned to its normal position to control the entire body without Robin even realizing what was happening. This point itself brought many thoughts to Robin to try and develop his own soul techniques. All those thoughts came to a halt when he saw something strange within his soul domain. It was that huge thundercloud. Although Robin did not remain conscious for more than 2 seconds within his soul domain during the Tree Father attack, he definitely did not see that thundercloud in his soul domain, as it was too huge to be missed. Nor did he see anything similar to it when he was in Father Tree Hoffenheim's or a Mysoi's soul domains either. At first, Robin was afraid of even getting close to it. But in the end, he convinced himself that if that thing was harmful, then being inside his soul domain without knowing what it was would be the biggest mistake possible, so he started getting closer. It didn't take long for him to comprehend what he was seeing. It was energy. It was pure soul energy. It is the soul energy generated by destroying 90% of Tree Father Hoffenheim's soul energy along with 60% of Robin's soul energy. Chapter 463. 60% of Robin's soul energy alone was undoubtedly huge. Since birth he had a strong soul that exceeds his peers by a great margin, and it was not about the quantity of the soul energy he was born with, but the quality of the primal soul itself. His special soul is something that belongs to him and him alone. No soul cultivation can fill this gap, at least this is what Robin discovered during his research. This, in addition to all those years he spent taking care of his soul energy and trying to develop it day and night, thinking that it will help him in his research. Undoubtedly, there is no match for the strength of Robin's soul on planet Jura, and it is still debatable whether the emperors of planet Nihari have souls as powerful as him at this point. On the other side is 90% of Tree Father Hoffenheim's soul energy, an ancient being who has a long history of soul cloning research and has a soul energy level even higher than Robin at his peak strength. And all of this now merged in the form of a thundercloud hovering in his soul domain. When Robin discovered the truth about that cloud, he didn't know how to feel, so he took a few steps back in fear, but at the same time, he smiled with delight. This huge amount of pure soul energy, can it be messed with? Is it possible to benefit from it? This was the first thing Robin thought of at the time, terrified to approach the thundercloud. If he did something wrong that triggered the thundercloud, it might explode and destroy his already severely damaged soul domain, or there might be a remnant of the Tree Father's consciousness in it, and it would also be a fatal threat if he got too close. And at the same time, very excited to find out what he might be able to do with this massive energy reserve. But those moments of hesitation did not last for long. Not a few minutes had passed since he saw the electric cloud for the first time, but he activated his golden eye already and began doing research on the cloud, and what he found was shocking. The cloud did not contain any consciousness nor any memories of either Robin or Tree Father Hoffenheim, but it did contain heavenly law patterns. Robin found many patterns about common heavenly laws such as fire, water, gravity, wind, and so on, all up to the 3rd stage. These are the laws that Robin worked on throughout his life. Robin smiled seeing this. This was the first time he discovered that the laws a person practices are imprinted on their soul and can be seen under certain circumstances. When he thought of this, he got excited and started searching like a madman for a specific unknown pattern, the pattern of the Truth Master Law. Robin spent his life exploring the Truth Master Law as the ancient wise humans explored the laws of nature, by meditation and experiment, but he never saw any pattern of it. Even after he reached the 2nd degree, he tried hard but couldn't see a pattern of the 1st stage of the Truth Master Law, as if it didn't exist in the first place. This might be his first and only chance to finally see what the patterns of the Truth Master Law look like. If he actually saw the patterns, he might be able to create a technique to cultivate it with much ease as he does it with the rest of the heavenly laws, and he might be able to create a new generation of truth cultivators. But to no avail. There was no law in the cloud that Robin hadn't studied before. Robin shook his head with a wry smile. It seems like it's just a distant wish after all. But to his surprise, not all of the patterns on the thunder cloud were known to him. With a little research, he finds that there are only 2 laws on the cloud that were different from what he remembers. Life and lightning, major heavenly laws. Robin went forward and looked at them more. Both of them existed up to the 3rd stage as normal as the rest of the laws, but they had extra patterns that Robin hadn't seen before, patterns of a higher level. Is this the 4th stage? A question suddenly exploded in Robin's mind, as he took a few steps back. Those extra patterns were so clear on the remnants of soul energy, he could see them as if he were seeing the first 3 grades of laws. This 4th stage of the heavenly laws. That is the domain of the emperors. The smoke forming Robin's embodiment is turbulent clearly. His main goal in coming to this planet was to reach the 3rd stage of the Truth Master Law for Robin to inscribe 4th stage laws and make techniques to strengthen his army, but he would never have guessed that the opposite would happen. But the end result didn't change much. Being able to see these patterns, he would undoubtedly be able to create techniques of the 4th stage of the major heavenly laws of life and lightning. They might not be completely perfect since these patterns only represented Tree Father Hoffenheim's comprehension of the heavenly laws, but they would undoubtedly be enough to create emperors in Robin's army. Wait. Robin widened his smoky eyes. If I continue researching this level of law, I will take a huge step forward in my understanding of the 3rd stage of the Truth Master Law, and I am already at the pinnacle of the 2nd stage. It wouldn't be hard to get into the 3rd stage of the Truth Master Law this way. Robin's smoky embodiment has reached a deplorable state due to the turmoil of his excitement. Who would have thought that an accident that was going to lead to my death would actually lead me to such tremendous results? But the smoky embodiment's turmoil suddenly subsided, and Robin turned back to look at his feet. Working on a technique for the 3rd stage of most laws takes from 6 to 18 months according to the degree of difficulty of the law, and this is assuming that I see the perfect combination of the patterns. As for this, it is the 4th stage which is much more difficult, and I also see an imperfect copy of the patterns. How long will it take me, for example, to make a 4th stage life law technique? Robin thought with furrowed eyebrows. Also, I am not in the best condition to start researching this level of techniques immediately. My soul is still greatly damaged. In this case, I will need to rest for a full week after working on the law techniques of this level for one day. In this case, it took me dozens of years to finish working on just one of the two. This is not acceptable. After a few minutes, Robin turned back to look at the thundercloud determined. I have to find a way to use this energy to fully heal my injuries first. Then let's see what happens. Chapter 464. In order to treat his soul wounds first, Robin spent the rest of his days inside the prisoner's tent searching for new ideas. He spends a large part of his day trying to devise a technique to take advantage of the massive thundercloud within his soul domain in order to heal his soul as quickly as possible. But his injuries prevent him from fully concentrating. After every hour he spent searching, he had to rest himself from thinking for another 2 hours. Even in these 2 hours, he did not sleep or sit in meditation, but spent them dissecting the buds. After 2.5 months have passed since arriving in Greenland, Robin was finally able to modify the soul replenishing technique into a technique that combines cultivation and treatment, and he called it the soul filling technique. The principles of this technique do not differ much from the soul replenishing technique, as the soul replenishing technique was made to compensate for the deficiency resulting from the exhaustion of the soul and return it to its standard shape. The difference between them is that a soul-filling technique needs a clear target to absorb the soul energy from and convert it into soul energy for the user of the technique directly. The new soul energy will try to fill in any gaps or injuries first if there are any, and then it will begin to strengthen the soul of the user of the technique, which is why it is perfect for both healing and strengthening, even better than the soul strengthening technique in this aspect. The only drawback is that there is no clear target in nature from which one can directly absorb soul energy, not like energy pearls, for example, from which natural energy can be absorbed. The soul-filling technique was tailor-made to go with Robin's circumstances, but even if it was made for a limited period of time and it will be forgotten afterward, this technique would save Robin tens or even hundreds of years if he tried to depend on the soul-replenishing technique alone. After experiencing it for the first time, Robin realized that it would take no more than 3 years for his soul to be fully healed. The results of the technique appeared clearly during the 2 weeks after it was made. The headache attacks decreased significantly and Robin's concentration increased by a noticeable margin, and that was within only 2 weeks. So after the few months he spent on his research, and during Robin's long and fruitful discussion with Fujon, he only got a headache twice, and he never lost his concentration once. It was a huge success. 1 week from now, the first real war against a tree father in hundreds of thousands of years will begin. At the same time, on planet Nihari, northern region, within the capital of the Azil tribe. Step. Ah, Green Flame Doctor, I finally got to meet you. Do you know how long I waited for a chance to sit in front of you? A person of the race of Nihari giants entered through the door and spoke, opening his arms for joy. What problem do you have? Richard replied sternly, still looking at the green flames burning before him with broken eyes. Today was no different than any other day in that small room. He had to work for 4 consecutive days without taking a break, then he took a 4-hour time limit to sleep and rest, and then he repeated the cycle all over again, withdrawing poison, treating serious injuries, and prolonging life for a few days at a time. These are all the characteristics of Richard's work, or in other words, the characteristics of his current life. All that happened was that the patient entered and mentioned his illness, after which Richard sent a green flame to a specific area in his body. Then the patient came out with joy and Richard remained in his place waiting for the next one. Actually, I feel like I have an injury here, the giant pointed at his chest and then continued, would you please come and feel the area? No need, my soul sense is enough to detect any problem, Richard replied shortly, then began to activate his soul sense and send it toward the giant's body. After a few seconds, Richard furrowed his eyebrows slightly and spoke in astonishment, there is nothing wrong with your chest, it is perfectly fine. How? Are you calling me a liar, human? Come and put your hand on my chest and you will feel what I feel. The giant hit his chest and shouted angrily. Sigh, are you one of them? You should know that the chance of success is very low. Richard sighed and looked into the giant's eyes for the first time since he entered. No one has succeeded in the last 5 years. Trying it might cost you your life. It was a young giant, no more than 50 years old, at the peak level of a shaman saint. It was clear from his clothes and the earring hanging from his ear that he was no ordinary person. Hee, you are smart, I give you that, but a weak chance of success doesn't necessarily mean that I will fail. Didn't more than 30 people succeed before? The giant chuckled. Secondly, I did not come to try to take it by force. I am not a brute. I am here to buy it from you. Give me a price. My arms are not for sale, Richard replied very slowly and calmly. If you want it, you will have to cut it yourself. And why is that? Everything has a price. You can grow your arm again. It has been cut and eaten dozens of times before, but you will grow it back in a few months. Give me one to win the bet with my friends and I will give you 5 energy pearls. I warn you, I am strong. Cut off your own arm and take better pearls to help heal yourself. The end result is the same. The young giant said angrily. His original plan to cut Richard's arm in one strike when he came to check his chest didn't go as planned. This was his second best option. Richard did not respond directly. He just looked into the eyes of that giant for a few seconds without saying a word. This kind of conversation was not uncommon, and even repeated every few months or even every few weeks at times. The Green Flame Doctor. No matter how famous and dependable he is in the end a human, belonging to a special race of humans whose flesh is more delicate and whose bones are less dense. So how can the man-eating giants not drool over him? Not everyone knew the value of what Richard was doing. What was the difference between him and other doctors? Is it because he is a little faster? This can be overlooked. Or because he can prolong life? He could only supply a few extra drops of life energy to the life vein per session, which was only enough for a few days. How could a few extra days give him that value? Of course, the old monsters who were close to their deaths knew very well that every minute counts. But the young men who had no regard for their health simply do not see the benefit of this. So why would they respect him? But unfortunately for them, the Azil tribe didn't see it that way. They valued this human too much and even announced that he was under the protection of multiple emperors to prevent anyone from trying something funny. So who dares to kill and eat him? But one of the sons of one of the other 11 chiefs was not convinced that he could not get what he wanted. So he entered Richard's room as a patient only 2 years after he arrived on planet Nihari. Then he made a quick move to cut off Richard's left leg and began to eat it in front of him, listening to Richard's shrieks as if they were music. The incident passed for that young master peacefully because Richard was still alive and could still heal people. That giant only had to pay 10,000 energy pearls for disrespecting the laws of the Azil tribe. And, unfortunately, that young man didn't remain silent. His rivals started to laugh at him after losing that much money. 10,000 energy pearls were enough to be the full treasury for some giant tribes in the east region of the planet. To justify himself for paying the huge amount of 10,000 energy pearls for the incident, he spread to everyone that the Green Flame Doctor's meat was the best thing he had ever eaten in his life. He claimed that it deserved every pearl he paid, and that anyone who had not tasted it yet had missed a lot. A lot of saliva drooled with that piece of news. Chapter 465. As for the Azil tribe, they did nothing about that lust that hit the young giants towards Richard's meat. Rather, they saw it as a good way to earn more money, especially after Richard treated himself and grew himself a new leg. When Richard learns that Azil's tribe intends to use him as a warehouse for meat besides using him as a doctor, he threatens to commit suicide immediately. And they believe him. Forcing him to work as a doctor for free after they ate his mother in front of him was bad enough. What would stop him from killing himself if they cut off his limbs to sell as steak? So this lucrative business opportunity was unfortunately cancelled. Richard's survival to prolong their lives was the matter of the greatest importance, but the idea had not completely left their minds. So negotiations began between Richard and some of the representatives of the Azil clan. They want to sell his limbs by any means, and they even offered to bring some human girls to entertain him twice a week, but he categorically refused every offer. At that moment he felt how right he was in trying to learn the language of the people of the place that he hated to the bone. Had he not been smart enough and learned some of Nihari's language from dealing with all those patients, they would have taken the decision without his knowledge and he would commit suicide without knowing what was going on around him. In the end, they offered Richard to provide him with divine tattoos and lots of energy gems to quickly raise his strength, in return for partially removing his protection against those who wanted to take a bite or two from him. But of course, he reserves the right to defend himself. In other words, if there was a giant at the same level as Richard or below and wanted to take a piece from Richard, he had to pay 10,000 energy pearls outside and then enter to Richard to persuade him or fight him in order to take what he wanted. But no matter what, both Richard and the giant must remain alive at the end of the transaction, and it does not matter the outcome of the negotiations or the fight. They told Richard that this is the best they can offer, and 10,000 energy pearls was not something they could ignore since this was some clan's budget. It was also a good opportunity to increase his personal strength as well. He might not need the energy pearls in cultivation since he had the absolute energy cultivation technique with which he can keep advancing all the way to the top of the sainthood realm given enough time. But he desperately needed the body-strengthening divine tattoo to be able to move around on this planet, and this might be his only chance to obtain it. After all, if he wanted to run away one day, he would have to learn to walk first. So he finally agreed. And the rich youths in the entire northern region found themselves a new goal that adds some enthusiasm to their boring life. So they began to race on who would go first and make bets on who would bring the largest piece of the Green Flame Doctor. Richard was not very troubled after the new law began to be implemented because those who would try to take a piece of it would be people at his level or less, so why should he be afraid? He is the genius born of Mila Bradley and Robin Burton. He is the current sole owner of the unique life fire technique, and he has been trained in all fighting and survival skills by the elders of the Burton family since he knew how to walk, so who can defeat him if they are at the same level? It didn't take long before Richard realized that many could defeat him. Theoretical education is one thing and practical implementation is another. He who was born with a spoon of gold in his mouth never faced a fight of life or death against a person of his strength. As for his opponents now, they were either professional mercenaries sent by a rich Nihari giant, or young masters integrated with the armies of their tribe from a young age, like Jabba. In the first year after the new law was put in place, he was defeated and his limbs were cut off 10 times. His legs and arms were cut off 10 times in 1 year. Most of the time he hadn't even finished producing a new limb when another was cut off. By the end of the year he didn't have a single finger in place either on his arm or leg. The physical pain of having one's limb cut off is indescribable, and the psychological pain of knowing the fate of that limb is even worse. And at the same time, the legend of the taste of the green flame doctor's meat never faded away, and the precedent for it did not diminish, on the contrary. Each one of those who won repeated what the first giant did, boasting and saying that it was the best thing they had ever eaten and that they will try again. It had nothing to do with the taste of Richard's meat, but with the price paid for it. It's like people who eat thin slices of gold in their usual food and brag about it in front of people, even though everyone knows that gold is basically tasteless and is of no use to the body, so what's the point of eating it? The only result is that you will have golden poop after eating it. Yet the rich eat it and praise its non-existent benefits. The physical and psychological pain had driven 13-year-old Richard to the point of insanity, to the extent that during the second year, he would enter a fit of hysterical weeping when a giant approached him with a sharp tool. But that didn't stop them. In the second year after the sale of the Green Flame Doctor limbs was announced, Richard's arms and legs were cut off an additional 14 times. In that year, Richard did not even try to defend himself. He was working day and night to treat patients with a body in which there was nothing but his head and abdomen, and trembling in fear of the moment when a new person would come to harvest one of his undergrown limbs again. The only thing keeping the number at only 14 for the second year is that Richard's guards were kind enough to wait until he grows a good piece of humerus or thigh before they accept the next sale. But the kindness of the guards did not prevent Richard from reaching a complete nervous breakdown at the beginning of the third year, as he prevented food and drink and stopped treating himself or anyone else. No one knew what to do. As for the stubbornness of this child who has become more like a skeleton, what can they do to him in order to torture him and make him go back to what he was doing when he only has a head and a stomach? But because they knew very well that he didn't really want to die, they took advantage of this opportunity and started whipping him on his little back day and night. Selling Green Flame Doctor's limbs is simply a very lucrative business, even better than keeping him alive to increase the lifespan of the elders of the tribe. How could a few days of extra lifespan compare to tens of thousands of pearls? The Azil tribe is on its way to becoming one of the 3 richest tribes in the northern region because of him, and his limbs are automatically renewed. Is there a better business opportunity than this? In front of this torment, Richard looked at the sky every day and cried, not knowing whether he missed his mother or cursed her because she put this weight on him. How long should he stay alive until he finds the man named Robin Burton, the person he has never seen before in his life? He really wants to see him. He wants to see the person who gave him this cursed life. On one of the days of the third year after the announcement of the sale, and the 5th since his arrival on the planet Nihari, the 16-year-old young man's gaze at the sky changed. Tears were still filling his eyes and it was still completely red, but the features of weakness and helplessness that covered his face turned a tinge of madness mixed with pure rage. Chapter 466. On that very day, Richard agreed again to return to treat the patients and return to the limb selling system, but on the condition that the Azil tribe give him a chance to be fully healed first. And he had what he wanted. In the final quarter of his 6th year in Nihari, the first buyer finally entered his room after waiting for months. This time, Richard did not try to show his fighting skills or try to survive as before, but rather advanced slowly towards the giant as if he was ready for the giant to cut off his arm. Then suddenly he jumped on the neck of that giant and bit it, then lit the green flame in both of them. Desperate screams filled the palace and were heard outside. Everyone thought it was the cries of Richard whose limbs were being ripped off again, so the guards did not move a step and no patient in the line cared. Only when the giant was late in leaving, one of the guards entered to rush him and tell him to take his meal outside, and he found something he had never expected. He finds the corpse of an old giant who died of old age, and on top of the corpse, he found what looked like a demon at first sight. It was Richard. He was sitting on the corpse with a mouth stained with blood, looking at the giant's lifeless eyes with a crazed look, and laughing in a low voice. This killing technique was not clearly written in the technique Richard received from Milla, but he wondered, if I can convert natural energy into life energy and then inject it into the target's lifeline to prolong his natural life, why can't I do the opposite? In order to create the major heavenly law of life, superficial knowledge of the major heavenly law of death had to be involved in the technique. And that superficial knowledge of the major heavenly law of death was indirectly involved with the major heavenly law of life and the major heavenly law of fire in order to produce the life flame technique. And now this superficial knowledge has been fully released. This was the first time that Richard has killed a person, and yet he did not feel any remorse or sadness, but it was one of the happiest moments of his life. His happiness didn't last too long, however. Neither side shall die. These were the rules of war set by the Azil tribe, so when the death of a relative of a northern tribe chief, Carrot, was reported, the guards were ordered to publicly flog Richard 1,000 lashes and cut off all 4 of his limbs and sell them at auction to compensate for the losses and also to make Richard know his mistake and not repeat it again. But contrary to their thinking, Richard did not understand the lesson well. After another 3 months, and before Richard even fully recovered, the incident was repeated. But this time, Richard took another step behind the limit after killing the young giant. He took out his heart, then went out in public in front of the patients and took a bite of it while laughing madly. Then the third incident, then the fourth, then the fifth. Each time Richard did something worse than the previous one, and each time his punishment doubled more than the previous one. The consequences were so bad that even the major heavenly law of life failed him more than once, but the guards didn't even give him the chance to die. They quickly stopped to give him a chance to catch his breath, before they continued their torture. However, Richard did not stop killing any giant who tried to take a piece of him. Richard started killing giants for the first time because he thought that this would deter the rest away from him, but unfortunately, this did not happen. They continued at the same pace and perhaps increased. Nevertheless, he continued killing anyone who wanted to take his limbs anyway, though he lost 4 limbs instead of 1. Killing one of those wretched creatures every once in a while was simply too much fun. And although the Azil tribe faced a lot of pressure and problems from other northern tribes because of the killing of their youth at the hands of Richard, the number of applicants for the attempts did not decrease at all. The rich no longer wanted a piece of Richard because it was only delicious, but now taking that piece became a challenge for them. Therefore, the Azil tribe rejected the suggestions directed to them to put a dragon realm cultivator inside the palace to monitor the fight and stop Richard if he tried to kill, saying that whoever does not have self-confidence should not issue the challenge to the Green Flame Doctor in the first place, thus igniting the spirit of challenge in the giant youth more. When Richard kills someone, they take his 4 limbs from him and gain even more pearls in the auctions, so why would they stop such a source of profit? If his dignity is more important to him than his interest and he wants to lose his 4 limbs instead of 1, why would they put restrictions on him to prevent him? If the decision was theirs, they would only stand the challenge and sell his limbs continuously in auctions directly, but he refused and threatened to commit suicide at the time. If that little human would give them the same limbs by killing promising young men from other tribes, why would they get angry about it? He should just do what he wants to do, then they just display the flogging in front of everyone as a form of punishment to calm the family of the deceased, and then they pray to heaven that Richard kills again. During the next 4 years, only 6 veterans and real geniuses managed to successfully dodge the life flame and take one of Richard's limbs. The last of them was when Richard was 20 years old. Now Richard is 26 years old. The last time he was defeated by a giant the same level as he is was over 5 years ago. No one knew what was happening inside that little room inside the palace and how Richard wins every time, but the victory over him now has undoubtedly become one of the best testimonies of strength that any giant can attain. Now, the 26-year-old Richard looked at the young giant in front of him without apparent emotion and asked in a low voice, "For the last time I will ask you, is there no way other than to fight? I will give you a chance to go out now with your dignity and say that you defeated me, but you were generous and did not want to cut off one of my limbs. If someone asked me, I will say that you indeed defeated me. What do you think?" The giant looked at Richard sarcastically. "Humph, do you think I paid 10,000 energy pearls to the tribe of Azil, and 1,000 in more bribes to speed up my turn, in order to give me a certificate that I am strong? Haha, idiocy, today I will snatch that certificate which is your arm. It is said that everyone who faced you died because they were aging so quickly, all I have to do is avoid your green flames, right? I have a means for that. Let's do it. Sigh, as you wish." Richard sighed and looked sadly at his arms and legs. "Hey, stop looking at my meal, ha ha ha." The giant laughed loudly at Richard and quickly advanced. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. 4 balls of green flames jumped out from the pile of fire in front of Richard and charged toward the giant quickly. When the giant saw the balls of flames coming toward him, his features turned into utter focus. He stopped laughing and quickly dashed back and activated the second stage of the Wind Divine tattoo on his right thigh. Whenever one of the 4 balls approached him, he narrowly dodged it. When one of the balls approached so quickly behind him that dodging was no longer an option, he activated the second stage of the Water Divine tattoo on his right arm and created a small water wall in front of him, and the flame ball evaporated as it collided with it. Shush. Shush. Ha ha ha, see? I am the worst enemy of all flame users. I will be the victor today, and my name will be heard in all of the northern regions. The giant shouted loudly when he saw the ball of flame evaporate and began to imagine the scene of his friends looking at him with respect after he came out with Richard's arm, as the first victor over him in more than 5 years. He started to jump excitedly toward Richard again, but he felt something grabbing his foot and pulling him down. Smack! The giant looked at his feet to see what was happening, and found some kind of overpowered carpet on the floor wrapped around his feet. What kind of magic is this? Step, step, step. He had hardly comprehended what had just happened when he heard the sound of footsteps coming towards him. He was about to cry out saying to the guards to stay out of this and that he can still fight. But he was left speechless when he looked up towards the source of the footsteps and found 4 chairs running towards him quickly as if they were hungry beasts that saw a piece of meat. Chapter 467. After the 4 chairs, the rest of the rugs, sheets, knives, and even spoons moved. Every detachable thing inside the room started running madly towards the young giant. Then they pounced at him to restrict his movement or dig deep into the joints of his body. Arg! What is happening? How the hell would a flame user control material items? How the hell can anyone control material items? The young giant cried aloud when he sensed that he could no longer move freely. Even his clothes had become too tight for him that his breathing became hurtful. This was the life transfer ability that Richard had created himself. His newfound ability to directly draw life energy from his opponent's body was so powerful it left him with an unexpected problem. What should he do with all the life energy he was extracting? Life energy was vastly different from normal natural energy. It was extremely thick and cannot go anywhere without a carrier. Even though he was a saint with a life fire technique created by someone cultivating in the Truth Master Law, he would exhaust himself for hours in order to increase the life energy in the target's body by a few drops, only enough to make someone live a few more days. The life energy that he began extracting from the bodies of victims was foreign to its surroundings. After it comes out of the body of the giant, it did not know what to do, as it is not something that exists in nature without a container that holds it within. After killing the first giant by extracting his life energy, Richard found that his life energy had fallen under his corpse and a small herbal garden was created inside his room, creating its very own little ecosystem. So the second time, when he sat on top of the giant's corpse, he tried to absorb that life energy for himself, and indeed he succeeded. But after he absorbed a bit, he found that his life vein was filled to the brim, and he could not absorb more, again most of the life energy of that giant gone to waste. The third time, Richard came up with an idea. He quickly gathered that energy using the life flame, then used the life injection technique that the Life Legion uses to create flame monsters with the help of the Fire Legion, and injected all of the giant's life energy into the chair he usually sits on. Every being needs two things to live, the first is the soul and the second is the living body. You cannot have a living being without one of them. The life injection technique makes a mental connection with any inanimate entity, so the user of the technique shares his soul with the target, so the target automatically turns into a slave who seeks to please the one who gave him his life and carries out all his orders without a chance to rebel. The second half of the technique is to inject a stream of life energy into its body, thus having a new living creature with a soul and living body. But the technique of the Life Legion allows them to transform inanimate and natural objects into living beings temporarily. That technique depends on the user of the major heavenly law of life pumping energy continuously into the target, and when the energy flow between the user of the technique and the target is interrupted, the target returns to being just inanimate. As for what Richard did that day, it went beyond the mere energy injection technique. He did not provide the chair with a light flow of life energy, but rather gave him the full thick, rich life energy of a young Nihari giant genius. After that incident, Richard was taken to have his limbs cut off and tortured with 1,000 lashes, but all the time he was thinking about the fate of the chair. And when he came back, he was pleasantly surprised. The chair was still alive without the need for a continuous life energy stream connection. The experiment has succeeded. Richard called this new ability life transfer and began using it in all his next battles, and every time he won he used the giant's life energy to revive an inanimate object in his room. In complete secrecy, he had his own little army inside his room. He even took another step in tampering with the energy of life. He can now separate a large part of his own life energy and send it to any inanimate object to control and strengthen it, just as he did now with the clothes of the giant. Then he makes up for this deficiency in his life energy by absorbing part of the life energy of another giant until it fills his life vein again. Shui La. At that moment, the pile of fire in front of Richard turned into a 4-meter-tall flame soldier and started to advance toward the giant with slow steps. What is this? No, this should not happen. The pupils of the giant's eye expanded to the limit from the scenes in front of him. He tried to destroy chairs, rugs, and other inanimate objects to escape, but those things were much stronger than he thought. All of them contained great energy inside them that made them very solid, and whenever he tried to move his fingers to perform any technique to himself, the chairs would take note of what is happening and stop it. Stop! I accepted your offer. I don't want to fight anymore. I accept. The giant finally shouted, but there was no answer. SHAA. In the next moment, the flame soldier stabbed the giant's heart. The giant gave a loud shriek, which softened little by little until it finally stopped as his heartbeat stopped. There was not a single burn on the body of the young giant or his clothes, but his strong body and muscular muscles were no longer what they were. His clothes suddenly became loose on him, and his features changed to an old man who had been battling illness for hundreds of years. Tack, tack, tack. Chairs, rugs, and knives moved and returned to their places as if nothing had happened, leaving the terrifying-looking corpse alone on the floor. Sigh. 2 weeks. In only 2 weeks my left leg would have been completely healed. What a pity. Richard finally spoke while looking at his missing finger knuckles. Since the beginning of the fight, he did not raise his eyes to look at the giant once, only saying goodbye to his limbs. He no longer remembers when was the last time he saw them whole. The chair Richard was sitting on moved its backrest forward and gently patted his back, trying to console him. In turn, Richard gently wiped the armrest of the chair and spoke audibly. It's okay, Cherry, nothing new here. You'll have to support me sit up again for the next few months though I know it must be hard on you. This won't last forever, I promise. The chair shook upon hearing those words with a mixture of excitement and rage. Chapter 468. PAAM. The door opened forcefully from the outside and 3 armed giants entered. 2 of them stood behind Richard quickly, and one went to examine the terrifying corpse lying on the ground. Then, he raised his head and looked at Richard with raised eyebrows. You did it again? This is Darkis ibn Zalif, the grandson of the Northern Star tribe chief and one of the most powerful geniuses of his generation. How exactly did you kill him? Just do what you have to do. Richard spoke, still looking helplessly at his limbs. Tisk, take him to the stage and start the preparations. That guard waved to the other 2. And tell the patients that they will have to wait a few hours while we are done. Yes, Commander. The 2 giants grabbed Richard by both arms and left the palace before the eyes of hundreds of giants waiting their turn outside. Not again. Let him treat the hell with me first. Everyone started shouting angrily when they saw Richard being led towards the usual stage. They had been standing for weeks or even months waiting for their turn, but now it has been postponed once more. Some of the giants at the head of the line even saw this happen before. Shut up. But the 2 guards shouted. 2 dragon-level pressures silenced everyone again, then they continued as they wanted to do. First Richard was taken to a high platform where everyone could see him. Then he was tied by his hair with a long rope and lifted up. The scene was as if Richard was being hanged, but by his hair instead of his neck. Then, splash. With light and quick blows, the two guards struck the top of Richard's shoulders and the top of his thighs with their long swords. They were cut off immediately. But the strange thing is that the one who cried was not Richard, but the crowds of giants standing watching. Some of them screamed from the severity of the scene, and some of them screamed in disgust at the blood that covered their clothes. Crack! Then immediately the two guards took out two whips made of some kind of flexible metal and began to flog what was left of Richard's torso. Crack! Crack! With his eyes half open, Richard looked directly in front of him. Not as much as a moan left his mouth since he stepped onto that stage. In front of him was a huge crowd of sympathetic people and people encouraging the guards to strike harder, but he didn't see any of them. Before his eyes were nothing but the shadow of a skinny, blonde-haired figure. Someone told him that he was waiting for a while until he came back for him, but after 4 years, he hadn't come back yet. In one of the dark alleys not very far from the stage, a few people who seemed to merge with the darkness kept their eyes on the scene in front of them, as if they wanted to dig it into their memory. With eyes filled with hatred and rage, each and every one of them looked as if they wanted to kill every single one of those giants by shredding their meat with their teeth. Especially the person standing in front of them, with his red eyes filled with tears of hatred and helplessness, and the blood drooling from his mouth due to biting his own tongue and lip. He looked terrifying. Drop. Your Highness Theo, we have to go back. One person came forward, bowed slightly, and spoke with much difficulty. He himself seemed to be consuming all of his energy to restrain himself from running toward that stage. Don't call me that, the one and only deserving of this title is in front of you right now on the stage. This is your real prince, I am nothing. Theo said a few words in a low voice, then moved his hands to wipe his eyes and mouth. Crack. The rest of the shadow swords gritted their teeth as they looked towards the stage with heart-burning rage. All the old shadow swords that were entrusted with the Nihari planet mission are members of the Burton family. They are all uncles and relatives of Richard. Even if he is not the son of their leader who brought them to such extremes of glory, he is still one of them. How could they bear watching this scene? Go back and carry out the rest of the mission assigned to us, I will stay here. Theo finally spoke. What? Your Highness, this is very dangerous. We are here in passing to study the location of His Excellency's prison and the security around it, and to take advantage of the guards if they were weak and use the shadow mobility and perfect invisibility to sneak in to get His Highness out or at least hand him what we were entrusted with. One of the shadow swords spoke quickly. But exactly as His Excellency Robin said, there are already people of Emperor Realm near here. We can only approach the palace after they are gone. If you try to sneak in yourself now out of anger, we will lose you and it will only hurt His Highness Richard more. While the Shadow Swords member was speaking, he was constantly looking at a metal tablet in his hand. This tablet is one of Robin's innovations that he came up with during his stay in Jura City back then. The goal of that tablet was one thing: to identify the individuals with strong souls in the area. There were 3 soul signs near them that flashed far more powerfully than the souls of someone in the Dragon Realm. This is the method recommended by Robin personally for monitoring the locations of those at the Emperor Realm. Soul strength, if not trained separately, is closely related to the energy cultivation technique one uses and the level one has reached using it. Although the energy system of the divine tattoos does not support soul strength as well as the inner energy cultivation system, it is no exception to the rule. For example, a saint who uses the internal energy cultivation system is normally for him to have a soul stronger than a knight and weaker than a sage. In the same sense, a shaman who uses the divine tattoo system is stronger than a warrior and weaker than a dragon. In the same context, the saint has a soul that is stronger by a large margin than a shaman thanks to the advantage of the internal energy cultivation system, and this rule is broken very rarely. That's why Robin thought that the best way to determine the strength of a person on a Nihari planet and to locate him if he was in hiding, is by figuring out the strength of his soul. This metallic tablet, which was randomly designed to find potential rune masters on the streets, was interpolated into something much larger. Of course, this method is useless in planet Jura, for example, due to the spread of the soul strengthening technique. Today a talented knight can possess higher soul energy than a level 1 saint, for example, but here on Nihari planet, without powerful soul cultivation techniques, the strength difference between souls cannot be manipulated. Crack. Theo barely handled the sound of the whip that seemed to come down on his heart, then spoke in a voice filled with pain. We planted one of the shadow swords here months ago to monitor the situation, and since then none of the emperors has moved a single step. It seems that they are simply in their homes, and the location of Richard's prison was chosen to be here because it is near them, and not the other way around. We have to assume they won't move out anytime soon, and we cannot leave His Highness without even conveying those things to him. Then he looked back with his red eyes and continued, "Don't waste time and go back to complete the task. As for me, I will stay here until I find an opportunity or a way to enter and meet him. I will not leave this damned city until I meet Richard, my brother. As you wish, Your Highness." Swoosh. Chapter 469. 7 days later, planet Greenland. 5 kilometers from the steep hill. Bam. Squick. The voices of birds, small animals, and even huge beasts resounded from everywhere, trembling. A terrifying sight was rapidly approaching the hill. Tens of thousands of horse-sized beasts looked like a mixture of lions and tigers, each of which was ridden by a person who can use the first stage of law, a knight. Behind them were several beasts that looked like rhinos, the length from head to tail of each of them not less than 60 meters, carrying on their backs the nests of swarms of dangerous-looking insects. Then, a large army of humans consisting of at least 3 million individuals could be seen. It is true that most of them are mortals or in the Energy Foundation realm, unable to use the heavenly laws yet, but each one of those soldiers was burning with fierceness and fervor, their appearances alone saying they came here for blood. Just the aura of that army was enough to make the huge beasts that had been sleeping in a deep slumber wake up and tremble within their caverns. But all of those were nothing compared to the small troop ahead of them. Numbering between 40,000 and 50,000 individuals, they rode beasts that looked like a mixture of lizards and deer. Each one of them held their head up and produced an extremely bloody and mighty aura, as they were the squad of the saints in the army. Then, in front of all this, there were about 2,000 individuals, all of whom looked very old, but the eyes of each one of them were like a well without a bottom. The auras they did not try to hide said that they were the pillar of all powers in the young worlds, the users of the third stage of laws, or more precisely, sages. An army larger than this has not moved in the history of the planet Greenland. It is the result of the Northern Fury tribe slowly accumulating their strength against a single enemy over a period of more than 180,000 years. This is their first and last bet. At the forefront of the band of the sages, a long inhale was drawn. What the hell are you doing back there? Unleash your auras more clearly. You need to look angry. And make those damn beasts roar deeper. Do you think we are going on a trip? Whoever slacks off, I will find him and bite his head off. Fujon desperately looked back and shouted. Wura, rare, humph, what a useless strategy. Do you think that the Golden Army would get scared when they sensed their artificial auras or saw their angry faces? I wish you had used that high voice of yours to say something more useful. Ellis blew hot air and spoke sarcastically. Fujon turned back to look beside him at Ellis with red eyes. And what's more useful? Order the army to attack the steep hill, right? If you don't understand what you were saying, then shut up. At this moment, a crow that was perching on the shoulder of one of the sages spoke. Calm down, brother Fujon. You know how the youngsters think, recklessness is in their blood. But I don't blame little nephew this time, those outsiders are extremely suspicious, and the fact that they threatened the Northern Fury tribe like this cannot be overlooked. The one who spoke this time was a Hopa standing on another sage's shoulder next to Fujon. What did you leave for the youth, Divas, if you think this way? A fat rat standing on top of one of the sages looked at the Hopu and spoke. Brother Fujon's description of that golden army and the manner of speaking of their leader with the strange name Reuben still stuck in my mind. They are not ordinary people and we cannot treat them as such. Sigh. Thank you all for coming at this difficult time, and please don't mind my daughter's manner. She is the most talented among my children, but she still doesn't understand how the world works. She is just a girl who hasn't had the taste of accepting insults and lowering her head. Fujon spoke in an apologetic tone, then placed his left hand on his chest and looked at the crow, the Hopu, and the rat. Never mind, brother Fujon. We may not be able to help bring our armies directly to you, nor can we even bring our real bodies, but at least we will stand by you against that unreasonable Robin. The crow spoke as he looked towards the steep hill visible on the horizon, adding, when we face him together and tell him that all the human tribes stand together, he will behave, and who knows, we just might get ourselves a new friend after the end of the day. Are you an idiot, Hadiar? Didn't you hear Fujon describe the manners of that guy called Robin? The rat opened his mouth and spoke angrily. He describes our world as a planet and talks about strange things like something called Emperor's Realm, and he also refused to talk about where he came from and about the tree father in his area. Which tree father uses poison to deform future offspring? We have been living with them in the same world for more than 200,000 years, and that is an outright lie. The rat calmed down a bit and said in a heavy tone, and all this is on one side, and him calling us locals on the other side. If we are local as he says, then what is he? Don't panic, Sharvir, aren't we all here for that reason too? They are very suspicious indeed, but we are not weak either. The Hopu spoke again. All we have to do is to keep an eye on them and try to dig up their past. But first, we have to settle things between them and the Northern Fury tribe. Or else when he crashes with a true war against Tree Father Hoffenheim and knows how young and foolish he really is, he might turn to attack our brother Fujon and try to take the lands of the Northern Fury tribe. Even if brother Fujon can achieve victory against them and keep his territory, he may lose a lot of troops in the war, and they will be in a very bad position if one of the Tree Fathers attacks them. This is something we cannot allow, and we have to stop any hostility from the beginning. Humph, you old farts are thinking too much. Ellis suddenly exclaimed, then looked at her father with a sharp look full of blame. I can't believe you are going to obey that person's orders and move the army up the steep hill, and even ask for the incarnations of the 3 closest tribal chiefs to come with us, and for what? Just because Robin's words were a bit strange. Who cares if he said local humans or a planet or whatever? Perhaps it is a terminology that they developed due to living alone. What else would they be? Aliens who came to colonize our planet. Chapter 470. Who said anything about them being aliens? Who said they want to colonize our world? That Robin is just a psychopath who thought that he and his minions are strong and that they could get out of whatever hole they slithered out of and get themselves new fertile lands, but, humph. Today we are going to show him the true strength of the Northern Fury tribe. Fujon yelled at Ellis when he heard a tone of sarcasm in her words. He then turned back to look in front of him and said with eyes shining with killing intent, and who said, that I submitted to his words and am here to fight as his vassal. Ellis was so shocked by the last few words that she pulled the beast's bridle under her, making it stop causing minor accidents behind her. She quickly apologized to the sages behind her and hurriedly came back to advance beside her father. Really, father? We are here to attack. Then why didn't we take a more practical battle formation? Why did you order the expansion of the formations to appear larger and order all the soldiers to release their auras like this? I thought you wanted to look valuable to that rascal Robin. Humph, so you don't know your father well. Fujon blew a breath of hot air and looked ahead, not adding another word. But the crow looked at Ellis and the rest of the sages present and spoke. Listen, everyone, we are already on the verge of ascending the steep hill, and it's time to tell you about the plan. The main purpose of coming here like this is to pressure Robin to be more reasonable and make him further negotiate with Brother Fujon as equals. If he reasoned under pressure and promised a 50% share of the spoils to Brother Fujon, then everything will be fine, and we will have an extra tribe in the alliance. And if he is not convinced? You have not seen that person. He is trying to hide what is in his heart under covers of sarcasm, indifference, and sad tone, but deep within his eyes I can clearly see his megalomania. Ellis shook her head as she gritted her teeth. He is fucking crazy and thinks that he is the greatest man alive, I can see it. And this mindset prevents him from seeing reality. Even though we are as strong as he sees us as trash. Arg, that is unbearable. Even without the need for any new lands, I just want to put his nose in the dirt. Then that is alright too. If he is not convinced, then he will sign the final chapter for his tribe, hee hee. The fat rat laughed slyly. If he still tries to subdue the Northern Fury tribe and doesn't see the reality, then Brother Fujon will order to attack the steep hill and destroy whatever he can destroy. What? But, you didn't see them, Mr. Charver. One of the sages in the procession suddenly shouted. They really are delusional and think they are much stronger than they really are, but that is not without foundation. It is true that we have a chance of victory as we mobilized every soldier we have, but they are still extremely strong. It is impossible for us to defeat them without destroying at least half of our army. Footage of the battles he had fought alongside the Golden Battalion started to present themselves in front of him, and he definitely didn't want to be their enemy. Who said anything about victory or defeat? The Hoopa spread its wings and spoke. That arrogant man has allowed you to approach his home without a single soldier in sight watching your movements. You have almost reached the hill and not even a small armed squad is watching your army's movements. If Brother Fujon orders a surprise attack, you will be able to destroy their supplies and weapon stores, and you might kill quite a few of them before they can even react. Then you quickly withdraw. Withdraw. This. Another sage scratched his head in stupefaction. Will the new tribe just allow them to leave? Would they not be able to follow them and attack them behind the trenches, for example? Humph, Tree Father Hoffenheim sees everything that happens within his domination circle. When he sees the damage we have caused to those strangers, he will surely attack them to remove this new threat. As for us, we will return to defend from behind the trenches and watch them kill each other. Perhaps we will seize the opportunity and take out both after weakening each other. Fujon looked excited the more he spoke. That arrogant person thinks he can fight Tree Father Hoffenheim alone? He thinks he can control us, the human alliance, with a few words. Today, if he didn't know his true worth, he wouldn't escape death. When Alice heard this, her eyes started to light up for the first time in a week, and all the sages beside her also looked at each other happily. They came convinced that their leader decided to follow Robin, but it turns out that their leader has such a plan. Only Fujon, the crow, the hoopoe, and the fat rat did not share their happiness with the rest of the sages, but contented themselves with looking at each other with worried looks covered by fake confident smiles. Attacking the Golden Army and then fleeing, isn't that easier said than done? If it were that simple, he would have ordered it from the start and not tried to show off his army and negotiate with Robin for a higher status. The first 2 days after meeting Robin, Fujon almost accepted the first choice and stayed his place in peace, but then he found the chiefs of the 3 closest tribes communicating with him and asking for reports on what was happening. When he told them about the choices that Robin gave him, they tried to persuade him to fight back against him to the end. They said that Robin's demeanor is the style of someone who wants to take over everything he sets his sights on, and that he will inevitably return to subdue the Northern Fury tribe even if they remain spectators. And that is what Fujon thought too, but what can he do? The other 3 clan chiefs who sent their avatars to attend the meeting with Robin are just an appearance to pressure Robin to change his ways and maybe promise him to enter the alliance. They simply cannot help with anything. That is because there is at least one Tree Father domination circle between each of the 15 tribes. If their armies could cross the domination circles to reach the nearest human tribe, they would have done it since time immemorial. Why would they wait until now? So they cannot send their armies, nor can they come in person. They really just came to put on a show. And honestly speaking, there is no certainty that any of them would help even if they could, and Fujon knows this well. So after communicating with the 3 of them in the end, they came up with this plan. Either to deal like equals or to give a fatal blow and then withdraw and defend from behind the trenches while letting the Tree Father have his fun finishing them off. Fujon's eyebrows sank even more, and the sound of his heartbeat could be heard by anyone if someone gave a little hint. The best bet is for Robin to be convinced of their offer and enter the alliance as tribe number 16 and be like them. But if Robin is not convinced and the implementation of the plan begins, no one can predict what will happen, but surely, many victims will fall today. Chapter 471. Wow, what fascinating scenery. Are you Mr. Fujon and escorts, right? Welcome to our humble headquarters. A voice suddenly erupted in the language of the Greenlanders as the army of native humans came within 1 kilometer of the hill, interrupting Fujon's conversation with the rest of the sages and incarnations around him. Everyone looked up a little towards the source of the sound, and they found a lone woman floating towards them. She was a stunning beauty who appeared to be in her late 20s, wearing an exposed green dress with scattered pieces of golden armor, and holding a small golden scepter. Did she just say that the appearance of the Night Fury clan's army is a fascinating scenery, muttered one of the elders of the tribe. She doesn't even consider it an army, she called us escorts. Another said, looking as if he was about to cry, as the loud roar and murderous aura suddenly seemed like a child's play. You are? Alice asked with slightly furrowed eyebrows, unable to help feeling some envy at the mature body of the woman in front of her. I am Elizabeth, one of His Excellency Robin's generals. Elizabeth pointed to herself and spoke with a smile. I have been nominated to welcome you today, please follow me. Fujone's eyes twitched slightly as he heard this and spoke wryly. Where is Robin? Why didn't he come out to welcome us? Where are those three Caesar, Jabba, and Alexander? Why did they send you? His Excellency. His name is His Excellency Robin. Elizabeth's tender countenance changed to rage for a moment, releasing her half-step Emperor realm aura. Then, in another blink of an eye, her aura vanished again, and she spoke softly. My fellow generals Alexander and Jabba and His Highness Caesar are now busy making preparations for the main show for tonight, so I have come in their stead. I hope you would not mind me, hee hee. No, I do not mind. Fujone forced a smile on his face and replied. Elizabeth's aura that he sensed just now was undoubtedly on his level or even a little stronger than him. If someone stronger than him was not qualified to receive him, then who would be? And not only did he feel the power of Elizabeth, but the fat rat, the hoopoe, and the crow began to look at each other with the side of their eyes. Is this just one of the generals of the new tribe? They thought. We apologize that I brought the army up to this point. I know it seems like a little hostile behavior for someone to come so close to the headquarters of another tribe with an army of this size, but I was afraid that Valtree Father would attack my army when I am not around. I hope that His Excellency understands. Fujone spoke very cautiously this time. The encounter that is happening now is one of the biggest obstacles he thought of all the way here. How to get the army as close as possible to the steep hill for them to make the sudden attack. The new tribe certainly has a guess, even if it is a negligible one, that he may refuse the offer and turn into an enemy, so they will raise their defenses around him. So how do they allow him to approach the steep hill enough to attack it? The main plan was to make the army reach at least 10 kilometers before agreeing to stop advancing farther. But when he found that there were no guards and no one cared about them, he decided to advance more, and then more, until he almost touched the hill now. Even if there are no guards to stop him, this is considered a direct provocation, and Elizabeth has the right to expel them now if he does not convince her, or a war might erupt without even a chance to meet Robin again. But Elizabeth's response was different from all his expectations, as she clapped and said with a giggle that filled his face. Hee hee, of course, this possibility is indeed likely. You know what? This distance is still very far, the Tree Father might still attack your escorts when they are this far away. Bring them with you and come up the hill all together, they can stop in front of the gate. Ha! Fujone, the incarnations, and even the rest of the sages in the area all responded with a single breath. What? I am sorry, they cannot enter the gates at the moment, there is not enough room for everyone, unfortunately. Come on, I do not want to miss seeing today's event, and I suspect you also want to miss it. Hee hee, come after me. Elizabeth giggled, and then began to float down the hill slowly so the rest of them could catch up. A few seconds had passed since Elizabeth had moved, and no one knew what to say. In the end, Fujone merely signaled the army to go on and up the hill. They are really arrogant, as Brother Fujone said. Finally, the crow spoke, not knowing what to say more. The way Elizabeth dealt with them was as if she were guiding a group of children towards their classroom and not an army that might be hostile. This is too much, man, too much. They do not have the Northern Fury tribe's army in their eyes. Brother Fujone has mobilized an army strong enough to wrestle a piece of land for a Tree Father. What would it take of them to consider the Northern Fury tribe as a threat? I doubt that even I could raise such an army. Hoopoe replied nervously. After several more seconds, the fat rat spoke. Hey Fujone, let's exhaust all options before considering an alternative solution. Everyone understood the significance of the rat's words. All indications say that the new tribe is based on great strength, and their actions today confirm that. If Fujone used the option of a surprise attack and things did not go as he wished, there would be no turning back, and they might very well get exterminated today. Fujone nodded without adding a word, but his sore face and trembling eyes said a lot. Since he took over the rule of the tribe, no, but since his birth, he faces the danger of annihilation every day. How could he not when the Northern Fury tribe is located between two domination circles of two Tree Fathers, each of them striving to kill them and take their lands? Were it not that these two fathers also have borders with other human tribes and they have to move their armies prudently for dread of attacks from the rest of the human tribes, the Northern Fury tribe would have been eliminated a long time ago, and even the rest of the tribes as well. Every day the people of this world feared an attack or were ready for an attack, and the fear of death was deeply integrated into their lifestyle. Fujone, who lived for nearly 2,000 years, experienced this feeling so much that he thought his fear had dulled, but only today did he discover that his fear had not really dulled. Rather, his chest had never been tighter than today. Chapter 472. After a few minutes, Fujone raised his hand, ordering the army behind him to stop completely. Then he looked at the 1,000 or so sages around him and chose only 20 of them, including himself and his daughter Alice. What is wrong? There is indeed no room for your whole army, but the rest of your sages can come in too. Come, what are you waiting for? Elizabeth, who was standing in front of the sole gate of the metal wall, gestured for them to follow. Sages? Fujone asked. Seems like she meant us, the users of the third stage of the laws. One of the sages approached him and spoke in a low voice. "Ah, no, no thanks, this number will be enough, we do not want to be heavy guests, he." Fujone forced an ugly laugh out of his mouth and gestured for those he chose to come forward with him toward the gate. Allowing a neutral army of over 3 million soldiers to come up all the way to the gate was suspicious enough, but now they wanted to bring all their sages into the heart of the camp. If this is not suspicious, then what is? If it was up to Fujone, he would turn around now and order his army to go back at least 20 kilometers and wait there, but it was too late. He is not the only one who thinks like this, and the rest of the 20 members of the entourage looked around with fearful eyes and foreheads filled with sweat. Everyone here was a sage of the Northern Fury tribe, and they all saw the strength of this golden army firsthand. Now that they knew their leader's plan, their hearts could not help but start beating like war drums. Not one of them was sure whether this violent pounding was motivated by excitement or fear, but it did not matter now. Only the rat, the crow, and the hoopoe looked around with awe, contemplation, and even some astonishment, and focused their eyes, especially on the guards standing on top of the metal fence, as this was the first time they saw a member of the Golden Battalion. At your convenience, then, the important thing is to come in quickly, otherwise we will miss an enjoyable experience. Elizabeth shrugged her shoulders a little, then signaled for them to come in quickly. Gulp. Fujone swallowed his saliva and began advancing towards the gate with his companions, preparing himself psychologically for what he would find inside. Get ready, Fujone muttered in a low voice and squeezed Ella's hand. Will he find an ambush ready to kill them? Maybe he finds that crazy Robin sitting on a throne and wants him to kneel down to him? That golden army must still hold a grudge against him for pushing them back so many times, and how would they receive them? Will there even be a chance to negotiate today? Ha ha ha, I have not taken a vacation in months. Finally that damn portal is finished, I want at least 2 years off. Poor. Long live the Genius Rune Masters Division. Ha ha. Long live the Divine Blacksmiths Division. Damn you, you weak painters. Hooey, come here boss, I left your cup for you. Ha ha. Fujone and the rest stood there as soon as they passed the gate as if they had forgotten that they had to walk, and their wild imaginations collapsed. On the right, there is a celebration of some kind with about 10,000 people of different sizes and shapes. Some of them are dwarfs with thick beards, some have long limbs and sparkling black eyes, and some are just ordinary humans like themselves. They all drink and cheer with joy as they exchange cups and grilled meat, and even some small quarrels were taking place here and there, but they did not affect the general atmosphere. Then on the left, there is what looks like a giant kitchen in the open air. No less than 20,000 people are cutting huge beasts and grilling them, and some are cooking vegetables they have not seen before in giant pots. It seems as if they are preparing lunch for millions of mouths. Hey, look over there. One of the sages next to Fujone pointed in a certain direction. What is wrong? When everyone looked in that direction, they found what looked like a small garden. But what was strange about it was that the plants and trees in that garden were growing at a crazy speed, and as soon as the fruits are harvested or one of the plants is cut, another will immediately grow in its place. This is like what the tree fathers do. Everyone thought. Then they looked ahead a little on either side of the hill. Thousands of humans were all sitting in front of their tents and each looking up at the sky to meditate or play chess with their fellows, all without their famous golden full body armors. The only ones on the hill who are still wearing their armor and dealing professionally are the guards standing on top of the wall and a few people standing beside a huge metal arch at the top of the hill. What the hell is going on here? The dread and anticipation that filled Fujone and his comrades were gone in an instant and were replaced by a deep sense of humiliation. Brother Fujone, are these the ones you are so terrified of? Are these the ones you have made 1,000 scenarios on how to deal with them? Kakiki, you really opened my eyes today. The fat rat got up on its hind legs, grabbed its belly with its upper hands, and laughed loudly. Not all of them are strong like you mentioned. Most of them do seem strong enough to use the second or even the third stage of the heavenly laws, but the drunk people over there are obviously weaker. They must be the rest of the army that the new tribe chief Robin spoke of threatening you with, and that is why he didn't show them from the beginning, because their existence is the same as their non-existence. The hoopoe pointed its wings towards the two teams of the divine blacksmiths and the rune masters. Then the crow shook its head. Fujone, you really overestimated them. You were talking exaggeratedly about the power of the golden armor and weapons, but none of them are wearing them now. If you attack now, we might not need Tree Father Hoffenheim's intervention. What if he has 40,000 strong soldiers then? You yourself have about 48,000 stage 2 law users and 2,000 stage 3 law users, and your army will annihilate them all at your signal. They are right, Father. I do not know if they were blinded by their arrogance or if they were hiding under the ground for so long made them lose their common sense, but now is the time to strike. Ellis pulled her father's sleeve and spoke excitedly. Fujone looked at his daughter, who was almost begging him to make a decision, then at the rest of the offended sages and the three little animals who looked at him with a look of mockery and disdain. Then he turned his eyes back to look at the back of Elizabeth who was walking in front of them, with eyes filled with hatred and anger, while the ground under his feet slowly began to crack. Chapter 473. Da bum. Fujone's sudden action caught the attention of all the members of his entourage. Their hearts stopped beating for a moment. They all knew very well what the sight of the ground beneath his feet meant. Fujone is about to start the war using the earthquake attack. They all involuntarily started to look around at their potential opponents and their reaction to what the Fujone was doing, but no one was paying any attention to them. This new tribe was still completely oblivious. Tribe Chief Fujone can smash the entire hill on their heads with a strong earthquake using the major heavenly law of earth right now if he wants to. But suddenly, shush! Fujone shook his head vigorously as the cracked ground under his leg healed again, then he gasped loudly. Huff, huff. What are you doing, Brother Fujon? Make up your mind already. You will only make them notice us like that. The fat rat spoke wryly. Fujon took a deep breath and then replied, let's exhaust all options with that Robin first, then it won't be too late for the earthquake to begin. What do you mean it won't be too late? When you reach a dead end with him, he would raise his guard against you and will be ready to battle, the element of surprise would be gone. Now is the best time to start your tribe's earthquake attack and ram the hill over their heads. This will be the starting signal for your army to rain down attacks on them. Look at them, doesn't any of them seem to be ready for such a huge change? They will be vanquished within half an hour. Now is the best chance for you to eliminate those arrogant fools, don't be a coward. The fat rat spoke angrily and started pulling at the hair of the sage that was carrying him over his head. This is an internal matter of the Northern Fury tribe. No matter what status you have in your tribe, you have no say here. Speak properly to chief. One of the top-level sages next to Fujon pointed at the rat and said, if a battle of this size starts today, it will be us who will bear the responsibility. It is our lives and the lives of our families that would be in line, not yours. Calm down everyone, I just want to exhaust all options first. I can issue the first strike now and take advantage of you all saying so, but then who knows what will happen afterward, and how intense their resistance will be. I know that we will win if I attack now, but at what cost? I do not want to cause great losses to my tribe, then the tree father Hoffenheim will come and benefit from this foolish internal struggle. Then he waited a bit and continued with bright eyes, but you all don't have to worry, I will not sell us cheap. After what we've seen today, I won't talk to that Robin to ask him for equality, I'll ask for much more. Hey there, why did you stop all of a sudden? Come, I've reserved a good spot for you to watch the show up close. Elizabeth waved from afar and pointed towards the slightly higher ground next to the metal arch. Let's go, don't attract any more attention. Fujon whispered, then moved forward silently with the rest until he reached a tent, or it could be said that it was a canopy since it was a tent open from all sides with only a roof to provide shade. The canopy had a large number of chairs under it, all of them looking towards the metal arch. Then he chose a chair at random and looked at Elizabeth standing next to him and spoke seriously. Where is this His Excellency Robin? I only want to talk to him. We didn't come here to see shows. His Excellency is in a retreat to heal himself, but he will be out shortly in order to follow up on the event, so do not worry, you will be able to meet him today. Elizabeth replied with her gentle smile, then moved a few steps closer and whispered directly into Fujon's ear in her charming voice. It was a good choice, by the way, what a good boy you are. Fujon's pupils widened until they almost covered all the whiteness in his eyes, but he contented himself with looking at Elizabeth's back as she moved away from him little by little. What's wrong with you, father? What did she say to you? She asked when Ellis noticed her father's strange looks. Gulp. No, not at all, looks like she was complimenting me because we chose to come today, I guess. You guess. Ellis muttered in an uncertain voice but made no attempt to pressure her father any further. Hey, have you all just heard her talking about the reason why the new clan leader's in a retreat? He is healing himself? What kind of general tells potential enemies that his leader is injured? It seems that Robin is not only the fool and arrogant one here, but all of them are. The crow shook its head. Brother Fujon, although I don't usually support Brother Schaefer, this time I do, take this opportunity to attack. Shush. Fujon silenced all the voices around him, then added, I will do as I see fit, please stick to the original plan. The hoopoe, the crow, and the rat looked at each other in annoyance, then returned to look around the hill. Perhaps they might find something they had overlooked before, anything that might justify this new tribe's arrogance outside of their weapons. As for the rest of the sages of the Northern Fury clan, they let out a long sigh and rested on their chairs. Just the walk from the gate to this spot was extremely heavy for them. After a few minutes, someone finally broke the silence. Hey, what do you think about the event that woman was talking about? I don't know, but I think it's related to that big bow since she brought us next to it. Humph, Ellis huffed and said angrily. I bet it's some kind of military parade. They want to scare us into following them. Fujon nodded in agreement with Ellis' words. This was indeed the most plausible possibility. Hee, but who's going to start the show? The drunk ones or the sunbathers? Another sneered. I bet those drunk begs will play volleyball using that metal arc as the net. Hee, that sounds reasonable too. Shush, calm down, something is about to happen. Fujon spoke in a low voice. At that moment, Caesar, Victoria, and Old Gu approached the huge metal arc, and then Caesar started pressing a plate beside the arc. V-room. At that moment, the space inside the metal arc started to liquefy and give off a strange feeling, which caught the attention and minds of Fujon and everyone with him, but that wasn't the last shock. Caesar, Victoria, and Old Gu took a few steps toward that diluted space, and silently disappeared. Chapter 474. What the hell? Fujon stood up, and all his entourage stood with him. Their expressions reflected intense shock. Some of them couldn't even hold their breath and ran towards the other side of the metal arc to make sure they really disappeared. What was this? What was that? They really disappeared. The sages of the Northern Fury tribe all looked as if they were children who saw a circus trick for the first time. Even the hoopoe and the crow flew around the metal arc trying to find the secret of that trick, and the rat jumped from over the head of the sage and dug under the metal arc to see if there were underground passages hiding those three. Ah. Only the laughter of a handful of Burton family saints brought the sages of the Northern Fury tribe back to their senses a bit. Return to your places immediately. Fujon spoke with embarrassment. The look of the Burton family saints pointing at them and speaking in such a low voice made him wish the earth would open up and swallow him, but that didn't stop him from looking again with knotted eyebrows at the large metal ark. But his orders did not apply to the hoopoe, the crow, and the rat, who had been hovering around the strange metal ark for more than half an hour, not caring about anyone's laughter, after which they finally got tired and returned to their places. "Did you find anything?" Fujon asked. "No, the space inside the metal ark has returned to normal as if nothing has happened. There is no trace of the 3 individuals who passed through it," the hoopoe replied as it landed on the shoulder of one of the sages. "There is nothing underground either, it is as if they just disappeared." The rat shook its head and jumped over that sage's head again, this time with dirt all over him. "Space is back to normal? Space?" Fujon's features wrinkled. "This doesn't sound good. That metal ark seems to be a space portal of some kind, a portal that can send people over long distances. That is the only explanation. They want to tell us that they can send several people to another place immediately? No wonder that woman wanted to show us the show. This is really a serious matter." Ellis furrowed her eyebrows slightly. The rat nodded. "Niece Ellis is right, that's what they want to tell us. They want to tell us that our bases are not safe and that they can attack behind the lines if they wanted. But can they really do something like this? We have never heard of anyone being able to comprehend anything related to the space path, be it minor or major. Even if those people had any knowledge of some minor space laws and made an application to it, which is this portal, it must be very expensive to send anyone through the portal and very, very cumbersome to the user himself. I'm sure they can only send 3 individuals at a time, and I don't think they can send another batch at all anytime soon." "Humph, they are thinking about attacking our base with only 3 individuals? They are delusional." Fujon clenched his hands tightly. "That's bad. Because I know where the new clan's army is and I know Treefather Hoffenheim won't attack us anytime soon because of his losses, I decided to bring most of the tribe's army with me. Those 3 are strong, I can feel it clearly. They are powerful enough to be able to cause a lot of damage to our lands, and possibly kill our families within a few hours." "What? We have to go back at once. We can't bear the Northern Fury tribe being defiled by those bastards." One of the younger sages stood up and shouted nervously. "Ah ha ha ha." The laughter of the Burton family soldiers from the side enraged the sages of the Northern Fury tribe even more. "Those hateful bastards. Calm down and sit down everyone. We haven't acted aggressively yet, so how can they start attacking innocent families that can't defend themselves? What will they benefit from when our army can rain down attacks on them and destroy this hill immediately? This is just a show of force, a threat. If I had to guess, he tells us that if we don't listen, those 3 will go destroy our headquarters. What a malicious person." Fujon relaxed his fist and shook his head helplessly. He had fallen into the trap by listening to Robin's words and bringing him his entire army today. "Damn it. Then what do you intend to do, brother Fujon?" the hoopoe asked seriously. The situation suddenly turned dangerous. "Nothing, what can I do? If they attack us now they will kill our families, and if we try to go back quickly we won't be back in time. Let's sit down until that Robin comes and negotiates with him. This absurdity must end today." Fujon put his head in his hands in defeat and spoke, but the anger filling his heart was clearly evident in his voice. Everyone around him sensed that he was a volcano about to erupt, so they didn't press on him anymore and sat down with difficulty. Some of them were gritting their teeth, and some almost broke their knees from pressing them with claw-like hands. But they all did one thing. They were all looking around at the soldiers of the Golden Battalion with pure anger and hatred. The fear in their hearts towards those guys seemed to disappear. Now they would love nothing more than to hear the command from Fujon to devour them alive. But they were holding themselves back because of those 3 who had left the room. At that moment, something happened that caught the angry gaze of the North Fury clan sages once again. The space inside the portal started to liquefy and become unstable again. "What the fuck, as if I'm going to allow this. Whoever wants to enter this space portal must pass over my dead body." One of the sages of the Northern Fury clan shouted and moved quickly to stand with his back facing the space portal. He spread his arms wide open to tell everyone that it was forbidden to approach, then looked at Fujon and shouted, "What are you waiting for? I will prevent anyone from entering, but you should enter and pursue those 3 motherfuckers in piffed." Bam bam bam. Fujon and the rest of the sages slowly stood up, but not to enter the portal as the sage wanted. They just stood there with their gazes fixed on the space portal. The looks of anger and hatred disappeared and were replaced by looks of surprise, then shock. This time, no one entered the metal ark, but rather came out of it. Rows upon rows began to rush out from the gate, each row containing 10 sages wearing the distinctive golden full body armor, raising their shields and holding their weapons. From the shock of the sight in front of them, the sages of the Northern Fury tribe forgot their cousin who was being trampled underfoot before their very eyes. Chapter 475. Bam, 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 bam. A row of 10 sages walked out of the portal. Then the second, the third, and the 10th. In the blink of an eye, a full 20 rows of 10 sages each dressed in the distinctive golden full body armor came out of the space portal. This happened amidst the whistling and cheering of the Burtons and the rest of the Golden Army. The 20 rows of newcomers stood looking around in combat readiness until they were sure the environment was completely safe. They lowered their weapons and continued forward, making way for whoever came next from the portal. Fujon was about to say something about this space portal being dangerous and capable of sending large numbers of soldiers at a time after the last row of sages came out. The words immediately got stuck in his throat. About a minute after the last row of sages came out, rows of soldiers started coming out one after another. Bam, bam, bam. Their auras were not as strong as the sages that had come out in the beginning. Their armor and weapons were obviously inferior in comparison to the golden full body armor as well, but their numbers were staggering. More than 10 minutes passed, and the lines of soldiers were still pouring out of the space portal. Fujon and everyone else in his entourage did not say a word. They just kept standing there with their unfocused gazes on the portal. Even the Northern Fury Sage who was stepped on in front of the space portal a short time ago managed to crawl his way out. He returned to stand with the rest of his relatives and looked at the gate with the same strange look. What was different about him was that the footprints were still printed all over his body, including the footprints of a large shoe on his left cheek, but it looked like he forgot to wipe it off. Bam, bam, bam. Another hour passed, and soldiers were still coming out of the space portal, row after row, as if they had no end. In order not to stop the march and crowd the place in front of the space portal, the officers ordered the soldiers to continue walking for a certain distance before they stopped. Even with this, the hill, which was a whole kilometer wide and a few kilometers high, seemed to be filling up quickly. When the Golden Army soldiers, rune masters, and divine blacksmiths found out that it would likely take a long time for the whole army to get here, they returned to playing chess and exchanging cups of wine. It was as if what was happening in the space portal now no longer concerned them. But Fujon and the rest of his expedition were still standing there. It seemed as if they had forgotten that there were chairs right behind them. Even the fat rat stood over the sage's head on its hind legs, looking towards the space portal with an open mouth. How many so far? One of them finally managed to move a muscle in his mouth to speak. I counted 2 million. I counted 2,200,000. Has anyone noticed their auras? I believe they are all first stage law users. They have 2 million heavenly law users? No, 2 million heavenly law users, so far. Bam, bam, bam. Another half hour passed, and the gate was still overflowing with soldiers. Even the little phrases that the Northern Fury Sages were exchanging were no longer there, but they did not need to say anything because the looks on their faces said enough. At this moment, the flow of lines finally stopped. By a simple calculation, Fujon found that so far 3,800,000 first stage law users had exited the space portal. Although the newcomers wore armor of different colors and shapes and did not look like they were a unified army, this did not have any weight. Even if they attacked with their bare teeth and defended with their naked butts, they would be a force to fear, since they were still over 3 million law users. What a surprise attack and what alliance! Forget about the terrifying Golden Battalion. Only those soldiers who came out now could start a war against Tree Father Hoffenheim and against the Northern Fury tribe at the same time. Fujon could not control himself, but looked at the rat as he grinned his teeth. He did not say a word, but he did not need to. He was telling the rat, or the chief of the tribe, Charver, that he almost killed him with his provocative advice, but the fat rat just looked away. Bush. Fujon's legs suddenly felt out of power to stand and just collapsed. Had it not been for the chair directly under him, he would have fallen to the ground. All plans collapse in front of absolute power, and this is a fact that everyone knows. There is no longer room for talk and no longer room for negotiation, only room for praying that the new tribe chief Robin be kind enough to keep their lands under their control. Even Ellis, who had always been proud of her strength and that of her beast core, looked at the ground. A few drops of blood slid from her red lips onto the ground. She knew very well the state of the Northern Fury tribe's army. Although the numbers were close, with each of them having more than 3 million soldiers now, the quality of the soldiers was as different as the difference between heaven and earth. These were all law users and real warriors, whereas most of their own army were peasants and workers who had been forced to join. This is no longer a comparison. Less than a quarter of the army that came out now could fight efficiently against the Northern Fury clan's army, even without the intervention of the original Golden Battalion that terrified them to the core. What to do now? This is getting out of hand, and the Human Alliance might really lose the Northern Fury tribe today. I wonder if the new tribe will be interested in taking their place in the alliance. The crow spoke without the slightest consideration for the feelings of the sages of the Northern Fury tribe around him. Do not say this, brother Hadiar, the situation is worse than we expected, but it is not hopeless. The Hopu shook his head. This army might frighten the Northern Fury tribe, but it is not enough to prevail against Tree Father Hoffenheim since they are still using only the first stage of the heavenly laws. Even if we assume that it wins against Tree Father Hoffenheim's endless buds, how many soldiers from this army will survive? Their leader must know that, so we still have a chance to negotiate. Yes, brother Debas is right. Clan Chief Robin may be arrogant, but he does not seem stupid. He will not achieve a superficial victory and then see his tribe destroyed by other Tree Fathers. He must ally with us if he wants to survive. Fujon's eyes sparkled as he spoke, finally finding a rope he could hang on to. V-room. Bam, bam, bam. The space portal shone again as new rows of soldiers began to emerge from it. Chapter 476. Bam, bam, bam. A few minutes ago, concession had already crept into Fujon's heart when he saw the army of the first stage law users. Sitting in the midst of nearly 4 million knights made him feel like a small fish swimming in a pond full of sharks, and even as he sat there, he could feel the Northern Fury tribe's army trembling in fear behind the metal wall. He had barely begun to think about how to deal with all those first stage law users when nothing came to mind. Can his army withstand a unified attack of 4 million law users even if they were first stage? The answer is simply no. Not to mention most of his army consisted of mortals or people who had barely started energy cultivation, and even the law users in his army would be crushed after 2 or 3 attacks. And this is aside from the Golden Battalion, the one that already has established its might and is already considered to have enough strength to fight head-on against his tribe's entire army on their own. Should he contact Tree Father Hoffenheim and ally with him against this new tribe? The Northern Fury tribe has been fighting Tree Father Hoffenheim for about 200,000 years. Of course, they have 1 or 2 ways to communicate with him, but those methods were used historically to negotiate a cessation of war, retreat, or make compromises, for example, but using them to ally with a Tree Father to attack a human tribe. Even if the plan succeeds in some way and Robin and those with him are eliminated, history will never forgive him, and he will be remembered as a criminal. This is assuming that the Tree Father's standard buds are able to counteract all those first-stage law users in the first place. But now, what? What is this? Fujon didn't know what to say or how to act on what he was seeing now. New rows of soldiers started coming out of the space portal after a slight pause, and the aura of the new soldiers was not even a bit less than the strength of the previous ones. On the contrary, each one of them seemed several times stronger than any of the 3,800,000 soldiers who had just crossed. Are those users of the second stage of laws? The crow shouted, spreading its wings wide. What? Aren't there around 35,000 second stage law users in the Golden Battalion already? Fujon and the rest almost jumped at the crow's absurd words, but it didn't take long for them to realize that he was right. Bam, bam, bam. A row, 2, 10, 100. The saints continued to stream through the space portal unceasingly as if they had no end. No, enough, please, stop. Fujon muttered in a voice only he could hear. 1,000 rows, 10,000 rows. Thud, 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 thud. This time, not only Fujon, but the 20 sages of the Northern Fury tribe helplessly sat in their places. Even the crow, Hlopu, and Fat Rat felt extreme danger as they looked at the flood of saints before them. Sa. Finally, after more than 200,000 saints walked out, a loud shout rang out from the gate as a 4-winged beast no less than 10 meters long walked out, carrying 3 soldiers on its back. Each one of them is also a saint, and each one of them is wielding a golden-colored bow. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One Draco after another charged from the space portal nonstop, and because the hill was already filled to its brim with soldiers, the Draco beasts had to fly in a circle over the hill. Fujon barely raised his pupils slightly upward to take a look at the scenery above him, feeling for the first time in his long life that his neck didn't have enough strength to move it and take a good look at something. His gaze this time did not bear any hostility or killing intent, nor was it some wise look to try to analyze the situation, and he did not even try to look towards the embodiment of the rest of the tribal chiefs to see if one of them had an idea. He just glanced at the thousands of death ghosts above, then returned his eyes tiredly to look at his feet again, and started thinking to himself, aren't they afraid of Tree Father Hoffenheim seizing the opportunity and striking them with a lightning attack as they are flying? No, this did not occur to them. They know that the Tree Father will not strike them now and anger them even more. Perhaps they are sure that the Tree Father is trembling with fear right now. At that moment, Fujon felt that he had aged 100 years in the blink of an eye. Swoosh! After a few more minutes, another Draco came out, completing their number of 5,000, and then after they came out, a few individuals walked at ease, including Caesar and the rest. But the most eye-catching individual among them was a crimson-colored one with long spiral horns and white hair that came down to his thigh, and the bloody aura of that individual alone made a few sages of the Northern Fury clan stop breathing for a moment. Only after this last batch of experts exited did the space inside the space portal stop twitching. This was the formation of the army that they had repeatedly trained to pass through the space portal. First, the sages would go through a solid defensive formation to deal with any emergency situations. In this case, it was the 200 sages who had just broken through after the Golden Battalion left. Then the main body of the army, the knights, advances with the supplies of weapons, rations, and seeds for the life troops to use. Then the saints come out to protect the rear of the army, and after them comes the Draco battalion to establish dominance over the skies. Although Caesar told Billy that the other side of the portal was secure and that they could simply pass through, Billy insisted that the army follow the formation they had been trained into to the letter as a form of practical training. The Jura Planet unified army quickly curved and spread out, and each of them found an empty spot to sit on. Meanwhile, the Divine Weapon and Rune Masters divisions continued their drinking party, and the members of the Golden Battalion continued their sunbathing and playing chess. Com returned once again to the steep hill. Only generals like Alexander and Elizabeth and the rest went into an open tent with a round table in the middle of it and sat around it in silence as if they were waiting for something. Hey, there is no one else of your annoying kin here to hear you speak now. Why don't you just tell me? No one will know that you told me. The first person to break the silence was Billy, who got very close to the Demon King and spoke seriously. Hearing this, Demon King Morin turned his head to the other side and said, I don't know what you are talking about. Chapter 477. I am talking about the tight borders imposed around the area where you live in the central continent. Why won't you let me or anyone else in? What is going on there exactly? Why do you gluttonous bastards like you stop hunting around and suddenly fall silent? What are you eating nowadays exactly? Are you on a diet to lose weight or something? Meeting with refusal again, Billy pressed the matter even more. This topic has been bothering him since Robin left. That day when he asked him about the demons and Robin told him that they wouldn't take part in the campaign on planet Greenland, and he was full of doubts. How could a race of this gluttony be left out of a planetary war? Aren't they Robin's most loyal dogs? Isn't this the perfect opportunity to strengthen them? So, since then he left the responsibility of training the soldiers and amplifying the army to the elders of the Burton family and went to investigate more about the demons, but he couldn't find anything new. Whenever Billy tries to enter officially, he is denied. And whenever he tries to force his way in with some political excuse to examine the area, he meets with the usual demon savagery to stop them with force. And whenever he tries to infiltrate the region, one of the demon kings captures him and forces him to retreat. It is worth mentioning that the demons did not even exceed 500,000 in total at the time of Robin's departure to planet Greenland. They could fit in a decent-sized city, but Robin ordered them to make the vast central continent their home anyway. At first, the demons just moved there and started hunting and spreading like locusts as usual throughout the central continent, but suddenly they gathered again. Amon and the rest of the demon kings announced a new border that marked a piece of land dedicated to the demon race alone, on an area equal to about a full quarter of the extremely vast central continent. And surprisingly, these savages who only love unconditional bloodshed and hated borders to the bone, take those borders very seriously. Every single demon, from their youngest to their oldest, did not allow anyone to approach those borders, let alone enter them. And the strangest thing is that they themselves never leave the borders. This bothered Billy more as he tried in every way to break into the new demon lands and research what was going on, except that every time he was caught by one of the goblin kings and kicked out again and again. Yeah, we are on a diet. Facing the rain of questions, Morin gave a short answer. You red bitch, do you think I am joking with you? Billy stood up and cried. Mr. Billy, please let us focus on our task here. Use your time to think of plans and suggestions for the upcoming war until His Excellency comes. Alexander spoke with clear authority in his words, and it was clear that he would not accept rejection. Billy looked beside him angrily. Even you, Alexander? Are you telling me you are not even a little curious about what they are doing, while our whole army is right here and they are sitting in the heart of planet Jura? Alexander gave a half smile and shook his head without saying a word. But Old Gu was the one who spoke. If it was His Excellency who arranged whatever they do, then there is no need to talk about it. When he is ready, he will tell us himself. Victoria nodded. You can give him some suggestions about the matter if you like, but I honestly don't think he will agree and just change his plans. Then she looked out of the corner of her eye at Morin. In fact, Billy was not the only one who was wary of the demons, but everyone present knew Robin's character when he decided to do something. But, Billy tried to say something, but the words got stuck in his throat, and he sat down again. How does he not know what they mean? When Robin decides something, it is almost impossible to change his mind. Whatever the demons do on the central continent is definitely something he won't like since Robin kept it a secret, but how can he stop it? The only time he managed to make Robin change his mind a bit was when he threatened to commit suicide, and even then Robin told him to do it. The reason for his success at the time was that Robin was mainly thinking about the subject and he only needed a reminder, but will this work every time? It is difficult. The already heavy atmosphere around the table was getting heavier. Everyone was now no longer thinking only about the coming war, but also about what was happening in their home and the fact that their families no longer had an army to protect them in case the demons starved one day and decided on human flesh for a meal. The only one who was in a different mood was Jabba, who looked down at the ground to kick small pebbles and glanced at the other generals every now and then without saying a word. His Excellency. It really is His Excellency? Let me take a look. Make way. Suddenly, shouts began to resound on the hill, attracting everyone's attention. Elizabeth stood up and looked in a certain direction where she found the sea of soldiers dividing to make a path in the middle extending to the open tent. She smiled and said, "It seems that His Excellency has decided to come out at last." After her words, the rest stood in the open tent as well, all of them standing upright and looking towards the direction coming from Robin. Until finally, a blonde-haired young man appeared in front of them. He looked in his early 20s, wearing white clothes without any shields or weapons on. When they saw the youth, they all gave a simple bow, and even Caesar and Billy bowed with them. Rest. Robin found himself a chair at the head of the table and immediately sat down and started rubbing his forehead, clearly not used to the light yet. Alright, let's get it over with. What do we have here? After everyone sat down, Billy stood up and began to speak slowly, but with a look full of reproach. I have brought the entire army, you already saw it in front of the Imperial City, as well as the new volunteers, including 200 sages, and the 5,000 Dracos we have. Why do we still only have 5,000 Dracos? Robin stopped rubbing his forehead for a moment and asked in surprise. Didn't I order the expansion of the Draco Legion? Billy shook his head. You should know how much high-energy food these creatures need. We don't have many herbs with this kind of energy level on planet Jura, and when we tried to force some of these plants to grow with the help of the Life Legion, all the plants died after 2 weeks. That sounds about right. Forcing high-energy plants to grow up quickly means they will need the energy they normally gather in 1,000 years to be gathered in a few months, and this is not something the scarce energy on planet Jura can support. Robin shook his head. When I ordered the increase of the Draco Legion, it was by purchasing adult Draco beasts from the Nihari Union sect, or simply purchasing eggs and purchasing loads of high-energy plants and meat. Haven't we already opened trade with them? Oh, I thought you wanted to domesticate them. Alright then, I will immediately start preparing to buy a large batch of Draco, and I will get them before the battle starts at any cost. Billy nodded. There is no need. Robin waved. We won't need them against Tree Father Hoffenheim, we can't risk killing them all in one blow, but we will need plenty of them against the rest of the Tree Fathers. Just start preparing to slowly raise their numbers until then. As you like. Billy replied sternly, still looking at Robin with a look of blame. When Robin saw this, he removed his hand completely from his forehead, bent himself forward, and then shouted angrily, "Do you have a fucking problem with me?" Chapter 478. What exactly is going on with the demons? Aren't they your favorite dogs? Why didn't you draw them to battle in this place and leave them on planet Jura instead? And what is wrong with those fiery borders that they imposed within the central continent? What exactly is going on there? Billy did not back down from Robin's angry shout and asked directly, "You don't need to stick your nose in everything." Robin leaned his back on the chair and spoke with a clear weight. "Aha, I knew it. I knew something was wrong, those motherfuckers wouldn't keep silent for no reason." Billy banged the table. "The demons are too stupid to do anything meaningful, they are just killing machines. What criminality have you assigned them with, Robin? What have you done?" "Hey," Morin exclaimed. "Calling them Robin's dogs is passable, but why also stupid?" "Shut up, you know I'm right," Billy shouted back at Morin, then turned back to look at Robin. "I don't know what you are up to, Robin, but stop them. There is always a chance to stop. I know what I'm doing. I didn't ask you to bear the sin with me. Just complete your assigned duties." Robin replied with a frown and went back to rubbing his eyes again. "And what about you? Are you ready to bear a new sin? Didn't it burden you enough after what you did to the ancestral continent?" Billy shouted again. Billy's outburst affected the rest of the generals in the open tent. They all seemed worried and began to look at each other with the corners of their eyes. Whatever is happening with the demons is really something that does not bode well, and they do not want to have anything to do with it. Robin himself twitched for a moment when he heard him. Who would want to carry the sin of blood on his shoulders? However, isn't the war itself a sin? Assuming that he completely avoided the innocent and focused on the wars of subjugating the hostile armies, then what about every soul that would be lost from his side or from the opposing army? Would he not carry their sin as well? Sin and blood. If he, as a young emperor who is expanding his territory, cannot bear them, then who will bear them for him? Robin this time didn't even reply to Billy, he just kept rubbing his eyes, but his movement slowed down visibly. Then he seemed to remember something and turned back to look at Billy. "What are you doing here in the first place? Didn't I entrust you with the management of planet Jura? Do my orders have no weight anymore?" Caesar shrugged and spoke. "I told him to stay, but he insisted on coming." "What do I do then? Leave you lot messing around here while I am sitting behind a desk planning to open some new markets?" "Nope." Billy knew that Robin was trying to change the subject, so he went along and replied, then continued, "There's nothing I can do there anyway. The Burtons control the ancestral continent while Frost, Trent, Barnett, and Levon families control the rest of the 4 continents, while the central continent is almost empty now with only a few individuals to keep your imperial city clean, and your dogs of course." Billy took a quick glance at Morin and then continued, "What could I do there other than perhaps coordinating between the families there and giving some suggestions? I would rather be here fighting with the boys. Anyway, I have entrusted Alfred Marley with my duties. He was the prince of a large kingdom and he understands more about these matters than I. He has the rest of his family to support him, and they all have management experiences as well. It will be their best chance to prove themselves worthy for you, and I believe Alfred will give you a good surprise." "Alfred? Aha, he's a good boy." Robin tapped his table a few times at the name he had been forgetting. Then he leaned his body forward again to look at the table and spoke, "Okay then, let's get back on topic." The table was flat, but one of the rune masters took his time and drew a map of the entire area around them on the table to make it easier for the generals to determine their paths. Robin continued to focus on the map for a while, then pointed towards a certain spot and spoke, "Here is where we first landed. This place has the largest budding ground in the western region of Father Tree Hoffenheim's domination circle. It will be one of your main targets, and here, and here." Robin continued to draw points on the map one after the other. After drawing quite a few points, he took a small dagger from Peon's waist standing next to him and began to expand the map from his memory and draw a few more dots representing the budding ground. This information was one of the benefits of soul-searching hundreds of buds. As for these regions, they are the main gathering centers of the buds. There are at least 10 million buds in each one of them, their levels ranging from mortal to sage. Robin completed drawing X marks on the assembly points. In just 10 minutes, the table was filled to the brim with so many dots and X marks that it forced the generals to look at each other. Each one of these marks contained an army numbering at least 10 million. Robin finally paused and raised his head. "This is all the information I have about the western region of Tree Father Hoffenheim's domination circle. There are a total of at least 300 million buds in these marks. This does not include any bizarre moves that Tree Father Hoffenheim might make and does not include any plans or traps he might lay. I also do not have any information about those wizards or whatever special weapons Tree Father Hoffenheim might be hiding, and I don't know if another Tree Father will intervene to fight on Hoffenheim's side. I'm just drawing you your goals, and how to deal with it will be left to the commander of the army." 300 million. Old Gu couldn't hold back a few drops of sweat on his forehead. "They're going to have to fight them all. And all of those are just in the western region." Robin waved. "Most of them are only as strong as a full-grown mortal, so don't worry about them. They are not humans, no, they aren't living beings at all, so don't forget this when dealing with them. They are just some kind of stronger puppets, so kill as much as you need to see your mission through. I don't know if these beings are capable of surrendering at all, but if they do, then accept their surrender. There is no need for total annihilation if not necessary. Leaving the handling to the commander of the army. Accept their surrender." "Father, will you not lead us?" Caesar asked quickly. He was waiting for this day to move under his father's leadership again. The last battle they gathered for was against the Lying Water Kingdom. Chapter 479. Robin shook his head, saying, "No, why should I lead you? This is not some kind of decisive battle, but rather it will turn into a long-term war of attrition. Tree Father Hoffenheim has at least 500 million buds, and there is not a child, an old man, or a cripple among them like any other human nation. All of them, without exception, will participate in the war. If I killed hundreds of thousands of them every day, this would still take years to kill them all and get to the Tree Father's location. I do not have time for this. I have to complete my soul healing and search for new techniques." Then he added, "And you will not move in one army either. Don't you see all those points and crosses? If it happened and you moved the army in one body, the army will be surrounded by all sides along the route. We cannot allow this. Plus, it would be too much of a loss to make such an army move in one body anyway. Divide the army into 10 smaller legions, each of them will have approximately 400,000 soldiers, right? This is more than enough. The legions should move independently with one of you at the head of each, but keep in touch with other generals along the way. I will intervene in one case, and that is if you encounter a dilemma that you cannot solve on your own. Otherwise, I do not want any disturbance in the coming period." Robin kept silent for a few moments, and then his eyes landed on everyone in the open tent. "You should all put one more thing in mind. This may be an existential war for Tree Father Hoffenheim, but it is not the same for us. You are here to gain actual combat experience, get used to battling together, and maybe reap some treasures in the process. Advance with caution and clean up after any victory as fast as possible. Do not leave any possible danger behind your back. Strangle Tree Father Hoffenheim in the middle of his own domination circle until the white flag is raised. Beware of recklessness and exposure to great losses, although I do not think that Hoffenheim will try to use that lightning again anytime soon, but there is no need to try our luck. Do not rise from the ground unless in extreme necessity. You should know that the general with the most severe losses among you will be subject to great penalties, understood?" "Yes." Everyone responded in an excited voice and involuntarily began to glance at everyone else inside the tent. 10 legions meant that almost everyone present would have a chance to command one of them. Even Pion and Caesar, who were still low-level sages, would get a chance. Get used to battling together. This includes identifying the best general, as well as comparing 10 similar armies working in the same range and against the same opponent will be inevitable. Even without Robin saying it, it automatically turned into a competition for the best general position. "Well, then, I will leave the distribution of the army to you, so let each of you commanders think about the type of soldiers that he will need and start building his ideal army. And each of you must determine a path dedicated to his army and inform the rest of the generals about it, and all this must happen before sunset today. Do you have any other questions?" "No, Your Excellency." All the generals under the tent chanted with excited voices but absent-minded ones, each one already beginning to think of strategies for victory and minimizing losses. Hearing this, Robin stood up and put one hand on the table, clearly about to walk away. "Good, I will now leave you to negotiate the division of armies together and choose the paths you want. If you want something from me, I will be in the—" Wait a minute, what about us?" A panicked shout interrupted Robin in the middle of his speech. Robin looked towards the source of that shout and found a dark old man looking at him nervously. Even his slightly stooped stance was of complete submission, so he asked in Greenlandic, "Oh, chief of the Northern Fury tribe, Fujon, as I remember." Yes, that is me." Fujon put one hand on the other with an ugly smile on his face. "What are you doing here?" "Aha, I remembered. Did you choose to bring your army to fight alongside us?" Robin raised his eyebrows slightly and asked. Yes, Your Excellency, I brought the army." The smile on the face of Fujon turned uglier than before. How could Robin forget their discussion that happened just a week ago? It was clear to him that Robin was trying to humiliate him. Last week was the heaviest 7 days they had passed for Fujon. He did not stop thinking about his options for a moment. But as for Robin, he really forgot about the whole Northern Fury tribe after he spent his time recuperating and reading the 4th stage of the laws. How could he have time to think about the choices of a local clan chief? Fujon maintained his feigned smile even though he felt the world he knew collapsing around him. But there is no room for pride now, there is no room for negotiation. The massive army he had just seen with his own eyes was enough to break any shred of rebellion within him. A quarter of that army was enough to flatten the Northern Fury tribe. No, even less than a quarter would do. He has already mobilized his entire army, Your Excellency, over 3 million soldiers. He was so eager to serve you that he brought his army all the way to the metal wall, hee. Elizabeth laughed slyly. Robin raised his eyebrows and sent his soul sense beyond the wall to see the formation of the Northern Fury tribe army, then turned back to look at Fujon with a look that contained faint killing intent. You have guts, I give you that. Thud, 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 thud. Without saying a word, Fujon got down on both hands and knees, and then the rest of the sages of the Northern Fury clan dropped after him. There was no need for justification, even an idiot would realize the intent behind this act, whether to attack, intimidate, or otherwise. With one look, anyone would know their coming today was not to submit as followers of Robin. When Robin saw this, the killing intent in his eyes calmed down a bit, but he continued to look at the 20 individuals kneeling in front of him, thinking what to do with them. Only when his eyes fell on a fat rat did his facial features change from anger to amazement, then to curiosity. Under the eyes of everyone, Robin moved with quick steps towards that fat rat, which was still standing above the head of one of the kneeling sages. When he reached him, his eyes turned golden and he began examining the uncomfortable rat more closely as he muttered, "Interesting, very interesting." About 2 minutes later, Robin was preparing to hide the big smile on his face as he said to the mouse, "Some kind of a soul-linking technique. I never thought of this before. Who are you exactly?" Squeak, squeak, humph. When Robin saw the rat trying to act stupid, he raised his right hand and descended at his plump cheek with a slap. I am Sharver, chief of the grazing rats tribe. It was a pleasure to meet your excellency, the fat rat replied while wiping his face with his eyes filled with tears. Chapter 480. So you are the head of one of the 15 local human tribes, ha. Robin rubbed his chin as he sat half forward in front of the kneeling sage and the grieved mouse. Then he continued, a technique for transforming soul energy into an extremely thin thread and connecting it to the soul domain of another weaker creature, thus seizing his body until the connection ends. So researching soul techniques has already brought you to a method to actually touch upon the soul domain? Amazing. The fat rat didn't know what to say and just rubbed his red cheek while looking at Robin with watery eyes. But it is an imperfect technique. It still has ways to go. For example, transforming the soul energy into a thin thread makes the maximum range of control over the target cross long distances indeed, but there is always a limit to the length of the thread. Is this why only the 3 of you are here? Because the rest of the local chiefs can't send their soul embodiments that far? The second issue is that for the sake of range, you have sacrificed the power of the soul thread, so you can only control weak animals that have never tasted energy before, like rats. And the biggest problem with the technique is that. He then waited a bit, before raising his hand slightly and a formless flame slowly started to ignite on his palm. Then he slowly moved it over the mouse's head. I wonder what would happen if I destroyed this soul thread now. No. The fat rat panicked and quickly jumped over the sage's head. But Robin picked it up before it landed on the ground and laughed loudly. Haha, why are you so afraid? I'm just explaining the advantages and disadvantages of the technique. Squeak. If the soul thread is damaged, it will directly damage my primal soul. At the very least I will be badly injured and at worst I will be killed immediately. Do you think we don't know about this problem? But who the hell can see the soul thread to harm it? And what will they use to harm it even if they see it? Do you think everyone is a monster like you? The rat heartily screamed as it tried to wriggle out of Robin's hand. That formless flame that spread across Robin's palm frightened him greatly, and just looking at it made his soul tremble. The fact that Robin went directly to the location of the soul thread made his heart drop to his feet. I'm a monster? Haha, you're amusing, I'll take it as a compliment. Robin laughed out loud and stood up again with the rat in his hand. Then he turned back to look at Elizabeth and asked in general, Eli, did Chief Fujon here come before or after our main army arrived? Elizabeth understood Robin's intent from the question and replied with a smile, he came about an hour before the arrival of our main army, and he had been a light-hearted guest until the moment. Oh, interesting. Robin raised his eyebrows slightly and turned back to look at Fujon, who was still kneeling on the ground. So you wanted to meet me first? You may be a stubborn bastard, but at least you have some patience. I like that. When Fujon heard this, he finally closed his eyes, allowing some sweat to fall to the ground. He began to thank the heavens that he didn't listen to anyone at that moment and attack Elizabeth from behind, or else. Fujon stopped thinking at this point, as he didn't dare to continue thinking about what might happen. All he has to do now is stay in his place until Robin makes his judgment, and even if he tells him that his lands are now his property, he will have no choice but to agree. No, even if he tells him to commit suicide immediately, he will have no choice but to say I hear and obey. What lands and what benefits? The first and most important objective now is to preserve the bloodline of the tribe. I happen to be in a good mood today because I found a new toy. Robin spoke with a smile as he repeatedly tossed the fat rat into the air and caught it. He hadn't expected that he would find a technique related to the soul domain so quickly, especially since he was researching the subject right now. It's true that he might not need a technique to make him control a small animal as he already has sound rings, but a technique that could touch on a soul realm would greatly benefit him in his current experiences. Then he continued, I will ignore your provocative move and allow you to join my army as one of the generals. I have just divided the army into 10 legions, all of whom will immediately launch a campaign against Tree Father Hoffenheim. You and your companions in front of the metal wall will be the 11th Legion. Do you accept? I accept, but. Fujon quickly shouted and raised his face, but then quickly lowered it again and looked at the ground. What's wrong? Stand up and talk. Robin's face contorted a bit. If you refuse to be one of my generals, that's fine, and I won't bully you. I'll let you take your army and return to your lands, and I will only send one of my legions to discuss more terms with you. Fujon didn't know if he should laugh or cry. 1/10 of the army he just saw was enough to battle the Northern Fury tribe and maybe wipe them out completely, but Robin says he doesn't want to bully them. Fujon stood up barely without wiping the dirt off his knees. It's not that I don't want to obey, but I ask your excellency to allow me to return at least half of my army to the tribal lands, with the other half to be yours to dispose of as you wish. Robin did not refuse or agree. He just looked at Fujon with slightly furrowed eyebrows, waiting for him to continue explaining his request. The thing is, our tribe has borders with 2 Tree Fathers, and Tree Father Hoffenheim is one of them. We can't have our entire army enter the domination circle of one of them or the other one will attack us for sure. The most we can do historically is to launch a quick military operation against one of the domination circles and dig the trenches to get some new lands and then return to defense quickly. Fujon shook his head slightly. I have withdrawn my entire army today just for your excellency to see, but I need to return immediately to defend the tribe, or else Tree Father Descartes will seize the opportunity and attack us from behind. If he sent even a portion of his army right now, he will wipe out our families. So you want most of your army to rest in the lands of your tribe and leave me a few clowns to join my campaign? What exactly am I going to do with them? Make them dance for the rest of the legions to entertain them? And at the same time you want to declare your allegiance and tie yourself to my horse and take glory with me if I win. You want the best of both worlds, ha, Fujon. A smile appeared on Robin's face. Your Excellency, I am telling the truth, there must be a strong army in the tribal lands, or else our families will be in danger. Fujon took a step forward and spoke desperately. In the face of Fujon's shouting, Robin raised his hand to silence him, and then said with the same smile, don't get too excited. Do you think me some unreasonable guy? You are already my guy, so how can I put my men's families in such danger? Of course, I will not allow such a thing. In fact, I will increase their protection severalfold. Drops of sweat on Fujon's brown face started to build up at those words. For some reason this increased protection thing scared him even more. Then Robin clapped heavily and continued, what do you think about this? You and the rest of the 11th Legion will stay here and be an essential part of the attack. I will assign one of the first 10 legions to protect your territory on your behalf. What do you think? This. Chapter 481. This. Fujon started to stutter after Robin's words. It seemed as if all the words he knew had escaped from his throat. Sending a tenth of this great army to protect his lands in his absence? He basically submitted to Robin to prevent that damn army from entering his land in the first place. And what exactly will that army do during a war that could take years? Will it just sit on the border? Impossible. They will control the strongholds of the tribe. They will deal with their lands as their own, and they may deal with their women as theirs as well. Fujon started waving his hand in panic. No, that wouldn't work. Never mind what I said earlier, I will keep my whole army here with you, no need to send any legions to protect my tribe's lands. Thank you very much. Robin raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, didn't you say that Tree Father Descartes would invade you if you didn't come back? The Grazing Rats tribe has borders with the Tree Father Descartes like us. If Tribe Chief Sharver puts his army on alert on the border with Tree Father Descartes' domination circle, he will prevent him from sending any large army to invade us, and this will solve the problem. Fujon pointed at the rat in Robin's hand and spoke quickly, as if I would put my whole army on alert for a few years for you. You haven't even apologized yet for putting me in this situation and you are still making more demands. The rat screamed in Robin's hand, but it actually looked cute. Haha, don't worry, Fujon, no one will harm your families. Besides, the presence of the Grazing Rats tribe's army on their borders will not protect you. What if that Descartes decided to send a small elite battalion to your land? He would destroy it before an army, before the Grazing Rats even knows what happens, right? Robin ignored the sparks flying between Fujon and the rat and spoke. Then he called out next to him in the language of planet Jura, Billy, you will be in charge of the legion that will protect the lands of the Northern Fury tribe. Billy nodded once strongly, but it was clear that he was annoyed. Protection missions are always boring. He just escaped protecting planet Jura to be put again on protection duty here, but he cannot break Robin's orders in front of a few strangers. Fie you. The rat let out a long snort when he heard this. Putting his army on standby, perhaps for years, would not do him any good. It would be just as if he placed his entire army in the borders with Tree Father Descartes. Then what about the rest of his borders? You haven't escaped yet. Robin brought the rat close to his face and smiled. I understand that there is a Tree Father between you and the tribe of Northern Fury, called Descartes, right? While my general Billy guards that border, I will commission him to start skirmishes with that Descartes. I want your tribe to help him on the other side. In short, while my other 10 legions are busy with Tree Father Hoffenheim, I want the Grazing Rats to cooperate with General Billy's 5th Legion and fuck with Tree Father Descartes as much as possible. Do you agree? What do I gain from that? The rat was silent for a while and then asked. Robin raised his shoulders and spoke. I will offer you the same agreement I gave to Fujon. Lands and treasures will be based on the extent of your contribution. Fujon's face grew uglier at this point, while the rat's face began to glow with excitement. The Fujon army would be only one of 10 legions, and it might even be the weakest of them. How exactly would its contributions accumulate? As for the Grazing Rats tribe, they would only be one of 2 armies attacking Tree Father Descartes. The pressure on them would be greater, but their chance to shine was much better. Alright, let's go. The rat raised both of his little hands and yelled. What about me? I have a border with Tree Father Hoffenheim and Tree Father Labeacon. I also have boundaries with Tree Father Hoffenheim, Tree Father Lapican, and Tree Father Snost. Before Robin could even respond to the excited rat, 2 voices next to him quickly resounded. They were the Hopu and the Crow. Oh, you 2 want to enter into the agreement too? Robin looked at them and asked with a smile. Yes please. The 2 spoke in one breath. All the ideas that they came up with disappeared in a moment. Persuading this new tribe to enter into an alliance like any other tribe? Giving them a big blow to make them know their true worth? None of this is possible. The moment the last soldier of Jura's army emerged, the sense of equality that had slowly built up over hundreds of thousands of years among the human tribes of Greenland collapsed. The harsh conditions that Robin gave Fujon before seemed like mercy from heaven now. What's the problem if Chief Robin decides on their shares? Obviously, the new tribe could fight on their own. Robin was very generous in allowing the Fujon to participate in the first place, even if he allowed them to take an inch of new land that was enough. Rather, leaving aside dividing the spoils, Chief Robin holding the embodiment of Clan Chief Sherver in his hand and playing with him like a puppet didn't seem so strange after all. What kept them silent till now was that they didn't know if such a tempting offer could be extended to them as well, but the agreement with the Grassland Rat tribe now gave them some hope. Ha, that is alright I guess. Since you both have a boundary with Tree Father Hoffenheim, you can join. But I understand that you can't enter with your full armies. Stay here with the Council of Generals and coordinate with them on how you will participate in the war. Robin smiled lightly and spoke in an indifferent tone, but in reality, he was very happy inwardly. Thank you. Both the Hoopoe and the Crow looked at each other with joy for a moment, then turned back and bowed to Robin like a subordinate to his boss. Robin didn't know what to say at this scene. It didn't even take half a year and he actually managed to indirectly subdue 4 major human tribes, which is almost a quarter of the planet's human population. This was something he had never expected. He knew that if he had continued the war with only the Golden Battalion, it would not have been achieved so easily. But absolute power always has another opinion. Little pieces of shit. A few words escaped from Ella's mouth, making both the Crow and the Hoopoe realize what had just happened. Robin chuckled a bit, then passed his gaze on the 3 animals and then on Fujon and spoke. Today may be hard for some of you, and an opportunity for some. Some of you want to make a good long-term association with me and some of you want lands and spoils that come from accepting me, and that's okay. But, don't let this be the last of your concerns. From today, you are unofficial members of the True Beginning Empire. Sorry for the word if I hurt some of you, but it can be said that you are now mercenaries at best. Fujon and the other 3 clan chiefs exchanged glances but didn't say anything. Robin then continued, that situation doesn't need to stay the same though. If you decide to become true members of the True Beginning Empire one day, your gains will not be limited to mere lands and fortunes. The Crow raised its head slightly and looked at Fujon and then the Hoopoe, before asking Robin, what is the True Beginning Empire? What are those earnings you speak of? Haha, how can that be simple? Show me on the battlefield whether you are worthy to join or not, then my generals will tell you. Robin laughed loudly, then looked back at his generals. If nothing else for today, I'll go back to my tent. Morin, come with me. Chapter 482. Wait. Caesar hurriedly gestured with both of his hands in front of Robin. Aren't you going to say something to the soldiers? You are their emperor. They are about to start a war that could last for years. How can you leave them like this? Robin's legs fixed in place and he took a quick glance at the sea of men around him, then turned back to look at his generals. Do I really have to say something? You do it or let Alexander do it. Standing in front of millions to deliver a speech. Robin's heart started beating fast. Since Robin was 3 years old, he was dragged to training in seclusion. Then he was isolated in the cave for more than 100 years, and all those problems and wars happened that made him focus on seclusion even more to develop himself. All of these things, in the end, made him an introvert. Although his return to his position as a military commander and a researcher forced him to be the focus of the world's attention, he still definitely does not like to be put in situations like this. He stands to speak to millions of people. Even when he addressed all the people of the ancestral continent that day and announced the new era, he saw no one in front of him. He only spoke to himself while holding a voice talisman. What does Alexander have to do with it? Your Excellency is the emperor. Everyone is here for you. I will move your army for you, but in the end, it is still your army. Alexander shook his head and spoke quickly to distance himself from this embarrassing situation. This is, all right. Robin rubbed his head a bit and then took a few steps towards the edge of the tent. He started to try his high-pitched voice that he hadn't used in a long time, ahem. Although Fujon did not understand a word of what he just heard, Robin's movement and his simple movements informed him and the rest of his entourage that he was about to give a speech to his soldiers. So they narrowed their eyes a little and focused intensely on every detail. They may not understand anything Robin will say, but it doesn't matter. The soldiers' reactions and their gazes at him will tell them a lot about that person who appeared out of nowhere and decided to hire them as mercenaries. They all waited for an enthusiastic shout from the soldiers as a reception for their leader's speech, but what met them was silence. Absolute silence. A relatively narrow hill on which stood more than 4 million soldiers in full body armor. How noisy could a place like this be? No matter how they tried to stay quiet, their weapons and shields would emit some sounds from the friction. Even their breaths and heartbeats would make a loud noise. But after Robin took his steps, Fujon and the rest felt that even the sound of the soldiers' breaths had calmed down and their heartbeats had stopped. Focusing a bit, the sound of some small insects could be heard. But even those insects were quickly found by the soldiers and were stepped on with a light movement. Fujon was surprised by what is happening. Where is all the noise that was filling the hill just before? What about those drunks who, When Fujon looked towards the place where the rune masters and divine blacksmiths were partying, he didn't find a single person drinking or talking. No, he didn't find anyone there in the first place. After searching for a bit, he found all the drunkards wearing formal attire and standing in lines like the rest of the soldiers. Then he gazed at those in the enormous kitchen, and the soldiers of the Golden Battalion, who were playing chess a short while ago without the care of the whole world. He quickly found in their place nearly 50,000 real soldiers, all of them wearing their full-body golden armor proudly and silently as if nothing had happened. Fujon could easily count around 15,000 Stage 3 Heavenly Laws users in the army in front of him, yet they are all lined up among the other soldiers that you can't tell them apart just by looking. He himself has about 1,000 sages in his army, but each one of them wears the clothes he wants and goes to the side he wants during the battle. He does not have any real power over them. But that he sees now, are these Stage 3 Law users being treated like ordinary soldiers? And their eyes. Those eyes of theirs. Every one of the 4 million soldiers in front of him now looks at Robin not with excitement, respect, or even fear, but with light smiles and bright eyes. When Fujon looked into those eyes for a moment, he knew the meaning of these gazes, that it was something they had missed for hundreds of thousands of years. It was a gaze of hope. They now do not look to a military leader whom they fear, nor a ruler whom they respect. They look to their bright future. Fujon moved his eye towards the crow and the hoppu and found them looking at me with strange looks as well, clearly seeing what he was seeing. Robin had only said ahem so far, but it had already affected their way of thinking. This didn't take more than 2 seconds before he finally heard Robin's voice speaking in a foreign language. I, Emperor Robin Burton, the sole ruler of planet Jura. Long live the Emperor. Long live the Emperor. Robin raised his hand smilingly to silence the crowd in front of him, a strong title, ha, but you know, I don't think I deserve it. My first war was because I wanted to avenge my son, Caesar. While the second was because I wanted to protect my family, and even my war against the 4 empires was out of revenge and to stop any such future incidents. I was never the emperor-conqueror guy you imagine me to be. I have been led by circumstances all my life. I ruled the planet Jura not because I wanted to rule the world, but because I was afraid of being ruled by someone else. Everyone remained in great silence waiting for Robin to continue, and indeed, sons and daughters of Jura, I have been selfish and wanted to direct the world according to my vision. I am not an emperor, I am just a man who does what he thinks is right. Will you forgive me for my selfishness? Bam, bam, rumble. Not one of the soldiers said a word, but they raised their right foot and banged it into the ground with such force that the entire hill shook. The Northern Fury Tribe's army sitting in front of the metal wall found themselves rising 2 feet mid-air before descending again on their butts. Fujon was terrified for a moment by what was happening and thought he had activated the earthquake attack unknowingly. But he quickly controlled his nerve and noticed the features of the soldiers who looked a little angry and some of them were even in tears. Obviously, this kick was some kind of objection. Elizabeth and the rest of the generals started to look at each other apprehensively. Perhaps pressuring Robin to give a speech today wasn't a good idea. Chapter 483. Step, step, clang. From among the shocked protesting army, a man in golden-colored full-body armor advanced. He took off his helmet revealing his scarred face, then knelt on one foot, with one hand embracing the helmet and a hand touching the ground. He spoke in a loud voice, "Your Excellency, your words are a heavenly law for us, but not this time. You asked us to forgive you. A few years ago, I was a useless person loitering in the alley bars of Phases City in the Flame Continent to waste time until death remembered me. I had no purpose in life and nothing to be proud of except that I am a high-leveled saint. Today, I am a sage-level soldier fighting on another planet while wielding equipment my ancestors never dreamed they would touch. My son back home is studying at an academy with the goal to become a famous divine blacksmith. You have brought us honor, strength, hope, unity, and a path. For what shall we forgive you exactly? Ha, ha." The 4 million soldiers struck their weapons on their shields, declaring their agreement with the words of that sage. Your Majesty, if you united planet Jura because you wanted power then we support you. If you united planet Jura for revenge then we are on your side. And if you unite it because you were just bored then we hope you enjoyed it. That sage continued, stopping for a moment as a few drops of tears began to fall from his eyes. But if you are saying this to step down from your position and leave us alone after you have brought us to this position, then we really will not forgive you and we will not accept anyone else. You are the eternal emperor of planet Jura. From start to finish, Robin did not take his eyes off the person kneeling in front of him. At that moment, he looked around and lazily asked, "Do you all feel the same way?" Ha, ha, ha. Arg. The cheering of the soldiers this time was so loud that Fujon had to raise both his hands and put them to his ears. He had no idea what was being said, but damn, it was that loud. Then make me an actual fucking emperor. Robin raised his voice loudly, covering everyone. You say there is nothing to forgive me for? Alright then, but that doesn't negate the fact that I really didn't choose any of my battles in planet Jura. All of them were defensive or preventive, and you are all not, in my view, slaves of war, but part of a larger family. This is why I am trying to gather you around me and make you stronger. Doesn't that make me something like a chief of a big tribe at most? He then pointed under his feet and continued, but this place is different. I chose this planet, I chose to conquer it, and I decided that it would be Jura's first backyard. Here will be the first real launch of the true beginning empire. Only by ruling Greenland will I become an emperor. Ha! Robin then opened his hands wide and shouted loudly, "Sons of planet Jura, I hereby declare war over planet Greenland with the intent to conquer it. Will you give me this planet? Would you make me a true emperor?" Clank, clank, clank. This time there was no cheering in response, and the 4 million soldiers all contented themselves with tapping their shields with their weapons without saying a word. Fujon and the rest of the sages and his entourage involuntarily moved their hands toward their weapons as they were sweating. The sheer amount of killing intent of the 4 million law users seemed to change the laws around them, and a sense of extreme danger gripped their hearts and made them take a step back even though it was not directed against them. After the day's meetings were over, Fujon would come out to his army in front of the wall, only to find that more than half of them passed out. Long live the real beginning empire. Jabba stepped forward and exclaimed loudly to lighten the atmosphere a bit, "Long live the emperor. Long live the true beginning empire. Long live the true beginning empire. Long live the emperor. Long live the emperor." Reuben nodded a few times and then raised his hands and motioned calmly to them, before looking at the gathering of generals behind him and speaking audibly. "Find a way to calculate the contributions of all the participants in the next war. The level and position a soldier serves must be taken into account as well." Then he turned back to look at the crowd in front of him. "You all know that the lands of planet Jura have been divided among noble families for tens of thousands of years. It is difficult for me to find land to distribute even to my closest followers, but here the situation is different. This is a new planet at least twice as large as Jura that awaits its new owners. Sons and daughters of Jura, shine here and take over your lands, here where you can make a future for your own dynasty that will last thousands of years. The incoming war will be difficult, but I trust in your abilities. Make me an emperor and I will make the worthy among you nobles. Long live the true beginning empire. Long live the emperor. The cheering this time was not only with the intent of killing and firmness, but hope and happiness were apparent in the voices. Calculating contributions was a common thing in battles, where a few individuals were appointed to monitor important events, strong individual decisions, and immense individual killing numbers. The purpose of this is to choose the officers who will be promoted after the battle to replenish those who are dead and perhaps to monitor the best soldiers who specialize in killing in order to form special units. That is all. But out of all that Robin said just now, everyone focused on one phrase, which is that the level and position a soldier serves must be taken into account. This would not be the usual contribution calculation. He also spoke of the lands. Contributions will not only be exchanged for promotions, but for privately owned plots of land. This is a pipe dream for most of those out there today. If contributions were to be counted by the number of killings, then no one would be so happy, and only sages would control the list. Now the rune masters, divine blacksmiths, ordinary soldiers, and even the logistics officials would have a share of the contributions if they excelled at their job. This made even the dwarves and starlings coming from Nihari jump in celebration too. Who would refuse a piece of fertile land on another planet, but a madman? Robin didn't add another word, just looking around for a few seconds, looking at the product of his handiwork over the past decades. Then he gave a satisfied smile and moved towards his tent, holding the fat rat in his hand, with Morin walking behind him. Chapter 484. Inside Robin's tent. From the outside, the tent is an embodiment of the greatness of the Emperor of planet Jura. It has 6 solid walls inlaid with golden energy stones, and a sage wearing the distinctive golden full-body armor standing right in front of each of the walls of the tent to prevent the approach of any danger or even any disturbance. At the same time, they stand at a distance of a few meters from the tent to prevent their breath from disturbing their emperor. On the inside, however, it is the complete opposite. Because no one dares to enter to clean the tent without Robin's request, and because Robin himself is preoccupied with what he is doing and forgets to give orders to clean it, the tent remained filled with a few leftovers of food, shredded papers, and used energy stones and pearls. Only his desk, where he conducts his research, and his bed, which he spends most of his time on while activating the soul-filling technique, he keeps clean by himself. Step. Robin entered the tent jumping over the trash on the ground until he reached his desk, then he sat down and threw the rat on top of the desk, and returned to look at Morin standing in front of him, but he did not speak directly. Rather, he went back to look at his desk first for about a minute. It was clear to both Morin and the rat that Robin was trying to control his breathing and his heartbeat, which was why neither of them said a word. Finally, he went back to look at Morin and pulled the words out of his mouth with difficulty. "How is it over there?" "Better than expected." Morin smiled innocently. "Our females' reproductive rates have increased remarkably. In fact, it can be said that they have never been higher in history, and the numbers of powerhouses in our army are increasing with every minute. I assure you that you will not regret this decision, my lord." "Key." The fat rat panicked and took 2 steps back until it almost fell off the desk. Morin's smile will be enough to give him nightmares for a few years. Even Robin didn't seem too pleased with Morin's response, tapping on the desk and wagging his foot involuntarily for about another minute. "Are there any humans there?" "No, my lord, there are only half-humans over there," Morin explained, "and I do not mean branches that are close to humans like the dwarves and starlings, for example, but true half-humans far from the main branch, such as the creatures of the reptilians, the naga, and the draters. They all carry the primitive blood lineage suitable to empower us because of their human half, and I can't deny that, but in the end, they are just bloodthirsty creatures who live at each other's throats all the time while we are just a new species in the food chain there." Robin nodded slightly upon hearing this. Reptilians are half humans and half lizards, naga are creatures that are half humans and half snakes, while draters are half humans and half spiders. These creatures exist on planet Nihari as well, but they are considered at the rock bottom of intelligent beings. They tend more to live on the beast side of their bloodline, as all of them are dangerous and bloodthirsty, and Nihari giants organize extermination campaigns for them from time to time until they are on the brink of extinction. But Morin's description of the demons as just a new race just like these things is laughable. But Robin didn't stop at that point, instead just looking into the eyes of the Demon King for a few seconds resolutely. "Morin, if you find any humans there, don't worry, my lord, we won't dare forget your orders. We will arrest them and then put them in safe camps until you issue your order on how to deal with them, but we really haven't found any human beings yet, as most probably they have already been exterminated by the half-humans." Morin shook his head gently. Robin finally seemed to give up, so he let out a long sigh and went back to rubbing his forehead. "Alright, just keep a few samples alive for me, as I want to run a few tests on them to see what caused the human lineage to merge with all those beasts. Of course, if you want, we can bring you some captives here." "No need, I will go there myself." "Maybe that wouldn't be a very good idea, my lord." When Robin heard this, he stopped massaging his forehead and looked at the demon in front of him for a long time. His heartbeats, which he'd barely controlled a minute ago, began to destabilize again. On that day a few years ago when Robin renewed his contract with the all-seeing god, he asked him for the coordinates of a few planets to train his army and get enough resources so that he would have enough strength to do something about the Nihari invasion. He said that it would also be an opportunity to see other cultivation systems and perhaps gather ideas on how to reach the 3rd stage of the Master Truth Law. But the all-seeing god strongly refused, saying that he would have to buy those coordinates with huge amounts of money from specialized authorities because Robin did not want just any random planet. Instead, he wanted certain planets that would benefit him in terms of training and resources within a short period. After a few rounds of bargaining, Robin was able to obtain the coordinates of 2 planets. But the all-seeing god stressed that one of the 2 would be for humans and the other would be for the demons. One would be useful to train his troops and obtain resources suitable for his quest, and the other must be used as a farm. Robin tried to protest, knowing very well what the demons could do if he let them loose. But the all-seeing god convinced him that strengthening the demons would be the most direct way to strengthen his army. He also told him that the planet dedicated to the demons is a place full of evil creatures and that they deserve what will happen to them, saying that he will only bring justice to the world by cleaning it of those things. Robin finally agreed, then he ordered to build a private gate for the demons to be hidden in the largest forest in the central continent. But after Robin calmed down from the anger that was controlling him at that time, he began to question himself. No matter how evil the creatures on that planet are, is there not a rational person among them? Is there not an innocent female or a child who just likes to play around, as the fact that they are useful to demons is enough to know that they are intelligent creatures? He tried a lot to get those thoughts out of his head, especially after the demons started to migrate to the space portal and he started the campaign. However, the feeling of sin never left him. Chapter 485. Robin remained silent for a few more seconds. There was no need for him to ask Morin to explain his words either, as it was too clear. He is telling him not to go, so he won't back down from his decision to turn that planet into a farm. But this left Robin with a much worse imagination than the one he had in his head. The situation there is so bloody that he shouldn't even see it. The rune masters and divine blacksmiths who went with you to build the space portal on the farm planet, did they see something they shouldn't have seen? Robin sighed and finally asked. Morin's words just now were more than enough to describe the horrors that are happening there, and revealing that secret to the humans on planet Jura would have dire effects. Don't worry, my lord. Right after we arrived at the farm planet, we heavily guarded the location for miles around the rune masters and the divine blacksmiths until they finished the space portal. Then we immediately sent them back to the ancestral continent of planet Jura. Although they tried a lot to go around and explore the farm, we took many precautions to keep them oblivious. They had their doubts, but they haven't seen or felt anything. Robin nodded a few times and was silent for a few seconds. Eventually, he just said, "Good, keep on with your good work there." Naturally, Morin bowed completely and then turned back to ask, "Is there something specific you want from me, my lord? His Highness Caesar sent word to us that you want to meet one of the demon kings." "Yeah, eat that." With a light movement of Robin's hand, Morin found a dead body lying in front of him. The demons got down on one knee and began examining the corpse. It was a humanoid-looking corpse, extremely white in color with green hair, and there was also green blood on the corner of its mouth. He soon found that although that corpse looked very much like humans, it was far from that. But since he had his orders, he extended his hand to the belly of the corpse in front of him. He searched until he found an organ resembling a liver, then he lifted it up to him and took a bite. Gulp! Robin looked to his right and chuckled softly. The swallowing sound that resounded in the tent was not that of Morin, but of the fat rat that swallowed its saliva while twitching as it involuntarily approached Robin. Robin shook his head when he saw this scene and then turned back to the Demon King. "So, do you feel something?" The demon's silence lasted for a few more seconds before he got up and stood in front of Robin again with his hand behind his back. "Delicious. Worth another bite." "Delicious? Is that it?" Robin raised his eyebrows. "Yeah, that is it. This meat doesn't affect me in any other way. It is like eating a beast or some fruits, it keeps us alive and our bellies full, but it will never satisfy our hunger nor will it increase our strength." The demon responded quickly, already knowing what Robin wanted to ask about. "Ha, interesting. We have a few million of these corpses now. I thought it would be of use to you." Robin looked back at the bud. Morin shook his head. "It is just some kind of a plant full of energy. While we get stronger by feeding on intelligent beings of the ancient bloodline, how can these corpses help us? But if you want to put them to good use, I think they will be perfect as a meal for your Draco Beast core. This corpse, for example, contains energy equivalent to a 5-colored sunflower herb." "Oh, how could I not have thought of this?" Robin grabbed a piece of paper in front of him and started writing a few things quickly and excitedly. "We have a few million of these corpses and it is guaranteed that their numbers will increase even more in the coming period, just as the entire Draco core came today. If we focus on breeding them for the next few years, their numbers will boom and their strength will increase greatly. This way my Draco fleet will really be a force to fear, and we will save a large number of resources that we would have used to trade with Nihari. No, this is a very limited look. Every corpse is worth a high-energy ancient herb. What can I do with such an unlimited supply?" But he suddenly let go of the pen and looked at Morin. "Wait a minute. Your race can eat high-level beasts and plants to stay alive, but your strength will only increase by eating a person of an intelligent race related to some kind of ancient bloodline like the humans, right? What I heard about you all when I first saw him on is that your race was cursed and your strength and numbers can only increase by eating intelligent beings of that ancient bloodline. I thought you can only level up by eating Nihari aboriginals, but this is long proven wrong after you increased your strength from eating Jura's humans and farm planet's hybrid creatures. I thought to myself maybe an intelligent soul is what makes you stronger. After all, this is the main difference between intelligent beings and beasts. But this bud has the soul of a human named Amisoi with a high level of intelligence, and yet his flesh does not affect you. Tell me, what exactly makes you stronger?" "I don't know about the matter of the curse, my lord, but I feel that it has something to do with the blood of the intelligent beings." Morin hesitated a bit. "The blood itself?" Robin furrowed his eyebrows slightly. Yeah, the blood. Blood. Morin hesitated slightly as his killing intent increased frighteningly. Key. The rat let out a shriek and then jumped up to hide in Robin's sleeve. Alright, let's change the subject. Robin motioned the demon to calm down. This matter deserves further research. I want you to collect the dead bodies of your kind for me starting today. Perhaps I will know what is going on after the autopsy. But we have to honor the dead by eating them. Morin was visibly moved, as this is one of the greatest traditions. Eating them? I will hand them over to you after I finish the autopsy, and I also don't want much, just 50 corpses will suffice. Try to get me the corpses of individuals of different levels of strength as well. Yes, my lord. Morin hesitated for a moment and then nodded. Good, you can go back now. Robin shifted from his seat to face the desk and motioned for Morin to exit. But the demon didn't come out immediately. My lord, we have a small request. Robin looked back at him. Can we bring our families from planet Nihari? Please. Morin bowed completely. Robin frowned at the question. When the war on planet Jura began a few years ago, Robin brought tens of thousands of demons with him, all of them with at least a knight's strength and all of them were real warriors. Then the standoff occurred with the Nihari Union sect, and the demons were unable to return nor were they able to summon their families. They remained in their places and started forming new families, and within a few years the tens of thousands turned into more than 500,000. It was enough that the demons remained silent and had never opened up about such a sensitive topic before. But now that trade with the Nihari Union sect has resumed and the portal in Hope City can be used without many issues, it is natural for the demons to want to see their families. But the idea of bringing more demons to the central continent sent chills down his spine. Had it not been for the fact that they had a farm planet now that can feed them, he would have rejected the idea immediately. As for now, Robin waited for several seconds and then nodded twice. Talk to the sages of the Burton family who are in charge of trading with the Nihari Union sect, they will arrange it for you. Thank you, my lord. Morin yelled and then hurried out of the tent, excited to bring the news back. Chapter 486. Deep breath. Long exhale. Robin sat with his elbows on the desk in front of him as he rubbed his head with his fingertips while trying to regulate his breathing again. His meeting with the demon just now lasted only a few minutes, but its effect on him was stronger than even some of the wars he fought. Who was this? Finally, the rat mustered up some courage, got out of Robin's sleeve, and asked. Although he didn't understand a word of the conversation between Robin and the crimson creature because they were speaking in planet Jura's language, that horned creature was simply the embodiment of horror. Sigh. He is one of the generals of my second army, Robin replied. Your second army? You have an army of those creatures. Robin nodded softly. And their progress stopped for a few years, but they should be stronger than the army you saw outside by now. Stronger. They won't come here, would they? The rat started to stutter when he heard Robin's words, but he finally managed to finish his question. Robin shook his head. No, I sent them to another place, the war there has been going on for a while already. Oh, Rat's heart finally relaxed a bit. Then what are you worrying about? With an army of those creatures, your enemies will surrender very soon. You must be saying to yourself, what a weirdo, but you are right. I sent them and I know what they are capable of, but at the same time I regret my decision every day. I can immediately give the order for them to withdraw, but something inside me tells me not to. I have directly passed the verdict of annihilation on entire races, but I still act like a helpless spectator. You must think I am a weak person now, Mr. Rat, don't you? Robin gave a sneering laugh. The rat slowly turned back to look at Robin, his eyes still radiating terror. I think you as weak. A person who is capable of directing such armies is weak. He didn't verbally answer Robin's question, which he thought the answer to was too obvious. If he dared to think of Robin as weak, then he doesn't even need to live anymore. But at this moment, he seemed to remember something, forcing his voice to come out. What will happen after those creatures are finished with their enemies there? Who knows, maybe I will get them to help here. Robin looked up as a strange smile appeared on his face. No, please, no. The rat jumped up and grabbed one of Robin's fingers and began to beg. You already have a big army here and we are your partners, right? Why would you bring us those creatures? Send them somewhere else. Partners? Robin looked back at the fat rat. Sigh. You said your name is Sherver, right? I guess I won't summon them if you are obedient, but I don't want anything I just said to spread, okay? That would raise a lot of questions and make me angry. You don't want me to be angry, do you, Sherver? Don't worry, I won't open my mouth. And I swear to you that everyone in my tribe at least will stay on the straight line. I will make sure of that myself. The fat rat looked down while clasping his little hands. How could he not understand what questions Robin says will make him angry? He himself almost asked a few of them just before Robin spoke. What exactly is this race that seems ready to devour the worlds? What is its origin, and exactly where did he send them? He said that the fighting has been going on for a while where they are. Well, he did not hear about something like this till now, which means that why are they not in the area of one of the human tribes or even the domination circles of the Tree Fathers? This only means that they. When Sherver reached that point, he raised his head again in fear to find Robin looking at him with a strange smile. The simple smile was enough to tell him that Robin really doesn't care if the conversation that just took place leaked or not. He wouldn't get angry if everyone accused him of being a person from another world. He came to conquer them, he would only silence everyone again by force. What weakness or regret? Is this guy trying to convince me of something he isn't? Or is he trying to convince himself that he still has some humanity left? He is a monster as much as that damned crimson creature. The fat rat did not know what to say in front of that smile full of provocation. He felt as if Robin was saying, "Go on, spread the word and tell everyone that I am an otherworldly invader, I dare you." Perhaps that is his way to test my loyalty? That is the only thing that crossed Clan Chief Sherver's mind as he looked at Robin's provocative and confident smile. "Good. Talking to you drove my thoughts away a little, that is what I need right now. I am counting on you to keep me busy for the next period, okay?" After a few more seconds Robin spent watching the mouse, he tapped on the table and his eyes began to shimmer gold again. "Now let us get down to business. You are going to stay here with me for a few days to answer a few questions and maybe run a few tests. Then I will allow you to sever the soul connection with this rat and get back to your body, deal?" The rat was about to nod vigorously in agreement, but he found Robin picking it up from the desk and began examining him anyway. 10 days later. "Hey ick. Ha, ha, ha." Thousands of kilometers from the steep hill, a fat man with a huge mustache placed his hand on his chest and began to pant heavily. "Tribe Chief Sherver, you finally came back? We were starting to worry about, Tribe Chief." When the head of the guard heard the sound of loud panting inside the room, he quickly opened the door and entered. Protecting the body of the chief of the tribe during the process of embodiment is a very sensitive process. Those who are entrusted to do it are often the chief's first-degree relatives, such as his sons or close uncles. The chief of the guard this time was the youngest uncle of the Grazing Rats tribe's tribe chief. But the look of terror on his nephew's face made him stand still for a moment, and then started running toward him again. "Tribe Chief, what happened to you? Gather, gather." Sherver tried to speak but could not get the next word out. So he reached out his hand next to him and held a flask containing a pink liquid, then he drank it all before throwing it to the side and holding the chief of the guard's head with both hands. "Gather the whole army, we must move immediately to the border with Tree Father Descartes. We must do everything we can to amass contributions. We must not make him angry, we must. Chapter 487. Immediately after Robin finished his speech to the soldiers that day, the meeting of the generals began. It was a long, exhausting meeting that lasted more than 2 hours, with each trying to choose his ideal army from his point of view. Examples included the number of wind troops in relation to the flame troops, the number of sages in each legion, and the type of heavenly law they use. They also discussed how to divide the golden battalion between them, the amount of supplies they need, and determining the path each would take according to the points set by Robin. Even tribe leader Haidar and tribe leader Debas participated strongly in the meeting. They offered to attack the eastern and northeastern borders continuously, but not to go too far inside so that Hoffenheim would keep a large part of his army there, an offer that was gladly accepted by the rest of the generals. Fujon and his daughter also attended the meeting. At first, they acted very cautiously, as if they were cats in a cage that contained dozens of lions. After the first hour, Ellis participated strongly in determining their own path as well. Her father kept moving his eyes from person to person to try to understand the personalities of the individuals he will deal with during the coming period. After the meeting, the generals needed another 2 hours for their legions to be practically formed. Then they needed another hour for the march to begin. As Robin commanded, before sunset on the same day, the 11th Legion, the Northern Wrath Tribe's complete army, moved out from the front of the metal wall to start its course. Behind it, the other 10 legions set out one after the other. Only General Billy's 5th Legion took a completely different route as he headed toward the west in order to start the protection mission that was entrusted to him. Contrary to expectations, the days did not go by as slowly as they did in the first few months of Robin and the Golden Battalion's arrival in Greenland. There were many elements that burdened everyone before and made their days filled with overthinking. These included the fear of the unknown, waiting until an official estimate of the enemy's strength was established before advancing, and trying to cover their tracks as much as possible so that everyone would not know that they were invaders from another world. All of this ceased to exist after the arrival of the main army from planet Jura. Advancing forward was neither blind nor apprehensive, but with enthusiasm and high expectations. Each of the 11 legions tried to reach their nearest point as quickly as possible. Although the generals did not speak again about Robin's intention to punish the worst general among them, nor did they even know what that punishment was, this did not prevent the feeling of competition among them and even the soldiers themselves, especially after Robin's speech. "We will make His Excellency Robin Burton the sole emperor of this world." This sentence was echoed in everyone's mind involuntarily as they walked toward hundreds of millions of enemies. But of course, imitating Robin as emperor was not their only motive. 4 years later. 1, 2, hop. 2 men shouted at the same time while they were holding a Bud's corpse by his legs and arms. The body fell on top of a large pile of white corpses a few dozen meters away from where they were standing. "Arg, haven't we finished collecting 1,000 corpses yet?" One of them extended his arms and said tiredly. "Come on, don't be lazy, we still need one more." The other soldier started moving his head left and right until his neck made a cracking sound, then he started walking toward the nearest Bud's corpse. This Bud was killed by a quick sword strike, his body is still intact, and his guts are still inside, so it is valid. All right, let's get this done." The other soldier walked behind him heavily as he grabbed the Bud's feet. 1, 2, hop. "Ha, finally." The second soldier yelled, and his body fell backward. "Huff, huff, we have to search for the corpses of high-level Buds and make sure their guts are intact and that they didn't bleed too much. That is not easy in this sea of dismembered corpses. I can't believe I'm doing all this for a price of just 5 points for each of us." Puff. The other soldier sat in his place as well. Although his condition didn't look better than his colleagues, he was holding on a bit. "You have 5 minutes to rest, we have to collect another 1,000 bodies before sunset." "What? Arg, alright." The lying soldier was about to scream out loud, but it seemed as if he had remembered something and only adjusted his position to make it more comfortable. Conversations like this were taking place all around them for a few kilometers. You could see tens of thousands of soldiers doing just like these two now, all staggering and unable to stand still. They gathered high-level intact corpses in piles as if their lives depended on it. Those who couldn't would have to settle for the low-level corpse or even the restored corpse, but the payment would be much lower. A colossal battle had just ended against 3 million buds, and everyone in the Legion was involved in the action in one way or another. When the time came and the rest of the Buds' army withdrew, all the members of the Legion were panting for some cold air. Yet no one was relieved, and they immediately began collecting the corpses. Why? Because collecting 1,000 corpses would turn into 10 points. Calculating contributions was something that Robin ordered in passing after his speech 4 years ago. It was later translated by the generals into a casual point system in the beginning, but the system developed until it became the mainstay of the army now. Things like killing a Bud with the power of a knight would be worth 1 point. Making a first stage Heavenly Law talisman would be worth 1 point, maintaining a divine armament would be worth 1 point, and even other basic things like 1 point for making 10,000 meals. And the new surprise is that drawing a first stage law offensive divine tattoo for a soldier is also worth 1 point. Although the Emperor strictly forbade the use of the body strengthening divine tattoo itself because it transforms natural energy into purely physical strength and disturbs the ecosystem, offensive divine tattoos do not even force the energy into the user's body. They only transform it from one form to another. Although this greatly increases the pressure on the body, the offensive divine tattoos do not negatively affect the environment. Bodily damage incurred can be mitigated by using energy pearls as the main source for energy consumption. After approving the new decision, Jabba spread the method of drawing divine tattoos among the rune masters, and they immediately began their new work. Now, flame users could use offensive divine tattoos to make a simple ice shield, or use wind class divine tattoos to support and strengthen the flames. This brought the strength of the entire army to a completely different level. But those things that need experience and strength are not the only things that earn points. There are also a few tasks that many might see as humiliating, but they pay handsomely, like collecting corpses, for example. This is especially true since the weakest one of those in Jura's main army currently is a middle-level knight, and they had barely finished a battle where they couldn't even stand still. A total of 10 points was something that could not be overlooked. "Ray, what are you going to do with your points?" the lying soldier asked. "As for myself, I will pay 100 points to have priority selection when the batch of new full-body divine armors comes. I want to see my children's faces when they see me with this awesome golden armor set when I return to planet Jura. Wouldn't it be glorious? Haha, I am going to buy a plot of land," the soldier named Ray replied. If that's all you care about, then go to sleep. Land in Greenland is so cheap, you can take a 100 square meter plot for only 1 point. The lying soldier raised his head and spoke in surprise. He knew that this taciturn fellow had a lot of points, but it never occurred to him that he would think of something like buying land. The points system has evolved over the past 4 years to include everything that soldiers may need inside and outside the battlefield. The list of exchange points changes from time to time to even include things such as buying 1 piece of divine equipment for 30 points. You could also enter a soldier's son into the Rune Master's main academy located on the ancestral continent and sponsor his expenses until graduation for only 20 points. Chapter 488. You think my goal is a piece of land of 100 square meters in Greenland? Ha! I have known you for a long time, Farid, but you shock me with your lack of ambition every now and then. But what do I expect from a fool who only cares about bragging in front of his kids about his golden armor? Will it provide food and drink for them, you moron? The soldier named Ray shook his head as he said sarcastically. Lack of ambition? Wasn't it you who said you wanted a damn piece of land? Wait, is it possible that you want to become a noble? Farid raised his head slightly and said in a surprised and skeptical tone at the same time. Planet Greenland. It is the aspiration and hope of all those born in the commoners of Jura. Why? Because they did not own a piece of land in their lives. The land distribution system in planet Jura as a whole depends on the distribution of nobles and not private property. For example, the Baron owns at least 10,000 square kilometers of land, and whoever wants to live in this space will be an unofficial follower of that Baron. Of course, a Baron family wouldn't be able to use all those lands by themselves, so they accept some commoners and give them plots of land to cultivate, whether by mining or farming it. But the thing is, most of the income of that land will be handed to the Baron family as taxes, and even the houses of those commoners can be destroyed and be thrown again into the street at any moment, as they are closer to tenants without rights. This, of course, besides that he would have to join the army in the event of an attack on those lands even though he owns nothing in it. Sometimes it happened that armed groups seized empty plots of land belonging to the nobles and declared that it had become theirs, only small plots of land suitable for agriculture and feeding the group. But whoever dared to do something like this met immediate annihilation at the hands of the nobles. Even the largest and richest of merchants can't escape this if they were commoners. Any noble can confiscate everything they own at any moment as long as he has sufficient reason. For this reason alone, the commoner will always remain the commoner. There are a few cases in which a family of commoners was able to peel off a piece of land for themselves and became nobles, but every time this happened it was in a time of strong turmoil and wars, like those that took place thousands of years ago and enabled the Burton family to be able to turn into a noble family. As for here, the situation is different. When it was announced that lands from Greenland would be given away to anyone that is ready to pay points for it, everyone went crazy, especially since 100 square meters cost only 1 point, which means that only 10 points are enough to buy an area of land by establishing a small farm. Everyone in the army now who is not a noble one has already exchanged points or is thinking of exchanging points to take possession of a piece of land to be his own, even if he doesn't really need it, just to experience the feeling of ownership for the first time, and also to give his children something tangible to inherit. It is true that the lands have not been distributed yet, and that whoever makes the exchange is handed only a document stating that he owns a piece of land of such and such size, but everyone understands that this is in order to study all requests and make a rational distribution at the end of the war. It would be strange for someone to buy 100 square meters, for example, and try to buy another piece of land if he had more points, only to find that the land next to him has already been taken. And the generals refuse to give the land to the ordinary soldiers blindly or far apart from each other, as none of the really powerful individuals would be able to find an intact large piece of land to establish his borders as a noble. This is why the distribution hadn't happened yet. Of course, most of those in the army today could only carve out a small piece of land to build a house or a few acres for farming at the maximum, but not a single one of them dare to think of accumulating enough land to be a noble. 10,000 square kilometers to become a baron. If the price is 1 point per 100 square meters, doesn't this mean that they need 100,000 points to buy a plot of land sufficient for a barony? Only the 10 generals can think of it. Ray looked at his owner disdainfully. Are you only looking at your feet? Suppose I want to become an independent noble, is that too difficult? Piffed, impossible. Are you collecting enough for baron's land? It's clear the system is made to serve high earners. Little fish like us don't have a chance. Come and pee on my grave if you can do it even after 1,000 years, haha. Fred laughed loudly and went back to resting his head on the ground again. Idiot. Who said you have to do it alone? They are not called noble families for no reason. All those noble families in our motherland fought together until they took the land and then appointed one of them to be the front of the family. Farid raised his head slightly. You mean? Humph, do you know the Maserati family? They are participating in this war with more than 5,000 knights and dozens of saints, and they are now all concentrating their daily points on buying bordering lands. Do you know what that means? The Maserati family? The affiliated family from the ice continent. Fred twitched as if he had been bitten by a snake. Those peasants who ran after the Frost family's cows day and night are planning to own shit now? 5,000 knights and dozens of saints. At this rate, a barony is not too far away. Damn it, why are we resting then? Come on, let's get ready to collect those damned corpses. I'll try to convince the bastards of my family of this idea. Fred jumped up and took a few steps before suddenly standing up and looking at his friend again. Wait, you don't have any family, you are an orphan. A few years ago your main source of food was rubbish. If you hadn't received the emperor's favor you would be dead now. Why would you seek to be a noble? This is illogical. Who said anything about me wanting to be a nobleman in Greenland? Ray shrugged his shoulders, then stood up and dusted himself off. You. Farid almost came back and grabbed his owner's neck. However, he heard him say, what I want is to buy a piece of land on planet Jura. Jura? The same planet Jura I know. Farid asked, very surprised. Sigh. The list of redeeming points has changed this morning. The nobles of Jura planet have agreed after much pressure to sell plots of land to the commoners as private property. Ray said it softly, but his voice was trembling slightly. Jura nobles are selling their lands? How? Even Farid took a step back as if he had heard the strangest thing in existence. This is an unprecedented incident in history. Ray shrugged again. I heard that the generals had convinced the families there that the number of experts among the commoners was too great now and that they should open up a buying opportunity or civil wars might start soon. The noble families were initially reluctant because their power also increased at great rates after the emperor's revolution and their power was still not something that some divided commoners could stand against. But after arguing with them for about 4 years, most of the noble families in Jura agreed to sell, but with one condition. That the sale will be dedicated to the points system only, as they will not sell to anyone outside the system with all the gold and energy pearls in the world, and the price is 5 points for 1 square meter. 5 points for 1 meter? That. Farid spoke, his body trembling. Ray shook his head slightly and began to stretch out to complete the work. We could work for years with all our might before we can gather enough land to set up the smallest house, is that what you're thinking? But at least there's hope now that I have a headquarters on the mother planet to leave my wife and children in without worrying about them. In addition to that This is awesome. Farid shouted at the top of his lungs and ran pulsing into a nearby pile of corpses. When Ray saw this, he stopped stretching for a moment and smiled, then went to search with his owner. He knew now that he didn't have to justify his decision in the first place. Any piece of land on planet Jura would be worth its weight in gold in the eyes of the commoners. Even if they only took half a meter worth of land they would use it as a grave. Chapter 489. At the same time, tens of thousands of kilometers away. Clatter, clatter. Damn it. The left flank needs reinforcements. Arg. Why aren't those motherfuckers just retreating already? Do they think they can beat us? Just die, damn plant. Fujon stood on top of the unicorns of his army with his hands folded as he watched the situation in front of him silently. This is a situation that has not changed much in the last 4 years, something he sees every day and even dreams about if he falls asleep. It is war. Before this world knew Robin, fallout wars were so infrequent that they occurred every few hundred years. When each war breaks, either a small piece of land is cut off from the tree father, or a human tribe is exterminated. But not anymore. Ellis, lead your beast corps and break through to the right flank. The brown old man spoke in a low voice. Not the left flank? The girl pointed towards her left as if she was trying to alert him to the obvious. Fujon shook his head but replied patiently. The left flank can hold out for another hour before it collapses completely, while we have the upper hand on the right flank. If you break through cleanly and turn around to strike the enemies on the left flank from behind, victory will be ours. Oh, alright then. The girl jumped over the head of a huge rhinoceros, then quickly gathered thousands of large felines and reptiles and attacked the right flank directly. Fujon remained silent upon seeing the battlefield starting on the right side. The battle is already over in his eyes. During the past 4 years, battles against the buds took place more often than he fell asleep. The experience he gathered in fighting those creatures could very well equal all the experiences of his ancestors combined. Mohembe, how are our losses today? After a few seconds, he looked toward one of the sages beside him and asked. A person holding a thick book took a step. 16,000 foot soldiers and 400 law users, clan chief. Fujon clenched his right hand so hard that it made cracking sounds. So our total losses are already over 400,000 clansmen, right? That sage did not know what to say, so he went silent. 400,000 infantrymen and thousands of law users. If these numbers took place in a previous war, it would have forced them to retreat and recuperate for a few hundred years, but they are forced to advance again after the end of today's battle. How far is the distance between us and the nearest legion? 1,560 kilometers, clan chief. The sage replied in a low voice. 1,000 and what? Fujon finally snapped. The 7th Corps has gone another 100 kilometers into the depth of the domination circle again today? Damn it, we have to go 300 kilometers today at least. Isn't that good, Uncle Fujon? Another sage asked. The 10 legions were distributed in the form of a circle, with the center of it being the position of Tree Father Hoffenheim. After each legion was in its position, we began advancing towards the center together. It is true that the rest of the legions consider it as a kind of race and try to advance on a daily basis, but this is none of our business. Why should we imitate them? Secondly, all these losses occurred while we are technically sheltering with the 2 legions on our right and left since they are racing to kill the enemies ahead. Then what will happen if we advanced further to be closer to them? I say let them. And when the 7th Legion advances on our right and the 8th Legion on our left for a certain distance, they will completely block the road in front of us and even defend us unintentionally. I suggest we slow down more and stay in the background. We have lost a lot of our brothers already and there is no need to lose more. If they want their glory, then let them have it. Idiot. Why did we join this fight in the first place? Fujon got agitated and completely turned around to face the sage. Because we were forced to. The young sage replied hesitantly. No, we weren't. Chief Robin didn't force us. He told us to stay within our borders if we didn't want to participate and he said he wouldn't hurt us. Don't you remember? We are here to contribute and take a share of the land. Fujon shouted. If the 7th and 8th legions advance so far and wipe out all the points in front of us, what contribution shall we collect? Are you satisfied with the bunny contributions we have gathered that we should take cover behind the rest of the legions already? Who guarantees that Clan Chief Robin will not cancel all our contributions because we are clearly slowing down, or even angering him to the point of considering us fleeing war criminals and giving us a death decree? The young sage took a step back and looked at the ground, not knowing what to say. Tribe Chief, our losses will increase in the next battle because the number of our soldiers becomes less, and then the next will be higher and the next. If we continue on this curve, we will soon lose our entire army and we will be up for grabs for anyone even if we collect a lot of land with our contributions. If you do not want to stop and rely on the 7th and 8th legions, then please ask for support from the headquarters. If not support soldiers, then they at least have to support us with divine weapons and those things called talismans. This will greatly reduce our losses. Aren't we participating in this war just like them? We even shed more blood than them, so how can they treat us like this? Fujon let out a big sigh. Didn't you hear Clan Chief Robin that day? He says we have to prove ourselves first if we want to talk about anything related to that true beginning empire. We are just mercenaries in their eyes, we have to complete our mission on our own to take the prize, that's how it works. We can't even talk about the true beginning empire with any of the generals, so how can we make use of what they have? In fact, I tried to contact this woman called Elizabeth, perhaps she could help us with anything, but she refused categorically, saying that we have to join the empire first if we want any kind of support. Then he continued. To put it simply, we have to join the empire voluntarily if we want to survive the war, but to join we have to prove ourselves. And to prove ourselves we have to keep up with the rest of the legions, and that means losing most of our army. He wants us to prove our loyalty with our blood, but we don't want to join anything in the first place. But if we don't join them, we will die. But most of us will die anyway before they agree to allow us to join them. Arg. The handful of sages standing on top of the rhinoceros head were all horrified. This was the first time they had thought about the whole issue without worrying about each battle individually. Fujon didn't know whether this panic would result in his fortitude and wisdom or further destroy the bonds of the army, but he didn't care anymore. He had to wake them up from their dreams by now. So he turned around again and went back to follow the battle to see its final moments. According to his expectation, Ellis will have penetrated the right flank and started to gnaw the left flank from behind by now. Victory and the Buds army will disperse at any moment. But he saw something strange other than that. All the blank-eyed Buds hovering above the army of Buds stopped attacking and looked around at the ensuing carnage with cold, emotionless features. Then they all nodded at the same time and let out a long sigh as if they had decided something. Then they all flew away, abandoning the battle. He didn't know why, but instead of rejoicing at the retreating enemy, Fujon's blood cooled in his veins when he saw this scene. Chapter 490. Planet Greenland, unknown location. There is nothing here in sight but darkness. No wind, no little birdsong, nothing at all. V room. At this moment, a luminous ball appeared. That bastard, I can't believe Hoffenheim brought us here again. I haven't been able to sleep for even 1 year since the last time. V room, V room, V room. What does he want now? V room, V room. I suggest we remove him from the council temporarily. A few more balls began to appear successively, forming a ring as they directly engaged in dialogue without introductions. In the blink of an eye, the place that was ruled by blackness was now illuminated by the light of 6 huge orbs of close size. V room. Oh, have I disturbed your lordships? Good. For this time I will accept no refusal. Finally, a 7th orb appeared that caught everyone's attention. Send me support immediately, this is not a request. That orb was noticeably smaller compared to the rest. Basically, no comparison since it was roughly 10% the size of any one of the other 6. Hee, I'm still not used to your new look, Hoffenheim. A laughing sound emitted from one of the 6 orbs. Those were the manifestations of the souls of the 7 tree fathers. Laugh as much as you like. If those people landed in your dominance, I would have been the one laughing right now. The small orb made no expression, but its vibrations clearly indicated anger. Landed? Humph, that old thing still wants to give the impression that they are from another world to make us send reinforcements now and ignore the agreement. But they are. Hoffenheim yelled. From where do you all think they appeared of a sudden? Have they been hiding under the ground of one of the human tribes for so long? Can't you all see through this basic truth? Hoffenheim, just say what you have to say. And watch what you say, because if you bring us together to ask for help again without a valid reason that makes us break the agreement, then I'm afraid we'll have to punish you. You know about our need for sleep and how much your nonsense irritates us. What, because you haven't been able to sleep for years, you want to disturb us too so we don't get ahead of you in the refining process? The largest spirit ball has spoken. Why did you bring the refinement into the matter? Are you saying that a few years will affect the process that has been going on for more than 200 years? What a joke. If you want a reason to punish me, find another one. Hoffenheim shouted and then returned to look at everyone. I have lost 30% of the western part of my domination circle, and now a complete siege is being placed around me. They are approaching me day after day from all directions. If the situation continues as it is, I will only manage to survive a few more years, and the damage that will befall me will be irreversible. So, Hoffenheim, we are not the best of friends, my dear. It is just that we have an agreement to finish off the rest of the creatures before we return to slaughter each other. But that agreement says that we only have to save the tree father in distress when 90% of all his forces are destroyed. Why should we help you before the condition is fulfilled? If you cannot defend your land, leave it to someone who can. Give me a quarter of your lands and I will send my army to help defend against that invader for sure, haha. I, Flores, agree with the rest. When the attack occurred against me a while ago and I asked for help, I received support after 93% of my forces were destroyed and most of my lands were invaded. Even after having to use a wizard, and everyone who participated in supporting me took parts of my land until they left me owning something like a farm. Now after about 190,000 years of war, I am still the least of you in whether lands or strength of the army because of that war. Why should I help you to preserve your forces and lands? I support enforcing sanctions on Hoffenheim. You all are waiting for me to be weakened to plunder my land? How will I regain the strength of my soul, and how can I still support the refinement process without my lands? And if I stay like this, you lot will finish me off sooner or later. What disturbance? Say you simply want to kill me. Tree Father Hoffenheim shouted back, my buds are crumbling and my lightning bolts are useless because the enemy doesn't fly. I can't stop that army without using the wizards. Do you think I'll wait until they take all my land and kill all my buds before I do something? In your dreams. This is the 3rd time he asked for support from the other tree fathers, but there was no response in each. The first time was 4 years ago when the true beginning empire's full army first set foot on the planet. Then he asked for a meeting to explain that it was an army that came from another world and that it wanted immediate support since it was fighting on behalf of the whole world, but they rejected it on the pretext that they would only abide by the ancient agreement. The second time was 3 years after the start of the war, and after about 200 million buds were killed and millions of square kilometers were taken from him, but he was still rejected for the same reason, not leaving even a small opportunity to take the new facts into account. You want to use your wizards? Is that a threat, Hoffenheim? The tone of the owner of the largest luminous orb completely changed. Not a threat, I'm only telling you what will happen. If you lot don't give me a way out, I'll use my wizards, and I won't use just one either. Hoffenheim stepped back a bit and turned his gaze towards the only luminous sphere whose owner had yet to speak. Why don't you speak, Descartes? Those fools probably can't imagine what's going on with me, but there's a legion of these invaders attacking your borders right now. Why don't you talk about those monsters? You should know that you'll definitely be next once they are done me. They really are strong. The owner of that luminous sphere spoke. Though they have not penetrated into my domination circle, they advance steadily and build trenches and cut down my roots on a weekly basis. They already took about 5% of my domination circle. 5% in 4 years? That doesn't sound so bad, commented the owner of one of the other glowing orbs. He fights 1 legion while I fight 9 of them, plus the full forces of the Northern Fury, Plains, and Nightbird's tribes. Hoffenheim shouted at the top of his voice, not sure if the tree fathers here became stupid or just acting this way. But he did not find a reaction, not even a voice of objection. Even tree father Descartes went silent. Hoffenheim seemed to understand something and spoke slowly. So it is like this, you agreed to eliminate me, huh? It's time to have 6 tree fathers instead of 7, huh? When he didn't hear an answer again, he started laughing hysterically. Ha ha ha, you idiots. Do you think I'll be killed before all my fangs and claws are broken? Don't you want help? Alright then, I have one more way to try. If it doesn't work, then let the wizards be released. Hoffenheim, wait. The other 6 orbs shouted in one breath. But the smaller ball among them was gone. Inside the Imperial tent, on the steep hill, crack, crack. The floor of the tent began to crack as the trash everywhere began to be thrown left and right. Roots emerged from under the ground and began to be formed to take on a shape resembling buds. After a few seconds, that rooted bud looked around until he found a human sitting on the bed in a meditation position. So he turned his whole body towards him and took 2 steps. We need to talk, human. Chapter 491. We need to talk. Robin slowly opened his eyes and took a long glance toward the source of the sound. It was a random rendering of the same shape as the buds, with the only difference being that this one was not entirely white because it was made of roots. Then he half smiled. Oh, Tree Father Hoffenheim is here in person. I am fully surprised. Humph, I know your soul force very well. You must have sensed my presence before the root body formation started, but that is alright. Your surprise wasn't what I intended. Tree Father Hoffenheim put his hand behind his back and spoke in a firm voice. Haha, I actually felt the fragment of your soul approaching from over a few kilometers away. But I know that a body made so quickly would not even be able to keep up with a random night. And I know that your soul is too weak to harm me, so why should I forbid you to visit me? Robin shrugged. Tree Father Hoffenheim's incarnation changed. My soul is too weak. Compared to whom? Wake up from your dreams, boy. I know you feel happy after that suicidal move, and you have the right to feel that way. You can brag for the rest of your insignificant life that you managed to inflict such damage on me. Then he added, it is my fault because I could not predict what you would do. But how can I expect when I do not know how you learned a technique to transform soul force into destructive power like that? Even I cannot do it. And it is alright, you had your share of injuries as well. Your soul force must be weaker than mine as well. After all, the explosion happened within your soul domain, not mine. I must even say that the fact that you are still alive amazes me. Oh, let's test this out. Robin said the least he could. V-room. Waves of invisible energy rushed out from Robin's body like the waves of the sea. Everything inside the tent started to shake, and anything made of glass started to crack. Crack. 1 second later, the waves got stronger and faster until they began to put pressure onto anything made of solid materials inside the tent. The stone timbers that made up the pillars of the tent began to crack, and the metal silverware began to squeeze into a peculiar shape. Impossible, impossible. The incarnation of the Tree Father took a step back. Arg. It seems His Excellency is doing it again. Prop up the tent, it is about to fall. The 6 sages in charge of guarding outside took a few steps back, but started to pump all of their energy toward the walls of the tent from the outside. However, the cracks that were already widespread were still slowly opening up. No. Boom. The 6 elder sages were sent flying outside for more than 10 meters before they settled back on their feet. Although none of them fell to the ground nor did they appear to be injured, their pale faces and sweaty hands were sufficient proof of what they faced now. Heh, hee. His Excellency's soul force has increased again. A sage said with a smile as he placed his hand on his heart to try to regulate his impulses, then shouted toward the west. Hoi, have a few blacksmiths come to repair the imperial tent. Then he turned back to look at the emperor's tent with some fear. The roof of the tent and 2 of the walls were blasted away by that moment. There is no need. A quiet voice came from inside the tent. I have company here at the moment. When I finish I will ask you to come and fix it. You all can step back for now. Yes, Your Excellency. The sages bowed and jumped away at the same time. Inside the tent, Robin looked around with a satisfied smile, impressed with the effect of what had just happened. Then he turned back to look at the incarnation of Tree Father Hoffenheim before him. The embodiment looked terrified as he took a step forward and extended his right arm toward him, perhaps to try to stop Robin's last soul wave. But after that last soul wave took place, the Tree Father embodiment did not move. In other words, he could no longer move, and the embodiment of Tree Father Hoffenheim now became just a shell without a soul to move it. Shush. A slight energy started rushing from beneath the ground once more into the Tree Father's embodiment before it finally started to move again and shouted. Why did you suddenly do that, you crazy bastard? Your whole soul healed you? No, I got even stronger. Haha, consider this your punishment for coming without permission. Robin laughed out loud, satisfied with what he heard, then looked at Hoffenheim with a confident look. Of course I got stronger, it has been 4 years already. What, does the injury still affect you? This. The Tree Father did not know what to say. 4 years? What is 4 years for a soul injury? Although he had not had a chance during the past years to treat himself, this would not have made any difference, as it was estimated that he would need a few hundred years to regain his pre-accident level. What difference would 4 years make? After more than a full minute, Tree Father Hoffenheim had barely calmed himself down and looked at Robin with a complicated look. I have lived for more than 500,000 years. 300,000 years of them as an ancient Treant creature in which I understood everything related to life, plants, and earth, and another 200,000 years I devoted to researching the affairs of the soul. Yet you, with no more than 200 years of age, reached the same strength as my soul before my injury. Is there any justice in this world? Robin raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. Tree Father Hoffenheim had lived for 300,000 years before the energy cultivation era even began, and now that he has reached this strength with energy training, how old is his average lifespan? Millions of years? Now this is injustice. How could humans whose basic age did not exceed 100 years win against such a being? It is no wonder that the ancient Trey ants immediately surpassed humans in strength after they discovered energy cultivation. They even discovered secrets that only they know, which made them race to destroy the living creatures on the planet. Robin often wondered what made these creatures so special that they would take a different path once they learned about energy cultivation, but he understood something now. They were already monsters even before energy cultivation. And most importantly, did he just say that he has no more than 200 years of age? But his physical age is barely 50 years old. How did he know his real age? The physical change prepared by the all-seeing God is perfect and undeniable, so what exposed him? Is there a way to know the true age through the soul? Robin pondered, trying to extract as much information as possible from the Tree Father's words. Only after a few seconds did he leave his cracked bed, then went and put on a clean robe, and sat down on his office chair. Okay, enough with the introductions, what do you want from me? Chapter 492. Who exactly are you and what are you doing in our world? Why are you attacking my domination circle? And if the land is all you want, haven't you had enough? What are you still pushing for? At Robin's request to speak frankly, the Tree Father wasted no time. You already know the answers to your questions, aren't you? I am well aware that you can spy on any region in your domination circle. You should have heard enough from my soldiers. The fact that you knew I was the Emperor, knew my whereabouts, and came directly to me is sufficient proof of this, so there is no need to answer what you already know. But let us talk more about the important part, the issue of land. You tell me, Mr. Tree, who might get enough of more lands? Robin shook his head and smiled. Even greed must have limits. Stop attacking my domination circle and I will forget the past. There is no need for the situation to develop further. It will not be in the interest of either of us. Tree Father Hoffenheim got straight into the matter. Honestly, I expected this discussion to take place about a year or two ago. Your patience is really commendable. Robin leaned his back on the chair and slowly clapped. But tell me, why should I do such a thing? Even though I don't keep up with what is going on outside, I am well aware of my army's strength. You must be cornered now. Why should I stop and listen when I am victorious? Tree Father Hoffenheim did not hesitate. You can take 20% of the lands you already conquered to establish your foothold in our world, and with it promise me that your tribe will not be attacked for 50 years. Interesting. Robin nodded several times. And? What do you mean by and? 20% of the lands you control can hold a few human tribes. That is a huge piece of land. That is plus the 50 years of peace in which you can lay a strong foundation for your clan in our world. What more do you want? Robin still completely ignored Tree Father Hoffenheim's indications that he came from another world. Why settle for 20% when I can take everything? Why take your promise not to attack for 50 years seriously when you obviously need 500 plus years to heal from your injuries? I thought you came to be serious, Hoff, but it turns out you still treat me like a newborn. Being younger doesn't mean that I'm easily bullied, hee. And what if I need 500 years to heal? You think my soul strength is all I have? Who do you think has been fighting your army for so long? You are not the only one who has an army. Tree Father Hoffenheim was completely offended. Secondly, this promise extends to the rest of the Tree Fathers as well. I will force them not to attack you for 50 years, you will have absolute peace. Of course, your soul force is a huge factor. First, if your soul force were still the same, you would control the network of the cloned primal souls and make the war dozens of times more difficult than it is. Secondly, with your current soul strength, the cloning process will be very slow or non-existent, which means that the production of new buds has almost stopped. Those who die among your army will be lost for the incoming 500 with no way to replenish them. Yes, I know about the cloning process. Why are you looking at me like that? Haha, it wasn't hard to figure out. Robin laughed loudly and banged on his desk. Leaving that aside, a promise of peace from the Tree Fathers? What does that amount to? You know I've sent only one legion to Tree Father Descartes. You dare say he's not suffering now? Humph, a promise of peace you say? I really don't know where you come from with such arrogance, or is that longevity messed with your sanity? And why haven't the rest of the bastards from number 2 to 7 come to ask my forgiveness yet? You. The embodiment of Tree Father Hoffenheim flared up with anger. Bastards from number 2 to 7, he was clearly speaking about the other Tree Fathers. Doesn't this mean that he is the number 1 bastard? When was the last time he faced such abuse? Maybe when it was a little bush shaken by the wind 500,000 years ago. Sigh. Unexpectedly, the Tree Father didn't react angrily again or raise his voice. He just took a few seconds to calm himself and then came back to stand firmly like a stake after giving a long sigh. But things did not end there. When Robin straightened up to praise his self-control, he found the Tree Father looking at him from above. He spoke in a very calm voice. I tried my best and no one will blame me for using the wizards now, farewell. Won't you ask me to say my peace offer? Robin stood up and asked in shock. Is not the logical sequence of the conversation now for the Tree Father to ask, so what do you want to stop the war? Then Robin would have given him a long, wide list of demands which included things like giving him all the secrets they knew or teaching him the primal soul cloning or even the budding technique. Veer. No, I am the one who gives offers here and I am the one who takes them away. This is my land and this is my sky. You intruder, you should have honored this opportunity and accepted it, but because you are a low-minded being who only knows how to look under his feet, you did not appreciate it properly. The embodiment of Tree Father Hoffenheim spoke as he was fading into the ground little by little. 7 days, you have 7 days to declare that you have accepted my offer. On the 7th day, if I do not hear of your acceptance of my generous offer, I will destroy your legions one after the other, and perhaps the rest of the human tribes too. Saying the last word, Father Tree Hoffenheim's body has reverted to just ancient roots under the soil. This left Robin in the tent alone with an absent-minded look, trying to understand what just happened. He understands that he is an ancient being in everything, but how can a defeated person have this kind of pride no matter how strong he is or how long he lived? Does longer life increase one's wisdom or make him plain day stupid? And how can someone who wants to launch an attack inform the opponent of the date and place of launching it a week before? Robin has experienced the Tree Father's attacks himself and knows that he is a veteran of leading armies with even very few blank-eyed buds. He is not the kind of fool to put himself in such a position. Is he that sure he will win? If he had this ability from the beginning, why did he allow his lands to be invaded for 4 years? A full half-hour Robin spent staring at the spot in the ground where Tree Father Hoffenheim disappeared. He finally stood up and got out of his tent. Chapter 493. Hooey, who is in charge of running the headquarters right now? Robin shouted right after he walked out of the wrecked tent. Swoosh. A few seconds later, a woman who looked to be in her 30s with black hair, wearing glasses, and cradling a thick bundle of paper and metal tablets came in. Your Excellency, Emily at your command, shall we start repairing and cleaning the Imperial tent now? Robin nodded toward the newcomer. This wasn't the first time he had seen her. After all the great generals left for the war, management of the hill was handed over to a few trusted individuals at the top of Seghood. Each of them would be given the opportunity to fully manage the hill, logistics, space portal movements, and communication system for 1 week. This is in order to select the best administration talents and appoint them to fixed positions later. And this Emily Trent is considered one of the best 3 individuals in this regard until this moment. Robin nodded affirmatively, then stood aside and watched Emily giving dozens of orders in 1 minute. Suddenly, the quiet surroundings of the tent turned into what looked like an ant colony with a large number of blacksmiths. Robin even opened his eyes a little when he saw the rune masters carrying ink barrels and heading toward the tent. He looked from the corner of his eye at Emily. Is this really necessary? The tent only needs a few light repairs. Emily turned toward Robin and gave a small nod while adjusting the position of her glasses in a gentle way. Today I allowed a mouse to emerge from under the ground to harass your excellency. I have to prevent such a phenomenon in the future. Hoffenheim knows this area as the back of his hand, and he studied the soul domain until he mastered everything possible at his level. His appearance like this did not surprise me at all. Robin shook his head. Secondly, the embodiment had no power. He could have spoken to me through the soul directly, but perhaps he wanted to confront me and we were talking about such important things, so you don't have to blame yourself for that. And what exactly are the rune masters going to do? I created the underground attack protection array earlier and they drew it on the mound already. What more are they going to do? They will draw it again in a smaller size under the tent, and maybe draw it a 3rd or 4th time. If one is weak, we have to strengthen it until it is impervious. Emily put her hand on her chest and spoke quickly, then looked toward the tent and shouted, "Isn't it, guys?" Who? The workers all cheered back and then returned to work quickly, knowing that their time was short before the Emperor would want to return to his tent again to continue his seclusion. Robin shook his head with a smile as he saw the scene, but he suddenly felt a flashing alarm in his mind. Wait, it has been 4 years since we came here and I created the Earth Protection Array, and why did I assume that they didn't invent a new one? And it turns out I was right. No, I can't just focus on the 4 years. It has been dozens of years since I taught the first batch of rune masters about talisman drawing, yet I'm sure none of them have invented anything new yet. Robin started to frown. But isn't that normal? Since he is the only one who sees the patterns in the heavenly laws, he is the only one who can make the runes that are in the form of talismans, arrays, and even divine tattoos. The rest can only learn to imitate him. The most they can do is try to rip a few runes out of the talisman to see how it works without it, or perhaps combine 2 runes to try what will happen. This method can, through trial and error, make variables close to the original after many years, for example, by making a talisman that ignites only instead of exploding like Rubin's fire explosion talisman. As for making complex arrays in this way, it requires hundreds of years, and for finding out completely new runes, it is basically impossible. But doesn't this also mean that the rune master's system is entirely dependent on him? They are like parrots that can do nothing but imitate. What will happen to this task if he dies or decides to go for a long seclusion? Or if he simply gets too busy with other things and doesn't have time to make new designs? The strength of the true beginning empire revolves around innovations, talismans, and even divine equipment, all of which have runes in their core. How long can one person support the needs of an entire empire and billions of beings? Robin raised his hand and started massaging his head vigorously. The number of existential problems running through his head suddenly increased by 1. Seeing him rub his head like this, Emily was worried and took a step forward nervously. Please don't worry, Your Excellency, everything will be over in a few minutes and your tent will be better than before. Ha, no, that's not what I'm thinking. Never mind. Robin gestured with his left hand. I want you to send a message through the sound ring to all the generals and tell them to proceed very carefully from now on and start preparing for something that will happen a week from now, something to do with forces called the Wizards. Tell them to be careful and do what they can to counter the attack, but they have to put the safety of the soldiers first and fall back if they can't win. Oh, also tell them to bring me all the information they have gathered about those wizards. Yes, Your Excellency, I will immediately send the alert to the intelligence department, and they will inform the generals and start preparing for the worst. Emily inserted her spiritual sense into one of the rings in her hand, then returned to speak to Robin after about a minute. Done. As for the request for information, there is no need for this. Here at the headquarters, we have copies of all the information that any general or any soldier found, as valuable information is rewarded with points so no one tries to hide them. Points. Robin raised his eyebrows slightly, as he hadn't followed what was going on around him for the past years. Ah, haven't we notified Your Excellency about the point system yet? I'm so sorry, you never asked about the situation, so we didn't want to stuff useless things into your valuable head. Emily got very worried and started wiping a few drops of sweat on her forehead. Robin motioned her to calm down. I don't blame you, it's my fault that I've been busy with other things, but apparently I'll have to cut my seclusion for now, at least until this week is over. Just tell me now, what exactly is that point system? A small smile appeared on Emily's face. She seemed to be glad that her conversation with the Emperor would develop, so she made a slight movement to adjust her glasses and spoke quickly. On the day of the declaration of war, Your Excellency asked to calculate the soldiers' contributions, but you didn't say how to do it. So the generals intended to use the records of valuable contributions each soldier has made and use that in promotions or exchange for gold, as happens throughout our history. But His Highness Jabba recommended that the calculation be done in the form of points and that those points be used in various ways. Then Emily continued, explaining all the stages of development that the points system went through in detail until it reached its current state. Jabba again. Robin raised his head to the sky and sighed. His keen insight sometimes makes me feel that he sees things that I don't see even though I am the one who has the eye of truth. Choosing him that day to be my disciple was not wrong. It is the truth that was blind for not accepting him. What a loss. What a loss. Did you say something, Your Excellency? Robin lowered his head and shook it gently. No, go on, please. You said we have information about the wizard's force, tell me what those are exactly. Chapter 494. In response to Your Excellency, the information we have now regarding so-called wizards came to us by collecting data from the 4 local human tribes who are currently working with us, the Northern Fury tribe, the Grazing Rats tribe, the Plains tribes, and the Nightbirds tribes. However, the records were far from complete as each of them consisted only of 1 or 2 clear sentences while the rest is torn or nowhere to be found, so even after collecting every piece of data we could, the storyline made up is still full of loopholes. Emily responded quickly. How is it possible that the forces Hoffenheim proudly threatened me with are not known? I remember Fujon himself talking about it when I first talked to him. Robin raised his eyebrows slightly. This isn't very strange, Your Excellency. According to their recorded history, the first and last appearance of the wizards was when the mass attack on Father Tree Flores occurred about 190,000 years ago. How many accidents can happen to some paper books through all these years? It's surprising that they have any history on the matter at all, and that only shows how important this information is to them. Then she added, more than 190,000 years ago, the human forces chose to attack a Tree Father and get rid of him in a fast campaign. They targeted Tree Father Flores and indeed they dug deep into the domination circle until they almost touched the main body of the Tree Father. That is when a huge creature appeared out of nowhere. That creature was so powerful that it was able to single-handedly stop the advance of the United Human Army until the support of the rest of the Tree Fathers arrived and the United Human Army was wiped out. One of the stories even says that had it not been for that wizard, the human army would have been able to hold on even after the arrival of reinforcements. In fact, the only common factor in the ancient books of the 4 local tribes in this regard is a note telling them never to pressure a Tree Father too much and force him to bring out wizards ever again. Robin was surprised by what he heard. There are indeed several holes in the story, as Emily said. A giant creature? There are a lot of giant creatures around. What exactly is the origin of that creature and what kind of power does it have? And why is the single creature called wizards? This information must have been lost a long time ago, Your Excellency, but it's not that strange after all these years. There is nothing about the wizards other than what I have just mentioned. Emily shrugged her shoulders and continued. When your esteemed generals pressed for more information, the Grazing Rats tribe chief tried to communicate with the rest of the human tribes in order to get the information they have regarding the wizards, but they refused to cooperate. Why would they refuse to hand over manuscripts for something so outdated? Has Clan Chief Sherver tried to entice them with some benefits? Of course, he tried. He even offered them the archaeological treasures of his tribe. He, Tribe Chief Fujon, Mr. Haidar, and Mr. Debas also tried after pressure from the General's Council, but they were all rejected as well. Apparently, the so-called Human Alliance considered them traitors. Emily gently raised her glasses and replied, but her displeasure was evident. Traitors. Robin furrowed his eyebrows so tightly that they almost touched. Who did they betray exactly? The 4 tribes are fighting the Tree Fathers. Isn't this the greatest achievement a human tribe can do? Instead of helping them, they are called traitors. Is it because they didn't ask for the Alliance's permission first, or because of my presence? If they are considered traitors for following me, then it seems that subjugating the rest of the planet's human tribes will not be so easy. Robin clasped his hands across his chest and sank into a long silence. Then, he raised his right hand to place it under his chin and began to mumble, a huge creature of great strength. Should I give the order to unite the legions into one army? No, all the legions have thousands of sages and tens of thousands of saints who work in a high degree of cooperation and possess a very fine balance in terms of the variety of heavenly laws used. They are also armed with divine equipment, single-use talismans, and even attacking divine tattoos. Each legion of the 9 within the Tree Father's sphere of control is an army that can build and defend a stronghold on a foreign planet for a very long time. Even the 11th Legion, represented by the Northern Fury tribe, has their own abilities and history that makes them stand their ground in the face of most adversities. If a single legion cannot stand up to one gigantic beast, then then the whole army cannot either. On the contrary, this will only increase the number of casualties. Should I change anything in the orders given to the generals, Your Excellency? Emily waited a few minutes before asking in a low voice. No, just put more stress on putting the lives of the soldiers first and withdraw immediately if they encounter something they are not capable of. Robin sighed and put his hands behind his back. At your command. I see that something huge might accrue very soon. Please give me permission to return to the headquarters and supervise the communication with the generals and coordinate between them personally. Emily bowed slightly. It's all right, I understand that the headquarters officials are always busy. When Robin's voice entered Emily's ear, she almost stiffened her back to thank him and then turned to leave. By the way, take me with you to headquarters. I don't think I will be able to focus on anything during the next week, so I'd like to take the opportunity and see what happened in the Empire over the past years. You want to know everything that happened in the last 4 years, in 1 week? Emily was surprised by her emperor's words very much. Those events include the wars of planet Nihari and everything that is going on planet Jura and even the trade with planet Nihari. How many daily events occur on a scale like this? Robin smiled at her response and then signaled her to walk in front of him towards the headquarters. Anxiety would not let him return to his research and training in peace until those wizards showed up and he knew the final result of the battle against them. Also, he does not know which legion will be attacked first, so it would be better for him to stay by the side of the space portal to protect it. There is a high probability that the steep hill might just be the target of the wizards. So the best thing he can think of to get through the next week is to find out what was going on around him. Next week is bound to be a very long one on all sides. Chapter 495. The headquarters is a 4-story structure built by divine blacksmiths on top of the steep hill. Its aim is to gather all administrators and logisticians in one place to facilitate coordination between them and find the best solutions for the army. At the same time, they are inside a safe building from external attacks. Even if the steep hill collapsed, the headquarters and those in it will remain fine. Although Robin has seen the headquarters structure from afar several times over the past years, this is the first time he has actually entered it. The building from the outside looks flashy and quiet, but from the inside, it is a beehive. There was not one he saw who did not yell at his colleagues to do something faster, write something down, or even pull his hair maniacally. Ah, we are sorry that your highness had to see this scene. Emily was hoping at this moment that the earth would split open and swallow her. She is responsible for everything that is inside the headquarters, but it still looks like a circus. Haha, the place looks very lively, and everyone is doing their job perfectly. What are you apologizing for? Just make sure you give them appropriate rewards for their work. Robin laughed loudly as he looked around. It had been a long time since he entered a place full of people like this and no one cared about him. The busyness of the headquarters staff made them not even have time to look around. But is there even a place for me here? Of course, Your Excellency, please come with me to the 3rd floor. With joy and anticipation, Emily motioned Robin towards the stairs. With every passing minute, she felt that the rumors of the cold and bloodstained Jura Emperor were completely misplaced. She thought of the one who made the decision to become unparalleled in history and remained in seclusion for more than a century to achieve his goal. She remembered the one who attacked other kingdoms when he was young because they angered his adopted son. He was also the one who gave orders to kill his blood brother and hang his corpse for weeks because he was suspected of betrayal. He was the person who brought otherworldly demons and killed tens of millions of people to avenge his family. Each of these, and many more rumors and legends circulating about him throughout planet Jura, can convey Robin's assertive, vengeful, and quick-tempered nature. Well, I guess a person can't be judged if you don't witness what they live through. Emily thought this as she led Robin upstairs, still in a light sweat. After he was taken to the 3rd floor, he was introduced to 3 individuals who specialized in archiving old files and arranging scattered information and news. They can be considered as a kind of short-term historians, and their mission is to provide the generals with a general picture of the state of the empire so that they can take better decisions. After initial panic and apprehension, Robin managed to calm them down and convince them to go back to what they were doing, and just bring him their writings in order. The first thing he checks is the news of planet Nihari. 4 years have passed since the trade agreement, or to be more precise, since Robin gained a foothold in planet Nihari again. But to his surprise, there wasn't much to read about the situation there. The trade exchange was initially based on the purchase of high-level herbs in exchange for talismans and equipment of new designs. Since it was discovered that the buds are the best food for the Draco swarm, the agreement was modified to buy types of rare minerals instead. There was also a piece of news about millions of demons migrating from Nihari towards Jura silently over the course of 4 years. Their large numbers forced the elders of the Burton family to stop migration temporarily for fear of depleting the reserves of energy pearls. Other than that, the only other thing mentioned is that the merchants of the Burton family have noticed that violence has spread in the streets of the City of Hope recently in a large way. In every lane, every street, and inside every inn, there is an ongoing fight. And often, one of the parties in the fight is a member of the Nihari Giants, and the fight only stops with his death. Robin found this piece of information somehow interesting, but he still ignored it and didn't mention a thing as if he had not read it. He only asked the 3 historians whether he had a visit from one of the Shadow Sword's forces or even a stranger who wanted to see him during the past years. They all categorically denied this, saying that matters related to the Emperor are dealt with sensitively. They added that if something like this happened, he would definitely be notified, but their certainty only made him raise his eyebrows more. Only after a long time did he find himself able to skip the subject and move on to planet Greenland. Greenland is still a new planet in the eyes of those coming from Jura, and all the information about it is either legends from the locals or information about the ongoing war. Among the most important information Robin spotted was a group of divine blacksmiths and rune masters who were assigned to review the gifts Fujone had collected for them that day as an apology. They were also assigned later to inspect any new item found on the planet to put a price on it, and what Robin found within that information was shocking. All the minerals and elements that have been found on this planet so far are similar to those found in Nihari and even found in Jura as well. Even living beings are somewhat similar in their physical and mental composition. Of course, there are differences between the living beings of each planet, but not to the extent of calling them completely different. Those little differences can especially be found between the plants of each planet, whether in shape or use. The fact that life on 3 different planets can be so close to such a degree amazed Robin to a large extent. Are those planets really separate? Why is life on all young planets so similar? Robin thought for a moment. In fact, the only visible difference between the 3 planets is that a particular element may be very scarce on one planet and abundant on the other. For example, minerals related to space law are almost non-existent on planet Jura and planet Greenland, but they are decently present in Nihari. New elements and minerals are still being discovered from time to time in Greenland, but now the survey team realizes that what they consider new now is only severe in the other 2 planets to the extent that it had not been discovered before. So the mission of the current survey team was closer to discovering the availability of a particular element in Greenland and the possibility of benefiting from it. And the most beautiful surprise in their report so far was about a mineral called uracilium. Chapter 496. Uracilium is a mineral that is extremely rare in both Jura and Nihari, so rare that it was barely known to exist only recently even in Nihari. It is mentioned in the report about it that the largest piece of that mineral found on the planet Jura was a tiny bar as big as a finger. After the features of the metal bar were identified back then, that little piece was delivered to the king of the kingdom of Oakley, who had knowledge about the minor heavenly laws related to ground and minerals. But even that old king had to give up in the end, leaving the metal bar aside as one of the symbols of his kingdom. The features mentioned about this metal in both the history of Jura and Nihari are simply that it is a black mineral that has a high ability to deal with natural energy and even soul force. It can absorb large amounts of them and then excrete it again when needed without any loss or delay, making a metal like this perfect for crafting war equipment for sages or even higher. But at the same time, uracilium has 2 issues that make it only known as a name in some books. It is extremely rare, and even if it is available as dirt, it still has another fatal problem, which is that it cannot be liquefied or even reformed. It was also said that the ancient sages estimated that there was no more than 1 kilogram of this mineral in the entire planet of Jura. This is what made any small scrap found sold at exorbitant prices for the purposes of research into the properties of the heavenly laws. Robin read the description excitedly. For him, the problems with this metal do not exist. From his point of view, there is no such thing as a non-formable metal. All metals soften with heat, and the problem is providing the appropriate heat for each metal. The ancient sages may not be able to do this, but how could he be unable to do it? Even if it took him years to explore the mineral and try several methods to reach the right temperature, it was definitely worth it. How not? And so far 3 tons of uracilium have been found effortlessly. The current main mineral used in making the full-body golden armor is fullamur. It is also a very tough metal and is excellent as a foundation for many different runes, but it simply cannot be compared to uracilium in terms of the protection it can provide, plus the runes engraved on it will give a far better output. 3 tons is not a lot, but with time we can collect enough metal to equip a special task force. No, I cannot just think about armor and weapons. What kind of arrays can I craft with the help of uracilium as a base? Perhaps my initial idea of the future of arrays can now be applied. Thoughts jogged in Robin's head nonstop. This was the second true harvest from planet Greenland after the bud corpses. Only after a few hours, Robin smiled after the concept of a more developed array system began to crystallize further. Knowing that starting to implement his idea now was impossible, he went back to silently reading the rest of the reports. The front in the far west gained Robin's interest as well, as it is where Billy was battling Tree Father Descartes. Even though Billy is not fighting an all-out war, he is still technically fighting a Tree Father with 1 legion. Billy played it cleverly and slowly advanced as he built more trenches to cut off the roots of the Tree Father from the area to fortify it. He did not try to directly penetrate the domination circle or find gathering areas for the Tree Father's forces as the rest of the legions do in the Hoffenheim domination circle. As for the Tree Father, it also did not direct all its forces towards Billy but only sent army after army to slow him down, reduce his forces, and only restrain his advancement. Robin praised the behavior of the 2 parties. Billy does not have the supplies or soldiers to start a full invasion, and Tree Father Descartes does not want to respond with full force and make Billy call for more support and start a real war. Both sides adhere to restraint to the maximum degree while giving the other side room to breathe. But even in this Cold War, the clear winner was still Billy. The land he managed to get coupled with how few soldiers he lost is just worth it. Another surprise in the report also is that the Grazing Rats tribe is doing its job as an assistant to the 5th Legion better than they should. They themselves managed to take 1% of the lands of the Tree Father from their side. The report also says that Billy did not touch anything belonging to the Northern Fury tribe, but rather crossed their lands directly towards the other border without any friction. Even after 4 years, not a single soldier was sent to one of the tribe's cities to borrow even a cup of water. If Robin was reading an ancient history of another kingdom, he would say that historians exaggerate the honor of their general, but his personal acquaintance with Billy made him sure that he would do such a thing. The reports also mentioned the extent of the progress and arrangement of the 9 legions participating in the war against Tree Father Hoffenheim's domination circle. Contrary to what he expected, the 4 half-step emperors did not completely occupy the first 4 positions. The first place is for Alexander. This was expected of an emperor who read and trained from a young age to lead armies. Plus, he is known to be the strongest individual currently in the army of the true beginning empire, and he certainly personally participates in any location where great losses may occur. This reduces losses to the lowest degree, making his position as the number one general only logical. But then comes Jabba as a solid second. Robin raised his eyebrows upon seeing his disciples named here. He knows how talented Jabba is and that he is indeed a natural leader, though he does not have much experience in the field of commanding armies, especially in a long-term war like this. Plus, he is leading soldiers from another planet that would require much more time to gain their trust, and there are bound to be issues he faces while trying to command them, but he still somehow took second place. But perhaps his personal strength played a role as well, since Jabba had reached the pinnacle of Dragon Realm strength long ago. He can use his physical strength to fight against those of a peak-level sage, and when added to that is his level as a middle-level sage who uses the major heavenly law of gravity, Robin let out a light whistle when he reached that point. Maybe Alexander is not the strongest individual in the Empire after all. Then in third place comes Elizabeth, the fourth place goes to Gu Barnett, and the fifth place is Caesar. Again, Robin did not think that Caesar might be able to compete with those fatalists. The report attributes this high rank to the level 35 strong young man's long experience in previous wars and his good relationship with the soldiers, but this was not his last shock. Sixth place went to General Peon, supported by Deputy General Zara. This legion is actually the slowest among the 9, but its death rate is not worth mentioning, and this is what raised its position to that degree. Then Victoria Frost came in 7th place, as she has the longest penetration distance into the depth. However, she also has the highest death rate. Then General Cashielevon came in 8th place, and General Richardson Frost ranked 9th. Robin had not read these two names before, but given the extent of each of them and the number of deaths, he can see that they are really two excellent generals, though there is no specific aspect that can be described as a specialty for them. Then Robin finished his briefing about the conditions in Greenland by reading about the massive bud storage project. Chapter 497. The buds whose bodies are destroyed during the battle due to a fiery explosion, for example, or their bodies get frozen, their remains are collected and sent to be food for the Draco. If the Draco creatures could speak, they would certainly have opened their mouths and thanked the owner of this idea, as it had provided them with rich and abundant food that during the 4 years the number of the Dracos has multiplied several times. The Draco Corps is currently stationed in the lands of the Northern Fury tribe. Sometimes they might be joining General Billy in his campaigns against Tree Father Descartes. Otherwise, they do nothing but eat and mate, and this policy is beginning to bear fruit greatly. As for the buds that are neatly killed, keeping their bodies in good condition, these are collected and stored in huge complexes and under strict guard based on Robin's directives. He had previously requested that some of the buds' corpses be left to search for other interests that could be exploited, but he did not think that such a request would turn into a huge project under the leadership of Jabba. According to the report, the corpses of the buds do not perish under natural conditions. After all, they are designed to live forever as long as they are supplied with life energy and soul force from time to time. Another thing that requires me to search for a long time. Robin put everything aside and rubs his forehead for quite some time. Whenever he sits by himself for a few minutes, he feels that he is falling short on a certain front, or that there is something he should start doing immediately. But where does he get enough time for all of it? The feeling of inadequacy was seriously stifling. In fact, Robin managed to heal his soul in less than 2 years, and for the next 2 years, he was simply completely occupied with strengthening his soul by swallowing more soul from the thundercloud in his soul domain. He also drew himself a 3rd stage body strengthening divine tattoo and upgraded the level of the 2 offensive divine tattoos on his body to be the 3rd stage pure strength divine tattoo and the 3rd stage space piercing divine tattoo. He even took advantage of the opportunity and created a new tattoo called the Phoenix Vitality Divine Tattoo, a tattoo whose only mission is to restore his body to its optimal state. It does not matter if he was cut to the bone or his energy was simply exhausted, and he also added to it a special automatic activation in the event of any defect being detected in his ideal form. This means that the tattoo will activate automatically during the battle in case Robin is injured in order to heal him or replenish his energy reserves without Robin's control. The divine tattoo took him months to figure out and execute, but he was very satisfied with the result. The problem with the divine Phoenix Vitality tattoo is that it is rather slow compared to high-level battles whose outcome may be decided in seconds, as it, unlike all divine tattoos, it draws its strength from the surrounding energy and pumps it into the body directly. This will increase the pressure on Robin's body while activating it, but these problems are nothing compared to getting a quick physical recovery and automatically replenishing energy during battle. He also spent some time researching the patterns of the 4th stage of the major heavenly law of life and the major heavenly law of lightning as he pushed his understanding of the truth to a completely different level. He felt that this was the right path for him to take to the 3rd stage of the master law of truth. So whether in terms of cultivating energy, body, and even soul, he had taken a huge qualitative leap in all of them during the 4 years. It was hard to say that he could find someone among mid-level sages who could block even a few attacks from him. But at the same time and over the course of the 4 years, he did not innovate or recommend anything useful. This is not the first time. After his torture on planet Nihari at the hands of the Salamander organization head, he also spent quite a long time not researching or producing anything other than strengthening himself and looking into the laws to reach a higher stage in the master law of truth. Damn it. Why do the two paths have to be diametrically opposed? If I focus on training, I will neglect the affairs of my empire, and if I focus on innovation and moving the empire forward, I will remain weak forever. This was the first time Robin felt frustrated because he was getting stronger. Logically, he should follow the path he chose for himself when he was 12 years old, innovate and support from behind. Isn't this logic that made him unify planet Jura in just 3 decades? But he also saw for himself more than once that he would never earn the respect of those around him and force them to obey him without personal strength. Even oaths would not make up for how weak he is in their eyes. Strengthening the empire means better chances of saving Richard, ending my promise to the all-seeing God, and achieving my revenge. No matter how strong I am individually, I will never be able to win a battle of this magnitude on my own. But if I am not strong enough, I will not be able to lead the empire that I built. No matter how tight the oath is, there are always loopholes. What happened to him throughout my life is sufficient proof that I must earn the respect and fear of my followers, otherwise, strengthening them will be in vain. What should I do? Robin put both hands on his head and pressed them unconsciously. Time is the problem. I can strengthen the empire if I want and create a strong civilization that will last an eternity on all the planets in my empire, and I can also strengthen myself so that no one will ever challenge my authority again. But where do I get the time to do both? Robin pressed his head harder and harder. Arg. Wouldn't it be perfect if there were 2 of me? I will think of something after that wizard's thing pass. After a long time, Robin managed to end that rope of thoughts. He came here today to clear his mind before the battle seemed to be the decisive one against the Tree Father. Busying his thoughts now with difficult questions like this will do him no good, so he closed his eyes to sleep in his place for a bit, then went back to check more reports. He finally reached the reports on the events of planet Jura. When Robin asked for books and tablets related to Jura, he was surprised that they were many times thicker than what he found about both Greenland and Nihari. With great astonishment, Robin began to read the important reports about the unified, quiet planet, which is supposed to do nothing but construction and building. But he found that his view was far from the truth. Chapter 498. The first issue that was mentioned about planet Jura and in bold redline was the number of experts present on the planet right now. Robin smiled when he read the header of the topic. Planet Jura is his home, origin, and strength. His status in Greenland, Nihari, or even the planets of the entire universe depends heavily on the power he prepared on planet Jura. If planet Jura was strong to be relied on, would the Nihari Union sect have treated him like this? Impossible. When Robin read the short introduction on the matter, he was ready to see that there were at least 15 million heavenly law users now on planet Jura. After all, in just 3 years after Jura's unification, he had managed to gather an army of 4 million heavenly law users. But now, more than 4 additional years have passed. In addition to spreading the cultivation culture to a wider extent and building free cultivation academies in every corner, he will not be shocked even if he reads that the number has reached 30 million users. But the number he read was 2 million heavenly law users. How? Robin's satisfied smile didn't last long, and it didn't take long before Robin got up from his comfortable seat and leaned forward towards his desk. He cried out with his eyeballs nearly popping out of their sockets after he saw the total figure. What exactly is going on here? What nonsense is this? Are you sure this information is correct? Energy stones and energy pearls have become more available than food and water. Cultivation technique books and tablets are lying in the streets. The academies have become greater in number than coffee shops. I have made the supreme concern of all the officials of the empire to be the strengthening of the people. I have even commanded to set rewards for the rulers who come out with the most law users in their territory. Robin shouted loudly, startling his 3 assistant historians. Your Excellency, the information is coming from the new main statistical center. The statistical center has a branch in every city and its mission is to provide information about everything that concerns the ruler of the city. Then they pass the information to the main center, so that Your Excellency will have a picture of the entire planet. The center is run by members of the respected Burton family, and the error rate in the information does not exceed 1%. The oldest of them said shakingly. When Robin heard this, he slammed his fist on the desk and yelled again. Then what is going on here? 2 million rule users, that is not 10% of my expectations. Is there some kind of revolt going on in planet Jura and no one wants to obey my orders anymore? Is there some goddamn person trying to mess with me and keep people away from cultivating? What? I do not have a say in my fucking empire anymore. Your Excellency, please calm down. The entirety of planet Jura is under your authority and no one dares to disobey your orders. Please continue reading and you will realize the situation. The generals have placed great importance on this point as well, so it has been covered extensively compared to the rest. Another historian stepped forward and bowed. After hearing this, Robin realized that his anger made him yell at a few helpless people. He gave a long sigh and apologized, then asked them to go back to what they were doing before continuing reading. The report says that during the first 3 years of Jura's unification, the success rate of training academies in bringing a person to the 11th level and making him a knight was 60%. Today, that percentage has decreased to less than 5%. According to the report, the number of academies and the number of teachers has increased, and their patience with students has been prolonged. However, the success rates are still declining and have not settled at 5% either, as there are a few academies that produce reports with even lower rates. What? This was the first time that Robin knew about such success rates. Now only 5 out of 100 apprentices could become knights. But why? Have the many breakthroughs lately weakened the planet's capacity in some way? But I am sure that the inner energy training technique does not harm the planet's total energy. Maybe the damage was done because I brought all the foreign energy pearls and demons? But this act is supposed to strengthen the planet, not weaken it. So what is going on here? Robin almost went crazy reading those stats. 5 million users of laws may seem like an invincible army, but the problem is not in their numbers. Instead, it lies in their ratio compared to the total population of the planet Jura, which amounts to approximately 1,400,000,000 people. The current number of users of laws does not even reach 0.5% of the total population. No, the report says that in the period after Jura's unification, 60 out of every 100 succeeded in penetrating into knighthood and becoming law users. So what about the other 40 people? There was no harm done to the planet at the time and all means were provided for them. Why didn't they break through? Robin returned his back to the chair and closed his eyes. Even he did not know how long it had been before he opened his eyes and shouted, "Talent." It is too early to jump to conclusions, however. If this was about innate talent, then it explains a lot. For example, it perfectly explains why in the beginning the success rates were high. This is because the numbers of highly talented individuals were many at the beginning. However, after the first batch broke through and became law users, the number of highly talented individuals who have not broken through yet has become significantly less on planet Jura. Not everyone has the same percentage of intelligence, and not everyone can draw beautiful pictures and play music. Equally, innate talent in cultivation has a factor even if all other means were provided. Damn it! Robin almost crushed his fist out of frustration. He never tried to teach a person and failed, and all he heard was the statistics that he now has such and such soldiers and rune masters. However, not one day did he care about those who failed. In his point of view, whoever failed after he provided him with everything was simply lazy and did not want to work hard for his own good, so why should he care about such an individual? It is not like it is completely hopeless. Those 95% who could not break through to be heavenly law users meant that they had reached level 10 and failed to reach level 11, or at least tried cultivating and breaking through a few levels. Now, the level base of the planet's population had greatly increased from 0 to the 10th level of the Energy Foundation realm. That is not a minor jump, as a level 10 individual would be a highly regarded officer in wars just a few decades ago. That and Jura's free academies will continue to trigger any shred of talent in the mortals and push them forward. Also, he still has many future generations that will apply for the academies every year, so the number of law users will undoubtedly continue to increase. The only problem is that this will be much slower than he imagined, and he does not have enough time for this. He needs a certain number of experienced soldiers before the invasion of Nihari begins. Robin barely managed to get over the feeling of frustration a bit and moved towards a nearby window to look towards the horizon. Until this moment, he had thought that the army he had brought with him to planet Greenland were the fortunate vanguards who would be the elites of his future army. However, now it seemed that they would be his only army for quite some time. Only now did he realize that this army of his was not random. They are not some random individuals who just happened to break through faster than their peers, but rather they were destined to be the first to break through. Those who are now dying in front of a handful of talking plants are not just soldiers, they are the favored geniuses of planet Jura. Chapter 499. The information about the success rate in becoming a heavenly law user hit Robin where it hurts. Leaving aside the fact that planet Nihari has a population of tens of times greater than planet Jura, and it is only fair to think they have far more soldiers than him right now, the main key here is that planet Nihari has hundreds of emperors. Until this moment, he has not even found a way to deal with those at the emperor realm, yet his dream army is already crippled before it was even formed. Even though planet Nihari emperors rely only on physical strength and cannot fly, as far as he knows, they are still unstoppable moving blocks of pure power. Years passed while he was studying the situation, and he found only two solutions. The first is to produce hundreds of thousands of sages and provide them with all he can of divine equipment and talismans, and pray that they are sufficient to bury the emperors with numbers. This does not seem available now after reading this report. The second solution is for him to speed up the process of breaking through the third stage of the Master Law of Truth, and create techniques for the fourth stage of a few heavenly laws to have his own emperors. But this solution was also dismantled by the report. If the talent is so poor that too few can break into knighthood, how many of his followers can actually become an emperor? Suppose he broke through to the third stage of the Master Law of Truth and was able to collect the fourth degree of all the major heavenly laws that his followers use today. How many of them would become an emperor in the remaining 18 years? Even breaking through to the knighthood realm has a small success rate, so what about breaking through to an emperor realm? Would he even be able to produce a single emperor before the invasion began? Without emperors and without huge numbers of sages, what would he do in front of the emperors of Nihari? No, what would he do in front of the army of the all-seeing god's rival who came ready to destroy Nihari along with its emperors? I only have the demons left. Robin clenched his hands behind his back and gritted his teeth. Strengthening the demons depends on one thing, which is eating the meat of intelligent beings. As long as they have enough food, they will become stronger in a short period and in large numbers, but feed them until emperors come out of them. Robin ordered the demon kings to make the farm planet their main source of food for as long as possible. This meant that they should be careful in hunting and not exterminate the entire indigenous population and let them multiply. The farm planet was not a casual name but an accurate description of the fate of the planet. If I want to get an appropriate number of emperors from them during the remaining few years, I will have to give them the signal to eat everything that can walk or breathe on the farm planet. No, this might not be enough either. Robin continued on his train of thoughts. If I want a sufficient number of demon emperors to fight the emperors of Nihari, and the emperors of the all-seeing god's rival, I will have to bring a considerable number of demons to feed on the human tribes in Greenland, and even ignite a war between the demons and the rest of the races in Nihari right now. The demons in Nihari are not very strong, so the war will end up destroying most of them, but whoever survives will be strong enough to. Oh my god, what am I thinking? Robin raised his hands from behind his back and pressed them on his head from both sides forcefully. Arg, is this the fate of the road that I chose for myself? From someone who wants to help people with his inventions to someone who plans to destroy 3 worlds? Damn it. Damn it all. Robin kept looking through the window with a distracted mind and a twisted face. The 3 historians came more than once to check on him, but he did not pay any attention to them. It was not known how many hours or even how many days Robin had spent standing like this, until finally he closed his eyes and sighed, and returned to his seat with apparent helplessness. Everything collapsed. He now only has 2 options with no third in sight. The first was for him to continue his initial plans of trying to produce more emperors and sages before the invasion began, praying to the heavens day and night and leaving the final outcome to luck. The second was to give orders to the demons to start the bloodshed. This order would make him one of the worst tyrants in history. No, perhaps even in all the young planets, he would not find a single evildoer that could rival him. After giving that order, he would not even have the right to pretend that he still had his boundaries and principles. After that order, even the devils would disown him. After several more hours, Robin lifted a random book in front of him and began to read again, perhaps to deviate from this topic a little. What this book talks about was the new conflict between the commoners and the nobles on planet Jura after everyone was equal in terms of resources and training techniques. Commoners say that the system of nobles is no longer useful since everyone is now equal, and that a new system of government must be put in place that gives everyone the right to own and manage lands. But the noble families defend their historical status with great fanaticism and do not accept any words on this point. Even the Burton family ruled the ancestral continent with an iron fist. Many small-scale battles have been fought because of this, but the noble families always prevail. For some reason the success rate of breaking into knighthood is considerably higher on the side of the noble families. This is why they say Emperor Robin's revolution did not cause any damage to the nobles, but in fact made them stronger than ever. And this is precisely what makes the noble system in Jura relevant even today, by using the power of the noble families to subdue the commoners. But the report says that everyone in the upper class of society now fears the day when the power of the commoners becomes greater, since they are more numerous. If this continues, then an internal rebellion might erupt that ends in a devastating war throughout planet Jura. At this point, Robin stopped reading, threw the report aside, and returned to his wanderings. He initially tried to distract himself a little, but as he was reading, his mind kept thinking about the fateful decision he now has to make. This was not the right time to read about anything else. Your Excellency, Your Excellency. At this moment, Emily entered the historian's room with obvious panic. The wizard's attack on the 10th Legion has begun. What? Has it been a week already? Robin rose from his seat and exclaimed in shock. Prepare my armor at once and get your fastest mount. I will head for the 10th Legion. Yes. Emily faltered a bit, but then turned around and started running towards the door again. But suddenly it stopped. She looked behind her again at Robin slowly with eyes full of horror. I have a new report. The 10th Legion has been destroyed. Chapter 500. On a high boulder in the southern area of Hoffenheim's domination circle. General, what did the headquarters say? A high-level sage took a step and spoke in a hesitant voice. So, are there any survivors? General. There were at least 30 other people on that rock, surrounded on all sides by hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Yet apart from their short questions, if a needle fell, everyone would hear it. All eyes were directed towards one person. He was a huge figure over 3 meters tall, light blue in color, wearing golden armor covering his entire body. Only the helmet was out of place, showing his strong, sharp features and his long braided hair. The rest were also wearing their full armor. There was not a single tent around, and there was even heavy dust still hanging in the air from the road they came from. The whole legion stopped in the middle of the road after hearing the terrible news that the 10th Legion had been destroyed. Everyone had to stop in their places and wait for more commands. A few minutes passed after that message, but it seemed like a few months for those high-level officers. Those are the officers and advisors Jabba selected personally and gathered around him over the course of 4 years, and yet they cannot even control their breathing. And the reason? This was because their legion, the 6th Legion, was currently closest to the ill-fated 10th Legion. The paths of the legions were not distributed according to their numbers. The numbers were chosen according to the position of the general in the Empire of True Beginning. For example, the 5 continental elders took the first 5 numbers, then Robin's only disciple came, then his adopted sons, and so on. But after that, each general chose the path he would take according to several factors. Luck dropped Jabba and his soldiers in the southern region next to the 10th Legion. Has anyone noticed that the color of the sky has changed slightly? The usual light green has become lighter. It is a bit of a mixture of green and gray now. The natural energy in the atmosphere has become noticeably lighter as well. It seemed as if Jabba could not hear anything around him as he looked toward the horizon. What? All the officers around Jabba started to look around and try to activate the absolute atmosphere energy cultivation technique, and soon they all found that he was right. Does this have anything to do with the destruction of the 10th Legion? Oh, my heavens. What do we do now? What do we do now? General, give orders to retreat. We have to leave immediately. Unfortunately we cannot. Jabba shook his head and finally took his eyes off the horizon and turned back to look at his officers. The headquarters has given orders to the rest of the other legions to withdraw immediately, but we have different orders. We will remain where we are and strengthen our defenses. Silence returned to everyone again, but this time not because they were waiting for their general's words. It was because of the shock. What the hell can we do to stand up to something that crushed the 10th Legion in a few minutes? Is this a fucking joke? What is going on? Are those at headquarters sitting on their heads instead of on their butts? That is not a force we can withstand. It somehow changed the damn world. Jabba raised both hands to calm everyone down. The 10th Legion was not annihilated as you think. Reports say that when the battle began, a huge creature appeared out of nowhere. That creature ignored the attacks of the sages and started running around the formation, killing whoever found it in its path until it completely destroyed the formation within a few minutes. When General Richardson realized the strength of the Legion is useless against that thing, he ordered everyone to flee indiscriminately in all directions while the sages stayed behind to buy time by attacking the huge creature indiscriminately. It is said that General Richardson himself was badly wounded. Jabba took a deep breath and then slowly continued. The soldiers fled in all directions, which made the giant lose its target and stopped attacking them himself. But the 10th Legion found itself in another fight against an army of buds, and that chaotic battle against the buds is still going on until this moment. Chaotic battle? The men in the 10th Legion are fighting these crazed things now without a plan or leader. All the officers were shocked to hear those words. Human soldiers, no matter how strong they are still human beings in the end. They need food, rest, support, coordination, and so on. This is the main key to victory, and this is the main key to survive. A chaotic battle against millions of buds means certain annihilation of the 10th Legion if no miracle happens. The 10th Legion has fallen into a trap like this and they are being killed like sheep as we speak, and the headquarters has given orders to everyone to retreat? While we hold our ground? What exactly is going on? Yeah, we have to go support the 10th Legion. Shut up. We go and die with them. They are our brothers. Fuck. Quiet. Jabba suddenly shouted and silenced everyone. He then continued without waiting for anyone to reply. The soldiers of the 10th Legion told headquarters that they saw the giant creature coming towards us with a large number of buds, so we have to stay and prepare. If we try to flee now, the Tree Father will know our exact location and we will be attacked from behind. If that thing really came and attacked us unprepared, we will be exterminated. And if we try to disperse, we will fall into the chaotic battle trap and our soldiers will be hunted down and exterminated. Then, as he looked at the 370,000 soldiers that he was in charge of, he continued. And you do not need to worry about the fate of the 10th Legion. After that huge creature left and took half of the Bud troops with it, the pressure on them became significantly less. The 2nd Legion commanded by General Elizabeth is on their way to support them now. As soon as the 2nd Legion arrives at the battlefield, they will save whoever is left of them. You have to worry about just yourselves now. That giant will be here in 2 hours. Whoever has a suggestion about getting ready, say it. If you do not have a suggestion, then shut the hell up. A few officers unconsciously took a step back, with fear evident in their eyes. Suggestion. Suggestion to do what? If they stood still, the giant would tear them apart. If they ran away randomly, they would fall into a trap no less dangerous. Calm down everyone, I am here. Jabba shouted again when he saw the spirits crashing to the ground. He then took out a huge golden hammer from his space ring. I swear to you, I will die first before I allow that thing to get past me. Secondly, His Excellency is coming towards us as we speak. All the officers opened their eyes a little upon hearing this, and some of them gasped with a smile. But they soon looked down at the ground again and shook their heads. Were their general's words supposed to reassure them in some way? Jabba may be strong, but he is still just a sage. And His Excellency is not even a sage. To be continued. Thanks for listening. If you enjoyed this video, hit that like button and subscribe so you never miss an update. Check out the playlist to catch up on the rest of the series. I'll be back with the next part soon, stay tuned.